So there's two different types or more, of course. There's people that have their own motives, but there's nothing you could say that would convince me that there's an organizational type of idea or thought behind some of these characters that I see as in the process of character development to try to combat like our thought process or try to do something to we see all of these methods really employs to divert
Yeah.
conversation, to diffuse the conversation, to distract.
Yeah, there's an effort to water down too, to just it's no big deal what you guys have come to the realization of, and just there's an effort of that too.
Yeah, like try to drag you into a discussion about the fine-tuning constants and quantum electrodynamics.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we really don't know. Yeah, so
that's right.
Yeah, lots of tactics being employed. I don't think they realize how transparent they are. But
yeah, we've seen some Fed types that have been real boneheaded transparent, like the kinds that come in and be like, all right, so Earth is flat. What are we going to do about it, flat earthers? Time to rise up. And they quickly realize that the vast majority of us are non-resistant, peaceful, non-violent. We're hippier than the hippies. So yeah, I mean, none of that's going to work.
No,
it might work with like the Q-tards, the Trump tards and stuff, but not us.
Y'all just need to listen to your authorities now. Make sure you do everything they say to do. Better not be bad. I got a list. I'm checking it twice. Who knows where that came from?
Yeah, and for you guys who won't listen to the government, maybe you'll listen to the government's corporate sponsors.
Yeah, or their little spies they have on the internet. Like we don't know you're there. Hilarious. Come and get me. I dare you. You're already cutting off my internet at really specific times, like right after I get done talking. They think, oh, no, he's going to talk more. I mean, that sounds conspiratorial, but when it starts happening like half a dozen times in a row, like, what the fuck? WGF.
It happens.
But I honestly don't think they're that smart anyway. So, and I also think, for just another one, that if they're worrying about me, they got some really huge problems. And I love that.
Yeah, they seem to spend a lot more time trying to develop freaks and weirdos that they can wind up and set out than actually finding real freaks and weirdos that are already set and ready to go.
Well, just think of if all the potential were, if we had the ability to utilize all of our potential that we have as thinking individuals, as intellectuals, what we could create would be, and I'm going to use the word colloquially, world changing. That doesn't mean round ball.
It made me just realize it's strange, the term the World Wide Web.
Yeah.
WWW, not World Round Web.
Exactly. And then what about the four corners of the earth? Like they even in global, like the globalists even use those, and the corners of the earth. How do you have corners on a round earth? How do you? That's like the conundrum, the paradox of equal circles of equal elevation. And the last 6 people I've spoken to don't even understand the concept. Like, they're like, why not? Why can't you?
Maybe it's simply a metaphorical term representing the 4 cardinal directions, like north, east, west, and south. It doesn't have to be some physical corners.
No, it's those elephants. That's what it is. That's holding the turtle, you know. Exactly what
However, east and west are an infinite distance. North and south are finite, even on a ball.
That's true.
Yes,
The
that's
equator
true.
is like the key point in the Earth, right? On all models, the equator is like a really critical point.
Yeah,
There's
because
something going on.
if you're going north or south, then when you cross the north or the south pole, then you wouldn't be going north or south anymore. You'd be going in that opposite direction. So if you are going north, now you're going south instead. But if you're going east or west, you're going in a circle that loops around. So you will be going west or east infinitely, respectively. Like if you're standing on the North Pole, whatever direction you go will be south. Same thing on the South Pole, but vice versa.
You seem certain of the existence of a South Pole.
Yes, I mean applying the same standard of evidence as to the existence of the northern.
Okay, yeah. If the Earth were a ball, okay.
Yeah. No, I would say it's independent of the shape of the Earth. It's simply a matter of relations.
So you are certain of an existence of a South Pole?
Yes, applying the same standard of evidence as I apply to the existence of any other location on Earth. So simply the fact that people went there, they told that that place exists, they made videos and they made photos of that place existing. I would say
What?
applying the same standard makes good evidence for the fact that South Pole exists, just as for any other place on Earth.
Okay, so like the existence of Manhattan Island. Yeah, the cope is strong, but the existence of Manhattan Island and the existence of the South Pole is equal to you because you've seen pictures of both.
Yes, basically.
Oh, okay.
What kind of other type of evidence would you say would be more compelling for existence of not only South Pole but just any place?
Well, if you told me you were at a location where you stood and you spun without moving, I would say, wow, I'd like to see a video of that.
Spoon without moving, isn't that contradictory?
Yeah, if you were at the South Pole.
Yeah, but I don't really understand the question. What does it mean?
Well, it wasn't a question. You were saying, what would I like to see?
Okay,
I would like to see that for starters, and then I'd like you to take me to this place where I stand and I spin like a record because I am at the South Pole.
But why would you spin on the South Pole? What is the point?
Is the Earth spinning or not?
Yes, it is spinning, but
Okay.
it is spinning at every single place, so it isn't something exclusive to the
So
South
it would be spinning at the South Pole then as well. So that's what I would like to see. I would like you to take me to this place where I spin.
Yeah, he's pointing out the axis of rotation, like the point.
You know, so like the
geographic pole.
celestial pole.
The geographic, yeah, you can call it that. Geographic one. The one in the center of
There's the magnetic
or
pole, there's the geographic pole, there's the celestial pole. 3 kinds of poles at least.
Yeah, I want the place where I spin by standing.
Where you weigh the most, right?
Wouldn't the best place for doing that be the equator, where the circumference is the highest? So you would be spinning in the fastest with the fastest speed from every single latitude. I would say that the South Pole is the worst place for doing that, because on the South Pole, like, the tangential velocity is literally 0 kilometers per hour, because you're like
Okay,
standing on the very
so
axis.
you won't be taking me to that place. That's fine. That's an acceptable answer.
I mean, you can go there, but you need probably some permissions. I wouldn't be fulfilling all of the bureaucracy and the papers for you. You would need to do that by yourself with your government, whatever country you live in, and then you can go there. But more about the procedure of getting the permissions, I would be worried about the climate, considering the fact that it's probably the most extreme place on the entire Earth.
Yeah, there's lots of cold places out there. Yeah, well, you just brought up the South Pole as if you were certain that it existed, and now we know that's not some place that you're able to point to the ground and say, "Hey, stand there."
I mean, if I were there, then I would be able to do that, but I'm not there. The fact that I'm not there doesn't mean that
Okay,
I'm
so how do you know it
unable to
exists?
go there.
How do you know this place exists other than the pictures and the story you were told? The
The
fact that I'm guessing
factors suggest.
I'm guessing you haven't been to Manhattan.
Yes, you haven't. I haven't been there. I
Okay,
haven't been
but
to
you
any
know
of
this
those places.
Manhattan exists with the same certainty because you've seen a picture of the South Pole. You're applying
Yes,
this. That's a wacky metric to
pictures,
apply.
pictures, and the relations of the people. Both of these factors at
The
the same time.
pictures and the relations of the people.
Yes,
Yes, we've seen pictures of people standing next to like bright orange huts in the snow with a bunch of nice gear on. We've seen these pictures. How do you know that's the bottom of a spinning ball?
uh, I would say that it's because there's a station there that is a landmark
Okay,
for
so just you
space
believe the
being
story. So
in
you
place.
have the story. You believe the story.
Yes,
Got it.
Yeah.
you're trying
So,
to.
if I may interject, guys, I got a great story that's related to this. Have you ever seen the movie Argo, based on a true story with Ben Affleck? It's about the 1979 Iran Revolution, where the American government exfiltrated all the State Department and CIA guys out of the Iranian embassy.
Yeah. Saw it
Yeah.
in the
So
theater.
great movie for this discussion, because what it shows is the extent the government will go to create a cover story to cover up their lies. They created an entirely fake Hollywood film production crew. They spent millions of dollars on this. They put out ad campaigns on TV and in magazines and newspapers for a fake movie just to pull off the heist. Imagine what else they can do. They've already proven that they're capable of doing this back in 1979. I normally don't get
So
conspiratorial, but
Yeah,
that's not my conspiracy. That's what the government conspired to do.
well, that reminds me of a different movie, another movie a couple decades previous to that, Speed, Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves,
Yeah.
where all they did was they sent a feed of a loop to Dennis Hopper and they fooled him. Why they all
Doesn't
did
take
what they
much.
needed to do. Yeah, it's the same. People get fooled by pictures successfully. I mean, I know we're pointing to movies, but people, people have sold the Brooklyn Bridge to people. You know, they've said, "Hey, would you like to?" They point to the bridge, and would you like to buy it and sell it? There was a guy who's historically supposedly did that several times. So yeah, you can point to something and say, "Here's what that is. Believe me." Now, pay me the money for the bridge. It's mine.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
how many older folks get taken by Nigerian 419 scams, for crying out
yeah.
loud? They're
Email. They get tricked by words on an email screen.
War of the Worlds, right? The radio production, that fantastic show where they faked an alien invasion and caused people to freak out and sell their homes and binge drink and jump off bridges.
What the hell is going on here?
Hello.
Well, we're just running the parallels of the stories that are told to the masses and how some people get swept up in them.
And people believe it if it's on TV because, hey, if it's on TV, it had to go through all these checks and balances and all these hoops. And if somebody's lying, they might get sued. So you can pretty much trust anything you see on TV.
Yeah, people are programmed to believe whatever they see.
Right on. Yeah, that trust that we're supposed to have in good faith is being violated.
Yes, it is. AI technology.
Yeah, and that's a lot older than people know.
A lot older than people know, you say?
Yeah. I would say it's as old as card games and any divination or any games relying on random luck and chance. I've got my own personal views on that.
Makes sense.
I still find no reason why should I doubt the existence of the South Pole more than the existence of any other place on Earth.
Sorry, what was that, Imbo? I didn't catch that.
I said that I still don't find any rational reason why should I doubt the existence of the South Pole more than any other place on Earth that I wasn't to. They haven't been to. Because the places that I have been to, I am
the fact that you're just insisting on categorizing the South Pole with all these other, random places. The Eiffel Tower, the South Pole. Champs-Élysées, the South Pole. That's a stretch. You're really bending. Because when I asked, well, how do you know the South Pole exists again? Because when I asked, you told me you got real foggy.
I mentioned specific pieces of evidence, the relations of people, the videos, and the photos. And I apply the same standard of evidence for any other place that I haven't personally been to. How do you know, for example, that the Eiffel Tower exists? I don't know if you have ever been to Paris, but if you haven't,
No,
then probably
I have not.
Yes, so you probably have seen the photos, you have seen the videos, and you have heard the relations of some kind of your friends or whatever, or people who told you that they were in Paris and how it looked like. So what I want to get from you is like, where do you put the difference between?
Well, how many people have eaten in the restaurant? How many people have eaten in the restaurant in the Eiffel Tower, compared to how many people have been to the South Pole?
Probably much, a lot.
Yeah. So it's like I asked someone. I applied the same. I don't know if you know anything about golf, but if I turned on my TV and they said, "Oh, here's a golf tournament in the middle of California," and here's these guys are golfing and there's spectators here. Well, you're saying that you turn on the TV and see a golf tournament in California, you're applying equal validity to Alan Shepard hitting balls into the abyss. I mean, you can do that, but it's pretty interesting that's where we're at now. That you see picture of place in story, and therefore it's real. That's equal to the existence of Eiffel Tower. I mean, that's just, I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just saying that's where you're at right now.
Okay, so I wanted to have a precise information about what is the difference between.
So which one is the more extraordinary claim? Golf tournament in California with 1,000 people there and 100 golfers, or guy on moon turning lunar sampler into 4-iron? Which one's the more extraordinary claim of the two?
The moon, definitely.
But you just told us they're equal because they're both on TV.
Yes,
So
but
now you do acknowledge though that it is an extraordinary claim, and I'm just saying that the existence of the South Pole is an extraordinary claim, considering we have no curvature on the surface of the Earth. You'd have to have a ball in the first place to have a pole, correct?
yes. So right now,
So
what we
when do we
need
get to
to
the
jump.
when do we get to the ball part of the Earth before we jump to the I saw guys in nice expedition gear?
Yeah, but the difference between the South Pole, because you jump to completely another example to compare these two situations, and
Is it not a parallel? Are they neither of this?
definitely not.
Okay, well,
The South Pole is on Earth, and the moon is on the moon. To visit the moon, you have to
the
build a
golf.
spaceship. You have
What
to
I'm saying
have
is, you
enough
acknowledge though.
money and
Time out.
technology in
I'm not
order to
trying to
build
butt heads
a
with
rocket
you.
to predict the escape
I'm not.
velocity.
Yeah, I'm not trying to butt heads with you, but you yourself acknowledge that the golf on the moon was the extraordinary claim, and I also think
Speaking about the moon,
okay. So is the South Pole's existence equal? Which one's the extraordinary claim? The existence of a point on the bottom of a ball, or the Eiffel Tower? Which one's the extraordinary claim of those two?
I would say they are similar.
Okay.
Both places are accessible, and the only reason why someone
Oh, I've got one. Which one's crazier? That we live on a flat snow globe, or we live on a sphere?
Well,
I'd say the flat snow globe.
Well, considering there's no Earth's surface curvature, I'd say it's pretty extraordinary to claim we're on a flying ball.
So it's begging the question, basically.
Which one do we observe?
Yes, you start with the premise that includes the thing that is supposed to be proven, and then from that you draw the conclusion.
It's easy
One,
it's
do we
easy
observe?
though. Yeah, exactly. It's easy though to go out and take a measurement and you're not finding a curved ball when measuring.
Yeah.
So then why would you believe in it? If that's not what you find, why would you believe in it? If you find planicity, if you find that it's as far as can be, as your eyes can see, as a telescope can see, as a camera can see, it's going to be flat and horizontal.
Right.
Then why wouldn't that make more sense than a ball?
Because the argument includes yet another assumption that you measure the flatness and levelness of the Earth.
No. Okay.
So you
When
try
you
to
observe,
sneak,
when
yeah,
you
I
observe
would
it,
say that you try to sneak
okay.
some kind of assumptions that I
Okay,
don't
once
agree
again
with.
though,
Something that everyone have to agree here.
okay, but once again though, you are treating what I'm saying as an assertion, even though visually we are seeing a horizontal line as far as we can see in these observations.
Yeah, but
That there is
Apocryphon,
no curvature to that.
it makes no sense, Apocryphon, right? Because you say like, where are your measurements? Where are your measurements? And we all know that the globe only came around because of in the first place because of a series of observations. When you say it just looks this way, well, obviously not, because the way it looks, the way that it looked was precisely how the globe came about in the first place.
No, that's not true. No, that's not
Really?
true. What?
Yes, really.
Because what you're saying, saying is what.
That's fine.
Hold on.
What observations were those?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me please talk real quick.
Jeez.
You're saying that's the way it looked, but what you're alluding it to is that the boat's going over the horizon. We're not talking about the shape of the Earth here. We're talking about the optical phenomenon of how things disappear. But again, though, they were seeing a flat ocean going out, but then all of a sudden, something disappearing behind that flat ocean. So
yeah,
again,
well, okay.
Hold on. Wait. I'm not done. So the observation was not a curved Earth. The observation was something going beyond the horizon.
Yeah, something you can't have on a flat Earth, right?
So hold on. So get that out of your head, okay?
No, because you're talking about there's one thing that can't exist on a flat Earth.
Hold on.
Oh.
Fast forward. hold on. Fast forward till today, where we once thought that bolts were going over that curved horizon that you think existed back
And
then,
you
but that's
brought
not the
about your
truth.
unfalsifiable perspective.
That's not the truth.
You invented
But
perspective, yeah.
But the fact is that nowadays with a really good camera, you can zoom once that boat disappears, or look. It looks like it disappeared. It doesn't. It
Apocryphon, you're
just looks
talking
like
to the wrong person when you say this. You know, I've shown you the Grand Mahuta before.
Okay. And once again, if that water is flat, way beyond when that boat disappeared, and you zoom in, and 10 miles later, there's still flat fucking water, then then you're just arguing from a position of bias, or maybe you just don't get it. I don't know. Maybe you're just not in tune for the conversation, because the fact that you're saying it's curved water was the observation. No, they never observed curved water. They just observed things going behind that horizontal line in the distance. But we could zoom in on flat water. Flat, bro. Here,
I think Jekyll knows how to get under your skin, Apoc.
I'll post a couple pictures. My bad.
Okay, I just want to say very quickly that I've already shown you a video, Apocryphon, of people zooming in and not seeing the boat again. So I'm just saying that there was observations made that seemed to be counterintuitive to a flat Earth. So appealing to the idea of this is just what we see. Obviously not, right? Because that's exactly why you've had 2 millennia worth of people thinking it was a globe, right?
Yeah, Jekyll, I think that's reasonable, and I'd agree with that. There are observations that led people to conclude that Earth is a globe.
I don't know about that. I think we've got a horizontal line, so I think the observation would be a toilet paper roll, according to what you're describing.
The dip is every direction from you, right? So it'd still be a sphere.
No, because it's a toilet paper roll in every direction, right?
That would be a sphere, yeah.
360 degrees of Charmin, baby.
Yeah. That's the observation.
Either way,
Earth, it's mischief night.
Of a ball.
Yeah. I just don't want people to be under the assumption that someone put a ruler down and said, okay, now it's a sphere. It was obviously the case. It appeared to be the most reasonable explanation to people for the last 2 millennia.
No. What it was for the last 2 millennia that you're talking about, what it was it was a misunderstanding of how they're seeing something disappear when it was a mile away from them. Okay, they didn't have the same technology that we do today. So simple men, maybe I would even argue they were probably even smarter than us today, because they actually fucking figured things out. But there was an agenda. And this agenda kind of came along with this heliocentric model to take away from the creation and the creator, of which we know it to be stationary and unmovable. And the fact is that you want to say, oh, no, we've known it to be a ball because we saw it being a ball. That is just 1,000% false. They never saw curving water away from them. They saw things disappearing bottom up in the distance, which we can prove today. That is just due to perspective. And there's an optical phenomenon to where when the water raises up and blocks something out in the distance, it is an optical phenomenon. We know that the water is not actually raising up to where it's all of a sudden would flood the whole entire beach. That's not the way it works. There is a tide. Even a tide can kind of count for that, because if the tide rolls in, that makes things that are in a distance disappear quicker. Why? Because now it's more water. So it's lessening your observer's height, right? If you were to stand there in the ocean for 15 hours, and the tide rolled in, it's gonna take away from how far you can see, because your observation height will be less than when the tide was out, and then you're 6 feet according to the water, right? But the fact is that you cannot say it was curving away from you. That's why they made it out to be a ball. That's just 1,000% wrong, dude. You have a bias though.
Okay, you said at one point that you can prove now that this phenomenon happens to perspective. So I would love to see that proof.
So you're disagreeing that there's a phenomenon in perspective that happens that way? Are you literally saying that's not the way it works?
I'm not disagreeing with the existence of perspective.
to go
I'm
there?
disagreeing with the second part. I'm disagreeing with the
Seriously,
effect
do
that
we
you
have to
claim
go
that
there?
is
Ember, you've
caused
seen
by
the fucking
perspective, which
examples
is the disappearance
multiple
of things
times.
below the horizon.
Yeah,
We
I
yeah,
people have shown you
perspective can cause
fucking
that.
bottom-up abstraction on flat surfaces multiple times. Do we need to go there?
no, we don't need to go there. These guys, especially with these guys are the normal, the usual suspects. They've seen that video photo. They've been explained millions of
The
times,
usual
probably.
suspect.
What was that? Yeah,
I just thought it
usual
was funny.
suspects. Yeah, you guys are the usual suspects. The same guys that reset, come back in, act like you never heard about what we've ever explained ever before.
Yeah, but
You act like
Apocryphon, I
you've
could
never
charge
seen
you with
it.
the same thing. I mean,
Okay,
you just said you could zoom in and see ships again
thing
after
you
I've had a
posted.
conversation with you about that.
Okay, Britt. The thing you posted, okay, is
Yeah?
showing somebody that
Zooming
captured
in.
that show that moment where there's a ship behind the optical phenomenon happening. You're right. No matter how much you zoom in on that point, you're not going to bring anything back. But here's the point, though, Britt, that you, McToon, Craig from Fight the Fat Earth, Dave, all you idiots, bro, what you don't get, or you won't at least admit, that if you waited there about maybe another hour, maybe a couple more hours, maybe just the next day you came back and set up the same camera with the same boat. What you won't admit is that boat won't look like that because the conditions will change. And then all of a sudden you can see that boat on top of the water in its place where it's at. You guys will never fucking confide to that or concede to that because that's reality. That is reality.
It may, I mean, assuming that boat didn't move for the entire week or something, maybe it would look like that. But that doesn't explain explain what you're seeing right there now, does it?
Okay. The point.
It's basically.
The point, though,
the same logic as
the point is the curvature doesn't change, right? If it's Earth curvature, then it's changing.
No, physics. The atmosphere does change, though.
Yeah. So
that changes, not curvature.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's part of the puzzle, isn't it?
No, it's not part of the puzzle. This is part of your guys' wiggle room.
You can derive Earth's radius from the angular resolution limits of your vision.
Say that one more time.
You can derive Earth's radius from the angular resolution limits of your vision.
Which are?
I would love to see that.
Well, there's a really great presentation by Life is Short on YouTube called Angular Resolution and Our World, where an optics expert goes into it.
Well, could you tell me?
The bottom-up obstruction that you see, which is the diffraction limit of your vision, can be used to derive Earth's radius.
Right,
the math is pretty simple and elegant, yeah.
Yeah, do you know the math?
Yeah, so theta of 0.02, in this case he put 0.0216, because he said that your pupil is opening up a little bit further in order to see farther in the distance. So for a 6-foot observation, that puts the resolution limit at about 3 miles, which is what you'd expect to see if Earth is a globe.
Yeah. Now, how did he introduce an atmosphere into that problem?
Yeah, actually. That adds another.
How did that change the maths?
Well, for such a short distance, it doesn't.
I would love to see that.
But for longer distances, it certainly does. I mean, vision is very complex, and some of the literature I've been reading recently suggests its perspective doesn't scale perfectly linearly in all cases. It has to do with size and distance, and as things get bigger and further away, things appear to move a little bit differently.
Can you post the source of that?
Yeah, eagerly. Hold on.
Yeah, the YouTube link, that'd be cool. And just real quick, I just want to point something out, Britt. I don't know why you don't get, or maybe you do get this, you just play a troll. But here's the point, though, that I'm making. That photo that you posted, it's no different than the Black Swan photo when the second rig is covered with water, and you guys go, "Oh, look, it's behind the horizon, behind the water." It's the same fucking idea, bro. But
no, it isn't.
No, it is. It is.
No.
And I'll tell you why it is.
I'll tell you why it isn't.
Okay. You can tell me why it isn't. Let me first tell you why it is, okay? The reason why it's the same thing is because you have two objects in view, But one object is farther away when there's an optical phenomenon going on that's blocking it out. Okay, just like your boat that's way beyond and is now being blocked, is behind this water, right? Now you can relate that to the two oil rigs, or oil platforms, where on one day that second oil platform is covered halfway up, right? Because the optical phenomenon, blah blah blah. If you were to zoom in all you want, doesn't matter. You're not going to see the bottom of that second oil rig the way you see it on another day, to where the conditions are right, to where that optical phenomenon is not raising the water to block it out. Now, going back to the boat that you posted, again, on another day, that boat, if you anchored it and just waited for the conditions to change, you would see that boat the same way you would see that second oil platform on the other day. You would see it probably entirely, because if you could still see the boat, the top of it, it's either going, it's usually because it's still in view, meaning you can still make the resolution of it, like that angle of resolution, you can still pick it up, but it's the conditions that are making it blocked out. Now, I admit, if you can't see the top of it, if you can't see the top of the boat, then that means it's too far away into the horizon and at that vanishing point. Now, no matter how far you zoom in, it's going
yeah. I get it now. So what I'm saying is, the reason why they're not analogous, right, is because with our explanation, because there's two observations effectively. With our observation of the thing that looks like what it shouldn't look like, we might just say light bends, and here's light bending. I can do you a visual demonstration just to show that it can do that. Now with you guys, when you talk about the boats going over the horizon, it's all here, there, and everywhere. Sometimes I hear water bulges. Sometimes I hear flow perspective get used, and sometimes I hear you just got to zoom in further, right? You know, I hear all sorts of excuses for it, but no one can even agree on one particular one. So there's not even a rule yet of flat Earth that they can even agree on, right?
Define perspective.
Perspective.
Yeah, define that. You've used it twice now.
Oh, it's perspective that went wrong. Anyway, can I just say to Amish,
Is it a straw man?
Amish that you posted?
Is that a straw man?
What went wrong, Yui?
No, I skipped through your video, Amish.
Mr. Perspective.
I skipped through.
Here's the reality.
Stop! I skipped through your video.
I guess we'll just.
Here's the reality. Here's the reality, though. He has to jump somewhere else, because I'm pretty sure that he heard in his mind, like it kicked him in the balls, like, oh shit, it is the same exact thing as an oil rig on one day to another. But he can't admit that, because this is his gotcha. This is the ball Earth covering the boat, or the boat behind the ball horizon. That's what he's doing. That's all he's got.
All right, Apocryphon. I just want to quickly address the thing that Amish posted, and just say, I mean, like, I didn't watch it, right? Obviously, I had to skip through it just to see what it was about. Why is there so many Bible verses in there?
Might be a Christian.
It's not very helpful for perspective.
I mean, Galileo was a Christian too, so I mean, come on, are you gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater?
No, I just don't understand like what that has to do with perspective. All the way through.
Well, sorry that offends you, Glober Jesus.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what is the problem? I assume you probably wouldn't care. You're more about the argument than the Bible verses. What's the problem?
Well, it's more. Well, to be honest with you, I had to do a check of the credibility, credibility check.
Jekyll and I go way back. He loves Eastern Orthodox Christianity because he knows that King Arthur was Eastern Orthodox Christian before the Roman schism.
That's true. I was just doing a credibility check of it, like looking at his the YouTube channel. If any of the things were cited that he said, and I skipped little bits into the video to see if anything was, and I don't see anything.
You know what's crazy is you're probably gonna watch that and still not get it.
Change your name a second, man. Just change it. Get creative.
Glober Jesus. Well, Jesus was a Glober. Do you want me to show you why?
It's Jesus, not Jesus.
It's a holy hand grenade.
What was it called again? I can't remember.
It's a Globus Cruciger.
Yeah.
Krukagar. Whatever. Yeah, so that's a symbol of the cross over the sun, which Constantine saw in the sky as a sign that in this he will conquer.
No, it's God's authority.
On the wiki.
God's authority in Christians supremacy on Earth, right? There you
It's
go.
also an alchemical symbol for wild man, which, an emperor holds in his hand and conquers the wild nature of people. I mean, there are so many different meanings for it, Jekyll. I don't know.
I prefer the Globe of Jesus one.
Okay. You can have that.
Yeah, anyone who walks on water has a pretty decent understanding of it, I would say.
Word. So are you going to
It's a
change
holy
it?
hand grenade.
You're going to get creative? Because you got Miley Cyrus as your pronoun still. You kind of like lost in the times there, mate.
Like that.
So then the horizon is or isn't Earth curve? I'm just curious.
It's an effect of Earth curve.
In
Oh
effect.
my God! Here we
So-
go with the nonsense.
So where's the no.
Okay, let's
So
have this. For
it's
a
an
minute, please.
effect. It's an effect of Earth curve. Where's that so we can test it?
Well, I don't think you would be able to test it with your eyes or like pointing at it and looking at it. That's a downside.
Where is it?
There's optical things.
Where is it?
Where is it?
Where is it?
Oh, where is it exactly? About
Yeah,
3 or
show
4
it to
miles
us.
away from where you're standing, assuming you're an average height.
I've never seen that. Have you seen that?
No, I mean,
And verified that's the curve of the Earth. So this is just rumor. This is speculation.
Or I'd say it's a strong inference based off boats going over.
Yeah, I don't care what you say. What you say is horseshit. So can you show it to me, or just I don't care about your inferences.
I'd say go to the beach, Hosrad, right? Like let's go together. Let's hold hands even, right? Go to the beach and we'll stand there, we'll look at the boat going over the horizon, bottom up, and we'll think, could that happen on a flat
bottom
Earth,
up,
right? On a flat
I
Earth.
don't really want to go in the imaginary world. Yeah, I don't really want to go into your imaginary world. Is it okay if we don't go to your imaginary world? Is that all right?
Well, that is reality. Boats do go over the horizon, bottom up, don't they?
What is the horizon again? Is it a physical place?
Well, the horizon's always optical, always.
Oh, so not physical then. So we're going over an imaginary thing. Is that how your fairy tale world
The
works?
horizon is always.
Oh, the effect. So where's the geometric one then?
The geometric one? You mean the thing that we?
Yeah, the one that you can show me, because you keep telling me about the effects of the actual, Earth curve, but you don't show me the actual Earth curve. You don't show me that ever.
It's usually about 3 to 4 miles away, assuming you're an average height.
Great. So we can see this and we can, measure it, right?
You don't believe that?
Oh, I don't think you could measure it because it's always optical.
Oh, so it's just an imaginary place then, in your mind. Can't ever see it. Just imagine it.
It isn't imaginary. You observe it.
Okay, where's it at?
It depends on.
That twice.
Yeah, it depends on the factors, like the atmospheric.
It sounds like you've been making a lot of observations since you're saying usually. Yeah, he's saying, hey, it usually appears at 3 miles. Well, you've been making these observations, have you?
Oh yeah, I've been to the beach, believe it or not.
The boats go over,
And
we can't see it,
usually
right?
3 miles, huh?
Yeah. That's where it would be.
Right?
It didn't have an atmosphere.
That's where
usually
we measured that, right?
Yeah. Oh, but we have an
measured that,
atmosphere,
right?
so can't count on that.
Right, I understand your question.
Hello?
No, I have
Because
not
you
heard
measured that, right? Do I have to keep getting fucking louder and louder?
Damn, measure these notes.
I haven't.
Because you measured that, right?
I do it the opposite way, right? I have a different method. I say
Because you measured it, right? For fuck's sake! Answer the fucking question!
Righto, laddie, righto, you got it. You measured it.
I'm doing it,
Congratulations, you have learned metrics. You have learned metrics. Now please mute yourself.
Did you measure it?
No, I haven't. Now may I continue?
No, you may not continue. That's the argument over. Finished.
Yep.
I wouldn't say you can measure it. You can only observe it.
Where was this geometric horizon observed?
It isn't.
Oh, it isn't? Okay, well then that's the end of your argument then. How about the new player today? Cold, have you measured the curvature of the Earth? Is the horizon
I was
Earth
server
curve?
muted. I was server muted. What happened? What happened?
Yeah, have you measured the curvature of the Earth?
Well, not personally, no.
Well, it'd be fantastic if we could get somebody in here that's actually measured it. So far, no one's done that.
I know, it's quite odd. Like, you think at least one government would try to do it, like, make a big thing about it, because it's a pretty big event, in world history.
I would say so. Would you believe the government if they told you they did? Are you big into believing governments?
I don't really believe governments, because that's like believing the church, man. Like, everything the church says, come on.
Pretty much. Yep, I would agree.
All right.
So no measured Earth curve. You Globers must think that we're not interested in actually having somebody come by and show us that they measured it. This Earth curve, this hump, whatever it is. We would love it. Same with the gravity, right? Show us the experiment so you can isolate this thing that you call gravity. We're all about it, but
we have like circumstance or referential evidence, right? Like the bending of light. I mean, that's got to be caused by something in the atmosphere at the very least.
So that would mean that you couldn't actually measure anything in the distance because the light's bending. You wouldn't know what you're looking at, right?
We'd have to get up close and personal,
Well, closer you get, it kind of seems like everything's flat. They say that it's not,
right?
So it's always flat no matter where you look.
Yeah.
And then they say it's Earth curve, and we show them that it's not Earth curve, and they say that's because the light's bending.
Yeah, that's what it's like being on the plane, man. That's what it's like being on the plane.
Yeah, I'm all about it. Show us the evidence, by all means. We could shut the server down. No one would have a problem with it. Are any flat earthers here opposed to getting actual empirical evidence of the things that we're asking for?
No.
Instead of just circumstantial? Right.
I think it'd be cool. Man.
It would be interesting, actually, for once, listen to someone who has something to say. Not some clowns that make like a squad or something and give themselves a tag. Imagine using your free time to get on a Discord where you create a little squad just to come in and say nothing.
Yeah, free time is great, but imagine if you had free money. Wouldn't that be better? That's why I invest in Bitcoin.
Yeah, to the moon. It's a full moon today as well. Check the price of Bitcoin back, guys. And Clay, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Clay. You're a bit crackly as well, bro. Just letting you know.
Oh, thanks for letting me know.
No, Clay is Clay.
Oh, I heard K. I was like, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. You're fine.
It should be better now.
Oh.
Wait, are you going by K on other servers? Just the letter K?
No, are you?
No. Okay, because there is someone getting around at the moment who's adamantly testing us and by just the letter K. So when you responded to the K, right, I thought that might.
Well, I mean, he said Clay or something like that. I thought he said Cole.
Yeah.
My ears aren't good.
So good.
Imagine having no proof for a spinning ball into that space, both life and ever expanding world of darkness, but because of your messed up morals, you just can't do anything but try to come up with a vain fantasy to hide from the creator. It must be a very sad life.
Indeed.
Running from the truth. Oh, how can I get rid of the truth? I'm just gonna mock the truth.
That's right.
And when they fall onto their nose, they're the first ones to cry as loud as they can.
Hey, careful! You said fall on their nose. Look, some people fall on their chin. Some people hit their chin before they hit their nose.
But that's true. Both are equally hurting.
Yes, exactly.
Someone is saying, I prefer when you debate ChatGPT. Yeah, because ChatGPT, can be forced to be not a sophist. Unfortunately, you can't force someone like Embo or the guy who changes his names into 1,000 names to be not a sophist. I love when they get triggered, The very reason why he changes his name and makes it so offensive is because he's so triggered by the presence of certain people. Same for Embo. He's also easily triggered by what I say most of the time. Especially if I would get out the ChatGPT bot. But, even though you might not understand this, but you feel welcome to at some point in your life be grown up and then actually stand for the truth. Like, I'm not gonna say, see, I told you, ha 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 ha. You're actually welcome to be truthful for once in your life. Like, I would open the door and say, welcome friend. Finally you're standing for the truth and not hide in lies.
It's Sunday, right? So we can speculate on the nature of the Earth. Am I right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do any of you guys have any models?
You mean replacement stories? Sure, man.
Yeah, you can call them replacement stories.
Yeah, I can make them up in my mind if you want to. We want to hear some replacement stories?
No, I only want the ones you believe in.
You want to hear my...
No, no models here. I haven't even seen a globe model. Do you have one that you might want to show to us?
I think the globe people do have a model.
Well, I think
Great, can you show it to me?
It doesn't mean it works, but I think they do have one.
Where is it? I have not seen it.
I think it's the model where you keep distancing yourself from other experts within your model. So you just, at the end of the day, make your own belief system of a model. Because, gotta keep distancing from the guys on the television that, propose your idea of a spinning ball. So yeah, but I agree. What working model? You were searching for a working model or just a vain fantasy?
Well, I don't. That is a binary that I wouldn't pose, right? You can say that I have a model and I've proved some of it's worked, but not all of it. That kind of thing. That would be most interesting. I'm just interested in flat Earth models that people actually believe in, rather than people trolling.
Okay, if I would make a model where I say that if I have cat food, very yummy cat snacks, and I say within my model the only reason why the cat is coming to eat the cat snacks is because these snacks, they are giving off a certain fairy dust that is making the cat appear out of nowhere, and it happens every time. Would you agree that it's true?
No.
Okay, but people could believe it, right? If they want to, if it's being sold as a believable story.
Yeah, they could, but I don't really want things that are clear fantasies. I want things people believe in.
But that's the same thing, isn't it? You don't want fantasies. You want things people believe in.
Yeah, so to be clear, you guys draw that definition with belief meaning something that isn't real, right? I don't draw that to be true. So
a fantasy then.
That's not what I mean.
So a fantasy versus a fantasy.
No, I want when I say someone believes it, usually people try and justify their beliefs, right?
Sure. So there is a flat Earth. There's a flat Earth model floating around. It's called the azimuthal equidistant projection, but it turns out it's just a globe projection, and that's been used as a straw man for quite a while for the globe side, not knowing that they're debunking their own model. So there's that one that some flat earthers ascribe to, although I haven't come across any of them actually using it in recent times.
Do you want to link it in the chat? Because I can't spell that.
No, I'm in a car right now. Azimuthal equidistant. AE map. If you just look up AE map, that's a globe map. Or an Earth map. There's many Earth maps. All of them projections. All of them have problems. Even the beloved globe, the polar coordinate projection. So they use the azimuthal equidistant as a straw man and debunk that, which I think is hilarious.
Well,
You're seriously still trolling?
Go ahead, Truth Seeker, man. Go on.
Well, this guy's a troll. The guy that was speaking earlier, he's a known troll.
You mean
Anyway.
Mike Indigo? Or India?
But at the end of the day, it's only because there's no other map that the flat Earth is attached to or see a reference for. Like me myself, the AE map is the closest representation in a way you can describe the Earth, right? The model of the sun, and it's a time calculator essentially. That's its actual purpose, to indicate where the solar noon is relative to latitude. It's a good idea. It's a good 24-hour clock, basically.
No, it's not also the most accurate. It's just a projection.
Yeah, it was me. It's me. I'm lagging. I'll prove it.
No, he was breaking up. His first bit was.
I think maybe the server's taking a hit, and I've got like 5 KMS. I don't know if it's.
Oh yeah. It's dude, I have 5,000 ping.
Yeah.
It's the server.
Oh no. Back up now.
What's back?
I'm only on a hotspot, so I sometimes think it's me when the weather goes bad.
It's good again.
Yeah, I came back. Anyway, I mean, as a projection, I don't really accept any of the projections because I've also seen other projections that might be 500 years old that have a land on them that is now no longer on the projections we have today. So the maps are not very reliable to know where it is that you live.
I think like a model goes beyond just a map, though. Like when I ask for a model, it's like kind of asking for like, how does everything work? So like, how does the moon work? How does the sun work?
Imagine a big cosmic kitchen.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Well, you'd have to know what the sun is. You'd have to know what the moon is. Nobody knows these things.
Right.
Exactly.
When you first look at something, what's the first step to determining what it is? What do you first do? You already know what it is, or you try to find that out?
Put it in your hand, test it, hold it, empiricism. Be able to touch it, stuff like that. Test it.
Meld it.
Okay.
Oh crap! That ruined your argument, didn't it? Damn.
No, it didn't. I just know that this is stupid, so it's just funny.
It's a runaway into it's a stupid.
But when are we gonna touch the moon?
One second. I'm very interested. I'm very interested. You said it's stupid. I want to understand your perspective, so I'm asking why is it stupid? What he said.
Because we've already touched the moon. Oh, you guys don't believe that though, right?
You have? You've touched the moon?
No, I said mankind touched the moon. We've already touched the moon.
Oh, how?
He did.
I haven't touched the moon. Who did it?
I haven't either.
Mankind's been
to one of the Apollo missions a while ago.
Someone in your
The best you're just giving us hearsay.
Hold on.
Right?
Wait. So I'd have to touch the moon. Me. I have like 8 billion.
Well, you said we.
Everyone needs to touch the moon to like agree with the moon.
You
I
said
think so. I think that's a good standard for evidence. Yeah, everybody's able to touch the moon, not some kind of unfalsifiable hearsay claim. I think that's a good idea. Yes.
Well, you stated your position, so that's nice.
Yeah, your standard is low. I'm sorry that your standard is low. Not my problem.
Hey, man. Nah, I'm not contesting it, man. You have high standards. That's cool. People have to touch the moon.
If you can believe in some grainy, grayish footage and technology that has been destroyed and cannot be brought back again, and now it's 7 days that we need to the moon with something that is unmanned and weighs way less and is being prepared by extreme modern rockets made by SpaceX. And with the Apollo missions, we only took like 3 days, and I think it was 3 hours and 49 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. That is a very, very big accomplishment. It's almost like as if 60 years ago we had better technology than today. So I don't know if that is your standard of thinking logically, then go on, man. I'm not buying it. Not an inch.
You think the moon is physical?
Bro, I don't really care what the moon is. I know that it's hard to hear, and I think some philosophers don't even say that, but I personally, when it comes to my own person, I straight up tell you I don't care. I think the moon is much more beautiful that I can look at it in the night sky, and that it's this thing, however it was made, I don't even want to know, because if at the point where I would 100% know how it was created, I personally think the beauty of it would go away, and that's just my personal thing, right? Other people would want to know. I personally don't want to know. I don't want to know how the moon is made or what it is. I'm just saying I see a beautiful light in the sky, and I'm a simple man, and that's it.
So
if you want to have a story upon what the moon is, if you want to believe in some man playing golf on the moon, whatever, that's okay, man. It's not my cup of tea.
So why do you care about flat Earth, but you don't care about the nature of the moon?
That's simple. Because I can go outside and touch grass, man. To put it very simply, I can go outside, measure the long distance, for example, over large bodies of water. I can do experiments. I can do visual experiments where I see islands in the distance or ships or so forth. And then based upon that, I can put it into a perspective towards a certain claim. Like there's this story out there that the Earth is actually not a topographical stationary plane, and flat level water horizontally is actually bending 360 degrees in every direction around the ball, and this ball is spinning and wobbling and flying from every expanding world of darkness. That's a cool story. Unfortunately, everything I look into when it comes to reality and do my own tests and so forth, I just come to the conclusion it's not that spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from every expanding world of darkness. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm hoping maybe I was wrong. Actually, I'm not hoping. Maybe it could be. I'm just living on a flat spot of that ball, and maybe there's a globe that can come in here and actually present 360 degrees of bendy ground and 360 degrees of bendy surface water, horizontal level water, in every direction, and prove me wrong. But as long as that doesn't happen, it is what it represents itself to be.
It seems like really weird to say that you're both a simple man, but you want complex answers about the Earth, but you're a simple man and you don't care about the moon.
Complex
answers?
At all?
Yeah,
if I look at water is flat and horizontal. I see a flat horizontal horizon. I can use visual. I can use tools that we have created to empower my capabilities of my eyesight, like binoculars or telescopes or a good camera, right? I can use these things. I can make tests upon that. That's very simple tests. I don't even need that. I could also have a friend with a mirror on the other side of a huge pond, and he could do mirror flashes with the sunlight, whatever. Simple things. But I can also just look at water and understand how water behaves, and I can make conclusions upon that. That's a very simplistic thing.
We could look at the moon and see how the moon behaves.
Okay.
Ask you a question. So I know that you said Play under seal. I know that you said that you don't believe that the world is like a floating rock in space expanding to whatever darkness you were saying, but so what do you think the Earth is then? Like what is it? What's outside of Earth?
So the Earth is, and I 100% you can agree upon this because you have experienced the same thing. The world is when you go outside, you look at everything around you, and you realize it's a topographical stationary plane. That's what the world is.
Okay, but what's outside of that? What's outside of that?
What is outside of? Why should there be an outside?
What do you mean? You think there's just like the Earth is just the Earth and the universe? Like, what do you think it is? Like, you just don't think it's anything?
What do you think outside the ever expanding
Everything that we
space
see?
vacuum?
What
do
I
you think
think
outside
is
it?
one second. What I think is not as important as to what I observe. What I observe is the world around me. I can, for example, take a flight to Berlin. I can or to Spain, Morocco, whatever. I can fly somewhere and then but I will see there's similarities. There's probably going to be water. There's going to be clouds upon my head. There's going to be the same sun. There's going to be a blue sky, a night sky, and so forth. You're going to be observing the same thing as me, right? Why should I make claims that go above my observations? Why should I do
Clay,
that?
Clay, sorry to be the technician in the room. Your mic's doing the crackling shit again, man. Just let you know.
It's all right. Whatever.
No,
everything that
I
you
wasn't
said was
asking
able
you
to be
why
heard and
you
understand by
should.
me.
I'm not saying I didn't ask you why you should think otherwise. I'm just questioning why you don't believe in the spinning ball thing, but you believe in nothing. Like, what do you like? What do you think the Earth is on then?
Bro, I don't believe in nothing. I have my beliefs. I have my religious beliefs, and I think beliefs are a good thing. But when it comes to this discussion,
Do you think the universe exists? Do you think the universe exists, or do you think the Earth is the universe?
Yeah.
One second. I don't know what this term universe is in that perspective. That's something that I think is within your paradigm of a belief system. That's what I don't adhere to, right? I don't believe your belief system. So again, I stick to what I observe and what you equally observe. And I'm not a preacher, right? I'm not gonna insert my fantasies upon reality. I just want to be honest and truthful and say and reflect what I can experience with my own senses, and 100%ly it will match your own senses.
So you're not thinking outside the box. You're not thinking like, okay, what could be outside of the Earth? What are the stars that we're seeing in the sky? You don't think outside of that?
Like, man, I be down sometimes for no problem. I could sit there with someone and chill and say, okay, let's have some philosophical, fantasy, whatever debate about what is the possibility of what could there be and so forth. We could have a debate about biblical cosmology and so forth, about my actual beliefs, right? But I separate my beliefs. I don't make the belief that I have about the cosmology in biblical proportions be 100%ly applied to what I observe. I can see similarities which are described. That's okay.
Stars, right?
But I can't put myself in the seat of authority and say there is the firmament because I believe so. Now you need to believe the same thing. That is not truthful. That is actually the opposite. That is forcing your belief onto someone. I'm not gonna say there is a firmament because I believe so.
You can believe whatever you want to believe about the Earth, man. No one's forcing you to believe anything.
Right, but you sound like as if it's so crazy to separate these two things: observations, repeatable measurements, and so forth, directly sliced off. Cut off from your own belief. Sometimes in life you just gotta put your belief to the side, and when it comes to the topic of the room, you should not insert your beliefs. Sometimes I do this. Sometimes I get caught myself to sometimes
you observe
insert
stars,
my beliefs.
but you don't know what the stars are. You observe the stars in the sky that we all do, but you don't know what they are. Same with Same with the sun.
You do? Do you know that?
Shut up, Anglin.
Anyways, I BFK for a second. I gotta make myself some food. Someone else can.
It's good to eat healthy, buddy.
Someone take care of this child.
Dude, how old is that kid? What the fuck?
Some little kid comes
What a
in.
fight? How old is that kid? What a fight?
Dude, how old are you?
I'm
Oh my
17,
god.
mate. Are you mad?
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh, what the hell?
He's violating terms of service, Discord TOS, ban.
Hey,
We don't
me,
know
you've
how
got
old
a
he
deeper
is. He
voice
could be.
than that kid.
Yeah,
Dude, that fucked me up.
No offense.
No, absolutely. I mean, I always get told I'm a 12-year-old boy. He sounded 7. That was crazy. That felt like I went to my niece's primary school.
He was born 2 days ago.
That's okay.
So what's outside the infinite space vacuum?
What's what?
What's outside the
There is
infinite space vacuum?
there is no space vacuum.
Well, I know, but he's also bringing up, oh, well, what's outside
Yeah,
the
but
Earth?
you
If
shouldn't
the
be
Earth is
asking
flat and all
such
this,
question.
what's outside it? Think outside the box. Now I'm asking him to think outside the box. What's
No,
outside
this
his
is
infinite
not
space vacuum?
thinking outside the box, is accepting that space vacuum exists. We shouldn't make such assumptions. We don't know what the sky is. Nobody has a piece of the sky in his pocket or on his desk. Nobody. Not a piece of a star, not a piece of a so-called wandering star or planet, whatever. No piece of the moon.
Well, I'm made of stars.
Yeah.
Bullshit. No, we are not made of stars. Mankind's official story about how everything came into existence, there is a creator who created us and the world. He first created the world and then he created man. Before creating the world, this God creator created the angels.
So get
So,
you think?
See,
Do you think moon
get
rocks are real?
amen. That is a truthful thing within the realms of our belief, right? But if we wanna point out what the Earth truly is, we should stick to what is equally observed, and that's where we personally need to have the strength of putting a certain belief to the side, right? Because otherwise we would align with their system, which is also completely a belief system. And belief is not a bad thing, you know. Belief is a wonderful and a good thing, actually, because we are made to believe many things as human beings. That's why it's so easy to catch these young people with the heliocentric
Well, you know,
belief
when you have a
system.
name like Glober Jesus, it's a little bit it's a little bit intentional, you know. So I'm just gonna stop talking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. But Sydney, don't be everybody. Let the what
I'm
is it
talking
called?
for that reason. I know, I get it. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing.
Yeah, let it be on his shoulders, so to say. I would say
I would say that
live with the consequence.
the elect, the teachers, are entitled to tell to the naive people, to the less knowledgeable, what to believe. But these teachers, they must be verified to be righteous in what they say. Now, this belief that there is a creator is both for a man, it can be a blind belief, and following this blind belief is not a bad thing, but there is also a scientific theory which states that there is a creator. We have DNA, we are living beings. DNA is a
programming, operating system, software, code. It is information, specific functional information. And this does not naturally occur. Whenever we follow the source of information, it will be an intelligent agent. Therefore, a creator, life, living beings, living entities of all kinds, they could not exist without an intelligent creator to create them, to program them.
Well, that's true. One might could
Why can't the universe
argue.
and God exist at once?
One could argue that it is observable that everything that has been made or is being made through our hands, has an origin, right? There's like literally nothing that humans have made that made itself.
Yeah, everything
so to
that
say.
is synthetic. Yeah,
Yeah.
everything
Right.
that
So
is
it's a
synthetic,
logical
like
alignment.
sandcastles. Yeah, sandcastles. They do not naturally occur on the beach. It takes little children to actually play with shovels and buckets and build these sandcastles.
You have
Yeah.
an issue of infinite recursion when you make a claim to a creator god, because who created the creator god, you know? You can't just say that everything needs to be created and then be the creator god doesn't need to be created. That's kind of illogical.
All right, let me jump in here real quick. I just want to let the group hold on, Gabby. I want to let the channel know that if today, usually today we have like speculation, so you can deviate a little bit from the empirical off into like what do you think the Earth is, because the question was asked from the gentleman if what you think the Earth is, and I think Clay wanted to answer, but of his own belief, and I think today would be the day that you would mention that. Other days usually we kind of keep to like empiricism, because that keeps the honesty on the side of like what can be verified. So if you want to today, you could let them know as a speculation what you think the Earth is, and I guess GBG.
I forgot.
Clay can actually mention that from a biblical cosmological side. I guess GBG, you can put in your 2 cents. But I guess to answer the gentleman who's wanting to know other than the globe, what else can we like know outside of this system that we're in? So I think that was the question was asked. If you might want to rephrase it, or I don't want to misrepresent the gentleman. But
No, that was my question.
yeah,
Like,
today you
Earth
can.
is Earth, right? That's reality that we see. But what's outside of Earth? What are those stars that we see in the sky?
Yeah, let me kick it over to the guys, because we have our beliefs on what else it could be, as in a suggestion for something else. But this is all speculation. I just want to caveat to tell that, because that's what we call it, Speculation Sunday. It's deemed that for a reason, so that people can actually get into what their research has kind of led them to understand. It could be something else, and this is hopefully Clay can tell you about a biblical cosmology. Maybe GBG can tell you a little bit of what he might think it is, and so on. So, all right, I just want to open up the floor to that. This isn't empirical evidence. This is just what they could say it could be. This. So, go ahead, gentlemen.
You go ahead first, Clay.
Oh yeah, I'll make it quick, okay? Because I have something on the stove. So from my belief system, right, or my speculation, which I mean, what I believe, let's know what I actually believe. The Earth to be is a enclosed system, which there is a firmament above it, and that firmament can also be described as a molten-looking glass, right? And why I also believe this to be the case is you can look at the strongest lasers that we have. I think they're in Spain, on some little islands close to Madeira, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, when they shoot these lasers, they create so-called artificial stars, and it looks like as if they stop at the same height as of the stars that are moving within the firmament. And they say that happens, the sudden abrupt stopping of the light and these artificial stars, that happens because of a sodium layer, which is, crazy. Anyways.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory. I saw the sodium research where they actually can freeze light, like reduce its speed zero. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you have
What do you
like
think the stars are again? You're kind of, I know you're talking about a bunch of stuff. Can you just summarize what you think the stars are?
what the stars are in a biblical perspective.
No, like in your perspective, like what you genuinely think the stars are.
Oh yeah, the stars are to tell times and seasons. So the sky itself, the firmament itself, is like a perfect clock. It's a perfect way of for navigation, for reference, for telling times and seasons. It's like a map, kinda, right? For many
So
things.
the stars are
for
there
many
for us to
uses.
tell seasons and whatnot. That's why the stars are there.
Well, certain constellations can help you to orient yourself. Orientate. Sorry, I don't know if I'm saying it correct. Orientate yourself. Thank you. Anyways, I'll be right back. I have something on the stove, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Man.
So I do have
some
speculations about how this world.
Yeah, let me just.
Go ahead.
I want to rephrase because I don't want the point to get lost. The gentleman asked, if you have a speculation, what do you think the stars are? Because we do this to the Globers, so he's asking a question. I want the flat Earth perspective. If you have a speculation, what do you think they are? Can you answer the gentleman, please?
So each star in the sky represents every living creature or human being that ever lived on this world. Every ant, every living, crawling or walking creature is represented by a star in the sky.
Why are some stars different than others then?
Yeah, because not all of are all humans equal in society?
No, so you think the stars are like different because humans are like not equal?
Yeah, some of them are richer, some of them are poorer. Yeah, so they are different from one another. Each star is unique.
Wouldn't God be like against that? Wouldn't all humans be equal according to God?
No, I mean humans. Yeah, we all are like we have all the gifts from God, but actually, from all the seeds that we have, all these gifts, we don't excel, every one of us, in music or mathematics or physics, or each individual chooses its own path where he's excelling. Yeah.
Then what would galaxies be?
Sorry, what galaxies will
galaxies
be? Well, I see no
Yeah,
galaxy when I look at the sky.
Yeah, let me hang on. I guess if everybody's going to vary with the answers that you give this gentleman, but he wants to know specifically the constituent parts that make up the thing he's asking about. So, what elemental structure are they consistent of? I think that's what he's saying, but not in that the way I phrased it. So, if you can tell him what, because I'll give it to you like this, or I'll give it to you like this. The globe Earth has given a pathway to an explanation of to what its constituent parts are made of. The things that we look at in the sky, celestial objects, right? So they would say the wandering stars, as we would know them to be, are planets. They're each and every one different, right? Made up of different elements. So in the explanations that the globe Earth gives, there's kind of a story that's behind each one. So he's asking a question. We hear a story, and I'm still manning you, I guess, sir. But if Globe Earth has given us an explanation thoroughly about all the things that we see, what do you say, Flat Earther, they're made of? The things that we're looking up in the night sky.
Yeah.
And that's what they're
So
asking.
Thank you for
So
clarifying
if you're
that.
saying that they're,
Thank you.
yeah, if you're saying that they're spirits and all that, that's what you might think. But what makes up the structure of the thing you're seeing? is a better way, kind of like
I don't
rephrasing it.
think in metaphysical or esoteric stuff like ghost-like things. So I do believe that there must be something material, but nothing similar to what we have here in the world. I think the medium of the sky is actually an ocean of superfluid liquid helium, and living beings living in that medium, they do not need to eat food so that they have energy. All the energy that they have is eternal, perpetual, because in laboratory we already observed quantum vortices. Once you stir this liquid, it forms a vortices, which will be spinning forever. It will never stop. So, because that is a frictionless medium. So there is no loss of energy. So whatever these entities are there, their bodies, if they contain physical elements, gold, carbon, whatever, they are in a super state, superior, supernatural, not supernatural, but superconductive, super magnetic, and eternal. It never degrades.
Okay,
It will, it will never
yeah.
lose anything. Yeah.
All right, let me go ahead and kick it off to somebody else. If there's somebody else in the room that wants to give an explanation to the gentleman of what the celestial bodies are, you can chime in. If you're another part of the panel, I see people in here right now. So if you want to chime in and answer the gentleman's question, you can do so. Remember, this is all like what you think they are. This isn't empirical, so we're just going off a little bit on Speculation Sunday to kind of hear what you guys think, because this is what they've always been asking throughout the week. What do you guys think? And we always tell them that we don't work off of that. We work on empiricism. So if there's anybody else in the room other than GBG and Clay, you can tell the guy what you think the stars are or celestial bodies. Go ahead.
I think that the stars are a form of sonoluminescence. And I'm going to have to expand on, like, whenever I refer to the firmament, I don't know what its construction is. I just know that it is a container, and that's all I can say. And I think that underneath this container is a bunch of fluids, right? Air, you got your gas, liquids, plasma, and then you got your solids. And I don't think that the stars are a form of solid. I don't think that they're a physical thing. I think it's more of like the fluid that's inside the container is collapsing in on itself from all the vibrations that's happening from within the container. And so the
So you
stars,
think all of those?
when the stars are moving in their patterns, it's cyclical vibrations that they make their patterns. Like, I don't know if you've ever done it, but put like water or something in a bucket and with
I know. I want to touch on a few things you just said. Okay, so you think that all the stars have like their own containers?
No, I don't think they're their own containers. I think, like I said, it's a sonoluminescence. It's a compression within the fluids. And what we're seeing is a light being made from the compressions of these fluids.
You don't think the light is coming from a physical source?
Have you looked at sonoluminescence? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say that?
Sonoluminescence is when a gas bubble inside a liquid is being exposed to ultrasounds, making it implode by the higher pressure, yeah, contract, and then expand suddenly when all that higher pressure disappears.
Yeah,
It
I
is
just want to
phenomena.
touch up on that. So what GBG and other gentleman saying, it causes a process called cavitation. So when
Yeah,
this collapse happens at a rapid rate, it creates a burst of energy, which can
of
be
photons. Yeah,
yeah, this can be quantified in a laboratory. So if
yeah,
you wanted to see what this looks like, sonoluminescence, if you look it up, it's called, they're colloquially named it star in a jar
yeah,
in YouTube. So you can see what the process is, but it creates
Yeah.
basically the same type of light that it would emit from like a star at a faraway distance. So it's just another way to think about how the process could happen outside of what you've been told with like mainstream rhetoric and such. So yeah, but it's called cavitation, the process by which all of this happens, with the energy being put in through water and at a specific point. Yeah, you create a burst of energy like that. So
Yeah, this idea
go
kicked
ahead.
off a
Chain
handful of
reaction not
years
long
ago.
ago.
Interesting.
This idea kicked off in a long time ago, a handful of years ago, and the star in a jar became like a good keyword. So then what they did in YouTube is started creating a bunch of videos about using metal and shaping it into like a I don't know. Anyway, they shape the metal, they put electricity on the metal, and then they cause it to be in a vacuum, and then so the vacuum illuminates with plasma, and that's what they've flooded the search with star in a jar. So if you wanted to look it up, there was
interesting. Yeah,
a um a teacher. I don't remember what his name was, but it was in a university in California. He put a flask of water and put two speakers on each side, hit it with ultrasound at two different frequencies, and it caused the wave functions to collapse and created light within inside this little flask. And the temperatures that they were reading on this little light inside this flask of water was really high. So when you look up star in a jar, if you do, you be specific. I'm talking about the flask of water. You could do it in your own house.
yeah.
Hollywood jumped on it. They
I
made
would.
the movie Chain Reaction with Morgan Freeman and Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
I'm
like
guessing
to
the sun.
touch a
Would you say that the
point
sun
also.
is a physical object?
Uh,
Sun is one thing.
I
So would you say
agree
it's a
with.
physical object?
I can't remember who said it earlier, but I think it is a focal point of light that exists in the sky because of um, well, like I explained,
Yeah,
found with inside
guys,
the container.
So
before
it has to be
we move
physical then.
on, mic check.
I hear you.
Thank you. So
Oh,
I
here.
want to say something in regards to this sonoluminescence idea theory, to add something. So in the couple of years ago, I was it would have explained very well for me too this idea. It sounded good, but actually, for me, when I look at the stars in the sky, I see that they are performing repeating cycles. They dance in a giant circle around Polaris. So they are animated. This means that they are alive. Only a living thing can repeatedly do something over and over again. So the stars fulfill the minimum requirements for being alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
I was just
just
fucking with you.
a
This
thing
really
I
isn't
wanted
important.
to point out. Yeah. So
T-Dub, did you want to come in with something? I think you were talking about a chain reaction before GPG came in.
I was just out of interest. I was just mentioning the movie that Hollywood made about sonoluminescence.
All
To do
right.
with converting
So I did a
hydrogen and they were using sonoluminescence in the movie. They use sonoluminescence to extract hydrogen or something from water and use it to create free energy. And then it's a big cover up and conspiracy involved. It's got Morgan Freeman and Keanu Reeves. It's kind of like on the B grade end though. Of it didn't really gain much popularity in the cinemas.
Yeah, I go along with a lot of what we could see with energy being visible, the visible light, and the spectrum that we can see with the eyes. So obviously it is energy being emitted, right? But I'm more keen to a Enoch cosmology. So Enoch was speaking of the way, the heavenly bodies were actually, the way he talked about them were they're actually angelic beings, kind of like what GBG's saying. It's an angelic host that's abiding by a specific archangel named Uriel. Uriel is, the one who's like having all these this heavenly host kind of abide by a specific cyclical nature or cyclical pattern. So Enoch describes what's going on in the heavens, but I think he said there's those that are against that that pattern that disobeyed the Creator, which are the planets that you see. The planets disobey the Creator because they have retro. Yeah, they're called wandering because they have retrograde motion, all of them.
Yeah.
So because of that, they have been deceiving man in all types of ways, like astrology, and so there's an empirical kind of physical outlook on what we see, and then there's a metaphysical spiritual outlook on because everything, in my opinion, everything has a duality. We see things in the physical form because we are physical ourselves, right? So everything that can be understood in the physical sense, we try to draw conclusions with that physicality, but we lack understanding from the metaphysical side, which is the spiritual side. Because we think that everything is only physical because we're physical, then we don't add the extra added layer that things are also spiritual, like in nature, which we understand to a certain degree. Like when we speak of things that are abstracts, like love, we don't understand love in a way that we could quantify, like because we think they're just signals, that electrical signals interpreted by our brains. But in all reality, you can't tell somebody to then put like love in a jar or something because you can't quantify love in that way, right? So love has a different distinctive way for us to understand that there is a spiritual, metaphysical side to the physical realm that we exist in, and other things, right? Like anger, and like where do these things come from? Obviously, they're called emotions, but where do they originate? Where do they stem from? And so there's a lot of philosophical underpinnings when we speak of these things, right? But so why would it be so different to say that things that can't be quantified, like stars, have the same attributes, right? They have a physicality to them, yet they still are abiding by a more metaphysical, spiritual aspect, which is kind of my take on it. It's because we try so hard to kind of put things into a category that we can explain, where I think we can't do that with all things, right? I'll give you an example right before I go on anymore. If I was to tell you what the fabric of reality is made of, what do you think your answer would be to that? The fabric of what makes everything be what it is. And that interpretation is different for everybody, right? Everybody describes it differently. But it's the same thing that we do in here. Like when it comes to like, well, what do you think that is? It's speculation. It's us, giving you what we think it could be. But, we just try to do the best we can with what we have. And that's about all we can do. So,
I get
if
will say.
if anybody else has any answers, that was just my take on it. But if anybody else wants to chime in, and
It's a good take, Miggy. But in regards to your question, in response to your question, what is the fabric of everything? I would say that helium is actually responsible for the existence of all matter. This element, helium, is the only element in nature which does not have a solid state. And superfluid liquid helium fits very well Enoch's description of the water of life being the most crystalline water, a water so clear that when you look, you have to look very carefully at it, otherwise you don't see it flowing or being present there. It has a very low refraction index, almost the same like the air which we breathe, and we cannot see the air, in front of our eyes. It's transparent.
Yeah. So would
Yeah.
you say, I don't know if I asked the other guy this, I don't know if he's still here, but I asked him, you think that the sun is a physical object? Like, if you were to be that close to the sun, do you think you could physically touch it? Obviously, you die, but like, you think it'd be like a physical thing?
Well, actually, I don't think the sun is that hot the way they tell us.
But do you think it's physical?
Being
It's
well,
physical.
I think it's some sort of uh, magnetic phenomena inside superfluid liquid helium. So all the materials
Superfluid
that is
liquid.
made of. Sorry.
What's that? I don't know what superfluid liquid helium. Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, superfluid liquid helium is a liquid which um, it's liquid helium which is below the lambda point in physics. In physics, the lambda point is when you drop to the lowest temperatures in nature, of nature. So lowest energy points, the lowest forms of energy. Uh, for us, it is an extremely cold liquid, extremely cold medium. That medium is so cold that the water molecule cannot be present in that medium because the oxygen and the hydrogen would break free from the water molecule. It will disassemble, and oxygen will precipitate, will instantly become liquid, and then it will freeze into oxygen ice because you are way below the lambda point.
So
That
yes.
is like
So how would you
2.17
explain the sun?
degrees Kelvin, and oxygen liquefies um, at about, I don't know in Kelvin, but at about 250 degrees Celsius negative.
So when you say all these things, so can you just like simplify what you think the sun, like what do you think the sun's a physical source, right?
Yes, but it will be a thing which operates in this medium, which is super cold. Yeah.
Operates in a medium that is super cold. Where?
Yes, and
Where?
in the sky.
So the sun is wait, so the sun is like in some super cold medium?
Yes, in an
It's
ocean.
bright and hot.
I know that's how we perceive it because it does emit a lot of electromagnetic radiation.
Huh?
And if you do a little bit of research, you will find that at CERN, the LHC particle accelerator in Swiss, the Hadron Collider, they use supermagnets. So to actually build those supermagnets, they work with liquid helium. Those magnets are being cooled at extremely low temperatures so that they can achieve those powerful magnetic fields.
So you're telling me, so you're saying that the sun is like in some super cold, low temperature ice type of environment?
In a medium like that, that is a liquid medium, but
Okay, so it's in a solid then.
it's a super magnetic, electromagnetic phenomena, induction, and
You think the sun is still then? Do you think it's still?
it's real energy. It's real energy. Like when you get close to it in that medium, it will not be burning you. You will perceive it as very bright, luminous, but not hot. But that
Do you think it's moving, right?
electromagnetism, which is being emitted, in our medium, it has this property to excite all the molecules and to actually be this heat.
Yes. So the sun would be moving. Do you think it's moving?
Yes, it is moving, obviously.
So it's moving in a solid medium that is super cold and has very low temperatures.
That medium, it's not solid. I said it's superfluid liquid helium.
You're right now
So
mixing two
superfluid liquid
perspectives.
helium.
Yeah.
So it's
So
superfluid liquid helium, and the sun is moving inside of that.
Yeah, and that medium
any-
is a frictionless medium. So
Is there
it
any
takes
sort?
no way.
Is there any?
Listen,
Hold on.
when you are actually walking through such a medium, you consume no energy.
Is there any like sources for this?
No. That's why it's Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, it's just a speculation. It's not.
Just speculation. Okay.
It's not something that you will find online.
Yeah,
It's
make sure
personal
that you don't forget. Every time that we talk today, make sure that you keep reminding yourself of that. That everybody who gives you their interpretation of what it is will be a speculation. This is not empirical. I repeat, this is not empirical. I said that before, and it seems like at the end of each statement, you're going to have to be reminded. This is not empirical. This is a speculation. So this is the reason why we have this discussion, so that people know. So I'm going to kick it off, GBG. Let somebody else take the floor.
Yeah,
Let somebody else
I
take the
will,
floor
but
so they
I
can
want
answer
to say something in the end. So this speculation of mine is based on knowledge that we already have about this medium of superfluid liquid helium. It's a frictionless medium, demonstratable in a lab. These are scientific findings, facts that we found about this liquid. So when I say these things, it's not like, okay, I'm imagining wild horses, unicorns, and stuff like that. So, thank you.
Just quickly, I do recall reading something about study of Jupiter involving superfluid helium. I don't know if I bookmarked it or what it was, but I do recall. And I was looking into. I think it was to do with spectroscopy. Readings of Jupiter.
Does it? All right. So thank you for that, Tito. Does anybody else want to chime in and answer the gentleman about what do you think the sun is? You guys can take turns. That way, everybody can know what's on your mind about it. Usually, these questions aren't answered throughout the week because we're always staying on the empirical topic, like what it actually is. So, does anybody else want to chime into what they think the sun is?
Yeah, I can chime in for just a couple minutes. So what I think the sun is, I believe there's empirical evidence actually that we're seeing an effect of a source. We don't actually see the source, but I believe those are focal points of focused energy. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Sonny. Anybody else? I don't know. I guess everybody's shying away from answering you.
No.
You know what I sound like? You're like, dude, I heard you say it on Sunday that the sun is this. I'm gonna hold you to it.
I agree with Sonny on that.
Lights are way too hard to isolate, like a source, or is it a reflection, or is it, an appearance? It's like I'd like to speculate, but ultimately we see lights in the sky. They seem to be either infinite distance or non-material. So the source or the reflection or whatever, they're in an apparent position, but it doesn't make any sense to try and explain why, especially because pretty much none of them are the same. There are no two alike. So, yeah, no way to know.
There you go. Angelon, do you have any other questions, man? Ask them. Today you get us in a rare moment where we can actually answer questions like as speculative if you want. So
Yeah. Yeah. Would you guys say the moon is? I don't know if I already asked this question before, so I don't want to know anybody if I did. But I don't know if I asked if the moon would be a solid object as well, because we see patterns on the moon. So I don't know if you guys think it's a solid or it's like.
I would say the moon is. I would say the moon is the sister of the sun.
Sister of the sun.
Yeah,
Is it physical?
and
a moon is a
much
satellite.
the same like the sun, but like female representation. So it's not as bright, but its light, the light of the
When you
moon,
say not as
is very different from the light of the sun.
So when you
The
say
light coming from
that
the moon
is the
I'm
reflection
saying
of the sun.
the light coming from the moon by no means can be the light coming from the sun.
But it is.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
The sun is
How does
outputting
Diabetes? You can question him about that.
the sun
I don't know
emits
about
a warm light, energetic light, and the moon, what the type which the moon emits is very much like a stroboscopic kind of light. It switches on and off, but
like
at
a
such a
light bulb.
fast rate, I'm not finished, at such a fast rate that it matches the electron spin around the atom, the nuclei of the atom. Therefore, it flickers at about 200 attoseconds. So for an electron to orbit around the nuclei of the atom, it takes about 260 attoseconds. If you are matching this exact emitting photons, at this rate, you are managing to bombard the electron in the same position of when it's orbiting the atom, and it will make that electron to emit 2 or 3 photons when it's being hit by one photon, and this results with a loss of energy of that atom. Therefore, it has a cooling.
Can you let someone respond to what you said?
Yeah.
Because I know that you
Yeah.
said a lot, but can you summarize it so someone can respond?
Yes, of course. Go ahead. Thank you.
No, I got to ask Epiget, is this a speculation or are you making a claim? This is a knowledge claim? What is this?
This is a technology that we use lasers in laboratory to achieve the lowest temperatures in nature.
Okay, you're using lasers to achieve the lowest temperature in nature. All the things that you're talking about as far as orbits and atoms and nuclei and all that stuff, is there any verification for this or is this a conceptualization?
It's not a
I was
concept.
asking.
I mean, it's based on the atomic model, yeah.
Yeah,
But they
but that's
do these
already been
things
kind of
in the
thrown out.
lab, and I did. You asked me a question. Do you want an answer?
Well, you're speculating. Just say you're speculating. But
Yeah.
if you don't have any evidence, if this is a knowledge claim, I'd like to know where you got the information from, so I can check it.
Yeah. Well, I can direct you to search for laser cooling technology.
Okay.
Using lasers to achieve the lowest energy states. And you will see what it's all about. These people, they got a Nobel Prize recently, between 2010 and 2020. And yeah, they really managed to, they actually, I think they invented the term attosecond.
All right, real quick, because GBG, you kind of get real long with it. I just want some concise questions and answers so that the gentleman can get as many questions that he wants to get in. So, Angle on, if you have any more questions.
Yeah. I was just asking whether or not the moon would be a physical object. I know that Get has been answering like a lot of these questions. I don't know if I could have someone else to answer them.
Yeah, get somebody else. Yeah, let's get somebody else.
I just wanted to quickly say, if it is physical, there's some interesting speculation about how the craters are formed upon it. Of course, as opposed to the idea that they're being, it's being slammed into by space rocks, right? There's been some correlation where some tests with lightning or electricity bolts, right, hitting certain different surfaces, creating a similar effect. Wanted to throw that in.
That can be a speculation for sure. I mean, I was just curious if anyone thought it would maybe be just a light or maybe it's physical.
I have I have a speculation on the moon. So the moon. Okay, so we know that whatever this Earth is, it aligns very closely with the natural laws, electromagnetism, electrostatics. Like all these things are real, powerful forces. Actually, is what they are. Electricity itself is a force we don't understand, but there are some things we can figure out. It appears to me, this is speculation, it appears to me with almost like an electrician's mind, there's potential between the air, the sun, and the moon and Earth, which we stand in the middle, in between all of those, in between heaven and earth, literally, on the plane of existence. But so the sun and the moon, think of the sun as the anode and the moon as the cathode.
Fields, yeah.
They're almost like they're almost like opposite fields. But what they're actually showing us, what we're actually seeing in the visible range and in the temperature range, is just an effect of this source energy, which we don't know anything about. This source energy, what it comes from. It appears to be supernatural to us or paranormal because it rides along with our normal life, like an experience, because it's always there in the daytime. There's the moon, there's the sun, whatever. Those things are definitely there, sun, moon, and stars. But they don't abide by the things that we see happening here on the earth, on the surface itself. And what I mean by that is you don't see balls of light moving around in your environment. But that's exactly what we see the sun and the moon are. Some source of light that's reaching our eyes and is moving across the ceiling of existence. So that's about all. That's about as far as we can go as far as what these things are. Honestly, I'll just speculate. I'll just go to hard speculation and I'll stop. The moon appears to me like something that is mimicking. I emphasize that word. The moon appears to be something that is mimicking a freaking solid, round, or spherical object, like it's not really, or it's almost like it's a pseudo sphere, because it doesn't behave like a sphere, especially if you think about something that's transmitting light, like a beam of light. In order for it to reach our eye, that thing has to be a certain shape. It can't be some odd shape. It can't be a sphere and be a reflection of light from the sun. It can't do that because reflectors, you can't make reflectors out of solid round objects. Like spherical objects don't make reflections. Especially if it were a reflection that you would be able to see the detail that we see on the moon, those details of those craters. It would not be possible, and this is just a caveat, not be possible to see those details if it was as far away and what they told us it is. Thanks for letting me speculate.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm not going
I'm
not going to question.
Yeah, no. Let me just add to what he was saying because I think it's important. When we talk about the way light works, we understand light and shadows, right? Like if we're gonna say things look like the moon's getting covered with light. Well, if we're saying that it was getting hit with direct sunlight and covering a sphere. Well, a sphere would then denote that a specular highlight would then be something that would be evidently known on the moon, like it would have like a hot spot on the surface of the moon because of its sphericity. The consequence of it being a sphere would mean that we would get a specular highlight on it, just like they do in art class. When you draw an art, when you're making a sphere, the way you know it's a sphere is the way light hits that sphere and bounces off, and you see a specular highlight on that sphere when you draw like an art class. So it wouldn't be any different with the moon getting hit by direct light, that it would then show us a specular highlight on the surface. We don't see that. There's an even covering of light on the surface of, let's say, the moon. So it doesn't, like what Sonny was saying, that it looks like a sphere, but it doesn't act like one. That's what he was talking about.
Exactly.
If it was a real sphere, if it was a real sphere, it would have a. Yeah, if it was a real sphere, it would have the specular highlight, even what we could see from this vantage point. And yeah, it would definitely be a sphere, and for all intents and purposes, from just observation. But not even observation can put it in that category because we have that contradiction with light. So I think GBG wanted to ask.
Yeah, I want to say that
demonstrate what a specular
something
highlight would
very
look like,
important.
so I can see.
Sorry.
What'd you say?
I said, could one of you guys demonstrate what a specular highlight would look like, so I can understand what you're trying to imply?
Yeah, let Get finished, and we'll have someone put an image out there.
But like we've already heard a lot from Get though.
I do have that image. I will provide it in the voice chat, in the text chat. But yeah, first I give my point, which I want to add. It's a very important
I see what
point.
a specular highlight looks like. Okay.
Yeah, I will show you in a minute. So, if the moon was reflecting the light from the sun, then the sun must be a color-changing disco ball. Because over the span of 10 years, we have made photographs of the moon, and the moon displayed 48 different color nuances. 48 different colors.
So, if the moon isn't reflecting sunlight, then What's the light from the
Yeah,
moon coming from?
there were cases where a
Hold
date.
on. Gibby, I just
Yeah,
asked you a question, dude.
yeah,
If the moon isn't reflecting sunlight, it's not light from the sun. And
yeah,
where's the light from the moon coming from?
from itself.
Self, what? How can you prove that? Like, how's the moon
Yeah, here's
emitting its
here's a
own
different
light?
take. Yeah, angle on. Here's a different
It
take.
looks like a rock.
Because but
A rock.
it's in an environment that's high energy, right? And I would put it to you like this, and this model can't be verified to the exactness, but you could probably draw from what I'm saying the understanding. As you go higher in altitude, the energy increases. Do you agree or disagree with that position? Like energy increases as you go higher in elevation.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So if
Sure.
you're saying that if you would follow that logic all the way to where these things are, and not in the heliocentric cosmological sense, but like to say that if you just thought about it entirely different, right? And these things are up in an elevation that we can't even perceive, but they're pretty high up in the sky, right? They would be swimming in a level of energy that we couldn't even understand. So the moon would be
Yeah, but
basically
that's just saying
drawing.
that we can't understand it. That's just saying that we can't understand
No,
it.
I'm not saying that you couldn't quantify some idea of it, but what it actually is could be just a mystery all the same. So if we're thinking about like the energy part of it, I would say that the moon is gathering energy and expelling it like throughout its cycles. That's what it does. So the sun inputs energy into this dynamic system. The moon then transfers that energy into the light that it receives, and then it expels it. Like, so it's taking in energy and then expelling it. And the process that it's in right now,
I mean, you're
waxing and waning. So yeah, it basically it goes through the
kind of
cycle of
saying
taking
what
in
it
energy.
does, but
Well, that's not what I'm saying. The energy
I
that
mean,
you're
you're kind
asking
of
that comes. What?
no, I'm saying you're kind of
What'd you say?
saying like what astronomers would say that it is taking sunlight and reflecting it back.
Yeah,
You're
but
just putting it a different way.
I'm not. Sunlight is directly coming emitted from the sun, so it's reflecting the light. I'm not saying it's reflecting light. I'm saying the energy it's drawing from is from the place where it's at. So the light that it's emitting is its own light. It is not drawing light from the sun. It's gaining the energy from the place that it's in right now. So it draws in the energy and then
Okay,
it
so
expels it. But it's not drawing it directly from the sun.
okay, so the moon itself is not drawing the energy from the sun. It's emitting its own light. How? I mean, because it's in the middle of space, right? It's in space, right? So where is the light that it could be gaining?
Well,
As it's
we
not
don't
like a
make.
hot fireball, right? It's not a nuclear
Yeah, it's
furnace
not
like
a
the sun is.
Hold
So
on, it's not
how
in
could a
right.
space.
rock?
Hold on, it's not in space either.
It's not in
Yeah,
The
space.
it's an
vacuum of space
electron.
is
Hold on, let me finish.
the
Let me finish
vacuum of
real quick.
space.
So it's not. So it's yeah, no, I know. So it's not in the vacuum of space, but it's emitting its own light as a rock. But we
Yeah.
wouldn't know if it's a rock.
No, we didn't say it's a rock.
Listen, yeah,
Okay.
we didn't
Yeah, that
say
was
that.
something you said.
So
You
what
said
is it
rock.
then, though? Because it.
That's the
We
problem.
don't know.
Everybody's
Well, we
speculation.
don't
Yeah,
know.
That's the
We
problem.
can't.
Everybody's speculation can be what it is,
yeah.
but nobody can identify. So the problem with these conversations and the reason why it's only on Sunday is because this is the issue people have, Angelon or whatever your name is, because you want to get it to a point where now we're making a claim and nobody in here is doing that. And I think it's going to start
I
to rub you the
understand that.
wrong
I'm just
way.
trying to conceptualize it.
Right.
I'm just trying to conceptualize
Well,
it. That's
yeah,
all.
that's fine. You can try to conceptualize it from what we're saying, but each individual in here will have their own take on what they think it is as a speculation. But the issue
That's
that
fine.
we
That's fine.
have is when someone like you is too inquisitive, you're going to get to a point where you're going to want to say, well, you just tell me what it is so that I can pit it against my explanation of the Earth being a globe and the cosmology from the globe. And that's where you're going to start to want for us to stand on a claim, and we're not going to. None of us in here will.
That's fine.
Not today, anyway.
That's fine. That's fine.
So moving forward,
Um,
yeah, that's the reason why we only answer questions without like saying that this is what we affirm. So
You're just skeptical.
no, not that we're skeptical. It's like if the Earth were the globe and the cosmology was exactly what people are saying from the heliocentric cosmology, then those things could be verified, like what we're saying could be verified. But if you're saying, well, we have a good explanation from the globe side, then you're actually saying, I know what I know from a standpoint of truth, and you don't. So here's what I'm going to throw out. Let's put aside the speculation talk for just a moment. Does anybody want to make a claim about cosmology from the globe Earth standpoint? I would say make a claim and then back it up with evidence. Let's see if you think that you can actually do that. If you think the Earth is a globe, we're going to put our speculation chat aside for a moment. Go ahead and tell us, make a claim, and then back up that claim with evidence. I'm going to open up the floor to anybody who's brand new to our channel. This is for you guys who think the Earth is a globe. Please chime in. Make a claim,
Think
step 1.
or no?
Provide evidence, step 2.
You
Go
mean
ahead.
no, right?
Yes. If
Yes.
it has to come from a place of knowledge.
Science is a place of knowledge.
All right. Make a claim and then back it up with evidence about the
Okay.
cosmology.
Cosmology.
What
Like,
about it? What's your claim, sir?
I don't know. What do you want my claim to be?
Anything you want. Pick any position of any claim about cosmology of the Earth being a globe or solar system or planets, or just go anywhere you want, make a claim, and then back it up with evidence.
My claim is that we will soon explore Mars. That's my claim.
I'm sorry? Say again?
My claim is we will explore Mars in
We will explore
10 years'
Mars.
time.
That is your claim.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my claim.
All right.
Yes,
We will
yes.
explore Mars. We will explore Mars. That's your claim.
Yep.
Now back it up with evidence. Go ahead and back it up with evidence.
Because evidence would be how do we get energy? The evidence would be everyone will be so there's a incline, right?
Go ahead and back it up with evidence, sir. I haven't heard any evidence yet.
Hold on, I need to search it up first because it's more
I'm
of
not
like
sure it's a
prediction. It's not really.
Yeah, go ahead, search. Yeah, go ahead and search it up. And when you do, collect all your thoughts, collect all your citations, your evidences, and then start to present. Because right now the claim is we can go to Mars. The evidence is still waiting, so we're still waiting on that.
Okay.
So as soon as,
Miggy, I don't know.
as soon as you're ready, open up your mic and tell us that you're ready. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say we're going to have to make a claim. It seems more like a speculation or a prediction or an appeal to the future type of fallacy. So I don't know if it's a claim.
Okay.
We'll let him.
I'll make another
We'll let
claim.
him roll. Go ahead. I was gonna say we'll let him roll. The thing is with this, I want to be a little bit liberal because I want them to actually see if anything that they can say, anything they can think of, has any evidence behind it. That to me is the most important.
Okay.
Like we could
So-
tell them it's a fallacy, but until they search it out for themselves, they won't know. That's what I want them to do. So I have a method to my madness, by the way.
I'll make a claim
ahead.
about different worlds.
Different
Right.
worlds.
Yeah.
What
like
is your
different-
claim, sir?
That is my claim that we live so time instead of time moving forward, it's more of a slice of blocks. That's my claim.
If time
That,
doesn't move forward, it's a slice of blocks.
So, well, time is we are in a block.
I don't even know.
You're a globe believer. Isn't time a
I don't even know if
concept
that's.
instead of a
I
block?
don't even know. I don't even
Time,
know. Wait,
a
let's
concept.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let's just make this a bit more coherent for the audience, please. Like, what do you mean by a time is a block? Can you explain what you mean, at least so we can get the claim right?
So the claim is like what's happening from the past, now, and the future is all happening at once. So it's different worlds.
Really?
So yeah, that's my claim. Yeah,
Different.
It's a theory.
Different worlds. It's a theory.
Yeah.
What is your evidence? What is your evidence to back it up?
My evidence would be that
imagination.
the further the further you are from Earth, the more time slows down. So the
Time
faster you are.
dilation.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it wrong. So yeah, I know now. I
Oh, I
know
got
what
it
you
wrong.
mean.
Okay.
Yeah, you did. It's called
Okay.
time dilation. Okay, so what is the evidence for time dilation?
So when you're in a train, right, and you see someone in a train, so a person would be in the train moving. You're standing there, let's say 50 meters away. There's a blink, a flashlight from the train, from the guy flashing the flashing lights on the train while moving. Have you heard of this experiment?
No.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, but you might want to let everybody know that you're talking about time dilation. That's the claim. Now you're gonna support it with evidence, so we're gonna hear
Yeah,
you out, I
that's
guess,
my
and
that's my
we're gonna
evidence.
retort.
Giving
What,
us
a
a thought
train?
experiment at the moment. It's a thought experiment at this stage.
No, it's been done. It's been measured. Like
Yeah.
we've made the
Okay. So
conclusion.
that's great.
That's how
So
we came
can you
into
give us?
time
That's fine.
dilation.
What's your name?
Yeah.
All right. So, what's your name? Diabetes.
Yeah,
All right, diabetes.
diabetes.
Do you have a verified source or citation that you can draw up about what you just said?
Oh, citation. You want? Okay.
Yes.
Einstein.
Or a source.
Einstein experiment.
Yeah.
What's the name
Put
of
it in
the
the.
experiment?
Einstein's train.
Oh, it's a thought experiment.
No, it's not thought. It's been
Yeah,
done. It's not. We're not thinking. We're doing it. Like it's done. We've already made a conclusion about it. That's how we get into
The train
time
analogy
dilation.
is a thought experiment. That train analogy, right? With the whole light, someone shining a flashlight from a moving train versus someone.
Wait, what's a
shining a
thought
flashlight
experiment?
from. That was Einstein's thought experiment. I don't think you're going to find someone that's actually done that on a train.
Performed in an imagination. No, it's not an imagination. It's been done. Like they did it.
Okay. Right. Show us this, please.
I mean, I can give you the citation. It's from Wikipedia. I'm not sure it is good. You've heard of special theory of relativity, right? Like, you know that, right?
Yeah, those are also conceptual. So, do you have anything physical you can show us?
Physical.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, it is a theory, so it's not really physical. Do you want to give something physical?
Was this to try and prove the Earth's a globe?
No, not really. It's more of like how time
believe?
is.
Okay, well, forgetting time. Do you believe the Earth's a globe?
Oh, yes. Because
Why do you believe that?
Well, it's because of time zones. Well, not time zones. How seasons occur, and
what do you mean?
So seasons. So there are so in certain regions, right? In locations
Yeah, but how would seasons prove that the Earth's a ball?
Because of how it rotates, and within a certain period of time, the season change due to due to the rotation of the Earth.
Well, we know this. We know the seasons change, but we don't know that
Yeah,
there's.
tell me why. How does season change? You tell me that.
Well, the sun's moving, yeah.
Right.
So the sun's movement is what's
From
causing
which direction?
night and day. Well, east to west.
How does
But
the
that would
sun
only
move?
make sense if the Earth was getting closer and farther away from the sun, though.
No, but the thing
Or
is,
the
we do get
sun's
close. The sun doesn't get close
getting
to us.
closer to you. Well, the
No,
sun's the
This is
thing.
supposed.
Well, we see the sun moving, yeah.
Right.
But we have a
But we don't get.
heliocentric model of the solar system, so it would only make
Right.
sense
Okay.
if the Earth is moving around the
Right,
sun.
but what you're talking about is just seasons. So change in
Yeah. So
temperature, the
basically,
movement of the
change of
sun.
temperature. Yeah. So you know how heliocentric, how Earth orbits around the sun. It's not
Well, yeah,
perfectly.
that's the claim, but that's not. Seasons aren't
That's
evidence for that.
Okay.
That's a claim. What are you
That's
talking
Yeah.
about?
how does
Yeah. So your claim would be that the Earth is moving. Yeah.
well, my
It's
claim would be
observable. How can you?
my
How is
claim
it
would
just a
be
claim if it's
there's
So
how
Space, can
Hold on. You
Space,
don't
can we
observe.
just let this conversation be between diabetes and others at the moment?
Yeah,
I mean,
because see,
I
what's
don't
happened,
mind.
diabetes, is what happened.
Yeah.
What's happened is you've been told a story about why the seasons are occurring, why day and night occurs, and the story is that the Earth is spinning and moving. Yeah.
Right.
So, what evidence did they give you that the Earth is spinning and moving? Because you don't experience that in your daily life, right?
Well, and I'll tell you why we don't experience it. So the reason why we don't experience, see, you know when you're in a train, right? You don't
Well, that's
experience
okay.
the
We
train
can.
moving.
That's okay. Well, that's okay. We can agree that we don't experience it moving. So, what
Right.
evidence were you given that it is moving?
Because of daylight.
What do you
So
mean?
the nighttime. So you know, like there's two faces. Oh, it's not perfectly half, but like the light comes through in certain regions of the Earth.
The sun?
Yeah, the sun.
So yeah, so we see the sun moving. Yeah.
No. The sun. Okay, the sun is moving, yes, around the universe, but the sun hits Earth, right? And then the Earth moves. So the part of the location of Earth doesn't get sun, so it becomes nighttime.
Right. So your observation is the sun moves, but your claim is that it's because the Earth is moving.
Everything's moving.
Well, your claim about why we observe the sun moving east to west in the sky, specifically, is that the Earth is rotating. Right.
Right.
So what evidence did they give you that the Earth is rotating, other than just looking at the sun moving and saying that's the Earth moving?
Shadows.
What about shadows?
So, if shadows has like some type of curvature, right? So you put like a stick, and you will see the shadow. So again, like from east to west, how the sun moves.
You'd get a shadow. You'd get a shadow regardless. That doesn't tell you that the
Well,
ground is
regardless of what is your claim exactly? I don't know what you're.
Well, I'm asking you what evidence you have for the claim that the ground is the thing moving, not the sun that we observe moving.
I can. So another claim is like, you want me to say, oh, how Earth is round? What's this thing?
No. Well, you're talking about the ground, the Earth spinning.
Yeah.
So you need to have evidence that the Earth is spinning.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for.
Okay, sure.
Well, we can see different sides of the sun, so right.
Have you heard of the Foucault pendulum?
Yes. Have you?
No, I just found out right now.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think that does?
Nah, see, the thing is, you guys probably know more than this, but okay. Can you
But this is
explain
about
to
what
me
you
what
know.
it is? I told you, I just found out right now about the Foucault pendulum. I need to know what it is. Just searched it up.
Okay, so no one's really given you any evidence that the Earth is the thing moving.
Well, we don't really have to think about it, that the Earth is
Well, you
moving.
do, because it's your claim.
Well,
That's your
I
claim
know
for why the seasons and the day and night is happening.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's
that's
my
the claim.
reasoning why Earth is spinning.
Right, but we don't have any evidence that the Earth is moving.
That is the evidence. I just told you.
No, that's the claim. That's the claim.
Evidence.
You understand the difference between a claim and evidence for a claim?
Can you be hyperbolic about it.
The thing is, no one really
Perspective is
asked me about
fucking.
this evidence, so I'm
Well, this is
completely
the
new
thing,
to the
right? You've
question.
been told a story, but you haven't been given
I mean,
evidence for the
hold on,
story.
everyone's been told a story. Like, you've been told a
Yeah, yeah,
story
yeah,
about Optical.
yeah.
Yeah,
We
everyone has.
were told the same story, that the ground is
Right, right.
moving, but no one gave us evidence for that story.
The ground is not moving.
Well, the ground isn't moving.
Well, what's your framework? Like,
Well,
what do you mean by
didn't you say
ground?
didn't you say that the Earth is spinning?
Yeah, like the whole
Is that
Earth.
not the
Like,
ground? Is that not the
okay,
ground?
define Earth. The Earth is like it's a celestial, right?
It's the surface beneath your feet.
No, what is Earth to you?
It's the surface beneath your feet. It's what we live on.
That's right.
Right.
Would you consider the atmosphere as part of the Earth?
No, the Earth is the ground beneath your feet, the surface that you live on. The
So
atmosphere
anything
or the
above
atmos would be
ground
above it.
isn't considered Earth.
Well, it depends how you define an Earth, but for our purposes, we're talking about the surface that we live on. Yeah.
Right.
Which you say is moving. But you don't seem
Yes.
to have any evidence for it being moving.
Well, do you have any evidence that we're not moving?
Well, yeah, we don't have any experience of it moving. It seems still,
I just
unless you're
told
in an
you.
earthquake.
So when you're in a train, you don't experience the train moving.
Right, but that's not evidence that the ground is moving to say, think about being in a train.
That's not the way claims work. You don't make a positive claim and then tell somebody to prove you wrong. That's silly. Come on.
Yeah,
You're
that's called a
basically saying that
reversal of
my evidence,
evidence.
But
my
I'm trying
evidence
to
that
get.
it's moving is that it doesn't seem like it's moving.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Doesn't seem like it's moving.
Which isn't actually evidence of it moving.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with evidence. How do you prove the Earth rotates? So there's one which swings in the same plane as
See, Googling that? Oh my god.
Well, you Googled it
That's
as well,
awesome.
probably.
No, that's
You guys,
okay.
but if
This is
Einstein,
natural.
How the
That's what
hell
you're
do
gonna
I
have to do.
if
spend
Hold on. This is part of the process, right? He's in the process of figuring out that no one's actually given him evidence that the Earth
Well,
is
because
moving.
it's such a massive thing, you know. Like we couldn't really.
Well, yeah,
I mean, you can measure it through
you
like.
claimed. You need to understand that you claimed that the Earth is the thing moving very confidently.
Right. And
so you should have evidence in your head already for
okay.
that. But you're realizing that you weren't.
Oh, we do
taught
have evidence, and you're saying that there's a difference between a claim and an evidence. I feel like they go
Yeah,
hand to
because
hand.
because you just restated the claim. You said the Earth is moving. That's not evidence. That's a claim.
Yeah, the Earth is moving.
Yeah, let's show him an example, just real quick, just so you can compare. There is a flying. Listen, my claim is that there is a flying spaghetti monster that flies above our heads at night. That's my claim. My evidence is that there's a flying spaghetti monster that flies above our heads at night. Does that work?
You know, I see that, but
Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
So it's very smooth when you travel in the car.
That's what you're doing. You're giving us the claim, and the claim is the evidence.
Okay, give me your claim that the Earth is not.
Yeah, but you're telling us what's wrong with that. Now I just showed you an analogy.
Well, okay, there's something wrong with it because I haven't given you evidence. Okay, now I want you to give me evidence now.
No, that doesn't work that way. If I said there's a flying spaghetti monster that flies above our heads,
Hold on.
That's not a good way.
Wait a second.
Okay,
I'm done. No, we're not gonna let you. It's a bad analogy because if I make the claim my evidence, then you can't know if I'm telling you the truth or not. How are you gonna know? You haven't verified. I haven't verified the thing that I'm telling you. A flying spaghetti monster. I haven't verified it. So you haven't verified the thing you're telling me. Until you do, with evidence, now we can get somewhere. So back to your showing us that you have evidence of the claim. Go for it.
People in courtrooms aren't convicted on claims. Convicted on evidence.
Or we can do it this way. Right? Because the initial conversation was, what makes you think the Earth is a ball? And your first thing was basically this argument that, well, because of the motion, the sun and the moon and the seasons are causing day and night and everything. But if you don't actually know that, then we can go back to
Yeah, but that's cool. He didn't respond if he understood what I showed him as the analogy. I don't know if he knows if he's going to continue without the understanding. Sir, did you
I
understand
think
what
he
I?
did say, yeah.
Wait, sorry, did you unmute me now? Because I'm trying to give you an analogy as well
hold
of
on
your
a second.
own
There you go
analogy.
again.
So it's
You're gonna have to
spaghetti,
wait.
right?
I need to know, sir, if you understood what I said. If you understood, then we can move forward. If you didn't understand, perhaps we can clarify. Go ahead.
It's a very authoritarian thing. So I do understand.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That's why I just told you I don't really know any evidence
That's
apart
fine.
from
That's fine.
what I
That's
said,
fine.
which
That's
is
fine.
There you go.
technically an evidence, but it's
Yeah,
technically
that's
an
fine.
evidence. That's why I'm trying to ask you now. What is your own
Well,
understanding?
hold
So
on.
you
Well,
can
hold on.
probably educate me,
Well,
because I feel like it becomes unproductive if you don't tell me
yeah,
how
that's
you're
fine.
right
We
and
can
I'm
go
wrong.
into. Well, listen. It's not. We're not. It's not. I'm not telling you you're wrong and I'm right or anything like that just yet. We're just exploring what you think you know about the Earth. Because the initial
Yeah.
question was, you believe the Earth is a ball? You said yes. And this was the thing that you said made you believe it. But now you're saying, okay, I don't really know enough about that. So if it's not this, is there anything else that makes you think the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
So the curvature.
Okay. So
right.
Have you seen curvature?
Not with our own eyes, but I mean, you can from a far distance.
Can you?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
From a far altitude.
Yeah. So
Like, where did
see
you see
how?
it?
Well, if you have you been in an airplane, or like, do you know anything like technical?
I've been in
How
an
aviators work.
I've been in an
Okay.
airplane, and I know that pilots don't account for curvature of the Earth when they fly.
But they do use altitude and amplitude. You do know that, right?
They use altitude above the surface. Yeah, that doesn't say anything about curvature, though.
It's elevation from sea level.
It does though, because if they
No,
just go in a straight line,
they treat the Earth as a flat surface. That's how they're trained to treat the Earth.
no.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
since you've made that claim, I want your evidence of that. Give me a site, anything, any reference that
Well, look
they're
up
trained.
a pilot's manual or anything.
No, but you said they're trained.
Yeah, you speak to any pilot, they're not going to tell you that they're dipping the nose down for curvature or accounting for spin of the Earth. That's not how they're trained
That's
to
for
fly.
descent.
Really?
That's not going to get back to the Earth.
I don't know.
The pilots, listen, the pilots, they have many instruments on board the airplane which are showing precisely to the pilots how they are flying. They are flying in a straight path, they are taking a turn, they are going up or down. Yeah, so they know very well when they are flying in a straight line.
Okay, well, let's keep this focused anyway, because again, this is your claim.
So it says here that planes don't fly in straight lines. They can navigate directly through destiny buggers.
Does it say they're accounting for curvature?
Planes typically fly in great circle route, which is the shortest distance between 2 points surface sphere.
They're not dipping around a sphere.
So they are trained. They are trained to have their maps in a great circle, what they call it here.
But they're not, regardless of the maps. You can plot a flight route on any shape in a computer. When they're flying, they're not changing their tilt angle or their dip to account for any curvature.
Well, because it barely makes enough. I mean, it's so large, you know.
Well, then it's not going
affect.
to prove that the Earth's a globe either way. Then.
But it does, because they still go in a
No, come on. You were talking about curvature, and now you're talking about something that you have no experience in. Talk about what you've experienced.
Of our experience. Wait, do you have experience of aviating or aviation?
No, I'm not. I'm not claiming to be a pilot.
We can talk about it without
You're
having any
claiming
experiences.
no. But you're talking about the Earth having curvature. So we need to talk about what evidence we have for that curvature.
Right,
You
but I'm
specifically, because it's
using
your
a
claim.
reference of aviators from their
Right, but
experience.
aviators aren't proving curvature. They're not accounting for
But they
it.
do
So that's not
because
an argument. Okay,
but
well
they
then
do
that's a
because
positive
they
claim from
educate.
you.
But they were educated
Show me in
to
the flight
learn from
manual.
the
Show me in the flight manual where they're accounting for curvature.
Yeah, but curvature is implied by gravity, and gravity is one of the principal forces acting on an airplane.
Cool story. So they're not accounting for curvature. It's just
They
happening magically
actually,
around them.
well, it's because it's implied. There are four
Well, it's
forces acting
implied.
on an airplane. It's
Well, that would
lift,
just be a
it's
claim. That would
thrust,
just be a
it's
claim.
drag, and it's gravity. Those are the four forces acting on an airplane.
Right. Well, if there's curvature, just show us who measured the curvature.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, there is no account because it says that they follow the curvature of the Earth without any input.
Right.
So it
So
just
that's
goes
very
in a straight
convenient.
line.
They have
Because the
to
Earth has
account for the
It's
curvature
a
of
cool
the Earth because
story.
of gravity.
It's a cool story. It's a cool story. So now we're back to what's the proof of curvature? Because saying, well, we don't have to account for it when we fly, isn't
Gravity.
proof of curvature.
Gravity is a literal interpretation of
No,
curvature.
saying the word gravity is not proof of curvature.
Saying
I
it's
mean, we don't
not
really
is a
know.
proof of non-curvature too. So checkmate.
I'm just no. We're still waiting for the evidence for it to begin with. And we
You're
have to
waiting for
disprove
the
something that you can't
evidence
prove.
of the existence of gravity?
Do you know how
Curvature.
gravity
I know you're
works?
desperate to change the subject, but it's curvature that we're talking about.
Right, but the
You need
curvature is
curvature
due to the
before you have
gravity.
the gravity. No, you
The
need to
curvature
prove
of the Earth only
curvature first.
exists because of gravity, though. So
Yeah.
Well, you would need to prove the curvature exists before you can then say
Yeah,
that's what's
too bad we
happening with
don't have any of that.
gravity.
Too bad we don't have any of that gravity anywhere. Never
Okay,
been.
so
Never
Wait,
been
what?
measured.
diabetes over 10 miles.
Yeah.
How much curvature do you think exists?
How much curvature?
Hmm.
I don't know.
From point A to point B, between 10 miles.
10 miles. Ooh. See,
Is it a lot? Little?
if I have to guess, I would say like very, 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 very small.
What, like a
Like super
nanometer?
small to.
A centimeter? A meter?
No, not even
What?
that. It's like think of Earth like
Not even that.
a smooth.
Not even a
Yeah,
nanometer.
No, we
not
said
even
10
that.
miles, not the whole Earth. 10 miles.
No. I mean,
There's
yeah, so I'm saying 10 miles. So if you look at Earth, so if you're a big god, I don't know, like a big creature, if you're holding Earth, you could see that it's not even. It's
okay,
like
so over
it's
10
very
miles,
smooth.
you're
It's
saying
very
over
smooth.
10 miles, you're saying there's not even a centimeter.
Yeah, not even that. I would say it's we can't measure it.
Okay, what if I told you that according to the globe model, they say it's
Right.
over 66 feet?
Yep.
Depending on the ATB.
What?
10 miles. 10 miles.
Yeah, depends.
You
It
just said.
depends. Like if you're in a high incline or
No.
decline, you know.
Listen,
One
you just
foot.
said it would be less. Hold on. Listen, you just said it would be less than a centimeter. I just told you the globe model says it's over 66 feet.
I didn't say less than centimeter. I would say I didn't put any number in it because what I'm
Well,
trying to say is that
but
if
you kind of
we're
did. But
if we were in a very super straight line, then yeah, it would make
okay,
barely
so
any difference. But
66 feet. Agree? I disagree?
I don't know. I'll
That's what
just
the
assume
globe
to
model
agree.
says.
Okay, if
Okay,
that's what
so
the model says, then yeah, I agree.
okay, so that should be measurable, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's measured that?
The name I don't know the name. Who measured it?
Do you think anyone's measured it?
Yeah, long time ago.
Okay. Could you get us a name of someone who's measured it?
Galileo.
How did he measure it?
How did Galileo measure curvature?
I got what we have on our hands here is a Google Earther. That's what we have.
Oh, everyone's a Googler. You're also a flat earther Googler.
Yeah,
That's all right. Okay, so
Doesn't
what did
doesn't
Galileo
really
do
apply
to measure
anything.
the curve? How did Galileo measure the curve?
Can you define truth? How do you define truth?
Guys, I'm going to drop in a minute.
explains why we
But
think
keep it on this thread, right? He's trying to figure out who measured the curve. Keep him on that.
So Galileo was just one of the people who argued that.
He argued that like we revolved around the sun, I think, right?
Yeah, he did say that, but I was just assuming that he probably he did the
So we're
measuring
looking
of the
for
curvature.
who measured curvature.
Most Greeks
remember.
around that time still thought the Earth was round too. Like he also believed that. Most Greeks.
Okay, which one of them measured it?
Don't know. I mean, I don't think measuring the curve is the defining piece of evidence you need to see if the Earth is round. What about all the other evidence that points that the Earth is round? What
All
about
the other evidence.
all the other observable
would
evidence you
beg
could
the
look at?
question of the curve, because you need the curve before you have anything else.
No, you
need
don't.
the size
Why?
of this ball.
Why?
You do, because all your other arguments are going to be supposing it, presuming it.
Okay, do you see any viruses in your face? I'll give you an analogy. Do you see any viruses in your face?
It's okay. Let's stick to the topic.
What's the size of a virus?
Guys,
Size of a virus.
Don't spiral.
Size of a virus.
Right. The question isn't how big is a virus. The question is who measured the curvature that you're assuming for this ball.
But his question about the virus is a 1-to-1 comparison about your question.
No,
it's actually not.
It absolutely is. You don't need to know the size
It
of
isn't.
the virus.
One's microscopic, one's megascopic, one could be measured, one you can guess at.
Well,
The
sure,
fuck out of here, man.
you're right. You're absolutely
You're
right.
just in time. Because I'm going to go on mute. But yeah, second power, please just stop deleting the dead brain thoughts. We're stuck on diabetes.
Oh,
trying
sorry.
to find the measurement for curvature.
Eratosthenes. Greek.
Okay,
He's a Greek guy.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah,
Who
you
we
should
got
probably
from
know
the
because you
flat
googled it as well. Go on.
Who we got from the flat Earth side? Alpha, Mike, you guys want to take this?
Ooh, we can't even take it.
Yeah, I told you.
No, Cyclone, you go ahead.
No. I need to go on mute for like 10, 15, so someone else needs to pick up.
Aristocrates beat him.
Yeah, Eratosthenes. Yeah, we're going to get into that. So I'm just waiting for someone on the flat Earth side who wants to take it.
All right, I'll have the conversation really quick. All right, so let's get back to this. Aristotle, how did he measure the curvature of the Earth?
Sorry. Well, throw it to me.
All right, someone made a claim. Aristotle measured the curvature of the Earth. How was that done?
Did he say Aristotle or Eratosthenes?
Well, then he went over to Eratosthenes. So how did Eratosthenes do it?
Right.
Or did he pre-assume a ball and then pre-assume a distance to the sun? Did he base this on false premises?
I'm gonna.
Hold on, how could that be? Well, hold on. I'm sorry, but presuming something doesn't mean it's on a false premise. Like I could presume that the Earth is curved, but that's not based on a false premise.
Measure either.
Wait, what?
It could. And it's also direct measurement. It's a computation based on assumptions.
Sure, you could make assumptions, but they're not based off of false premises.
You could make an assumption, but you'd have to know something first.
Sure, yeah, you're right. So I know that the Greeks knew that like when they
oh my gosh! Hold on, bro. I wasn't talking to you first, so I'm talking to
We're trying to see how they.
No, it's okay, Mike. We were having an honest conversation for a minute with diabetes. So diabetes.
Yeah.
Do you know about Eratosthenes?
No.
Okay. So, do you want to look it up?
Well, I feel like I did look it up. That's why I asked who measured the curvature of Earth. But I feel like
and how did
they have old technologies. Like there's obviously going to make some assumptions and maybe fallacies. But without technology now, there's no way we would make a fallacy of the curvature of the Earth, right?
Well, I guess, is that a claim? Or are you telling me that Eratosthenes' method was probably not accurate? Are you moving on to something else?
I think he doesn't know what his method was. Do you know what his method was? Because I don't either.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Tap out,
But there are several different versions of this particular measurement, and all of these measurements, number one, require a flat Earth to get angles. But number two, they presuppose the Earth to be a ball. And then number two, they presuppose the sun to be extremely large and at infinite distance.
So what's
So
wrong with
those
those
two
last
things have to be verified first.
Well, no, what's wrong with, well, they don't, if they're presupposed, they don't have to be verified. They're presupposed.
Well,
So what was
you
wrong with
ruin
the
your
last
entire,
one?
you ruin basically, or leave open to scrutiny the entire claim if you're making these presuppositions without knowledge.
Well, then I guess assumption would be the better word, right? Like these are assumptions, not presuppositions. Because presuppositions would just be, well, I mean, I don't know. You could be right. It could be presupposed.
So if it works, if the same, conclusion comes from two other assumptions, such as a close sun and a flat plane, and you get the same result, then you throw them both out, right? Because you have to know how far away the sun is, and you have to know the surface itself.
True. So what about all the other observable evidence that like ancient Greeks were able to look at and come to the conclusion that it must have been around in some way? Like,
Tell me what those are.
The fact
Tell me what those are. Don't just, that's an elephant hurling fallacy. Which is, just pick one. Pick one, bro.
I am trying, but you're talking.
Pick one. Just one.
Do it. Yep. So when they would look in the sky and they would see one group of stars one day, and then they'd see a different group of stars a different day or a different hour of the day. Like, it wasn't just the same set of stars over and over again. It wasn't like we're like flat plane looking at all the stars in the sky. So we're clearly revolving in some way. When they looked at ships leave them.
Okay, bro, let's go with one at a time. Please do not just bombard me. Don't gish gallop. One at a time. So the stars and their apparent, change over the course of a night or even over the course of a year, depending on the constellations you see and all that. What does it have to do with the surface of the Earth, unless you beg the question?
Well, hold on. Begging the question. Do you think that all of science is begging the question? Do you believe in the scientific?
You're not talking about science right now. You're talking about a story about Greeks and stars.
Yeah,
no, that is literally scientific. It's literally you are formulating. I'm trying. You are formulating a hypothesis,
we lack
and you're
the
saying
frame of reference to say what is actually moving, the stars or us. Here you are saying because the stars move, we know we move. We know that's fallacious and illogical. It's not
scientific. That is literally scientific. It is a hypothesis. It's therefore what is it?
Don't get angry, dude. Slow down, man.
Yeah, no, but you guys are retarded though. It's a you guys live in 2023.
Hold on a second, bro. You have to calm down.
Let's not give insults.
Hold a theory you have no evidence to back. And assert it's true and that's logical. That's what's ridiculous.
You must have bounced or something. So go ahead, diabetes.
Yeah. So how come like all of these, old ancient times, not just the Greeks, because even the Chinese and the Indians, right? Like all of these ancient.
Do you know what the Chinese found out, dude? At that time?
Let him finish his thought, dude. Just let him finish.
Oh, okay. Right. No, tell me what the Chinese.
I want to know where he's going with this.
No, go ahead, bro.
They all have the same conclusion. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so if you're going to make a claim like that, that's a knowledge claim. So you tell me all of the ones that you're referring to, and we'll go one at a time. Because I have depictions of the Earth, prior to the Greeks, where everybody came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat, stationary, and enclosed. So which one's right?
You say flat, stationary, or closed?
And enclosed. Essentially a firmament or a dome or a container over the top. Egyptian,
you think there's a
Sumerian,
dome?
Right? Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just letting you know that there are people that are, in ancient times believe the Earth to be that way. So, we're just going to have like this pissing contest of what the ancient people thought.
Right. But the ancient people, like I said, they've had a lot of wrong things as well, like what they believed was wrong. Like, Earth was in the center of the universe, that there's a beetle rolling the sun.
Right.
So if
the pervert Greeks are correct, how are they correct? And how could you validate that?
The Greeks. Well, we validate it because they figure out like Pythagoras, I guess.
Yeah, you're appealing to a mathematician, okay? Where is the Earth curve in reality? Don't talk to me about math. It's purely conceptual. I want to see in reality where the curve is at.
There is math in proving curvature of the Earth.
No, the curvature proves the curvature. The math is purely conceptual. It's a language. It's like a describer, okay?
No.
So,
yeah, no, it's not
yes,
just a describer. It's the language of the universe. So if you take another... Yes, it is. That's the thing. Okay,
someone sold that to you. It's not... Okay, can you show me -9 apples, please?
We can, with antimatter. That's...
Holy crap, dude.
What do you mean? Well, why are you getting pissed off?
I want you to show me -9 apples. Show them to me in reality.
In reality? Sure. You have 0 apples.
Great.
I take away 9 more apples, you have -9.
What? Say that again?
He's you have 0 apples. Yeah, because you're telling me -9. That's not a... When we say 1 apple, it's a physical thing. When we say 0 apples, that's not physical anymore. Like, you have 0 apples, you have nothing there. But
so I would be describing something that doesn't exist, and yet it's still a language. Now, if I said I have 5 apples, how many apples would I show you?
Do you believe that negative numbers doesn't exist within?
Well, I can write it on a piece of paper.
Right, you can write on a piece of paper, but can you?
That's math.
Can you make? No, hold on. But I know it's math. But can you make like a physical thing to negative?
Oh, good. So we're back to physical. Great. So we're talking about physical Earth curve. You can describe physical Earth curve with numbers, I suppose, if you wanted to. But I want to see the physical bit.
The physical fit.
Yeah, the physical curvature.
Can you see a physical of oxygen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see the effects of physical oxygen. I can feel it, right? I probably couldn't quantify it, right? Like I probably couldn't count all the atoms if we're going to make it individual. Get beget. It was calm, bro. It was calm. Me and diabetes are having a conversation. Thank you.
Okay.
So
still
we have
Sunday.
oxygen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, not speculation, not derail Sunday. Get beget. So, anyways, curvature in reality.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
You're standing on it. Okay.
So you're saying I'm standing on it. How can we measure it?
Through maths and observation.
Observation? Okay. What are we observing? Experiments. Okay, you're kind of you said math? You're going to 3 different topics right away. You got to stick to one. You said math, then you said observation, then you said experiments.
No,
so math.
Let's get into framework.
We're in framework now? What framework would you like to operate from?
Let me define you what framework means in the scientific term, because I have to use scientific term in order for to articulate what I mean, or how we define, how we can.
He wants to define.
Who's we?
Explain.
Well,
who's we?
Who's us? We're explaining how curvature works. Like, how can we look at curvature through physical?
Are you talking about scientific terms? This is a geometric topic. Were you not aware that this is geometry and not science?
Geometry is a branch of science, you schmuck. Sorry.
It is?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so what experiment are we going to do to see if something is a circle or not? What is the dependent variable in this scenario?
Dependent variable.
The
variable... Can you give me an example of a dependent variable?
You don't know what a dependent variable is? You just told me that geometry was a branch of science, and now you're asking me?
Because it's like, the terminologies. I don't know what you specialize on, but the terminology does, like, can you use it in, like, Feynman's word?
Okay, so in science, a dependent variable would be the effect you observe in nature. So what is the effect that we are studying in nature, since we're using the scientific method here? You said geometry was a branch of science. So in natural science, I need you to tell me what the naturally occurring phenomena is.
Naturally occurring phenomena.
Yeah.
Like, do you believe that, the people that study or that specialize, let's say in a branch of science, do you think they're like credible?
So you want to ask me about what I believe, and I just asked you for a dependent variable in nature, and now you want to appeal to people that I don't know, and you're not even giving me a specific example. Where are you going?
Wait, hold on. You're avoiding the question because where I'm going at is, using credible source in order to back up where we get our information.
Well, just tell me who your credible source is that's telling me that I have a dependent variable in nature and whatever it is, and we'll talk about it. Let's just do the scientific method. It's really simple. Unless you just want me to go and believe people blindly. Do you want me to believe strangers blindly that haven't gotten in, like, any evidence for me about what we're talking about? What specialists and strangers?
You don't believe in it. You it's not religion or something that's like hope. It's scientific.
Well, then why would you bring up the word belief?
I didn't. You bring up the word belief. I didn't say belief.
No, you said, do you believe that there are people? You said the word believe.
No.
Why are you bringing up belief?
I'm asking you. Have you read any scientific papers?
Not recently, no.
Okay. Do you know anyone who is specialized in geometry?
A specialist?
Yeah, especially like they
not
specialize
really.
in certain branch. Yeah. Okay. Well, you're gonna have to because I'm pretty sure all the time they wouldn't claim to be a flat earther. That's just my
Well, that's wonderful. So you're appealing to somebody that you don't know. You haven't brought up any specific individual, right? Or scientist or geometric expert, right? So can you give me an example and let's test their work? Maybe they're full of shit. Maybe we should check and see if they're full of shit. What do you think?
I think that's. I wouldn't say disrespect, but rather you're basically claiming that what they've been doing in past decades or how many years they've been in that field. And the work
Diabetes, you're appealing to no one right now. I'm insulting nobody because you haven't brought up anybody yet. Now, if you could bring up somebody that it is very specifically, I'm not going to go down this trail with you unless you give me a very specific example about the topic and about the thing in question, which is curvature of the Earth. So if you're going to appeal to no one, I'm going to say no one is full of shit.
What?
He's appealing to an authority that doesn't exist.
You're appealing
to. So give me the specific example about what it is that you're talking about. Otherwise, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole with you about nobody.
Nobody? What? I'm talking about a lot. It's not nobody. I feel like we're having a miscommunication here.
Well, the miscommunication must be on your end because you haven't brought up anybody specifically that has any evidence of curvature so far. You're appealing to somebody who doesn't exist. So who specifically measured curvature, or the geometric expert, or whatever it is that you want to appeal to? Who are they? Let's check their work. Who?
Okay, sure. Do you know how satellites work? I'm not gonna, I don't know the name.
Who is Satellite? Who is Satellite and how does he work? You're gish galloping all over the place. We're talking about curvature. Where is it on the Earth?
Yeah.
Is the curvature on Earth? Is it on the satellite?
What is the curvature on the satellite? No, but the thing is, we're using it's physical. I'm using physical things to prove the curvature.
You said it was under my feet. So where is it under my feet? You just said that earlier. It's under my feet. Let's measure what's under my feet. How did we figure that out?
I don't think I said that.
Yeah, you said you're standing on the curvature. It's under your feet. The Earth is curving, right? How do we determine that? Well, before they had satellites, my brother, where did they find the curvature at?
Where did they find the curvature? Curvature has always been there.
Where?
It's the shape of Earth. Where is it? It's in Earth.
Yeah, how did we determine that?
We determined using... Hold on, because we're so small, bro. Like, compared to the Earth.
Are we?
do
Because
yeah,
the size of the Earth is a determined size. Are you aware of the size or the radius of the Earth and the curvature rate? It's very much detectable.
Okay,
Why else would you have an Earth curve calculator if you couldn't detect it?
Where's the circumference of the Earth?
I'm going to let you figure that out because you made the claim. So why don't you Google that and tell me? I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is. This is your claim. You said the Earth curves. I want you to tell me how much, because you said it's so big we can't detect it. Right?
We're not having a faith conversation because I feel like
I don't think you're having a good faith conversation because you continue to go from one topic to the next. Right? And you want to talk about anything except for how we measured curvature. So if you don't want to tell me how they measured curvature, just say so because you don't know. You can say I don't know. That's aware.
I am telling you satellites, and you're telling me you're saying that I'm going in a different topic. I'm really not.
How does the satellite measure the Earth curve? Because
without any other references of
diabetes.
Or
you're spazzing out. You went back to
it doesn't
diabetes.
It doesn't.
Diabetes. Okay, I have to mute you now because I asked you how they measured it before the satellites existed. Can you get to that point now? Please.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your premise. Are we gonna have a conversation, or you just?
You keep making claims, and I ask you for the evidence of the claims, bro.
Right. Evidence. I give you evidence.
Bro, so where's the evidence for the claim?
So satellite. Satellites are in different locations of the world, right?
Okay. That's another claim. Where?
He's begging the question.
Another case. So if I explain,
with
you're
your
just gonna say
idea
it's a
of
claim.
satellites, you need the size and shape of the Earth with the orbital mechanics.
But
so where did they do this before satellites, buddy?
You know how atoms are,
dude. Now you're moving on to another topic, and I'm going to hold you to Earth curve under your feet because I imagine if I ask you for that, you're going to move to something else again. Don't go to atoms. Don't go to satellites. You tell me now where they found the Earth curve. No, I want to know where the Earth curve was measured and how. Do it,
bro. Okay, if we don't have a stick, right, we can't tell the shadow of the curvature of the Earth. So how can I explain that there's a curvature without using any experiments or any references? That makes no sense, man.
Without a stick?
He said
You're
no. He said
asking me
no
what do you-
satellites. You were almost on it then. Sticks. Go with
So
sticks.
sticks. So the people that know if Earth is curved now,
hold on. I don't
they're
wanna
the
go
real
to
experts.
sticks,
They
though.
have
I want to
sticks.
go to satellites.
So you could no. I want to hear about the people, the experts with sticks.
You want me to basically you want to pick out the things that you want me to talk about rather than satellites.
They had sticks. They use sticks, and if you don't have a stick,
right,
I'm
not going to talk about sticks because I feel like you already know the.
Okay, so fine. So your assertion is that nobody measured the curvature of the Earth, and then we just put satellites in orbit. Voila, magic.
No. Satellites.
The satellites determined. How do you have orbital mechanics around a ball when you don't know what the size of the ball is?
You're not right, sir.
We do know the size of the ball. You just told
How do you know the size of the ball? Turquoise, please. How do you know the size of the ball then?
Says who? They use sticks on the satellite. That's how they know.
I heard the sticks on the satellite. He did bring up sticks again, didn't he?
No, sticks is just a shadow.
That's all they have to go by. It's sticks. They said so.
Right. We already took care of sticks earlier, remember? If you have to make a presupposition in that case, you can do it two ways, and they both cancel each other out. So that's not going to determine the size or the shape of the Earth. What do you have to give us to determine the size and the shape of the Earth?
Can you wait for 2 minutes? I need to get the reference first. Because I read
You get whatever you need to get, man. You go ahead. I'll let you go and you get it. But just for the sake of the audio, could you go on mute? Because you're kind of clicky and rustly and stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you. Does anybody else know where they measured the curvature of the Earth? Anybody else?
Originally, when they counted the 800 stadia, I think that was the only time they measured it. Other than that, they just went by, oh, this is what we know it to be.
Hopes and dreams.
They measured that with camels too. Supposedly, anyway.
Yeah, fucking joking there, mate. Camels. Sticks on camels.
Every time
Or
they
camels.
say
They
that the
measured
Earth is
the distance between the two cities was measured by camels.
yeah. Well, every time they say
Okay.
that the Earth is too big and we're too small, that's a concession that we are experiencing the Earth is flat. So that I mean, it's a concession.
Yeah, you're right.
So, I'm going to go on
They
mute.
don't
If
see it.
diabetes comes back, can someone take over for me, please? And thank you.
And there's plenty of people here that want to jump in, I'm sure. So much shit has been said, it's like, holy fuck.
Oh, there's like 100 topics, yeah?
Yeah.
Bring forth your best globe defender.
No, guys, you don't
Because it's not this
understand.
guy.
You really don't understand it, guys. The camel's foot is a precision instrument device for the Earth's curvature, which actually led to the launch of satellites. And now these satellites confirm that the camel's foot was extremely precise. So, yeah.
Wow. I thought he was going to get scientific with like the humps and shadows, but nothing like that, right?
We got sticks, satellites, and fucking what else did he say?
Yeah.
Atoms. Sticks,
Yeah,
satellites, and
don't
atoms.
miss the
Prove our
atoms.
I wanted to
Did
see
he?
where that
I
went, to
missed
be
that
honest.
part. Did he say they used atoms to measure it? I missed
It was,
that. Holy fuck.
Nah, we didn't let him go
try and
there.
ask
No,
for
but that was shocking
a
to hear
claim of it, yeah.
sticks being pulled out again, like a literal. Like I don't have my sticks with me. Watch out! Before I whip out my magic sticks and throw some earth curve on your ass.
No, kudos into the break. You definitely showed some patience there, man.
Hey, do you think that they accounted for refraction when they counted those shadows on the sticks?
Of course.
I don't think so.
Of course.
I don't think. I don't think they did.
Where's
No.
Prick when you need him? I was expecting him to say like volcanoes or something.
I've been looking for those sticks and shadow kits that you use for navigation. Still can't find them. Couldn't find any. So now apparently they're using them for satellite launches. Sticks and shadows, folks, with an automatic plumb line. Yeah, that's a stick with a stone attached to it.
You know, when he started talking about the seasons, I was like, well, we all know that story. That's very easy. It's very easy to, you know, the Earth is over one part, and then it comes closer, and there's another part, and then it moves back further. We know that. But then when the other guy said, well, the stars in the sky, the constellations, they change, you know? Well, yeah, but it's like, do they honestly can they not grasp how the way things operate above us, and can they not like logically get it? Like if the stars are moving around, and the sun's like slowing down or speeding up, whichever time of the year it does that, but
They
it's
don't know
showing a
anything
different
about
sky based upon how it slowed down or sped up. Like, why can't they grasp that? Very, very simple thing. I want to like make a racetrack
Oh my
of
gosh,
Hot Wheels.
sound check.
What?
Yeah,
Stephanos?
we hear you.
Stephanos? Can somebody get him? Thank you.
Wait, so can you explain how the sky works, or like the stars?
Yeah, it's very, very
Because
simple.
if you're trying to, yeah, go on.
So, like, I mean, but I feel like I want to draw it for you, because I think that if you can't grasp it or you still can't get it, like maybe something visual, like, I don't know, like, it's really, I don't know why you
You're a
guys
flat
can't grasp
earther,
it.
so
Okay, so like, okay, so
yours in your
imagine
bowl.
this. Okay, so imagine this, right? Let me put you in like in a gym, okay? So that way you can put yourself
No,
visually.
don't give analogy.
Okay.
Use physical
No,
things.
I am going to use
Okay, then
physical things.
I'm not
All
the
right,
one to
but they're going to
elaborate.
be an analogy. Okay, so imagine the
No, I don't
stars.
want an analogy.
Okay,
I won't
okay,
say a physical thing.
okay. So let me tell you the physical. Okay, there's stars in the sky. Okay, there's stars, and they're going around us at a certain speed. Okay.
Yep.
Now, the sun, when it's traveling a certain speed, it's gonna light up the sky, right? When it's traversing across your sky, right? It lights up the sky, right? And then when it gets too far away, then you start seeing stars, right? Sometimes you can even see them during the daytime, by the way, like, at the beginning or the end. But anyways, let's say you start seeing stars, okay? Now, that sun, it's still going around a circuit, like over this, planar Earth that we, know it to be. But if it's changing speed in itself, we cannot explain why it does or how it does that, but obviously it does. As it's getting closer towards the center and further away, it has to speed up and also has to slow down. But when it's changing these speeds, what that does is those stars are still there above you. Like right now, when you look up and see the sun, there's stars behind, because they're just going around and around and around as well. Okay. But if the sun is speeding up or slowing down, that's going to change how you're seeing, what you're seeing according to the speed of the sun. Because when the sun hurries out of your way, what's that?
Parker, what's up? You're making claims that I don't think anybody else is making, bro.
No,
Yeah,
well, that's okay. I don't
speculation.
care if they're not making them with me. I'm just saying it's very simple. I don't know why Globers can't get it, or even flat earthers at this point. If stars
No,
are going
because you're
around,
claiming a physical sun and a model that is untenable.
no, you're right. I'm not. It might be a
So
reflection. It might be a
why are you
reflection. Who
bringing it
knows?
up? What?
Hold on. Who knows? Because it's
Don't make the claim then. Don't make the
hold on.
claim.
It's an observation. We see the sun. See, this is why Globers look at flat earthers as being stupid. We see a
Okay,
sun.
yeah, this is being
Call it a
stupid
sun.
for a second. I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you. This is stupid. This is exactly what's happening. You're making claims, unvalidated claims, unvalidatable claims,
Are
and
you
it
kidding
looks
me?
just make
No, it's very validatable. What are you talking about?
What is the height of the sun?
We don't know it. When did I give a height? When did I say a fucking height? I didn't say
You
a height.
just said, you talked about a speed.
Yeah,
Is the sun physical, bro? You got to calm down, dude. You got to relax. What is the problem?
Says who? I think he's just speculating, right? Speculation.
It's Sunday. It's Sunday. So quiet up. So look it. Look, we see this thing. We call the sun. It could be peanut butter. Whatever.
Hold on a minute.
Call whatever you want.
Apocryphon, can you go ahead and upfront tell this gentleman that this is your speculation, but you ultimately don't know? Thank you.
Absolutely. We don't know this for a fact, as we don't know anything in the heavens for a fact, because we are looking at them from the ground. That's it. We don't know exactly how they operate. I literally began my original statement with that. We don't know how it works. We don't know why it works. We don't know why. I said that. I made that very clear. But going back to what I was saying, the stars are going around and around and around. Why? Because we observe them that way. Okay, with that observation, we also see this bright, the greater light, as we call it, that also is going around and around and around. Now, during certain times throughout the year, we notice that there's more daylight during our day, and sometimes there's less daylight, which would be logically best to say it's slowing up and it's slowing down, or slowing down and speeding up. So with that observation, if the sun is going around at a certain speed, then when it gets away from us, then that night sky that was there the whole time, it's just the sun was there to light it up so you can't see the stars. Then when it goes away, those stars are there. They're visible. Now I'm looking at this particular set of stars. 6 months later, because of the way the speed of the sun was happening, those stars were still going around and around and around. But now, because it was getting slower, now you're going to see a new set of stars that you didn't see back when they were there in the daytime. But the Globers are going to say, well, that's because it's turned around, and 6 months later, it's on the other side of the sun. So you're looking at all the other different stars that you didn't see before because you're on the other side of the sun, because that's heliocentric model. No, that's not the way it works. because we know it's not a ball, and that's just to throw that out there. Observably, measurably, all that stuff. It's not spitting, all that stuff gets thrown out. But I'm just trying to explain to a globe where it says, how does the sky work? How do the stars work? Why are there different constellations? Because the way they go around, it's depends on where the sun is over your head to either show you these stars or that stars. That's it.
Here's what you need to add to your speculation on that. We don't know the elevation of the sun either. So we don't know its speed and we don't know its elevation either. So you have to include all the variables, but it is still speculation. We have no idea what these things are or what their primary source is. What is being activated there? How does it produce light and heat? How does the sun do what it does in growing organisms and so forth, so on and on and on, right?
Right. There's a whole lot. Yeah, I agree with you. There's a whole lot, but observably, we do see that their stars are going around and around. So when they're like, wait, 6 months later, there's new ones. Yeah, that's because the sun, as we observably see it, speed up or slow down, and depending where you live, it's going to show you a different set of stars 6 months later, because that's when the sun has taken its circuit, its lap around, and it's slowly going slower and slower and slower and slower. It's kind of like a race, right? If you walk slower than someone running faster than you, 6 months later, you're going to be on the opposite side of the field as that person, but because you kept a certain speed and they kept a certain speed. It's the same thing in the sky. What people don't get, I don't know. It's fucking as clear as day to me. I get it as easy as 1 + 1 is 2. It's very simple. It's not a hard concept.
When the sun is above the equator, it will be traveling with a supersonic speed of approximately 1,000 miles an hour. And when it's coming in the Tropic of Cancer, it's slowing down. But this circle of Cancer is a concentric circle of equator, smaller in diameter, with a smaller radius. Therefore, the sun slowing down, it will be matching the same amount of daylight that we experience. But when it's going in the Tropic of Capricorn, in the southern side of the world, that is a bigger concentric circle with a greater radius. Therefore, the sun is accelerating. It's moving actually with speeds above 1,043 miles an hour, because it's also traveling a longer distance, which will be matching the same amount of daylight, 24 hours, 12 hours daylight. Yeah. So I don't see why it's so hard for the Globers to see this.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the only reason the sun would speed up and slow down is magic. That's why we don't understand it.
Well, that's the thing. That's the whole thing, though. Like the sun, we don't know if it's even just like is it a like light behind a sheet of like a blanket, like the way, I mean, we don't know if it's a physical thing like in our, in here with us contained, or is it within the firmament as it's been written? Is it within the container at that point, or is it beyond, outside of the container, and then it's just like a reflection of it on the container? I don't know, dude. It's a lot.
Well, send a rocket to find out or something. Stop saying you don't know everything and actually try to find something out for once.
You can't send a rocket to it.
That's what I think we found out. I think we found out that it's a focal point. That explains all of that little past section we went over.
How? What's it being focal? What's it being like projected onto?
A focused beam of light, like a focus energy, like there's energy, some sort of energy that we don't understand, okay, behind all of these luminary bodies. But let's just say the sun.
Dark energy.
Like it behaves
Is it
as if
magic?
it's
Is that what
it
the energy
behaves,
is? It's just
Dark
magic.
matter.
it behaves as if it's a beam of light that has been focused, a focused beam of energy. Then the focal
Yeah,
point
but
is
light has to
different
come
than the
from
source.
something, right?
Yeah, but the focused point doesn't necessarily have to be, as a matter of fact, would not be the source. So the location of the source would be unidentified. You're only looking at
Exactly.
a focus point of
What's it being
energy.
focused through?
We don't have any
Yeah.
idea. Like some kind of
What's it being
screen. I don't
focused
know.
on
See,
to? You guys
listen,
have any idea about anything in your model? Anything?
listen,
Like, can you tell me like
listen.
one fact that has been verified about any of this?
This is all speculation because we're talking about the luminaries. That's why. It's
Speculation.
speculation,
Sorry.
yes.
Which we know nothing about.
That we can't determine anything about them because they're
No,
paranormal to us.
that's not true. We know nothing about
We don't know anything about the actual
guys.
source, the initial source of energy. We don't know anything.
We don't know what's holding them up. We don't know. That's all just it's about as magical as your ball
These
spinning
are a
water.
couple of
Thing.
these are a couple of things that we don't know, but there are many things that we know. We know they are following a clockwork cycle, repeating cycles.
Right.
We do know that
Right.
there are solar and lunar eclipses taking place, and we can post-dict because these things, they happen repeatedly in a certain order.
Yes, you can predict them using the heliocentric model.
No, we cannot predict. We post-dict.
Well, why did the eclipse, the path of the eclipse, why was that right, and why was that only predicted by Globers or the Globe books?
Yeah. Dogs, have you seen Shane's prediction?
The Globers cannot predict.
Yeah,
Okay,
Shane,
can you tell
on
me?
Earth
Can you tell me
Awakenings,
when?
Shane was the first photographer
Listen,
that claimed to
listen.
predict
Tell me when is gonna take place the next lunar eclipse, and what
Yeah, I did
formula
find
are
that.
you
The book that
using to
made the last
predict?
prediction is still there. I just got to remember the name of the book.
Yeah. Do you want to know how Shane predicted the solar eclipses? He basically
Tell me
took
the
the
formula, the mathematical formula you use to predict the next lunar eclipse.
Yeah, I want to tell you how he predicted it because I found it absolutely hilarious.
No, I want you to tell me because you are a glober and you claim that you can predict using your model.
I would probably need to open some astronomy book.
No, I don't need to open astronomical books. I asked you because you said you can predict.
Yeah, I don't know the formulas from memory.
So what heliocentric model did the Mayans use?
I didn't.
What heliocentric
learn.
model, globe model, or globe book? What did the Mayans use when they were predicting these things?
And the
They
Chaldeans.
didn't use them.
Which
They didn't use one, but their predictions were only that an eclipse was going to happen. The path of
it
the
was
eclipse was never
flat
predicted, or the
earthers.
specific time of the eclipse.
No,
It was just sort of like an
Okay.
eclipse will happen around this time.
Cycles and elevation angles off the horizontal. That's how.
Yeah. So now that we have communications and observations, and you could have all these people across the continents take data or record data of like a time and date when it's directly over them, and they actually have mapped out the path over as it transverses the sky. That you're right, they can take that data, plug it into a computer, and that computer could just simulate it. Now you're saying, well, it has to be a globe. Well, all they're doing is taking that data and they're just making it over a globe, and then they're just running the script that way. But it's essentially the same thing, because you can take that same data, because of the observations that are being made and recorded. It's going to pass over me on December 23rd of 2027, the sun's going to be in this position. Yeah, because they know the way it travels over and over and over. It's repeatable. That's why the Mayans and other ancient civilizations can repeat, because they saw it's going to come around. It's going to come around. They did it last year too. It's going to come around again. They knew the position of the sun and the moon and the stars accordingly because they watched it. They observed it. They documented it. Don't act like it's, because it's a globe. Don't act like that, because that's not even true.
Apocryphon, it started in the 1800s with these first predictions of the path of the ecliptic, and then it's just
All
been
they know how
refined
to
further
say
and further
is
from
that
there to
you
the point where we
observed
have
it
books
yourself.
extending it all the way up to 2030 with the mathematics outlined in those books. I'm sorry, like your story, your narrative, it doesn't fit reality.
Says the flat earther. Says the fucking flat earther.
Your story says it doesn't match reality, yet your story has a rock that has water sticking to it or being pushed down into it as it's hurling through space. That's your story, and
Yeah,
you're
what's wrong
saying
with
I'm
that?
ridiculous? Oh my god, bro!
He said, "What's wrong with that?"
What specifically is wrong with a rock with
What's
water?
wrong with the
I'm not
cosmological
crazy.
crisis?
It's crazy, bro. You fucking weird.
The difference between Apocryphons and Dog's argument is that Dog's reason why Flat Earth is invalid is that it fails to make any predictions about the real world. Apocryphon's reason why the globe is invalid is personal incredulity.
Right, good call. Yeah, that's a great one. That's exactly what it is. It's because I can't understand the stupid dog shit that you believe in. Got it. No, it's because I understand it. It's why I know it's a bunch of bullshit. And it's your incredulity that's keeping you believing it because you cannot believe it to be otherwise. That's the
There's
reality.
no point arguing, bro. These guys failed physics in high school, so now they fucking argue about flat Earth and shit. So,
It's not even that. Like, just there's eclipse.
I did fail
Almanacs,
physics, but that's not
The
what
thing
it
is,
is. Austin.
there's a difference, right?
VSOP7, like Apocryphon. You've got nothing. You've just got kind of like there might be an eclipse around this time on these days, but it doesn't. No path of the
Now we
eclipse is
can
not
observe it,
determined.
you fucking idiot.
Wait,
What do you
I'm
mean?
sorry, I
What do you
can't
mean
hear
there's
you.
nothing? What do you mean there's nothing?
There's nothing. All the flat Earth has is that old people saw that like the eclipse would happen around this date. That's it. There was no path of the ecliptic predicted. They didn't do any working outs. You know how when you're in school you got to like show your working outs for
Okay,
formulas.
dogs.
Why does
Let me
NASA
say,
why does NASA
dog,
still use the solar cycles that were made by those flat earthers? That's so hilarious.
They don't.
No, they
They don't.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
They publish them, but they don't use them to generate their data.
okay,
Yeah,
so
They use
you
the
get
solar
eclipse almanacs.
cycles to
oh yeah, they
tell
won't lie to you, right?
when a solar or lunar eclipse takes place and which type of eclipse will be taking place. They use the
Yeah, all
solar
of that's
cycles.
predicted
Pretty
by.
much like a
No,
conclusion
you
of
don't.
like a rabbit.
The solar cycle doesn't do that.
Yeah, I
Yes,
have a
it
question.
does.
If
Well,
predicting
no, we
these
can all
eclipses is
see the
so
solar
easy,
cycle. The solar cycle doesn't do it
yeah, I have a question. If
because
Doesn't
post
do what?
detecting these eclipses is so easy, then why any flat earther is unable to do that?
Dude, shut up, dude. It's fucking. No one's
so
actually taking the time to go out and spend their life documenting it. That's not to say that nobody can't do that. You can do that if you actually took the time to do it. It's not fucking hard to observe something every day and its position and mathematically have angles for a whole fucking year. Matter of fact, for 10 years, because that's what they do. They've been doing it for fucking centuries now, right? They've been observing it for a long, long time. So when they have this thing that's like a fucking perfect clock in the sky, and it's coming around exactly when they know it's going to come around because it's a perfect clock, has nothing to do with heliocentrism.
It's
It
not
has to do
perfect.
with the fact that it's not perfect.
No, time, yeah, it's
It's
not
a
perfect.
celestial
Unfortunately.
sphere derived from a flat Earth. Yeah.
So,
to
Yeah,
answer the
exactly. Because
question,
every
solar
angle you
cycle
get.
gives general positions of things and not specifics. So the VSOP 87 gives like the proper positions of things, and then you can predict the path and the time. Whereas a solar cycle will just sort of be like, at this time, the moon will be in front of the sun somewhere on Earth. And it's not even like a specific time. It's just maybe
No,
a
not
date. That's it.
somewhere. It tells precisely at what time and date and how long it will last. It will tell you precisely.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Can you show me that?
The Saros cycles, they do tell all this information, and NASA is using the Saros cycles.
No, I've never seen that
No.
to be true. Can you show that to be true? Because I've looked at the NASA
Yeah,
website and it
just
just said Saros
Google
cycles
it.
can tell you like
So get
when eclipses will happen.
NASA publish a table of cycles of eclipses, so you can quickly look up and work out where the next one is going to be. But it's generated from two things. It's generated from, as the other guy said, from the VSOP 87 model of the solar system. And it's also generated from lunar ephemeris data that they have, the model of the moon orbit.
Can I read it for you guys? The periodicity and reoccurrence of eclipses is governed by the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 6,583.3 days, 18 years, 11 days, 8 hours. It was known to the Chaldeans as a period when lunar eclipses seem to repeat themselves, but the cycle is applicable to solar eclipses as well. The Saros arises from that. So this is off of NASA's website. Its reoccurrence of eclipses is governed by the... Okay, well, I don't know what you didn't understand about that first line. It's governed by... What does that mean to you? Let me just ask you. What does governed by mean to you? What does that represent?
The cycle is not the cause, right? The cycle is a description.
Okay, let me say it one more time. What does it mean to you when it says it's governed by it? What does that mean to you?
Controlled by.
You can't... No answer?
Curvature? Like, this seems to be a nonsensical conversation.
Yeah, you're right at this point because he's over here telling no they don't. Then you go to NASA's website and they're literally fucking showing that it's governed by it. Dude, your guys are full of shit, bro. Go ahead.
The Saros cycle is just like the word given to the cycle at which the moon and the sun move. It doesn't generate predictions. Like NASA just says that's a cycle. It's not like a model that people use.
Are you kidding?
It's just like the name given for the path of the planet and the sun and the moon.
You're out of your mind.
You are... Holy fuck, dude. That is like... It's like you're agreeing to it, but then you're like saying, but it's not that. And that's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that's like manipulation 101, bro. Like you are you are narcissistic, bro.
Think about it like this.
People who are narcissistic, they do.
That's all they're stuck
if you
with.
have like a mailman's route around like a place, and you say, okay, well that's route 3 for this mailman, okay, and he goes the same route every single time, you'd say, oh, it's route 3, that's the name for it. But if you want to actually like make a prediction of where he'll be at certain times, you take that route 3, and then you have to actually work out his turns, the traffic, what vehicle he's using, how much he has to deliver at each house to get his time where he'll be on that route.
With elevation angles from the horizontal, yeah.
Taking a bath.
But either way, like the Saros cycle isn't used to get you the path of the ecliptic, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so one... oh my god, bro, it's crazy. My bad. Anyways, NASA themselves are literally saying that that's what the whole thing is governed by mapping it out and tracking it. Now there's a lot more to read, and they do say like there's things that they like in today's time they've discovered and they made adjustments for and stuff. But that's not to say that it's still... It had to be a ball for it to for it to be, for this whole system to work, because the Saros cycle itself, what was that based upon, dogs?
Observations, mate.
Okay, because it's repeatable and it's going to come back around, so it can work on a flat Earth or a planar Earth or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
It can't because when you try to model it out with a flat Earth, it doesn't work.
This is where your incredulity comes in, because you cannot have it be on a ball, even though this whole system was originally created on a planet.
You guys can't produce these predictions as the path of the ecliptic and the exact times on those days using a flat Earth. So when you say it can work on a globe, you're just making it up, mate. That's what you do.
Holy fuck, dude! That's why when you look at that's why when you look at the path of the supposed ISS as it's going up and down and up and down on your dumb fucking map showing daytime and nighttime to represent a globe, then you fucking put that data over a planar Earth and it just literally is making like a toroidal field. It's going in and out like an eclipse, like a loop, whoop, or a parabolical, like
What happens
whoop,
when you
whoop, whoop.
flatten out a globe?
Looks
You still
amazing,
keep
bro.
it kind of
It looks
3D because you have
amazing.
an
The
atmosphere. You
design,
end up with
the
a toroidal
design it
field.
makes.
The toroidal field has a big hole in the middle. Where's the big hole in the middle?
The flight path that it makes.
Where's the big hole in the middle?
Who said there's a hole in the middle?
That's a toroidal field. That's what it is. It's a donut, mate.
No. I'm saying it looks like it. I'm not saying it is one. I'm saying it looks like it. Like the way.
Why does it look like a toroidal field if it's not a toroidal field?
No, that's just the path it takes, dude. I don't know. I can't explain.
Do you know
Maybe,
why?
what if there is
You know
a
why?
hole?
Because when you map out something on a
What if
globe,
there is a
it works
hole?
on a globe. When you map it out on something flat, it turns into a toroid.
Hey, dogs, what if there is a hole? And that's why you can't technically go to the North Pole or fly directly over it. What if there is a big hole?
Right. It's speculation. Someday you can make that speculation, but there's no evidence for it.
Exactly. What if there is? You're saying where is it? I'm saying I don't know. I've never been there. But we do know that there's a lot of accounts of them directing planes away from directly flying over it. I mean, why do they always go around it? Maybe there's a big hole in the middle.
They
I don't
don't
know.
always go around it. They often go around it because it's a very dangerous place to fly over, because there's a lot of heavy weather that happens in those areas. And if there's any sort of problem with the plane, then they have to land that plane somewhere out in the middle of the Arctic or Antarctic. It's really, really, really difficult. There's your answer, Fox.
What flight directly went over it? Dogs?
I think Perth to Santiago is one that goes directly over Antarctica.
No. I said the North Pole.
Oh, then there's lots from Canada to Russia, or the North America to Russia, or
but they don't go directly over it.
UK,
But they don't go directly over it.
Norway, Sweden. Yeah, they fly pretty much directly over the Arctic. I can find your flight paths over the Arctic if you want.
But they don't go directly over it, though.
I saw, is it Hank Green, that dude that does the science YouTube? I saw him post a heat the other day.
Did he fly directly over the North Pole? Is that what he said?
What, the actual pole, the geometric pole, geographic pole?
So there is a position.
Emirates and Qatar Airways fly non-stop from Dubai to Doha to the US, coming within a few degrees of latitude in the North Pole. There's a wiki.
That's still not directly over it. That's still not directly over it. Because in your world,
a few miles is not directly over it, so you can see it, but you can't. You're not flying
directly. What's a few miles to you, dogs? What's a few miles to you?
I don't know, 3, 5, 10.
So you're saying there are 3 miles within? So 1 degree is 3 miles? Are you sure about that?
I don't know. It says that there's aircraft like Boeing's 747, blah, 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 blah. Arctic pole routes are common on Qatar Airways, Emirates. India's non-stop flight between New Delhi and San Francisco flies over the Atlantic Ocean, but on August 15, 2019, instead flew over the North Pole. I mean,
it went over the North Pole. It went over the North Pole?
I'm in the chat. You can read it. It's a fact. What, do you think they're all lying?
No. I'm asking. Did it say that it went over the North Pole?
Yes, it went over the North Pole. So what? If you're within a few miles of the North Pole, all it takes is a second of going in a slightly different heading, and you're suddenly over the North Pole. It's just, there's no reason to do that.
Well, wait, hold on. See, that's why. Okay, if I say
it doesn't matter. These airways have flight paths.
No. It does matter though. It does matter though, because you can't say they went directly over the North Pole and then in the same breath say, well, they're a couple miles off of it. So then it's not directly over it though, right?
Why not? Some went over, some went.
I'm sure that when you say a couple miles, it's not just 2 miles away. Like for you guys, it's like fucking 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away.
There's no hole. There's a hole. It's a hole only a couple of miles wide with toroidal field that the ISS is meant to map onto.
I don't know. How big is a hole of a toroidal field?
It isn't if you map the ISS onto it. It's not a toroid.
How big is a toroidal field? How big is a hole in a toroidal field?
The size of the Earth, mate.
How big is the whole of the toroidal field?
I'm gonna put a stop. This is stupid, dude. Let's go to curvature.
Even flat earthers are embarrassed by you.
Okay, hey, it is what it is. It's fucking retarded that you believe that it's a ball to begin with. So I want to disengage because you are the worst.
You never given a good reason. You just said we see too far. That's all you have, bro.
That's all I have. Out of all the fucking years
you have, bro.
in a Discord, that's all you've ever heard. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're full of shit.
No, I've heard a lot of other dumb shit, but it's all been debunked. All you have is it kind of you see too far, bro.
Hey, can I interject here for a second?
Yeah, go ahead,
So dogs. Quick question. What reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The sun crosses your eye line before it sets. There's north and south, like the direction of the spin of the stars, north to south, is different. The only maps that work when you actually want to go over the Earth itself seem to be globe maps. I don't know. There's hundreds of others. When you bounce radar off the moon, it comes back as being equidistant within like 10%.
Stop
Which
talking
fits the
about
globe
shit
prediction.
you've never
Half
done
of the
before.
ecliptic is
Stop
predicted
talking
off the
about
globe.
bouncing radars off
Take a
moons
breath,
and shit.
man. Dogs, take a breath. Let me just ask you a quick question about the first one you said. You said something about stars in the sky. And you're saying the stars in the sky do X, thus the Earth is a ball. You're saying something along those lines.
I thought it
So
was
my question to you is very simple. Somebody talking? Anyway, so my question to you is very simple. Logically speaking, why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
Because on Earth, when we look at the lights on a roof or when we look at the lights on a street, you can predict what is happening over with those lights or your relative distance from those lights or any of those things. And because if you predict out the lights and their movements, they're consistent, but they only fit a globe. I mean, what else do you want? No one's ever given a good reason why we can't use the lights in the
I
sky.
heard, well, hold on. I heard what you said there, but I didn't hear any logic. I didn't see any. What's the logical connection? Like, what is the actual logical connection?
It's called induction.
Okay,
So
that's still being very vague. So what is the logic behind it? State the logic behind. I look up at the sky, I see lights. Lights do X. Lights in the sky do X equals the Earth being a ball. Where is the logical connection between those two?
The logic is that at every other time when we see lights in our life, we can use those to predict the dimensions of where we are. So street lights off in a distance, a light off on a distant hill, even the lights within your room. I can look at the light within my room and I can go, okay, there's a light in the center of the ceiling in my room. Then I can get the dimensions of the floor based off the angle measurements of that light in my room. It's called induction. Do you know what that means?
I follow you to an extent, but not really, because you're comparing things that don't make sense, dude.
Yeah,
like you're comparing. You're comparing man-made lights. Just think about what you're saying, dude. You're comparing man-made lights to naturally occurring lights in the sky. I think comparing man-made lights to naturally occurring lights in the sky seems like a bad comparison.
Okay, what's your logic for that? What's your logic for that? Prima facie, just no logic?
Oh no, I'm just saying, like it doesn't make sense. Like I've never heard of anybody like measuring, the floor of their dining room by staring up at the lights on the ceiling. That seems silly.
But you can do it, right? Using angle measurement. So if you move, say, 2 meters, the angle to the light on the ceiling changes, then of course reliably. Then you'd be able to calculate using basic
hold on, wait, quick question though. Quick question. Chill. Quick simple question. No, hold on. Chill. Take a breath.
Logic for why
Take a breath.
I can't use it.
Chill, buddy. Chill.
I take a breath if you stop talking.
Okay, dogs are gods. If you can't have a honest decorum and an organized conversation where you take turns, you'll just stay on mute. So that's how it's going to be. Go ahead, Orion.
Well, it's a very simple question. There's two methods in front of us for measuring the floor or a table. In a room. All right. We can take your method, or there is the direct measurement method. With a straight edge, like a yardstick. So my question is to you: it's a very simple question. Listen carefully. Which is a better method to determine whether or not there is curvature on the surface of my dining room table? Is it your method by staring up at the ceiling, or is it method number 2, taking a straight edge, pressing the?
I'm going to answer the simple question, and then I'm going to answer it more complex. You're just repeating yourself.
The straight edge. Pressing the straight edge against the surface of the table. Which one of those two is a more reliable method in order to know whether or not the surface of my dining room table is curved or not? Your method
I'm glad you
or
said
the
that
straight
3 times. Oh, you're going 4. Great. So on the 4th time, I'll answer. So the best method for measuring the curve of my table is using a straight edge. Does that apply to the Earth? Can you use a straight edge on the Earth, buddy?
Yes.
Please answer my question.
Yes,
Great.
yes,
Go
you
ahead.
can.
When have you done that?
What?
Or any
I'm
human
not
being,
saying I
actually.
have. I'm just saying you can, and I'm advocating for it by all means. I'd even throw down my own money, but I'm not a millionaire. But hey, man,
Okay,
if you want to start,
show me how you do it.
if you want to start
Use
an
some
organization,
experiment.
by all means, man. If you want to put your own skin in the game, I'll put my skin in the game with you. Don't think I'm not willing.
What's your experiment? What straight edge doesn't deviate over distance?
Hold on, experiment, dude. We're not talking about science. We're talking about geometry. It's not an experiment. It would be a measurement.
Geometry is abstract, and the application of geometry would use a scientific method for something like this.
That sounded like nonsense what you just said there, but I'm just going to ignore that.
Let me break down the individual words. So abstract means that it's not something that's actually being done. It's like you draw pictures on a whiteboard. But the concrete thing would be the actual application. So if you want to do the geometry of a circle, you can draw a circle on a whiteboard. You can write out the circumference and the radius and all those sorts of, you calculate them. But if you want to actually do it in real life, apply it, you have to come up with a methodology for measuring the ball in real life, not the one on the whiteboard.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. So
Has anyone done that with a straight edge on the Earth?
What? You're a little muffled. What did you say?
Has anyone ever done it with a straight edge on the Earth?
Yeah, we have. It's called railroad tracks. Thousands of miles.
Railroad tracks bend. Railroad tracks bend.
Well, they bend left and right. Much. Well, anyway, I'm just saying that as far as we know, there's no curvature to be detected in the blueprint for those.
Railroad
but I mean, it's what I'm saying is like at least I'm glad you have.
Don't you? You have change in elevation from railways. Otherwise, how do they get something from the ocean all the way up to like the highlands of an area? Like
well, yeah, no, I'm acknowledging that is correct. You're absolutely correct when you say that. But what I'm talking about is as far as curvature of the Earth goes, in regards to the Earth being a sphere, there is no curvature of the Earth to be detected in any railway blueprints, to the best of my knowledge. That's what I was trying to say.
Of course, there is. There's plenty of ways that have been done. So, can you use, say, star angle measurements to tell where you are on the Earth? That's a way of measuring based on the stars.
You're going back to the stars, dude. We're not talking about what's up in the sky. Like we can't test that. We can't measure that.
Yeah, we can. We do it all the time for like finding where we are on the Earth using a sextant, for instance. Celestial navigation.
Yeah. No kidding. We do that. Okay. I thought you were talking about something else for a second.
Okay, so we can do that. So we can use the stars to measure out where we are on the Earth.
Then you use the Earth as flat.
Yeah. So quick question quick question. Dogs are gods. Is it a straight line of sight from your eyes to the horizon? Yes or no?
It is, but that's not the calculation you use to get your correct position.
Whoa. You don't need to follow the second part. You just need to say it is.
Of course you need to follow the second part. If I'm asked a disingenuous question that's designed to make me give the answer you want, I'm going to add whatever the fuck I want to it because it's a free country.
No, I know that, but I mean, it's not one question. I'm not trying to ask you one question. I'm trying to ask you multiple questions. So
what you're trying to, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to say that because when you do these celestial navigations, you use like a flat baseline or any of that sort of stuff, that it must be a flat Earth, but none of that fits.
He asked if it was a line of sight, dude. It's an honest question.
Yeah, and you did technically say yes. It's worth pointing out you did technically say yes. It is a straight line of sight from your eye to the horizon.
Now, it's your turn. So that straight line of sight, is it between you and a single point, or is it following the shape of the Earth?
It's to the horizon, whatever that is, which would be the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground.
No, it can be done for multiple things. It's just you and a single point that you can create a horizon with your sextant. Like you angle one lens of your sextant at something in the distance, you do dip angle correction, and then you angle the other one to the star, and then you do the calculation to figure out your angle.
Is it a tangent point? Is it a tangent point?
I'm pretty sure it's tangent to the point, yes.
Okay, so it is a sphere. So how do we determine that?
What do you mean it is a sphere? How did you determine that? Why does that matter?
You said it was a tangent point. Yes or no?
Yeah, but you can have that on a flat line as well, can't you?
What is the definition of a tangent?
A tangent is an angle.
No, it's not an angle.
To point.
It's not an angle, dumbass. What is a tangent?
I thought a tangent was part of the angle.
You're incorrect. Maybe you should go look up what a tangent is.
All right, well, let's look it up. Tangent. Straight line or plane that touches a curve or curved surface at a point.
Yep. So how do we determine this was a curved surface?
What do you mean?
Wait, hold on. Hold that question for a second. Hold on to that question.
No,
I'll
answer the question, actually, because I think I understand now.
All right,
the way we figured it out is because it only worked with a tangent. So if it didn't work with like other methods and it only worked with a tangent, then doesn't it make sense that the Earth must be a sphere if that's the only one that gives us a correct result?
You would have to go ahead and show that the Earth is a curved surface to make a tangent at that point. Is the horizon a tangent point on a physical Earth, or is it an apparent location?
It's an apparent location, but when you use a sextant,
so no tangent point
from an apparent location. I'm just going to talk louder when you interrupt my sentences.
Point then.
Can you like wait till I'm done and now you can ask the question?
Tangent point then, yes or no?
I can't hear you because when you start talking when I'm not finished talking, I can't hear you. So go ahead, talk now.
Great. I'll take care of that really quick. So then it's not a physical tangent point then, since it's apparent, as you have already admitted. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's apparent, but celestial navigation only works with tangent.
Tangent point then. So no tangent point then. So no tangent plane. Thanks for playing. Orion, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so
there's an apparent tangent point. Sorry, just give me a sec so I can actually address what he said. There's an apparent tangent point, which means that if you were to do like...
Show me the definition of an apparent tangent point and post it in chat, please. Don't make shit up.
That's just like, that sounds like fairy tale to that point. Apparent tangent point. I have an apparent $1 million in my bank account. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Okay, so when I say apparent, I mean that it's like a calculated tangent.
I want you to post it in the chat what an apparent tangent point is, so we know that you're not making shit up.
Yeah, it sounds like this. Hold on, dog.
It's two words, not one word. So there's no single definition for that term. That term is comprised of.
That's comprised of you making it up. So I'm going to dismiss it out of hand, but you can continue to talk, not talking about tangent points that you don't have.
So the definition of tangent point, tangent is a line from a curve or an angle to a curve. And then apparent means that it's not actual, it's not concrete, it's something you've made up, drawn on a board, calculated. So when I use apparent tangent, that's what I mean. It's a calculated tangent point.
So not actual.
I got a question for you whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
So you believe that the Earth is a sphere, correct?
Yes.
Series of questions. Yes. All right.
Yes.
And you believe that celestial navigation, celestial geolocation, so to speak, the function of a sextant. I will use a sextant. You believe that a sextant works on the surface of this sphere Earth, right?
That is the only thing that's been shown to work. Yes.
All right. So let me just get this straight here. So you believe that it's a line of sight to the horizon is a straight line of sight, right? You said that
It
earlier.
doesn't have to be the horizon, so sextants don't always use the horizon.
Well, in this case, we're talking about the sextant and the horizon. Okay, so can we stick on topic?
So when we use the horizon, yes, it is a straight line towards the horizon. That's correct.
All right, and then, we use that to get an elevation angle, right?
Yeah, but you have to assume that it's a tangent to a point and that it's not like some definitive angle from a flat baseline that you're looking at.
Wait,
which indicates
what?
it's a sphere.
You said we can't assume it's a flat baseline? Why not?
Exactly.
For what
Because
reason?
it doesn't work. Mathematically, it doesn't work. You don't figure out where you are.
Wait, what do you mean? Elaborate on that.
Yeah, so when people use sextants, they have to use a tangent instead of a flat baseline, and every time someone's tried to use a flat baseline, it hasn't worked. So, if you want to claim that the Earth is flat, you'd have to solve this sextant problem, which is what MC2 has a $10,000 challenge for. So, not let anyone solve this $10,000 challenge. Sorry, I was finishing my sentence again.
You just lied, and there was no 10,000 because we looked and the account has 0 in it.
The account? It's a Bitcoin, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got 0 in it.
I thought it was held by someone else, but sure, if it's got 0 in it, then take that up with MC2. Has anyone taken that up with him? You can just email him.
We already posted videos about it, so no big deal.
Yeah, but if you emailed and asked him?
Doesn't matter. It's not there.
But have you emailed and asked him?
I don't need it. I don't need to worry about it. He's just a bullshitter.
You're claiming that
He's just a bullshitter, and that's it.
Even if he is a bullshitter, why does he not come forward and showing how you can do like sextant navigation without using assumed spheres in the content?
Hey, Dogs are gods. One last question. So if I have an arc segment, you know what that is, right?
Yeah, the segment of a sphere angles.
Yeah, a section of a circle. If I have an arc segment and a straight line, and they both intersect, this could be a tangent, so to speak. Is it possible to get a angle reading between the arc segment and the straight line?
Yeah, it's called angle to a point. You can just Google it.
Dear God, you said yes to that? Man, you're out of your mind.
Can I ask you a quick question? Have you ever Googled angle to a point? Would you like to do that right now and press the result?
Hey, wait, what you just said was a little muffled. What did you say?
So, have you ever Googled tangent to a point?
Tangent to a point? Is that what you said?
Uh-huh.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Oh, great. I'll screenshot it and you can Google it. Won't that be fun for you?
A tangent point?
So,
big deal. There's no angles with tangents.
Have you ever Googled it?
You have an unlimited number of angles. Like, you understand, though, you should understand that if you have an arc segment, which is a curved line, and you have a straight line, and they both intersect, at the point where they intersect, you can get one angle, and then another angle a little further down, and another angle further down. Like, there's no actual angle. It's infinite angles.
Why would you need that angle anyway? What do you need that angle for?
Because we're talking about how sextants work on the surface of the Earth. That's what we're talking about.
You're directly, but you're not directly standing on the surface of the Earth, though, right? You're elevated above it at some point.
To the best of my knowledge, it doesn't make any difference. It functions in an airplane thousands of feet above it.
Yeah.
So what difference does it make?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it's all about finding that right angle that you need. You need the right angle between vertical and your position. And so that right angle is what is important. The actual tangent angle is not important. It's making that right angle with vertical. And that's why you use the horizon, because you can dip down to the horizon with your sextant and you can work out what that height angle is. So if you are above the surface, and that will give you the right angle to your vertical. Or if you're in an aircraft, you can establish vertical directly, like with a bubble sextant, and get your right angle that way.
So are you still trying to get an angle with only one line?
Yeah, there's not going to be a way.
There's two lines.
Right, that bottom horizontal baseline, right?
There's an arc segment and a line.
Yeah, that bottom horizontal baseline, which is the Earth and the seas, right?
I just dropped a screenshot in there. Like, I don't understand why you guys are still denying like tangent in a point or tangent to a point or any of that sort of stuff. Like, what's the problem here, guys?
Tangent to a curve at a point.
Dummy, it says
without the specific wording. It doesn't matter. The thing exists. You can use this mathematics.
Well, I'll talk. Yeah, you're talking about a point. What's the angle at that point?
You can just Google angle at a point. It's heard. Like, I don't
Doesn't matter,
understand
Red One, what the angle is.
One, this thing that exists. You can just Google it.
So hopefully he's not trying to get angle with only one line, yeah?
Like, do you guys understand that you can like just Google tangent at a point or like angle to a curve or any of those wordings and it exists as like ways to do it? Like, are you just all going to be silent while you ignore this thing that exists?
Tangent to a curve at a point is not an angle to a point.
It would be on a curved surface.
An angle involves two straight lines.
No, an angle can be a curved line and a straight line.
That's mathematically garbage.
Alrighty.
Wait, why can I just Google it? No, wait. If it's mathematically garbage, if it's mathematical garbage, why can't I Google it? Why does it turn up for like Harvard?
You can't do it.
That is a deep question. If it is garbage, why can you Google it?
So if I can just Google it, then it turns up as like a like NCL, like UK, like Newcastle University article. Why does that exist? Are you saying that they don't know as much about mathematics as you flat earthers?
Yeah, go ahead and show us. Go ahead and show us all the institutions that say this.
No, I'm not going to show you all. I gave one specific institution and I dropped it in chat. So you can just open chat or you could Google it yourself. Tangent at a point.
What institution said this?
Oh, I just gave you, like Newcastle University in the UK. But there's literally hundreds of them. Like every university that would have a mathematics or geometry.
Just touches the curve at the point. The gradient of the tangent is equal to the derivative of the curve evaluated at the point where the curve and tangent line meet. So that snippet tells us that we are getting an angle with one straight line and one curved line.
Have you ever Googled this term and seen the results? Have you seen the formulas?
What about that snippet tells us that we're getting an angle with one straight line and one curved line?
Can deny the reality of this. Nothing you say can deny the reality of this. Asking dumb questions.
So nothing in that snippet told us that, right?
Nothing that you say or I say can change the fact that you can do this calculation. It exists. It's out there for every mathematics from like middle school.
Right. So the snippet didn't tell us that, right?
Nickel for every time I heard that.
Nothing I said or you said can change this fact about reality.
Right. So the snippet didn't say what you think it says, right?
What do you mean? What did it say?
Yeah. What do I mean? Yeah. As you persevere to neglect the question, which destroys this voice channel. So nothing in the snippet that you posted is teaching us that we can get an angle with one straight line and one curved line, yes or no?
Yeah, it does. Tangent to a curve at a given point is a straight line which just touches the curve at that point.
Okay. Tangent to a point, right? Yeah. Which touches a curved line. Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Right. Which has nothing to do with getting an angle. We're trying to get angles right now. You're not getting an angle with one straight line. You need at least two.
I'll leave something else for you because you're denying reality. I don't know why flat earthers have to keep denying reality for stuff that they can just easily Google.
No, it's not a denial of reality. It's a denial of the reality of the mathematical pseudo garbage that is being spewed in this voice channel right now. But it's not a denial of the mathematical stuff. You need two straight lines to intersect at a point in order to get an angle.
For reality. So if you're just going to let him use Google for reality, we don't have to talk to him anymore.
Yeah, I'm using
So how
Google to
long
show
was he
you all the
going on with
mathematics
this
professors, as well
foolishness?
as the equations. I'm showing that all
Well,
the
he's still going on.
mathematics departments and all the and there's an equation for it show that you can get an angle from a curved line and a straight line. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
no, they
dude.
don't.
This is
Show
just
it to
reality.
us, please.
Yeah, keep denying reality. It's fine. Keep denying
Show
reality.
us how you get an angle from a curved baseline.
Yeah, it's in chat. There's like 3 different people that have shown it.
Yeah, show it to us. Point us to it.
Yeah, it's in chat, you fucking moron.
Yeah, point us to it, not leave it up to us to wander through the chat.
It's like 5
Literally in the
links,
chat.
5
Okay, so not
comments
actually be helpful in this dialogue, right?
Okay, so I'm going to keep insulting you until you open chat and look.
No, you hear
Are you
that,
a child?
moderators?
You little baby?
That's not
You
very
little baby?
amicable.
Little baby can't open chat. Little baby can't
Oh,
Google.
Gregory, I just added you to it. I just added you to it.
Wig. You could just slow up a little
This
bit.
is tremendous foolishness
I'm
from
just
someone
mocking
who
you because you're
is
obviously
presuming
lying
to
to
lecture us
yourself and
about
everyone
math,
else right here.
who's supposedly an intellectual in this voice channel.
No, I'm not an
This
intellectual.
is
I'm a
weird.
troll right now because you can't open chat because you're a disingenuous man-child. Open chat, man-child. Come on. Hey, big
Is
boy,
it
show us
is
your
it
big
the
nuts.
picture
Open
of
the
the
chat.
angle between the two straight lines? Is that the one you're referring to?
Google angle from a curve. Go on. Google it. Open
You put
chat.
it in
Do
chat,
any of
bro.
this things, Gregory, you fucking
You're
child.
being a dick to Gregory just because about the one you put in chat. I'm looking at the one you put in chat.
So the reason I'm being a dick to Gregory right now is because he's refusing to accept reality. And there's like 3
That's not the
different
point. The point
images
is
in
that the
chat
one you
right
showed in
now
chat has
about
2 straight
reality. And
lines.
you can just Google the fact that this reality exists. It's in all of the mathematics textbooks,
Hold on.
all of the geometry textbooks.
Wait, hold
But
on,
you
dogs.
guys are still going to deny
Hey,
this basic
dogs.
fact. And with that, I'm out of here, you fucking man
Okay,
children.
dogs. Before you leave, nowhere on that page talks about an angle. It talks about a
I
point,
mean, I thought I was
but
the only
no
one.
angle.
I thought I was the
There's
only one.
no angle.
Hey, guys, guess what? Guess what? Because because dogs are God said so. That means that I can go to an insane asylum and yell and scream and insult a schizophrenic person because they can't accept reality.
I'm
I
just
mean,
baffled.
hold on, pause.
Are
Let
you
me read
guys
it again,
schizophrenic by any
right?
chance?
APOC, thank you for saying that. Let me just read it one more time, right? One more time. Dogs are gods, right? Tangent to a point in the search engine, right? Do we see the word angle here? Listen. The tangent to a curve at a given point is a straight line which just touches, quote unquote, the curve at the point. The gradient of the tangent is equal to the derivative of the curve evaluated at the point where the curve and tangent line meet. Do we even see the word angle in the snippet?
No. And if you search the entire document, as I did, it doesn't say once angle ever, never. It's only about the point. It's like fuck, dude. And that was his mic drop. That's fucking crazy. Idiots.
Hey, he rage quit,
But let me say this.
so you can
But
take
let me
this as
say this. I'm the
you
idiot, right? Right?
no.
No, he dropped the mic on you, Greg, and I guess everybody in here, and said, "You guys are all idiots because we
Walked
were
away, man.
denying
Walked away with the victory.
because we were denying reality that he was trying to tell us existed, when all he was doing was twisting this tangent to a curve and saying, "This is how we get an angle." There it is, without it ever saying once how it gets an angle. Fucking amazing. That's the new one for him, by the way. Been around that guy
Thank
for
you, man.
quite a few years.
Thank you for summoning me in here. That's what he did.
You're
He
welcome.
summoned me into here.
You're welcome.
I didn't expect that. I thought I was going to be annoyed. I mean, I was annoyed, but then I'm like simultaneously amused also.
Did he drop or did he get booted?
No, he left.
He rage
He
quit
rage quit. Yeah, he
by his
rage quit.
own volition, his own God given volition.
He probably realized, like he probably felt that I was just about to say, dude, it doesn't say angle anywhere in here. He probably felt it. He's like, oh shit, I posted something. There's nothing about angle. I'm out of here.
There's a disturbance. Have you felt it?
Yeah.
Dude,
You guys are
that's
funny people, man.
well, I mean, not as funny as some of these Globers. I'll tell you what. These Globers and their imaginations, Crazy.
I mean, again, all that vitriol, because I'm contradicting his mathematical misconception. Period.
Right.
Like, who would ever thunk that there would be this sort of belligerent vitriol over a mathematical dispute? Like, is it like this in the universities? No, fuck you, bitch. You know?
That's funny.
I think it's because there was a bit of a mathematical absurdity initially posted, right? That the whole idea of being on the surface and measuring the angle, where in celestial navigation, if you're on the surface, you don't have to measure an angle to the horizon or to the Earth, because you immediately get your horizontal if you are on the surface, and you can do that from your vertical. So you get
Are you
those two
refuting
right
something
angles.
or what?
Yeah. So the whole conversation was kind of around what is the angle, right? How do you measure the angle? And when you're on the surface of the ball, directly on the surface, the angle is, and you'll see this in the celestial navigation books, that you don't have to account for the horizon. You're straight away able to establish horizontal when you're directly on the surface. So you don't need to measure to the sphere. You just can directly establish the horizontal, either directly or from the vertical, and then you can measure elevation angle, right? From that.
Ozzy, you have 2 minutes to get that citation.
Can you explain exactly
What is he talking about? I mean, like, what is his point? It sounds like he's refuting something.
Citation, the definition of vertical being in relation to the center of the Earth, not in relationship to horizontal.
So you want me to define center
Better
in
hustle.
like in gravitational terms, something like that? Because that's it. Like the vector of gravity is vertical, right?
You're talking about, but I want you to
right
go
by your
ahead
name,
and
I can't hear
affirm
you.
what it is that you claimed that you made up.
Your mic is really
So
bad,
if you can't do that, just say so.
So this is Speculation Sunday, right? Don't mute me when we're talking about these things, please. I mean, don't ban me.
So
Everybody else has had a
vertical
crack
is
at it.
not defined as being in relation to the center of Earth. You're just making that up. That's your speculation?
Well, center. Vertical is the same direction things fall, right? If you drop something, they drop vertically. And in the globe
that's
model,
down.
that's caused by
You
gravity.
are speculating that down is towards the center of the Earth. That's correct, right? The presupposed center of the Earth, the imaginary center of the Earth. Just so we're clear.
Yes. Yep.
So you're speculating that the center of the Earth is an imaginary place.
Yeah, and that's how celestial navigation works. They make the same decision that vertical is towards the center of the sphere, and you can establish horizontal by going right angles to it. That's how celestial navigation works. Because
they're trying to get the elevation angle from the surface, from the center of the Earth, not the surface of the Earth, right?
No, the elevation angle that you measure.
Oh no! So what you said didn't make sense, did it?
The elevation angle that you measure is from a line that is perpendicular to vertical. Which is where I always get stuck with says.
So you get an elevation angle from the vertical line.
Vertical is 90 degrees to the surface, correct?
Yeah,
so the
it's
surface
90, right? If
is
it's 90 minus the elevation
90
angle,
all
you
the
get
way
the
to
curve angle,
the
right?
GP, correct? 90 all the way to the GP, correct?
No, the GP
You're
is on the
elevating up
surface
from
of
the
the
vertical
sphere.
line, my guy.
Sorry, Gregory, what was that?
You're elevating from the vertical line, not the horizontal line.
No, down. Yeah. So if you've got your horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? We agree on that.
The horizontal
90
and
degrees.
vertical are perpendicular. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So we can measure the elevation angle either by measuring up from horizontal or down from vertical. Would you agree to that?
Right,
Is that
down
what
to the
they do to get
horizontal,
an
right? Which is just the opposite direction from up from the horizontal, right?
Sorry,
can you say that
Gregory,
again? There
point
was
of
some overtalk.
really quick. So in celestial navigation, to get an elevation angle, you are measuring from vertical or horizontal?
You can do either.
Okay,
So
go ahead and give me the citation.
Angle,
give me the citation for an elevation
it's
angle coming from
geometry, right?
vertical. Okay, you have 1 minute.
Can you let me finish speaking? So in the
No,
case
I'm
of a
going to give
bubble
you 1 minute
sextant,
to go ahead. Instead of making things up, Daz, I'm going to give you 1 minute to get me that citation, because I know you have all these books, so I know you can go ahead and get that for me really quick, that they're taking elevation angles from vertical.
no, they're taking elevation. You measure an elevation angle from horizontal, but you can also calculate the elevation angle from vertical.
Nope.
Why are you even adding that second clause? That says whose point.
Yeah, I want you to go ahead and get me
It's
that.
also my point that the vertical is as good a reference as horizontal.
30 seconds to get me the citation for that.
Come on, don't be a tool.
No, I'm not. I'm just, if you continue to make things up, we're going to go ahead and call you on it. But
I'm
if you can
trying to have
cite
a
it,
basic conversation about a right angle and an angle,
just go
right?
ahead and cite your source. I mean, if you're saying these things, certainly they come from a source that you can validate, right? You're not making it up on the spot, are you, Daza?
Well, we've
20
talked about
seconds.
this before. You know that we can get a level, we can get a spirit level, right? And we can generate horizontal and a vertical from a spirit level, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so
10
we've got our
seconds.
right angle established, okay? If we want to measure any angle within that right angle, we can measure it from the horizontal or from the vertical. It doesn't matter what our reference is.
Yeah, you're
That
obfuscating
citation
the
is
issue
what?
with that second clause because you're trying to neglect the horizontal.
Well,
That's
because
all it
it's not
is.
actually involved in the final calculation, because
So you're on mute now. I will give you another 30 seconds to go ahead and provide for us a citation of the claim that you just made, that you can do either or we have a 2-day break.
For those who are not as discerning as some others, this is the sound of a man persevering to convince himself. You see, his tone of voice can be deceitful. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. But Says Who has already asked him multiple times to cite his source. Right? Do the experts, right? Do the ones who practice these principles professionally talk like this and or practice according to these principles? And evidently not, because if he had that citation on the hip, he would have been cited it, of course, not just repeated the idea over and over again, which is obviously implying absurdities and obfuscating the issue. You're not getting an angle with one line. You're not getting an angle with only the horizontal line or only the vertical line. You need at least two straight lines.
I'm feeling generous today. I tell you what, Daza, if you're still here, you can go ahead and just clarify that this is something that you're making up and continue, since it's Speculation Sunday. Or did he leave?
He's still there.
He's here,
I'll
but
tell
he's
you what,
muted right now. You have him
go
muted.
ahead and qualify that you're making this up, and then you can continue.
I'm not making it up.
Okay, well then cite it for me.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, when's the last time you elevated from a vertical? You know, I mean, when you just pay attention to the words that we say, it's just nonsense. You don't
You're not
elevate from
listening
the
to me either,
vertical, you
Gregory.
elevate from the horizontal.
No.
That's why it's called an
Yeah.
elevation angle.
So how do you do it when you can't establish a horizontal? When you can't
I'm
see
not
Because
the
you're not going to
line
get the
so you
elevation
know
angle now, will you?
Daza, I'm not
You
seeing
can
any
do celestial
citation. I don't
navigation
want to
in the
hear a
dark.
word out of your mouth until you actually cite it.
When you can't use the horizon to establish a horizontal plane, you can use your vertical to
Yes.
establish
Thank you
a
very much.
horizontal. Shut up, bro. You can use your vertical to establish a horizontal plane that you will be measuring an elevation angle from still.
Correct. Is that good enough for you, Says Who?
Yes,
That's what
so
I've been
you are
generally
affirming.
saying.
You don't realize that Eli refuted you.
I want to hear it out
No,
of your mouth
Eli
for a moment.
confirmed me.
Vertical is
No, he
only in
didn't.
relation to horizontal.
Because your question was, how do you get the elevation angle without the horizontal? I said, well, then you can't. Eli corrected you or clarified with proper specificity, saying if you don't have the horizon, you know, that optical phenomenon in your field of view, you can use the vertical to establish a horizontal. But if you don't have the horizontal, you're not going to get an elevation angle. That was his point.
Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to say, that you can establish the horizontal from the vertical and measure from that artificial horizontal that you've created.
Right, and you're not going to
And
get the
so-
elevation angle without the horizontal.
You don't have to physically create the horizontal because you can just calculate it, right? You can
Yeah, I
say
didn't
it's
say that.
90. It's 90
You're refuting something I
minus
didn't say.
the declination.
There's no point in you
I'm not
saying
trying to
that. You know
refute.
full well I didn't say that. So you're refuting something I didn't say.
I'm not trying to refute anything. I'm just trying to get us on the same page.
So then why
with
did you
what's
reply
going
as
on
though
here.
you were?
You must have inferred that from my tone of voice, maybe, but I'm just trying to get us on the same page that we have a horizontal, we have a vertical, we measure the angle, and then we go off and we use the angle to calculate our position.
Right, and so we can conclude with the fact that you're not getting an angle without the horizontal. You can disagree with that if you want to, but we don't need to
If you
obfuscate
want to
the
call
issue.
90 minus vertical horizontal, we can do that. That could be the angle.
You see how you won't let it be concluded? You just have to keep
because
obfuscating that simple conclusion.
No. It's because it's the angle
Yes,
from the
you keep
vertical that's the
obfuscating that
important.
simple conclusion.
It's the important thing in the next step, Gregory, is the angle. So if you go to solve this problem, the next step is you take 90 degrees from the elevation angle to get the angle from vertical. And then you use that because that corresponds to the arc across the ground between you and the GP.
Yeah, you're just multiplying words after the conclusion was said. You just don't want to conclude. You want to conclude on some distraction from the conclusion.
No, the conclusion here is how to do
Still doing
celestial
it.
navigation, right? Isn't that the aim of this conversation, is to understand the geometry of celestial navigation?
Yes.
Right, how I
How
failed
do you
to
get
do
an
that just now?
elevation?
Yeah, but it's more than just measuring the angle. What do we do once we've got these angles? How do we then apply that?
Right, have I failed to do
how
that?
far the GP?
Have I failed to talk about the subject? No, right. I didn't fail to talk about the subject. I've been talking about the subject the entire time. Right.
Yeah, but we need to go to the next step now. We've established we can measure this angle. What do we do next?
Right, that's it. You just don't realize what a conclusion is. You don't have discernment. Once we establish
the
that
angle,
clear and irrefutable fact that you're not getting an elevation angle without that horizontal line, then of course that necessarily means that if you're getting an elevation angle from the surface of the seas or the earth, that requires the surface of the seas and the earth to be equivalent, logically equivalent to that horizontal baseline, therefore making the surface planar.
Okay, so we've got our angle measured on the planar surface. What do we do next when we're doing celestial navigation? What's the next step?
You can go on and talk about that if you want to, but that's the conclusion
It's
that I'm coming
important,
to.
right? Because that's
you're
what
not
celestial
getting,
navigation is.
you're not going to do celestial navigation on a curved surface. Can't be done.
Well, it can't be done. So what's the next step then? What
You
do
can
we
go
do
ahead and
next?
talk about that if you want to, but like I just said.
Okay, so I'll tell you what we do next. We take our elevation angle, we subtract 90 degrees from it to get the co-altitude angle. Because of the parallel line theorem, the co-altitude angle corresponds to the angle across the ground.
Parallel lines for what reason? Why are we talking about parallel lines? What does that have to do about the cosmos?
So parallel lines coming from the object we're observing.
Parallel lines of what?
Object.
I mean, obviously, mathematical concepts are not extending from the stars, of course.
Parallel lines of light.
Hold on a second, Gregory. He made a claim about an object. What object is that?
The object in the sky. The star.
What is that object? It's a physical object?
Well, it appears to be a physical object. It appears to be a long way away. When we do this, it appears to correspond to the distance across the ground. So you can measure it, right? So you can physically do this, right? So I don't know whether T-Dub or Timbo are still on the call. They're in Australia like me, but Timbo said he was about 30 degrees south. I'm about 41.
So the distance in the sky, the zenith distance between your vertical zenith and the ground position's vertical zenith, the distance in the sky corresponds with the distance on the ground, because the arc is really not, the arc is really not really an arc in the sky. And so after they'd
So
done their little diddling, they didn't have a straight box. Because that's what you're describing, the parallel situation between what's going on
yeah,
in the sky and the ground.
you've got two parallel lines, right? So one is through the GP directly at the zenith of the GP. The other is at an angle because I'm on the curve through my position, and my vertical is the line that intersects the two parallels. So the angle between my vertical and the parallel line of the GP is the same as the angle between me and the GP.
Is that parallel zeniths?
The celestial object has parallel rays. My zenith
I didn't
is
ask you about rays.
not.
Rays are conceptual. So is the zenith angle below the star 90 degrees, and is that parallel with my zenith?
Just trying to picture what you've said in your head again. So the zenith of the GP of the star
90 degrees
it'll be
on the plane that
overhead.
I'm standing on. So if I had a zenith, that would be
Yes.
straight up 90 degrees. Are they parallel?
The only two parallel lines are the lines between you and the star and the GP of the star and the star. They are parallel lines.
The GP of the star, which is a zenith.
No, you need to
Star.
you need to show us that in a diagram right now. I don't know what you're
Yeah. I'll do that 2 seconds. I've got this one. So
So really, what I smell again is a conflation between the apparent celestial sphere and the surface of the Earth. Again,
well, you might call it a conflation, but the reality is that the numbers work, right?
yeah, that's not empirical fact.
What do you mean? It's not an empirical fact.
Yeah, that's not corresponding to the concrete state of affairs. Right? Your math can say whatever you want it to say. Right? This is a matter of empirical adequacy.
Yeah, but that empirical adequacy means that this works in practice, right?
It's not working in practice. That's what you want to presume. That's the conclusion you're devoutly striving for. Right? But the apparent arc of the sky does not indicate you're standing on a ball. It doesn't. Especially when you do celestial navigation, you need that horizontal baseline, which is equivalent to the surface of the earth and seas.
I'm just going to whip up a nice new clean diagram.
Did you say a claim diagram?
Clean one.
Yeah. This is from a celestial navigation manual, correct?
It doesn't matter.
I just want to describe the geometry. I can.
Yeah, I just want to see.
No, I don't want you to describe anything. I want you to get us a citation and a diagram from a celestial navigation manual.
No, I just want to see what he's trying to say right now. It's not that serious at the moment. Like, we know enough to say that doesn't make sense. I haven't seen that in any of our study or not.
If I can post this one. So this one's not mine. I'll paste that in. Guys. So I just pasted an image in. Okay, and this is the basic geometry of celestial navigation.
That is
So
not
not getting
parallel.
an elevation angle from the surface of the Earth is what this illustrates. Therefore, failure.
No, but notice the angles, Gregory. So we
Right,
have
the angles that you're using with two intersecting straight lines, right? Which are not the surface of the Earth, right?
So we have two parallel lines coming in there, right? One is perpendicular to the surface at the GP.
So just whistle past the critique again, like usual.
It is not perpendicular to the surface of the GP.
This right here.
So I've got three
No.
people give me 5 different critiques, right? I need to just, can one person at a time speak?
That should give you an indication of how much garbage it is, because if you have 3 people giving you 5 different critiques, first of all, show me where you have perpendicular to the GP on the edge of a circle. Show me perpendicular on a circle.
Okay, so that's not drawn in this diagram, but that's one I pasted earlier, right? That what?
You just
So
claimed
the
it.
GP. So the
You
GP
just claimed
there.
it. You just claimed it.
The GP is directly overhead, right? Vertical.
90 degrees
the
to
GP
what?
is on the ground. The
No,
zenith
the
is above it.
GP. The zenith is overhead, vertically overhead, right?
Oh my
we can
gosh,
establish,
dude.
and we established before that we can establish vertical independently, right? We just get our level and point it upwards. Our bubble goes up. We know where directly overhead is. Okay, so the GP does not require anything other than its position. We don't need a horizontal GP.
Distraction from the point again, right?
No. I'm walking through the geometry. So we have our GP.
When did you measure 90 degrees?
Right.
When did you
So
measure 90
persevere
degrees?
to go on this distraction, right?
So the GP is directly overhead. The GP is a point on the surface
just
where the
continue going
zenith
with
of the
distraction,
star is overhead. Then we have the other parallel ray from the celestial object coming in at where the observer is. So can you see those 2 parallel lines, right? You can ignore the circle for now.
Do you
We have 2
appreciate,
parallel
or
lines.
do you care at all that as you persevere to lecture us with a point that is just distraction from the point that it's annoying and no good? Do you understand that?
Gregory, would you let me finish, please?
Right. You hear that, audience? Just let me finish, Gregory. I don't care that it's not addressing the point. Right? I don't care that it's
point.
erroneous. I don't care about the critiques being said against it. I just want to finish what I want to say.
Yeah,
Right?
but what argument would these guys have if it wasn't just random bullshit? They can fucking throw it off the top of their head.
Okay. So we have 2 parallel lines. The angle between the observer measures from his zenith to the celestial object is the same as the angle between his zenith and the GP zenith. And you can see that from that diagram, right? The 2 parallel
I'm waiting for you to be
lines.
done since you persevere to lecture us every time you speak in here.
So do you agree that that geometry that I just described aligns with that image that I posted? 2 parallel lines, 2 equal angles.
I don't
Full
get
stop.
what you're trying. I don't get what you're trying to say.
Are you able to see the image I posted?
I see
Isaiah?
that. I see that you have like a star that's an infinite distance away. So
Yes.
the observer, no
Yeah,
matter
because we're trying
what
to.
it
Yeah,
is,
go.
Yeah. So I don't understand though. I don't understand. I don't understand what.
So this. Yeah, go.
Like there's
Sorry.
no where. What do you like? Why are there 2 lines? There's one observer.
Yep.
And okay, that's his angle off of the horizontal, right?
Yeah. Okay. Then we subtract 90 from that, right, and get the zenith distance angle.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with what the diagram's doing? That's the part I don't
Okay.
get.
So can you see how the zenith distance angle appears in 2 places in that diagram?
Well, the zenith distance would be the distance between your vertical line and the GP's vertical line, which is obviously
The angle, yeah.
Which is, well, there's no. I mean, it's just they're supposed to be parallel, but you've made it like this instead, and that's not. That doesn't
What's
make
supposed to be
sense.
parallel?
Your Like all verticals are parallel, but in this, that's not the case. But you still have parallel lines. But
Oh no, all
I don't
verticals aren't parallel.
understand.
That's the fundamental problem that we have, I assume.
Yeah, you know that's
Okay,
stupid.
Well,
okay,
and that's the thing here we're trying to discover. The celestial navigation
Yeah.
says perhaps they aren't.
now,
Does
that's not true. That's not true. That's
This
not
is the
true.
same thing you're going to persist with, that verticals are not parallel. You're already begging the question of a sphere towards the center, which is why I will always hold you to the speculation that you hold that verticals are diverging to the center of a ball. I need you to go ahead and show me that or cite it or something. You're always going to go back to
And
this. You rinse and repeat.
that's what celestial navigation is trying to show us, that if the verticals are indeed parallel, then how can we measure our angles? How can we calculate distances?
No, it isn't. That's what
Where
you're
are the
trying to say to
stars? Are the
us.
stars near? Yeah.
No, celestial navigation is not trying to show us that. That's what you're trying to show us. Everyone in here who's not persevering to deceive themselves knows full and well that if you stack an infinite number, a finite or infinite number of vertical lines of whatever given length, they will never intersect. What you have with the sphere is one vertical line, and then as soon as you move from that vertical line, you now have diagonal lines all the way up to the point you have horizontal lines.
So that's your claim. That doesn't
That's my
comport
claim.
with
It's not actually
with the
mathematically
geometry.
true.
I don't believe it is. No.
No,
Not
so
according to
you have a
celestial
sphere, right?
navigation. Yeah.
You have a sphere, right? And then you have this vertical line at the top of that sphere. And then just slightly to the left or slightly to the right, that line, that next line, is going to be diagonal, not vertical. If you're
It's going
trying
to be
to
radial.
point them all to the center, right?
Yep.
If you're trying to point them all to the center, and then as you move along to the left or to the right of this circle, you're going to eventually have horizontal lines. And then again, after those two at both sides, you're going to have diagonal lines. And then you're going to have another vertical line pointing up to the center.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I
That's
see what you're saying.
mathematically coherent and everyone knows that.
Yeah. But it doesn't comport with what we actually measure, right? And that's the basis of celestial navigation, is that those verticals
You
are
mumbled
in
that. Say it
fact
again.
radial. That
You
those
mumbled that
verticals
sentence.
are
Say it
radial.
again.
So is my
The first
microphone
sentence.
playing
Say it again. You mumbled.
I don't remember what I said. Sorry.
Daza, are you measuring these angles from the center of the Earth? Yes or no?
No, you're measuring the
All
path
these
from
things
the observer's
never
position.
standing at the center of the universe.
So the surface is a horizontal plane.
No, the surface is a sphere.
Oh, so you're measuring from a sphere. So show me how you get an angle from a sphere.
So there are two angles involved here. We have our vertical and our horizontal at right
You won't even
angles,
let him
right?
talk. Shut the fuck up.
We're measuring the angle to the horizontal, right? From the horizontal to the object.
It's the same circle with him every day he engages.
Yep, that's why he gets the 5 minutes, because I get tired of
I
this.
don't understand why the geometry is so complicated.
Get an angle from a sphere. Just go ahead.
No, we're measuring an angle from the horizontal.
Okay, great. So horizontal plane
or the vertical
on the surface.
This is what it really looks like. What I posted in the chat.
Okay, so we can
What
run
is
with that if you like.
Yeah, we can actually run with this as you were, quote unquote, not with that thing you posted earlier.
So how do we get the zenith distance in this one? So we've got the co-altitude angle.
Just look at it and figure it out. Look what it looks like, though.
Yeah. So how do we get any of the distances on the ground here?
See those verticals. Those verticals are parallel. Because you would imagine if you have a horizontals that are parallel, why wouldn't verticals be parallel? I don't get it. I mean,
I think this is a section of a sphere that they're showing here. It doesn't actually look
It's
that
obviously
flat.
not.
But anyway,
You're just persevering to deceive yourself again.
okay. So
Well, you see where
we've
it
got our
says
angles here.
observer's position, and then there's zenith.
Yep.
And then the zenith distance is actually the radius of the circle of equal altitude. So
Yes.
everybody knows that a radius is a straight line, and that radius is going from you, the observer position, to the position that's directly underneath the star. So that's a straight
Okay. Yep.
line.
Yep.
And see, but how do you get that distance? Because
yes.
there's a co-relationship between the ground and the sky. See that co-altitude? That's why it says observer zenith up there where it says Z, and then you have the
Yeah.
star there.
Don't speak to me like a child.
Well,
Stop
every
acting
time
like a
you
child.
every time
So
you
you've
go
got these
every time you
angles.
go yeah. When I'm talking, I'm annoyed, but I don't stop you because that's a natural human cue. So don't talk to me about how I talk to you. I'm not disrespecting you, bro.
Damn. Fair enough. Continue.
We're looking at what we're looking at, fam. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah. So we've measured all these angles. How do we get a physical distance along the ground for our radius?
Asking the question after it's been answered several times.
Well, the distance. Listen, you need to get your direction, position where you are. The distance is known to you because it is already known. That's why you have a book, because based on where you're looking and what time it is, it'll tell you where that star is overhead, which will give you your distance. But again, what does
You
this
don't know
have to
where
do
you
with it?
are.
Bro,
You don't know where you are. As the observer, you do not know your location.
Yeah, but you can't do that with one elevation angle to one star.
You can draw the circle.
Okay, but in order to know where you are, you need at least two stars. Because you could be anywhere. Because you could be anywhere along
anywhere
that
on the circumference. Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
when you
So how
have
do we know the
two,
radius of the circle?
oh my God, nigga. So when you have two circles, because you have two stars with two radius that are parallel with one another, that's two circles on your plane, the plane that you're in reference on.
Mm-hmm. So how do we know the
That's two
radius of those
circles with a
circles?
straight. So I'm going to also post this instead. I'm not answering your question, by the way. It's redundant. I just told
That's
you.
the crux of the thing. What is the radius?
No, it's not. The crux of the thing is you told me that the verticals aren't parallel. So that's why I'm doing this. So you see what I mean? You're like, So obviously
Yeah,
you're
sorry.
objecting. So obviously you're objecting to that, right? So it's not. You're trying to figure out why I'm not answering your question, but you're going to me. And I'm like, for the life of me, I don't get why we're having a breakdown in communication when you're like, but you don't really
Oh,
mean.
because you're arguing with children.
Yeah, sorry, I don't
that's
realize
why.
I'm doing it. I don't realize I'm doing it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the whole point is I'm supposed to be supporting what I'm saying, right? Because you said that it wasn't what I said. So where's the okay? Skype. How are you, little fella? Why would it not be in my Skype? Okay. Anyway, I'll go to FE.
That's interesting stuff you guys are talking about, man.
Thank you.
Could be more interesting if some persons would stop persevering to go in circles and repeat the same thing that's been refuted over and over and over again.
I don't think this is.
We just need to
I know
move
you
to the
guys are
next
kind of
step,
going in
Gregory.
circles.
All right.
None of
Here
you
we
guys are
go.
going to
No,
agree. So.
the point is, no, that's not.
It's really
That
ironic coming from one of us.
you gotta address what I'm saying, bro. Because again, if all the if listen, if you're one observer, okay, and you have an elevation angle, and the radius is from where you're standing to where the GP is, which is a straight line, and you have three of them, and you have three circles of equal altitude, then you have three vertical lines that are parallel because you have three elevation angles. As a matter of fact, right
Okay.
here it says a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at. Hold on, let me go further back.
Yeah, but they don't
From
tell you
this,
how
the
you deduce
navigator
the
knows.
radius, right?
I'm not talking to hear you talk when I'm talking. From this, the navigator knows he is on a. I may as well read. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of the measurement and altitude are noted. By measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values, there's the answer to your question right there. For the star in question, at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth. So can you stop? Does that answer your question? Saying it right here. You heard that right? Look. It is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. You heard that? You heard? Did you get your
Yes.
answer? Okay, great. So
Yeah.
from this, a
So
navigator.
that
So from this,
calculation
a
is based on a
navigator.
sphere.
No,
Yes.
you can't just.
It is.
Americans
The books are solving spherical
Can
triangles.
can I finish? From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real root, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. So if you have radii that are parallel to the 90-degree position of the star, then the verticals must be parallel, like it looks like in this depiction.
Not on a spherical surface. I repeat, not on a spherical surface.
Are on a spherical surface. Are in fact on
Yeah,
a spherical surface.
Yeah.
That's why this
Can
math.
I address some
That's why the
points there?
math works out the way it does.
I mean, that's just what makes it infuriating because it's like, never mind everything that I just said. We're just going to, oh, they're doing
Right, it wasn't an
perfectly
argument,
fine.
it's just petulant defiance. That's it.
No,
They
so
just
you
assume
He
quoted one
said
that
little
it's because of
petulant
snippet.
defiance.
You quoted
Yeah.
one little snippet. If I can find you like 50 others that say, "Hey, this is how it works on a spherical surface," what would you say then?
Why don't you go back and figure out how they found the ground positions of these stars first, like we all did?
Yeah, hypothetical
We all
arguments are
went back.
boring, so
We all
toss it
went
over my
back.
shoulder.
We all went back and we figured out how they found these ground positions of these stars that they utilize in these almanacs, so that you know the ground positions at any given time of year, and that's why you have the almanacs. So you don't have to re-chart out every ground position of the star at any given time that you need a position.
Yeah, three or more
So,
radii,
a couple of
which
interesting.
are parallel with one another, perpendicular to that line stretching up to the zenith, down to the GP. Yeah, that's a horizontal line perpendicular with a vertical line, right? Which is not
This
a
is
spherical
boring.
surface. So this is refuted.
So a couple of
This is
interesting.
pretty boring, guys.
Sorry.
To the apparent horizon, right?
So a couple of interesting points that Laia raised there. So one is that. So first of all, he was discussing a method called line of intercept, azimuth intercept, or the Mark St. Hilaire method, I think it's called, where you have an assumed position and you draw a circle using the tables that tell you where the assumed position line will go past nearby. Then you use the tables, use the angular distance to work out how far you are from the GP angular-wise, and you can draw another line that is a parallel circle. But the three circle intersect method, you need to determine the radius of those circles, and that is done through tables as well, if you want to go that, or you can do it through trig. But that distance along the ground, the radius of those circles, is calculated on a sphere. The tables use spherical instructions. It's a sphere to calculate those radiuses for you.
Yeah, no, it isn't. You're lying.
I'm not lying. All of those nautical tables are solving spherical triangles in one form or another.
Did he say spherical triangles?
Yes.
Spherical triangles.
Yes, spherical
But that's
triangles.
it. Thank you.
All right, Dazzle, citation.
Yeah, we're not going to put up with
For
spherical
which?
triangles because there's no such thing, and you know it.
There is, Radwan. Come on, you can even draw them in SolidWorks if you want to.
What's the angle you get in SolidWorks? Because I don't get one.
Which angle?
Any of them.
So you've drawn, you've made three straight lines on the surface of a sphere and intersected them. SolidWorks will be able to measure the angle for you, I reckon. In fact, I know.
Oh, so you don't know.
Yeah, so this has been repeated over and over again. So, I mean, do we really need to repeat the refutation to this garbage again?
No,
Nope.
no. But like some people have said, just come back with a calculation that works for me.
I don't want to hear another word out of your mouth. 4 minutes.
All right, I give up. You guys win. The Earth's flat.
Right.
Just Gregory, when you get a chance, just draw this thing through end to end and come up with a calculation of where, you know.
And bro got muted.
All right. Is Yakubite still here?
Oh, that's how they handle good opinions. So, you know,
How you handle them, huh? Gotta mute them.
Angelon.
Y'all can't listen
Certainly,
to
you have something for us, Lord.
y'all can't listen to good fucking laws. So you just mute people.
Maybe Space has something for us.
Probably
Space, you got
not. You
anything
know,
for us?
based on what I've heard from the past 20 minutes now, you fucking idiots are just you guys would just quote some shit that doesn't make any sense.
So you don't need to talk
help
either.
me here. So we're talking about direct elevation measurements, right? But then there's like, this mathematical there's something that you do mathematically to solve the problem of distance after you've already measured an elevation angle. Like you can't skip beyond that and then go, well, the math is telling me it's a sphere. Like that doesn't make any sense. How am I not making any sense? First of all, what I read out was exactly what came from one of these books.
This is wannabe Pythagoreanism. The Pythagoreans believed that the world subsisted of mathematical concepts themselves.
Well. Maybe the Earth is truly flat, man. Maybe we were wrong all along. Possible.
I mean, Angelon, we're very much welcoming anybody to bring something, right, that would help us empirically validate the claim. But we're not getting it. Instead, mostly excuses based on hopeful or wishful thinking. So what do you have for us?
I mean, these are the same people that ridicule apologists of other philosophical schools of thought, but here they are being apologists for their own position. This is just arbitrary, incoherent mathematical apologetics in defense of this global earth paradigm. And then the diagram that he presented earlier was, when you read it carefully, when you pay attention to it carefully, illustrates a refutation against his own position. That little curved line between those two perpendicular straight lines are the instances in his own diagram where you're getting an angle. That little curved line is not extending from the vertical down to the surface of the circle, which is supposed to be the sphere. In both instances, where you scroll back up in the open chat and look in that diagram. I mean, the diagram contains angles made manifest by two straight perpendicular lines. Not a straight line and a curved line. In his own diagram, it's just ridiculously self-refuting and pitiful.
That's geometric. That's with straight lines. And what we observe is not the geometric. We observe the apparent, which is curved lines.
Yeah, you don't.
In the global model, we do.
Yeah, in your imagination, sure. You can see whatever you want to in your mind's eye. That's not what you see in the world.
It's by necessity. They have refraction happening, and refraction causes lines to bend, and the observer is seeing refraction. Everything's refracting to some degree always. So
Yeah,
you're
bend doesn't
seeing
equal
refracted lines come to your eyes, but they never took a straight path.
Yeah, bend doesn't equal curve.
All right.
Well, refraction cannot refract my thoughts. So
Right. It's not going to refract your imagination.
Do you believe that we live in an upside down ball?
It's a disc, a
Do you believe
pancake.
that we live in an upside down ball? North and South poles.
do you believe that triangles are spherical?
You can't
shape?
deflect the question. I can't ask you a question and then you ask me a question.
You got to prove the ball first, dude.
There is no ball,
You said so.
therefore there cannot be
just
a
asking you a question,
upside down ball. Yeah.
I asked Gregory. I didn't even ask you.
It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, what?
Gregory, I asked do you believe that we live. The only reason I'm not asking Get is because he talks for too long. So, Gregory, do you believe that we live on an upside down ball?
No. You can't even have an upside down ball.
Huh? What'd you say?
An upside down ball.
I can't hear your mic's like kind of.
This man
He
likes to
asked
troll,
you the
man.
same question you asked him.
No, I'm not trolling. I dead ass did
You
not hear what he
always
said.
trolling, dude. You're a
upside
trigger
down
troll. That's what you are, man.
Yeah.
You want to discuss something with me, buddy?
Troll.
Everyone here knows I don't troll.
Angle troll.
Hold on a second. That's a great question, Gregory. If you can't hear Gregory, I'll ask. What does an upside down ball look like? What the
No. That's what one of your one of the guys in here said something like upside down ball. There's no up or down on a ball.
Who did?
But
What about an upside down
square?
square?
So that's why I
Throw
asked
my
that
hands up,
question.
shake my head, SMH. WTF.
One of them were like
OMG.
you think you live on an upside down ball, and there is no up or down really on a ball. It's spherical object.
No, I mean,
The
more
better way to phrase
accurately,
that is to
that
say you live
believe,
inside a ball.
yeah, you believe that you live antipodal to somebody else, it would be right side up and upside down. If you want to say it that way.
Yeah. Do you believe that we live antipodal to other people, Gregory?
Say again.
You believe that we live antipodal to other people?
Nah. Unless Agartha is true,
Wait, are Australians walking upside down?
Well, some of them are.
Have to be, man. Or anyone in Australia right now is walking upside down.
Yeah, you live around them kangaroos long enough, you can be walking upside down.
So then, how do we explain the moon appearing to
So
be
the
like upside
kangaroos are
down to
jumping
people that are
down.
like near the South Pole?
If I wanted to go to Australia, could I just point in like a direction? Like if I'm standing still right now, could I just point in a direction, continue in that direction, and end up in Australia?
Good question.
I mean, do you think that's possible? You think that's like maybe what people do? They're like it's that way, and they point there, and then they arrive there.
You know,
Oh
like
no, maybe they
traveling.
do. Maybe they point there and then arrive there.
It's hard to believe that all you need is to know which direction is something to just go that way.
Posted up.
You know, like a journey.
I posted this picture. This is from Google, right? You guys can check it out. It's just the most recent picture posted. It says the moon appears upside down in the southern hemisphere, Australia, from that in the northern. So if people aren't really living upside down, you know, there's no up inside on a ball, but like, how would we explain this phenomenon?
We wouldn't.
Interesting wonder. If it's true.
Would both of the people, when if they said point to the moon, would they be pointing up?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is true,
It's-
but I mean, you do see
It said it in the
this is something everyone.
the moon. You do see the disk of the moon in a different orientation.
If you're south, if you're in what they call the South Pole, or then the northern.
Right.
Okay,
So it's just an apparent
the south
position.
the south is just 90 degrees in the other direction of the equator. So I mean, that's still a plane.
Damn. I'm seeing what's it called? Post is being even better. Manufacture. How do I say it? Manufactatum.
Yeah, that's an interesting username,
He
man.
posted it. Yeah, he posted a better one actually, where it shows like North Pole, London, Equator, Sydney, and South Pole. That's something interesting to look at, guys.
Yeah, it proves a ball for sure.
Yeah. And in a sense of for sure, he means not at all.
It appears that way, right? So, are you making a claim about it? It's an apparent, orientation.
No,
What is your
there's no
claim?
claim that was made. I was just posting it, seeing what you guys thought about it.
Oh well, we think it appears to look like it's a different orientation. But what would the moon be right side up? Are you making any claims, Matt? I mean, are you not making claims anymore, Matt?
I already made it clear that I never made a claim about this. I just posted it. And I wondered what you guys thought about the South Pole and North Pole and what it has to do with the moon.
I think you can make this same orientation flip on a flat plane. In fact, you could probably do it in your own bedroom if you wanted to. You could post a 6 on your on your ceiling, and stand at one end of the room and it look like a 6, and then go to the other side of the room and look like a 9. You could do the same thing. No curvature required, Matt.
Oh wait. So to you, is the moon right above the flat Earth, or is it like far into like the distance? Like that's the only way I imagine it.
Given that I have to look up at it, that would kind of indicate that it's above the surface of the Earth.
Matt,
I think it's around 6 degrees at the equator. The moon.
Everyone's talking at the same time.
I was just pointing out that I believe they measure the angle to be about 6 degrees from the equator, where the moon travels on a circuit.
Okay.
So if you're, so when you denote like the equator being like the dividing line of north and south, right? You go north of that dividing line and look at it in one way, and go south and look another way. And what does that show you?
Actually, that's interesting as hell. That does bring up questions in my mind. But
Yeah, so like that still doesn't answer my question. Is the moon above the Earth that's flat, or is it far into the distance? Like if the Earth, let's say the Earth is a disk, obviously, right?
Did I not answer this already?
Would the moon be hovering above that disk Earth, or would it be far out into some other outer realm?
Did I not answer this already?
It's always above, man.
So it's above.
Did I not answer this already? Hello?
You did.
What happened, Gregory?
You did.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ask you, angle on. Did I not answer this already?
Oh, I never got the answer to it.
Oh, I'm not surprised. What I said
Someone just said it'd
was,
be above. So subject.
yeah, what
What'd
I
you say?
said was, given that to, look up at it, it would kind of indicate that it's above the surface which I'm standing on,
Cool. So if the moon is truly above the flat surface, then people on the flat surface would see different sides of the moon. Why do we all see the same face of the moon?
That kind of presupposes that it's a three-dimensional object like a sphere or a cube or something like that, even though that's not what we
Okay, then
observe.
say it's not a three-dimensional object. Say it's not a sphere. Say it's a disk that just points at you. And if it would be hovering over, people would still see it change shape then.
So, are you making a
Well, how about
claim?
we
Do you
not
have a
presuppose what we don't observe,
Simplest thing ever.
He kind of
Yeah, angle on,
hold
angle
on a
on.
second.
the point is
Hold on, let me
interesting,
get
and
something to prove it better.
but no, either Gregory or me interrupting Gregory. It's not you.
So, at what point do we make a actual conclusion based off these observations? Like, what do you require to?
Just wait. So, how about we not presuppose what we don't empirically detect? How about that?
This is just basic vision.
Well, again,
If you
how
have
about
a,
we
if you have a
not
friend standing in the
presuppose what we
middle,
don't
if you have your
empirically
friend,
detect?
if you have your,
It's
if
kind
you
of
have
the
your friend,
logically
hold
sound thing
on.
to do. I don't know why you're talking
If
through
you're on
this
a
answer.
football
It's kind of
field,
weird.
hold
I
on,
don't know why you're
Gregory.
talking through this answer.
Gregory,
That's
if you're
kind
on
of
a,
weird. I don't understand.
you didn't.
I,
What were you answering? You already gave me an
I
answer,
still
so
don't
I need to
understand why you're
answer.
talking through the answer. I don't get it. So your question is like presupposing that it's something that we don't empirically detect it to be. So how about we just not do that?
Yes. Yeah, I know. Now you're saying we shouldn't presuppose. You already gave me the answers that I wanted. Thank you for that. But if I'm just making this clear to everybody, if you're on a football field, right, a flat football field, and you have your friend standing in the middle, and you have your other friend standing in front of that friend, right? You have one friend in the middle. They don't see the same face of you, right? They see different faces. We all see the same face of the moon. So it's either
So
not in
thank
that
you for the
flat disk,
truism.
and it's like in some outer realm pointing at us, or something.
It's really important
I get where his
that
mind
you
is at,
don't
man.
presuppose the moon to be a ball. So, I'm going to allow
his
you
mind is
to
at.
speak again, not presupposing the Earth to be or the moon to be a ball.
Nobody else sees what he's trying to say.
No, I get his point. That's why I said thank you for the truism. Moving forward,
Okay. Yeah.
Right, but also, I just want to point out, nobody here said the Earth is a disk. When you earlier said, "Well, the Earth is a disk."
I know. That's why I made it clear that I'm
Okay.
saying say the Earth is a disk. I know no one claimed that.
You want me to say it now, or do I have to say it later?
Say what?
Like imagine it's a disk. Like if you imagine it's a disk, then you imagine other things.
I mean, obviously, I said imagine the Earth is a disk. I mean, I'm trying to conceptualize a shape for you guys. I don't know what shape you guys think the Earth is, but
No, it sounds like, Angelon, that you have a flat Earth model that you would like to present to us because you've worked it all out in your head. So, can you show us the flat Earth model that you assume?
Oh, bro, he just posted.
No. The only reason, no. So again, I'm not trying to.
You don't have to repeat your point, but get
Can I
it.
answer the question? Can I answer? Okay, you already understood my point. Okay, then I don't have to answer that question.
Yeah, well, all we have to know is that from what you posted, that you got this from Dave Farina's arguments, which were completely fallacious, buddy.
No. I mean, the thing is with Dave is like he'll attack what some other flat earthers say, but it's apparently not what everyone here will say. So, because like most of you guys don't really claim anything, and then like the other flat earthers were like the last gen flat earthers kind of tried, and they were more
Dave. Who's Dave?
Well, first of all, I do
Professor
make
Dave.
claims. A lot of us do make a claim, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You guys make claims about the moon.
I don't know why we keep falling into this quibble. Can we like not quibble anymore about there's a difference between a shape and the flatness or curvature of a surface? We got that, right? We don't have to quibble about that ever
we already
again.
understand that. Yeah, I think we already understand that.
Okay.
I think we already get that.
So when we say the surface of the Earth and the seas are planar, flat, that's not a claim to the shape of the Earth. That's a claim to the geometric property of the surface of the Earth and seas.
Of course. That's why when I said the whole like assume the Earth is a disk thing, I mean it works on any flat surface. Actually, what I said, it works on any flat surface. But I said assume it's a disk. What I said works on any flat surface.
What works on any flat surface?
If the moon is hovering over the Earth, again, this is hovering over
What's
the
the
Earth and
moon?
whatnot, like the thing I said.
What's the moon? What are you presupposing, Matt? You keep doing this. What are you presupposing the moon
that
to
comes
be?
with the presuppositions. Yeah, that comes with the presuppositions.
All right, well, why don't you leave that out since nobody here made a claim about that? I mean, like all the chomos that I know are globers. Should I assume that you're a chomo?
The fuck's a chomo?
I'm wondering the same thing. I want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I did say that I didn't say that you guys claim that disc shape.
Okay, so well, maybe you should stop assuming things. I mean, all the things that you're creating are straw mans that don't work.
It doesn't change my point, right? Just for not.
Right?
Well, this is the same circle we've been through like 4 times now, so can we, I'll repeat it.
Okay.
So
I already made my point.
if you want to, you can make your point, but it's going to be your point. So you're debunking your own claim, but none of the claims that we make.
Actually,
Correct?
not. I am not debunking my own claims. How am I debunking my own
Well,
claims?
you're making your own scenarios. You're creating, the moon to be a sphere at a certain height over a disk. No one here is saying any of those things.
Okay, we just repeated the circle again. Do we get each other's point now?
We're reaching the circle again. Like it doesn't change matter what shape. It still my point was already created.
So can we move forward now?
So let's
move forward.
Can we define chomos still? I missed the definition of that.
I prefer y'all look it up. I don't want to put it on live stream.
Because I'm pretty sure they're going to be mad at us now. Pretty sure we're going to be able to not say it tomorrow if I say it today. Pretty sure.
Is that like a racial thing?
And you fact. Oh, Tom posted something interesting, guys. Oh, I put a point to it. Yes to it.
I don't. Why is that so?
Not what happened.
It just so happens that in my scenario, that's what I know. So is that what you are, Manufactotum, or would you not like to be stereotyped?
I really don't like that accusation. I don't know where that came from, but that's really
you
kind
guys
of
wouldn't
fucked up. I don't
stereotype
think that
us
was.
in the same way, right? Hey, Manufactotum, you wouldn't like to be stereotyped, then, correct?
Chomo.
No,
How do we
I
get
don't think anybody
to
would.
this?
Okay, well, then you're going to stop stereotyping us, then, correct?
Did I stereotype you?
No, Matt did.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just, making a comparison. You wouldn't want us to do the same thing, right?
Did I stereotype you? Did I stereotype
I feel like you
you?
could have chosen some other comparison, but sure.
Why? What does it matter? Why would I want to be lumped in with any group, right? Why would claims or activities by other people?
You sound so bitter right now.
Well, then any other comparison might have worked, right?
He's chomophobic.
What is the point right now?
It's just I know what that means, and it seemed a little
Nobody here likes to be stereotyped, right?
This guy is lost.
The argument is that they argue for flat Earth but hate when they get accused for believing there's a flat Earth.
No, the point is that no one here likes to be stereotyped, correct? Or lumped in with another group.
Wait, so then why do you guys ever bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson then and say that's like what is it again? A hostile witness or something?
That's called a hostile witness. We're just asking questions.
Why can't we hostile witness with what another flat earther said then?
It's like it's funny. It's ironic because he spends more time talking about what globers do than actually.
I mean, I don't.
So, anyways,
yeah, I've noticed that too.
Just a question. We're not lumping you in with Neil deGrasse Tyson. We ask questions, right? So you don't agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm just asking.
What do you mean? We don't. What do you mean by that? That's very vague.
I'm just asking you specifically. I'm talking to you. I'm not stereotyping you. You wouldn't agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he says we don't know what gravity is.
I agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson or not agree with him. I don't know. I'd be agnostic to it. I probably don't know as much as Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm not going to bring you up with Neil deGrasse Tyson most of the time. We just sometimes bring up what he says. We're curious if you guys have an opinion on it. Considering both of you are heliocentrists, I just want to know if you agree. That's all I'm asking.
That's
Yeah,
stereotyping.
but I'm saying, Sasu, we can do the same thing with you guys, with other people that believe the Earth is flat. They claim a model, and then you don't claim a model. It's like
He
a
has a
hostile
PhD in
race as
fairy
well.
tales.
Right. So why don't you ask us? Just say, do you guys claim a model or not? That way we can move on with the conversation. Do we claim a model here? No. Okay. So you don't have to bring up models anymore, correct?
You don't have to bring up your models anymore, no.
What models? What model did I claim? You keep saying your. Who's your?
I'm
Me
not
and
saying you
who
don't
else?
claim your model. I know I ascribe that. Everyone ascribes that model to you guys because it makes the most sense without making sense.
You
It's like
guys?
you guys don't.
You guys? That's a stereotype fallacy. You guys is a stereotype
I
fallacy.
know. That's what we've done. Yes, azimuthal equidistant projection of the globe is something that we've ascribed
Now,
to
when you
flat
say
earthers, and a lot of flat
we,
earthers
you
have actually
mean
claimed it.
It's a
Paul,
So
map.
it's not only just something that we've ascribed to you guys. A lot of you guys have actually taken it and try to
you
make predictions with
guys.
it, or not make predictions, but
What do you mean
But,
we?
but
seasons. So
why
there's a
a
lot
Guys.
lot
of
of
flat earthers
you
that
guys? Is it me? Is it anybody that in here that has claimed the azimuthal equidistant projection?
no other flat earthers. Other flat earthers.
So what? So why don't you talk to them about the things that they claim, and why don't you talk to us about the things that we claim? Like you and I, we can have a conversation.
That's
You
why
don't
you
have to
should listen to Neil
stereotype me
deGrasse
with the
Tyson
rest
if he
of them.
says something.
Great. So you're not going to bring up the AE map from now on, correct? Unless somebody actually invokes it.
No, I won't bring up the AE map to ascribe to you.
Great. Fantastic. So why don't you tell me about your flat Earth model?
Why are we talking about models again?
My
I
flat
thought we
Earth
just
model.
cleared
I
that
don't
shit
have a
out.
flat Earth
No,
model.
no, just a second. Flat Earth. No, see, Matt here brought up his flat Earth model a second ago. He talked about it being a disk and that the moon was going in a circle around it. I just want to know more about your model.
Why?
I think we already went over that. I think you
So you
didn't
don't
want me
have
to
a
bring up the
model?
azimuthal equidistant projection.
You don't. You. Oh, that's your model. The azimuthal equidistant is your model.
It's
No,
a
it's
map.
not my model.
It's a map. It's a map.
Oh,
It's not a
okay.
model.
It's not my model.
Who's
It's
freaking out
not a
about the
3D
map?
thing. It's not a 3D
Who,
thing. Stop making it a 3D thing.
I'm
who's
getting the impression that
talking?
we're not detecting that his question is rhetorical.
I've already made that. We've
Okay.
already made that clear. I don't know why we're still on something that we've already made clear.
Who's we?
Yeah,
What do you mean we?
No?
Who's we? I just want to make sure that we're not stereotyping one another, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
So if
you didn't
someone's going
want
to
me to
make
bring
a
up the
claim, it's
azimuthal
going to be
equidistant
their
projection of the globe anymore
individual
here, and I've
claim,
already
right, Matt?
stated that.
Great. So if you want to present a model, you're certainly allowed to do that. I want you to know that. But in the meantime, you're not going to ascribe any
I'm
other
not presenting
models to
one
the
right now.
people in here unless they go ahead and claim that, right, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. We already made that
Okay,
clear. We
absolutely.
already made that clear.
Great.
And
Terrific.
before I
So
wasn't either. I said that works on any flat Earth.
moving forward, any flat Earth model that no one brought up here, correct?
And moving forward, we're not going to bring up flat Earth models that no one claimed
Right.
because you guys don't claim a model. Is that right, Sasu? You
Correct.
don't claim a model, right?
No, I individually do not you guys, me. Somebody else in here might have one. Right.
Okay,
But you don't
Sasu,
want to
do you
lump
claim
me
a shape
into
for the
the
Earth?
like with the
You
rest
claim
of
that the
other
Earth
the
is a certain
people.
shape?
Well, man, I would have to make a
Do you
claim
claim
that the actual Earth is an object or something like that, right, Matt? Did I claim that the Earth is an object?
I mean, the Earth has to be an object. It's physical.
It has to be. Great. That's a claim. Can you tell me why the Earth has to be an object?
Because it's physical.
Do all physical
An
things have
object
to be
is
an
physical. We can
independent
physically
object?
touch the Earth. That's not
All
that's not
things.
disputable. The Earth is an object.
Okay, so all things
not
have to be
disputable.
physical. It's not disputable.
No, not.
Man, this is,
Yeah, it's not disputable because an object is something that you can feel, touch, and observe, and we can feel, touch, and observe the Earth. It's physical. What do you mean?
okay.
That's not disputable.
What is the Earth? Definitely, is the Earth ground? Is the Earth an object? Is it Earth? What is it?
What are you talking about?
What is the Earth?
I know that you're trying to steer me into making a claim about the Earth shape. I'm not going to do that.
Well, maybe you could say, is the Earth alive?
But if you say the Earth is a sphere, that would be an object, right? You say it has to be.
That would be a
Yeah, I'm
particular
not gonna make
type
any
of
claims
object,
about
Suzu.
the Earth being. I'm not gonna make any claims about the Earth being a sphere. No, but I know that.
Okay, so the Earth is an object, though. What do you know about this object called the
Yes,
Earth?
yes. I know what I see about the Earth.
flat earthers, haven't seen anything, and they're talking shit that we said years ago, and some of the shit we said years ago just ain't sharp anymore. It's not any good. And even the AE,
the name of the game. You know why businesses recruit all day, every day, right? Because it's a revolving door. The moment we let up, the other side has more representation. That's why constantly we have to be pushing, the truth out there. It's just the ebb and flow of life. I mean, that's never going to change. If it hasn't changed in the last 40, 50 years, it doesn't seem like there's no precedent, at least as far as we can experience, that will change. It's always been exactly the same. You have to apply your message. You have to make your message clear and concise in a way that other people get inspired because it is the truth. And we're going to get old, or we're going to get tired, busy doing other things. And if we don't communicate our messages to the new people coming in, it'll just be lost. That's just the way it is.
It's pretty nice of you. You're a patient guy.
I wish I was. I can work on it.
Well, it's helpful to talk to somebody that understands. I don't usually find people that understand. I'm usually busy telling them to shut the fuck up and listen. So it's nice to hear you having something to say. Fucking awesome.
I think highly of Elijah. I feel like we're friends. We've been in this discussion together, kind of like different arenas, different platforms, different things like that. So it's
Yeah,
you learn
man.
to.
The only thing we haven't done is rode bikes together. One day, man. One day.
Yeah, you know what? It might not be that far off because look, I have visions for myself. They I feel like they're attainable, and I wouldn't mind sitting here still riding my bicycle at 100 years old. So I'll see you on the other side. I have a long ways to go.
It's nice to get guys like Dan in here,
Yeah,
though,
man.
too. I appreciate that, dude, coming in.
Dude, I'm so frustrated. And people are like, who the fuck are you? How the fuck do you know? And it's like, dudes, I've done more shit than you guys have ever dreamed of doing, And it's like, I just fought so hard to be a flat earther. And now these cunts are like, no, it's not flat. It's true. It's stretchy. It's all this other thing. And it's like, fucking flat earth, the words is what triggers people. And I'm not saying it's flat. I'm just saying that the message of the flat earther is that it's flat, and that shit's wrong. War is wrong. A culture of money and war is wrong. We're being lied to keep us dumb, and we're fucking programmed, and everyone that triggers proves us that they're just fucking programmed. They respond.
Yeah,
Go
but how
ahead.
do you feel? How do you feel about this though? I feel like the cat's already out of bag for a long time now, and they can see the writing on the wall. I don't know. It's a very strange thing because you try to make correlations between this, let's say, just truth in general, and it getting out throughout, the rest of the population, like that timeline or whatever. And if that has anything to do with financial centers, and and decisions they might be making up there in the
Check this out. They have numbers on their side. They understand the law of large numbers, so they know exactly how many people they need to affect with a message that
Yeah.
will just drown us out. And because they understand that and we don't, they can just do that for the next century and the next century.
True.
See,
That's true.
but the only thing that trumps that is God Himself.
No, and see,
Because we can't predict things like specifically like what is exactly going on in a seed when it's developing. We don't know, right? So these are
yeah.
the things that we can't know. So if I'm saying that they have the power of many and the powerful reach on their side and we have God on our side, the problem is people don't have God in them.
That is the problem in general, and that's personally and well, yeah. But anyway, what was I going to say about that? Because you know what? It's the spiritual. It's the it's the creator working through individuals who are open-minded enough to go, oh, this is a message, and to pay attention to the messages.
Eli,
And
look at
that collective gathering of this message, which is spiritual in nature, working through us, cannot be toppled. It can't. It can't be. That can't be ignored. It can't be. It can't be overthrown. It will never cease to be, because they're ideals that we have that are based upon very deep philosophical fundamental beliefs about ourselves, who we are, and what this place is. So we have time on our
Eli.
side.
What'd you say?
Look at Telegram.
1 second. Hold on. I'm doing something. Give me 1 second.
Excuse me, we both cough at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da.
Any Globers in here?
Glovers.
Anybody think they live on a globe?
Is this relevant to something I may have just said or what we're talking about?
Just edifying content concerning that. The sacred scriptures.
Excellent.
There's a lot of good jokes around how many flat earthers does it take to screw in a light bulb.
And what's the answer to that?
Let's hear 'em, man.
The only one I came up with was let's see, 10, one to screw in the light bulb and the other 10 to argue that he's doing it wrong.
That's an inside joke.
But there's some better ones. There's some better ones out there that the Globers tell. I just don't know them. But the Globers, if you get the Globers started, it's kind of funny to hear.
There's one to screw in the light bulb, one to hold the chair that the guy is standing on, and the other 8 have manuals all of their own as to how. Never mind.
Now there's another one about just letting the earth spin, one to hold it and then the other 10 to make the earth spin or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember them all. But it's a funny.
Oh, guess Gregory. Gregory.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Did
funny.
You hear what Jedi was talking about the symbol of God and Jesus that the eclipses make over our territory, and how the next eclipse will be completing a cycle of something. I know I'm like,
yes, I did. And he's like,
Gregory, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you if you didn't hear him talk about it. You let
he
me
makes
know.
this cryptic message. Yeah, Jedi comes on, gives us this cryptic message about nice knowing y'all.
Yeah, send it on Telegram.
It only takes one Glober. They just use the Force. Ha ha.
The problem I have is I think I'd be much more inclined, to listen to what Jedi says than anyone else. So he says something might be happening. I don't know, man. I might pay some attention to it. I just like, all in all, honestly, I just hope I have a good seat for the show. I mean, if the end of the world is going to come or something like that, like I hope I get to see a full view. Like, I hope I got a good view.
Yeah, I don't believe or disbelieve that. I know it's got. I know, Revelation.
The sky is falling.
Some point.
Is there something? Yeah, no.
I don't know.
There's so much propaganda and fear right now. It's fucking silly, man. Everywhere you look, the sky is falling, right?
Yeah. And look how they just ramped it up in all the sci-fi and like every other media.
Zombies and fucking everything, man. Like, it's just crazy, right?
Yeah.
Just bombarded.
Monsters in the deep, monsters in the creek, monsters in the woods, monsters in the hoods.
But let's also not be too flippant or dismissive, to whoever it applies to. whoever is listening to me, their position is relatively comfortable right now. That can change at any given moment. Right now, someone is comfortable in their suburb or urban area, and someone is in utter agony and misery right now in the wilderness.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of reason why everyone at least has a basic sense of all of this calamity and horror and suffering is culminating to something.
They usually foreshadow as well, though, right?
Yeah, because you know it's out there. If we can imagine it, you'd know it's going on, actually.
Shit is going on, though, right? He's right.
Yep.
Now, of course, the only way to know thoroughly about eschatological facts is from the omniscient God who knows the future and has worked all things according to his plan and the counsel of his own will.
And I think part of it, I think a really strong message is that we're not to be the ones that are worrying about it. Vengeance is Lord's, is the Lord's vengeance. So we're not like the birds and the bees aren't worrying about what they're doing, are they? That was kind of a message I heard loud and clear, and that almost like goes along with my belief that we just have one day, and how am I going to behave on this one day? And it has to do with my intentions, my thoughts about myself, my surroundings, my environment. What do I feel? What do I feel about myself? Who I am? Am I getting a clear message from a higher power? Because if I'm not, then I'm missing the ball somewhere, you know. But I digress.
You can control whether you're good or evil, man.
Exactly.
You can make that choice. It's like your only true choice.
And I've done both, and it's terrible to those who get stuck in a cycle and they don't even realize they're creating their own horrors. But once having gone through it, maybe this is what this place is for. And through the use of free will, we have to decide on the spot, in the field, without a manual of how to
The one who
behave.
loves himself, him or herself, to desire and do that which is best for their own well-being, will seek to know the most important things. And it really seems evident throughout the entirety of human history that's knowledge of the God. And what better source for knowledge, especially concerning the blessed way, the way that is to the good life. And so, for all that so many people know, as far as they know, they're not in good standing with that God who made them and provides all their blessings and is their only hope of salvation from any and all suffering.
Amen, brother.
You know, I find that this conversation online here is a good trial for me, and the reason why I am on here so much is not only am I, having a lot of knowledge, bestowed upon me, but I'm also practicing on how to, just be clear and truthful in my everyday life about any subject, not just this one. So, and you guys on here, you're just so brilliant. I really do appreciate you all. But
Don't count yourself out.
all the glory be to the Most High that we are where we are.
Indeed.
So that's all that
Don't
matters.
count
Yeah,
yourself out. You're included.
Flatsy, I can second that too. I also appreciate all you guys. It definitely rounds me out when I'm able to talk to people that have questions about the subject. Whereas before, I might not have been too articulate. Now I'm able to express myself, for each individual circumstance, whatever the topic may be, and that's due to listening to you guys. So appreciate that.
That's what I want. At least Gregory comes in here. Yes, I did say Gregory in the third person. Wants to come in here to be edifying and to be edified. I've been edified in here multiple times about a variety of different things.
And my
I
favorite
mean,
thing is when you get the breath of fresh air of a new person in here that may be a glow believer, but they're not staunch zealots. They're genuinely curious, and
indeed,
that is such a breath of fresh air.
it is.
Yes, yes, because then they get to be the ones that decide, who's holding the reins, if you will. And when people get a notion, their own intuition will kick in, and they'll figure out for themselves sooner enough that they can think for themselves.
But being able to defend the position is huge. Like a lot of people can't, right? They don't know. Being in here, like I've been listening to you guys, and now I can defend my position here, right? Maybe not 100%, but I'm getting there, right?
Right, but a lot of times it's like really on the most simple levels that you can think of that demolish that paradigm, the globe earth paradigm. Just the simple aspects of nature itself. But yeah, and a way of describing those, like what was discussed a little while ago when I was on my ride, listening to about our verticals, our zeniths, and I know it's off topic back a little while ago here, but talking about the zeniths, those are parallel lines, right? Like I heard Eli say that, and I'm like, I was waiting for the answer for that guy to say that, and he did eventually say, yeah, that's an angle, but it's not an angle. That's not how it's used. And I was going to make a comment way back then, but it got lost in the moment, in the milieu, and so it's
milieu
about how what was I going to say? I'll have to gather. I have to gather my thoughts to like put it in words. So
I want to say this.
give me a couple minutes.
This thought just struck me. In the 16th century, where the Holy Spirit was in history, and the Reformation happened, and of course the Romanist Christian institution had to react with great movements in their institution, and so happened the Counter-Reformation. I am wondering, because the parallel is just entirely too clear between that and what's happening now in what I call, the cosmological controversy. There is at least one, the Lord knows who, if not more, one of these persons who have heard the debates and discourses that we have in these voice channels, who have taken what they've learned, for better or worse, optimally or suboptimally, to academia and said, they mentioned this, and I just could not get it out of my head, Professor. What say you in reply to this, or something that we discuss in here?
Definitely happening.
It has to be,
because it happened at my stepson's school. So if it happened at my stepson's school, it happened. Well, that's not a valid argument, but I'm just saying I would suppose so.
Your stepson's high school, university, college?
High school, yeah.
High school? Well, still. Sometimes university professors teach at high school. So Dr. Greg Bonson taught at a high school for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I do mean Dr. Greg Bonson, not before he became a doctor. He was teaching there well after he got his doctorate. Hell, what am I talking about? I had a doctor in my biology class in my high school days. So yeah, they still in somewhat contact, communing with the academicians in academia. And as I'm thinking about it, I think I'm becoming more confident in me inferring that, because the government is aware that YouTube, we all know about that committee, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had that committee hearing concerning how social media is going to react to so-called disinformation, which included YouTube, and which included the explicit mention of how they're going to handle so-called flat Earth content.
And it only happened
And so, of
because
course, academia is aware of that.
people at that time, they would remember Speaker's Corner where you had people debating like college kids. Like this is the moment that I kind of got introduced to it when I saw Dave, allegedly Dave, debating university students, and other people, and I was like, I was listening intently to the debate because I didn't have a say in the matter or any claims to put on the table. I was just like, okay, well, what's going to be the argument? And to hear like the bottom line is obviously they're talking about it in university, which is why YouTube did what they did, because you can't have the one power structure that is the foundation of everything else be challenged. Obviously, that's why physicists in the past have said, not be the first to challenge academia for fear for whatever.
So I am waiting, unless it's already happened, I'm not aware. I'm waiting for a proper move of academia that will complete the parallel of being a counter-reformation. Because they're not as organized as the Romanist Christian institution still, even with the severe degradation in digressing from common historical the ancient historical precedented doctrine that Rome is derived going away from more and more. But still, the point being, I am waiting, if it hasn't already happened, for a academic counter-reformation concerning this cosmological controversy.
It's such cancel culture right now, though, right? Like anybody that talks about anything other than the narrative gets canceled, right?
Yo, who's ready to slave tomorrow?
Make the comparison. Is that not smacking analogous of the Inquisition? The Inquisition led up to the Counter-Reformation.
I get it. I feel that it should happen too, right? But whether or not they allow it to happen.
Cancel culture is just a silly euphemism for suppression.
Yeah, man. What would you say, Glory?
Eli, when you want to listen to that content with me, hit me up.
Will do. I'll try to get with you tomorrow.
All right. Y'all willing. The funny thing I also learned with
the funny thing on the way to the moon.
Say again.
I thought you were gonna say the funny thing on the way to the moon.
Anyone who's listening, type in "The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction" if you're not already familiar with that channel on YouTube. The content creator, his name is Will, and he talks about a variety of different subjects as it concerns these philosophical categories and controversies, including cosmology, especially. Him being a flat earther also, and he was doing a video on the nature of the subject of this quantum fill in the blank, as you heard me say. And if I'm remembering correctly, it wasn't introduced by the most notable and prestigious or notorious academicians. it was introduced by obscure graduate students, I believe graduate students, and this was back in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s, and consequential to their, you know, indulgence of the hippie culture, so called, this alternative culture, so called. They were led one step after another in their inquiry, where they eventually stumbled onto these ideas of quantum mechanics and quantum entanglement and all the rest. So it was introduced into academia and has become somewhat commonly accepted, right? Become rather commonly accepted in academia after it was introduced by obscure, inebriated fringe members of academia. And of course, we've heard me and other persons critique and refute quantum theory, quantum fill in the blank, and how it reduces to utter incoherent, if not unintelligible, meaningless nonsense. Yet still, it was introduced by fringe, obscure members of academia, and then eventually became commonly accepted. So why can they do that with that, but not with this? This being our arguments concerning the cosmos that we make in here. What's making the difference? Perhaps one position is preferable to another because it has implications that the majority of academia want, in contrast to the other. I mean, do I really need to repeat the truism that we all are aware of by now? People believe what they want to believe, but some persons are more virtuous in their pattern of thinking than others, where they're critically considerate of the words of others and scrutinizing themselves and actually persevere to be sound in their thinking and argumentation. In fact, the term he used, now that I remember it just now, and it's rather apropos, called it quantum mysticism. And that's really what it is. Because the classic definition of mysticism is a sort of ineffable, inconceivable, but still somehow intuitive grasp, somehow ascertaining of knowledge from within yourself. The locus of the origin of the information is internal to you in your mind, and you can't really speak it. You struggle to even conceive it in your head, but you still know. Which, of course, sounds contradicting on its face, and that's a valid and sound critique. But still, that's the idea that's in so many people's minds. You know, it's this class of people that somehow understand the profound and arcane fundamental essence of the concrete particulars, but can barely conceive of how to coherently articulate it out loud to others who are not initiates. And I do say initiates. There really is a functional parallel between occult occult organizations in academia, especially with the convoluted, very niche subjects that they are so proud of themselves for. Well, you can't understand, Gregory, because you're not enrolled in any of the schools, especially the top schools, the elite schools, and you're not in the elite courses with the elite teachers, with the elite students, with the elite graduates.
Yeah, none of that matters. I wish I could go back to college now, and with what I know now, it would really be a lot of fun just to go back to college and have the knowledge that I have now.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that would be
Mm-hmm.
pretty cool.
Yeah. So in other words, Gregory and other folks down there with Gregory, you don't know because you haven't graduated up. You haven't ascended the levels. You haven't ascended the degrees. I mean, they literally say the same thing in Freemasonry. That you ascend the degrees in Freemasonry. You ascend the degrees in the university. So you haven't passed the curriculum. You haven't passed the sacred rites. You haven't gone through the proper rituals. Right? You haven't been enlightened. And what do you know? Where the medieval predecessors that established the university higher education system that we all familiar with were occultists, and a lot of the so-called intellectual giants from the medieval era up to now were occultists. I mean, from John Dee to Isaac Newton to Galileo to what's the name? Werner von Braun and Walt Disney and Jack Parsons, who were students of Aleister Crowley, and these other hippies that I was telling you about earlier. This is why Michio Kaku and the rest, we've seen the clip before, they can acknowledge this clear parallel between Kabbalah, Yahudian Judean mysticism, and their own cosmogenic doctrines, and not be revulsed, but just be like, oh, wow, isn't this neat? We're not revulsed by this. It's just, isn't that neat? Occultism is rearing its ugly head rather slowly in academia. And it's inevitable because the sort of materialistic atheistic scientism is still borrowing the vast majority of all of its various essential doctrines that make it the distinct worldview that it is from occultists, unbeknownst to them.
Well, Gregory, I can tell by if you were in any kind of schooling, like that kind of setting, that you would apply yourself. You wouldn't be worried about the frat parties, and you wouldn't be worried about that group of good-looking girls over there. You would be applying yourself. So
Are you speaking in
you're
general or speaking about me?
more worthy of that kind of like to be that you're already self-educated anyway. So I don't know.
Are you speaking about me?
Yes, I was just saying because you were talking about the degrees, and it kind of parallels with Freemasonry, and how when you're in this topic, a lot of people will want your accolades, and they don't really care about your answer. You could have all of the accolades, and you would start listing them off, and they don't care. They ask that
Mm-hmm.
question just to dismiss it.
Mm-hmm.
But in that kind of setting, it's clear to me that you would apply yourself in school. You wouldn't be like a lot of other people who worry about the frat party that weekend or the group of good looking girls, or, you would be
Thank
applying yourself to your work.
Thank you. I love my mother that I have now, and I thank you for saying that motherly thing to me. You remind me of my mother just then.
I am a mother, so
I
I
know,
have
right?
I have motherly
It's only
instinct.
appropriate.
A lot of people tell me that too. Like I'm always considered either a granny, and I'm not old, so that's pretty funny that people call me a granny or a
Hmm.
mama. Like I'm the mama of the situation.
We need more mothers in the world. Yeah, we need more mothers in the world.
Yeah, I had to quit college because I had to take care of myself. I was out on my own. And I'd been out on my own since I was 15, but I had bills to pay, so I had to work. And that was cutting into my schooling, so I had to just make a decision. And since I was all on my own out here in Alabama, I needed to make a decision quick. So I've been taking care of myself for many years now, and that made me grow with a motherly instinct and taking care of people. Like I've been a server, bartender, all these other things, but I always applied myself to my work because I care. I care about other people, even if I'm just serving them food or drinks or whatever. I care about their experience and how well I do at my job. I want to learn everything about how to pair this beer with this dish and that wine with,
Yeah, mastering your job.
yeah, most people don't care. I've noticed that. So when it comes to this topic of flat Earth, I can tell who's applied themselves and who hasn't right off the rip. You give yourself away and you don't even realize it.
My heart aches every time I hear someone testify to that. It's just you're in my prayers.
Well, you're precious. Thank you.
No, you're precious. Thank you.
Oh, we're going to argue about this now? I'm just
Yep.
kidding.
Yep. You're precious. Not me, you. Well, once again, Eli, don't forget if you're still there. I'll be here. I'm just here. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night.
Amir, I got you.
Good afternoon, Gregory. You still there? Is anybody there?
Apparently not.
Are there any Globers there? everybody doing all right?
Yeah, we're just taking it easy. Got 5 days of slaving to look forward to.
5 days of slaving. What do you mean slaving?
Called the work life balance. You slave for 5 days and you get 2 days off.
Well, you don't have to do that if you don't want to.
There are other options.
That's correct, sir. Do you enjoy your 5 days of slaving?
Quiet in here. Oh. Oh. Is my mic glitch or something?
We can hear you.
Sorry, I had to do stuff. Is somebody trying to talk?
Yeah, I was like, hello. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I didn't hear. Unusually quiet.
It gets like this sometimes. I don't mind it. All you got to do is pull up the chat. You can see that it's a lot's going on in the chat.
A lot of yapping, indeed. A lot of yapping going on in the chat. All architects will say Earth is round. Won't everyone basically say the Earth is round, except for people that are flat earthers? Like anyone in a professional field will probably tell you
Think
that
about
the
it.
Earth is
They're not
sphere.
making a claim. That's a wild claim.
It's not a wild claim.
It is a
Okay.
wild. It's
No,
a.
it's
It's
not.
a,
Okay,
okay. So
look.
how is it
If
not a
you
wild claim?
really believe that,
How is it not?
well,
The claim of the globe Earth is it goes against our everyday experience. So therefore, it's a wild claim. Me saying something like
and it's also evident.
Paris exists, that's not a wild claim, because we can meet people that were born there, lived there, and we can even see
I don't
pictures
know.
there that
It's
people can
just
verify
wild
they've been there. Like, that's not a
because
wild claim. A wild claim is that the Earth is something that we don't experience it to be. And you don't think it's a wild claim, but have you looked into how it was ever proven? That's why we're here. We go and we look for the source of this information, where it was
Yeah.
verified. Just because everyone believes it doesn't make it true.
It's not belief,
So
is it?
you say that the Earth is flat, horizontally,
We
all
experience it.
across.
Yeah, just because
Yes,
we experience it doesn't
all
mean it's true.
across. Hold on. Horizontally, all across, all bodies of water, completely flat. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, with the physics of water, that backs me up. Yeah.
Physics of water. The physics
Yeah,
of
that it
water would be that
rests on its
contained water is
surface.
flat horizontally, correct?
On its surface.
Yeah. So where does the curve start?
That's my question.
Okay, but then why would boats be
There
disappearing
isn't.
bottom up then?
There
If there's
isn't
no
any.
curve.
There isn't any curvature measurement. That's why we're still here.
Good. So then where's the curve coming from then? There's some sort of curve, some sort of dipping going on.
They
I'll
told
tell you.
us.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you real quick.
Yeah.
The celestial
Optical
sphere.
illusion.
No, the celestial sphere, and how you have taken celestial, like, ground positions of these celestial things in the sky. That's where your equator comes from, and your tropics, and your latitude grid. These are all coming from a celestial, what their position is on the ground. But that is taken as a sphere, but they've imposed that onto the Earth as if the Earth is spherical instead of Earth plane.
And it's actually only used as a horizontal plane because that's how you get the elevation angles. To get those angles to those luminary bodies in the first place, you have to use a horizontal plane.
If you have a horizontally flat water, why would the boat ever be disappearing bottom up? It should obviously get smaller.
These are known effects.
Goes further. Hold on, I'm not done speaking. It should obviously get smaller as it's further away from me, but it never is supposed to disappear bottom up whatsoever.
Hold on.
Why would it be
Hold
disappearing
on. Hold on.
over the horizon? That makes no sense.
With enough distance, yes, it does disappear bottom up. That's why we even have an optical horizon line, because our vision is very limited, and all optics
Yeah,
are
but
limited.
it's not just
Listen,
our
just let
vision.
me
We can
finish
zoom
my
in. It's
point
not
so
just
you can understand where I'm coming from. Just let me finish. Optics have a certain limit to them, and the way that perspectives work with every optic is the things on that are closest to the ground that's closest to you ramps up until you can't resolve past it, because it's ramping up to the horizon line, which is optical, and the things above you, like the sky, is so far above you that they resolve much slower than how quickly the ground does, since you're nearest to that. And that's why when
so
you
when
raise up in
so you're telling me that
elevation,
we
you
can.
can see further, you have a better angular range to things. Uh, you're able to see much further on the ground that you're closest to, but because you take yourself a little further away from it, so you can resolve more of it, and it'll resolve a little slower instead of much faster. The sky is still
So you're
vastly above you, so it resolves much slower. That's why you see these things optically at the horizon happen. There's such the way it happens pretty crazy. They
so you're
distort at the horizon line, and you can even prove this to yourself. Get
okay.
yourself a better optic and zoom in on the horizon. And your horizon is
Yes.
going to be back. It's going to back up much further with a better optic than your eyes. The better the optic, the further the horizon.
So you're telling me people can zoom in, right, into the horizon, or they can zoom in into the moon or different planets, and they can see them.
But
They
those are
can't zoom in
celestial. They're
on
way
the
above.
horizon. They can't. Hold on. Let me finish. You wanted to let me. You finish, right? So let me finish. But they can't zoom into onto the boat. Just disappear bottom up on a flat horizontal world. How does that make any sense?
Yeah, that makes zero sense, bro.
Physics.
Okay,
We
then
could,
you're not
yeah,
understand.
Defies physics. Defies
That
like
physics, actually.
use a
No, it doesn't
nice
defy physics.
microscope,
It's actually proven by physics.
Yes, it
I'm
does.
trying to
No, it
help.
doesn't.
Trying to help you.
According to a flat Earth, if the Earth was flat, it would defy physics.
No, it
No, it
doesn't. Listen,
It will,
listen.
it will.
The
These are
globe Earth
known
was debunked
effects.
by
The Earth was
physics
flat, it would defy
128 years
physics.
ago.
The effects on the horizon are known effects that occur on a flat plane. We know these things occur. Whatever
Yes,
you guys are
the
talking about doesn't even
refraction.
exist.
Yeah, what are you?
You're going to
Yes,
say
refraction
refraction,
happens.
buck. Refraction doesn't
Refraction
project. Refraction doesn't
doesn't
project
matter.
the horizon 10
Refraction
times
or
further than what
diffraction
it
doesn't
should
matter
be.
what excuse you throw out. You can't explain that phenomenon.
No
Yes, we
excuse.
That's
can.
what you'll
When
say.
you
No
excuse
one's
it,
making an
It's so
excuse.
How do you
simple a
explain?
child could understand it.
Your geometric horizon is not where it's supposed to be.
There's nothing. Don't care
I
about
don't.
the geometric horizon that you're talking about, dude.
Oh,
Hey,
so you
so
walk
you,
away from the geometric horizon? Okay, relax and flat Earth
I don't need
all the
to.
way.
I don't
Right
need to. I
on.
mean, bolts are disappearing bottom
Thanks for
up in a
joining.
flat world. That makes no sense.
Welcome to flat
Yes, it
Earth.
does.
what are you
Yeah,
talking
welcome to
about?
globe Earth.
No,
Welcome
welcome to
to a
flat
curving
Earth.
world.
I made
You are
objects
limiting.
disappear at 500 meters.
You're limiting
I
yourself
can't
in
be
this
really
discussion.
welcoming you to anything that you're already on. So
All these guys are going against this reality itself and what it is that we're talking about is outside. The reality that's outside, right outside there. That's the one we're talking about. We don't know which one you're talking about.
Angle on. I
yeah, I'm
just
talking
feel
about
like
the
you're not.
reality outside.
I
Oh,
feel
you
like
talk?
you're not.
Are you talk? Did you mention
I'll
refraction?
play.
Wait a second.
Go ahead.
Refraction? Did you mention refraction?
You can say refraction,
You're
diffraction,
trying to.
whatever you want to say. Both
So
shouldn't be
you're
disappearing
trying to
bottom up.
invoke terrestrial refraction. Do you know what that Do you know what that formula is for terrestrial refraction?
Okay, again, I said you
Do
can
you-
say refraction or diffraction. It won't make the
It's your
excuse any better
refraction.
for you.
It's terrestrial refraction, right? You're not talking about Snell's
Why are
law.
you mentioning something that I didn't mention? I didn't mention terrestrial refraction. I didn't mention any of that.
You
I said
you
refraction or
mentioned
diffraction, whatever excuse you bring up
no.
doesn't work.
You're the one that's bringing it up.
Oh, I actually didn't. I said you can mention any excuse you want. It still doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't manifest in something that equals your geometric horizon, which has to be there. So if you're saying that it's not where it's supposed to be, then how did they measure it in the first place? How would they know it's there if you can't see it? Tell us that right now, please, if you would. Can you tell us
I'm not.
where you're getting your information of the size of the Earth?
I'm not sure that they really care what we're
They
saying.
can't. They can't engage.
It's just they want to just say, "Oh, it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth, so therefore the Earth is cold." Like you don't know what you're talking about. Saying that because honestly,
I know.
I can give you many examples where when I have to maybe draw a scenery and I make my horizon line, I'm making the ground ramps
I
up
don't know what just
in
happened to
the
my
vision.
connection. It just crashed on me.
Okay, that's common. That's a common thing.
Okay, well, the ground has to ramp up to the horizon, and the sky ramps down to the horizon. So saying that it doesn't like that doesn't make sense on a globe where everything is supposed to be curving down away from you in all
Yeah,
directions. That
exactly.
doesn't make sense. Okay.
And the higher up you go, if you run a ball, it would have to get a closer and closer circle the further out. So your horizon would be dropping as you rose up. It doesn't do any such thing in reality. So once again, we're just using the outdoors It's not our case. It's nature right outside there. The way that behaves out there, that's what we're talking about. So it's not bring your own earth here, where you just get to decide what your earth is like that. If you haven't got it cleared up yet, why flat earthers are still here and why we think earth is flat or no earth is flat, then you haven't been asking the right questions.
If there anyone
I don't know if you guys will
argue
ever go away, man.
quantum
To be honest, I mean, I don't really mind. But...
So
Nobody's making you be here. If you don't like it, you can leave.
wait, so what's the
No,
art?
I didn't say I didn't like being here. I just said that I don't know if you guys will ever go away. Like, I think
How
this is
can you
like
convince me to say
no
Earth is flat?
We're
I
not
will.
trying to convince you.
You're not. So I'm just gonna keep
I know you're
believing
not.
not believing, but
I
using scientific, facts
I
from
have a
resource
question
references
about
that whole.
quantum physics.
You
Can
would need to know
anyone
what science
like
is.
to talk?
Who's got the
What?
background noise?
Quantum physics. Oh, let's talk
I
about
have.
quantum physics.
Oh,
I
That's
brother.
really
something.
have a good serious question to be honest.
The
Hey,
green
Green.
man, you're hot micing.
Either you're hot micing or your mic is too low if you're trying to be heard.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. It's a wonderful day and night here on the plane. It's perfectly stationary, as you know, as usual.
Have you heard of this theory?
What's a scientific theory?
No, I never said it's scientific. Stop assuming.
I know. No. I didn't assume. I was just asking you what it
It's a
is. You
philosophical.
were
It's a
saying something about
philosophical
science.
theory.
Huh?
Philosophy.
So
No.
that
A
means
branch of science.
a colloquial theory. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Wait, what's a
Oh.
colloquial theory? What? Oh, what?
You're using the term theory in a colloquial sense.
Colloquial. What does that mean?
That's the common language. That's the currently spoken language.
Just meaning you
Language
mean
of relevance.
you mean theory like
Irrelevant.
speculation.
No, that
Oh,
the relevant language that's being spoken, the common language of the current day. You know, language spoken today.
uh-huh.
Current language.
So the current language,
And
philosophy.
current vernacular, just like the current trend of vernacular, how it's spoken. It's commonly
Okay.
thrown around the word theory. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's not say it's a theory. Let's say it's a concept now.
All right, go ahead.
So there's a concept where we could be living in a cave, and that way you can only see the shadows.
Plato's closet.
Yeah, that one.
Plato's cave.
Yeah, we are living in a modern day Plato's cave. Absolutely.
Exactly. So
the whole world's wrong, right?
Exactly, the whole world. So we can believe or say that Earth is flat, right? How does that benefit us exactly?
Doesn't.
All you have to only thing that we promote you to be able to understand these things that you talk about. You know, a lot of people like to appeal to science as like a body instead of a method and like acquiring knowledge instead of using that word that way. They'll use it as like the body of science, as if science has lips, or like give some sort of attributes, physical attributes to it. But in all, science is applying the scientific method to acquire knowledge about the natural world around us, so that when people make a claim about the natural world around you, you can see for yourself and test for yourself whether or not it's substantial.
Wait, sorry, what? So, can you summarize it? You say it's
I like to talk about the particle duality and the
I
observation
thought
effect.
that's
Does
what she
anyone
did. Is
want to
sorry.
answer my question?
What the fuck are you guys
I have
doing?
a serious question. Can I ask?
Can you rephrase what you said? Sorry, I was AFK for a bit.
Oh, holy crap! That's what we figured.
Yeah, sorry.
So, moving on to the next person.
What?
What do you want, Green Man? What's your crazy question?
Anybody else have questions? Okay, questions. Any more questions?
Yeah.
My question was, if according quantum physics says, like according to quantum physics, observation effect works like if someone is observing you, the particle uh, acts like a particle form, but if someone does not observing you, it acts like a wave and can exist in multiple time at the same time. So
Right.
what about us? So what about us? Are we not also made out of particles? So if someone is not observing us, does we also have a waveform? Like, do we can also exist in multiple places at the same time? Like
Do
the
you
particle
do you exist
suggests.
in multiple places at the same time?
Well, it is speculation Sunday still, folks.
Wait. I know, but you can
I
answer the
ask.
question.
Mr. Mute Happy.
I'm asking the question. I don't know actually. I'm not a
Oh
scientist.
yeah,
So
no,
if it is possible,
I'm only right here talking to you on Discord. I'm not out in India right now on the moon landing. I'm not doing other crap. I'm right here.
so what about the particles? It was with the particles. So we are also made out of particles. So
Damn.
why not in a bigger form?
Is my Wi-Fi bad or?
Isn't it works for the single particle? Are we? So why not in macrocosm and only in atomic scale? Why not? Does anyone have an answer?
Yeah, Earth's a ball then.
Uh, in
Shut
right.
down the room.
particles.
Well, shut down the server then. I guess we have no other choice, right, folks? That would be the big proof of the day or something, or the century. So, okay, let's close it down. Clear out your desk.
Does anyone
Well,
have
what you're
my
explaining,
answer?
you're roboting, Green Man. What you're explaining, you kind of got it all jumbled up. Um,
I asked a legit
talking about
question.
maybe I should just let you specify because sounds like you're trying to talk about um the double
What?
slit quantum erasure. Is that what you're trying to talk about?
Yeah. I am talking about the observation effect which is found in the double slit experiment. Yeah.
His
So
Starlink's
if
not
the
working.
in the particles, yeah. So if in the particle it does happen, so why not in bigger?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Roboting out.
And you're really low.
You are roboting out, my friend.
Don't worry, it doesn't prove that he lives on anything but in imagination right now.
Well, I don't know if he's a flat earther or a globe earther. I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know. But I have a book. I have a book that's called Beyond the Quantum, and it talks about how they got into this whole thing, this whole argument, which is very interesting because it's talking about what these people like Heisenberg and Einstein and all those people were doing in the halls of whatever you want to call it, academia or whatever they were doing. Like they were having these huge philosophical battles with each other, and so what happened was usually happens. The ones that control the finances control the answer to the problem. as with like Edison and Tesla and all that,
So
right?
yeah, so it's all money, right?
It's where the money goes. That's who decides what technology is going to be used. And that's like
Right.
the end of the story.
So is that why you're a
I
flat
asked
earther?
a question
No.
Then what is it?
that if
Did
a
you ask me?
particle can exist,
Say it again.
I asked the question that if a particle can exist in multiple places at the same time, if someone is not observing, so why cannot we? Because we are made out of particles after all.
Well, if that one preposition was correct, then yes, part of us would be in and out of existence uh, at different times as well. Yes, if that premise was true.
Actually,
That's the first premise that
actually
can't be
our
proven,
mystic,
though. No one's seen a quantum
actually our
particle.
mystical text says that same thing. To be honest, in our mystical text, it is said that there is a group of saints who can also exist in multiple places at the same time.
Well,
It's
I've never
channel.
met anyone like that, but
Yeah, there are in our mystical text. I'm a mystic actually. It is a channeled information and years ago it was written, and according to that information, the there is a group of there are many types of saints, to be honest, but from there is a particular group of saints who can actually uh, ma- have can have multiple places at the same time.
really, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
interesting. Yeah, I've heard about things like that, but I don't know how much
yeah.
weight I give to anything like that.
So,
That's so
so
far
when
from
I
wait.
speak,
That's so far from being proven like true. How could you validate or verify any of that? How could you do that?
so when I see, I didn't know at that time. I didn't know about the quantum uh, physics that much, but when I suddenly know, uh, here the double slit experiment and the observation effect, it
Right.
boggles my mind because
So,
it correlates with the same teachings that from thousands of years.
but wait a second, man.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. 1 second. You're forgetting here this part. What that field of study, if you want to call it, is called is theoretical physics. It's theoretics.
Exactly. It means it's
They're only
proof.
guessing. They're only guessing at all of those things. Nobody has seen a quantum particle. They don't know they exist. They have no idea what it
I
is.
know, but it is matching with the same text from the thousands of years.
Oh, I see. So 1,000 years ago they got it right.
Religious, religious,
Nice.
religious text, not a scientific text. It is religious text.
So
It is
someone's going
matching
to
with the
1,000 years
religion.
in the future. Did you say someone's going to thousands of years in the future?
No, I said in a mystical text, religious text, it is said that there is a bunch of people who can exist in multiple places. It is
Places at
written
the
in a
same time.
religious text.
Oh, multiple
Really?
universes.
How old is this religious sect? How old would you say that is? That a belief system?
What's it
Like
called?
like like 700 or maybe 600 years.
Oh, okay, okay. So
Wait,
that's
only?
the timeline. So around 1100 AD, 1200 AD, around just before the Middle Ages. Yeah, right around the Dark
Yeah.
Ages. Anyway.
So how does a quantum modern quantum physics matching with the same teachings from a prehistoric time when there is no uh, modern science or things like that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's all theoretical. It's just as good as the globe Earth with no proof of curvature anywhere in sight. So it's no better than that at all. They have no experiments. What are they going to manipulate? A quark? Like how are they going to manipulate any of those particles? They've never seen it. They've not seen one. They're only measuring impulses and things like that of certain kind of gases going through a vacuum. system, like where they've created a vacuum and they make electricity go through that. And they only discovered these things because of the discovery of the light bulb is the only reason they know anything about this. That's where it all started. And they started realizing all these different things. So then they started being able to work. That's what led to the transistor, not aliens. Some people
I
say,
believe
think of
we
ancient
also have a
aliens.
web like form, and if we can harness that reality, we can also exist in multiple places. But
Some people
someone is
think we live on a planet.
observing us.
Some people don't live on a planet, but they think they still think they do. There's no reason to think you live on a planet. You have no. If anybody could provide some reason, a proof at all, of evidence of why anyone would think they are on a planet when they're here on Earth, and if so, come in
Wait,
and talk about it. Let's hear it.
planet is the Earth, no?
Sunday night. You only have a couple hours till speculation Sunday is over. So come on in before beat the
Hello?
crowds. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you just say we live in a planet?
No, I said if anybody thinks we do to
We live
bring
in
us
a planet.
information of where is it? Is it evident that we live on a planet? If someone thinks we live on a planet, bring the proof. Therefore, that's all I said.
Oh, can you prove to
We don't
me
live on
that?
a planet. We live on a flat horizontal world where the water
Can
starts
you
moving randomly.
can you prove that? Can you prove your flat Earth? Because I'm genuinely
Yeah,
curious.
it's
Like I want to be a flat
outside.
Earth, but
It's
I can't.
outside. When you go
I
outside in
can prove it.
nature, do you feel any motion? I can
Don't worry,
prove
I
it.
got this,
Yeah, but
Sonny.
my emotions
Sonny, I
are
got this.
irrational.
Go
You
ahead.
know, like
Go
if I
ahead.
Sonny, I
cry,
got
that
this.
doesn't mean I'm a crybaby all the time. Or
Hold on
like
one
that
at a
doesn't.
time. Hold on one at a time. Let's get some order, and I'll shut up. Go
I got
ahead.
this.
Who's speaking?
Let me prove to them that the Earth is not a globe. Okay. So when you go outside, right, and you witness like a small percentage of the Earth, it looks flat. Therefore, the Earth is a flat world.
There you go.
And the sun,
there you go,
appearing below the horizon, is an optical illusion.
What does the sun actually do in our own vision? Just if description of it. What is the sun doing?
What is the sun doing?
Yeah,
Who asked that question?
From our perspective here on the Earth.
Just say this one always repeats what you say. He will always just repeat.
It's shining. It's shining bright.
That's the Earth. The Earth is around.
The sun
Thank
is
you. Good night.
illuminating.
Okay.
The sun is illuminating Earth.
And then what is it doing during the day? Is it changing? Is it what is it doing?
Yep. We're oh yeah, my bad. We're on a flat Earth. So the sun is moving. The little sun is hovering over and moving across the
Isn't
sky.
that what you see? Isn't that what you see?
For some reason it goes below the flat Earth. For some reason it goes below the flat Earth and it just starts like appearing below the horizon.
It doesn't below any flat Earth. No, it doesn't go below the horizon. False.
Us. Well, you don't see what I'm seeing?
No, you might. Do you have some idea about what flat earthers think flat Earth is? Do you think it's a pizza in space?
Yeah, the globe is the one that claims that the sun
Wait.
and moon go under
I'm
the
a flat
ground.
Earther too. So
Oh, okay.
if
So
it's
you
not a
don't
pizza
think
in
you're on a
space,
pizza in
then what is
space?
it?
Okay, thanks. Oh, you think it is when you're a flat earther? Holy shit!
No, I'm just saying if it's not a pizza in space, like what are you going to tell these globers right now it is then?
We're contained, and
We
it's
are.
stationary.
We're
Yeah, we
contained
are
where though?
we are the reality here on Earth. There is no outside
Yeah.
vacuum of space,
Oh,
vast
boy.
universe. This
So is the sun
we're
within
in a
the
fixed
container?
position, just like we perceive it to be a fixed
Yeah.
position.
Yes.
Contained and stationary.
So is the
It's
sun within our
contained. Hold on, it's contained and it's stationary. It's sitting still, just like you experience it.
Yes.
No little green
So
man
is the
coming from a
sun within
different
that little
galaxy.
container? I know what you're saying. Is the sun within the container?
How are we supposed to know that? We would have to go back.
Well, Matthew Learns said it's.
Well, it has to be, right?
Well, Matthew Learns said that it was 3,959 miles high. So I would guess that's where it's at.
3,059 miles high. We went 3,059 miles high.
He said
Right.
it's
Have you seen
3959 miles high, the sun.
Oh, that's where the sun is? Because a lot of you guys say the sun is like, obviously
That's
it's
what
not
your
90
Globers
million miles
say.
away.
You agree with your Glober then?
Oh, I don't know who Matthew Learns is.
Oh, well, you're in for a big surprise.
Ooh,
Don't know who
scary.
Matthew Learns is.
I mean, some flat earthers I think propose that the sun is like a few thousand feet high.
No, I don't
Not
think
here,
so.
but
But
flat earthers.
that's kind of whack. But no, like we don't know
Where's the sun
exactly how
then?
far it is. No one really knows because it doesn't behave
Or the container.
like something you can't locate it, bro. Because listen, it's only a it's not a physical thing. Here's what I think it is.
What?
Here's what
Wait.
it actually is.
You can't say that.
It's an effect of an energy source that's focused into a beam like a focal point. You're in a light
Yes.
show. It's a light show.
That makes
and it's
no
a cloud.
sense. It's not a light
Yeah,
show.
because listen, that's why you can't
So you're
triangulate the
telling me
sun's
that the sun
position.
is not a physical object?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
it doesn't
That's
apply
not
mechanics
possible.
behind it, but I wouldn't.
No, you're
Let me
right.
tell you why it's not
It's not
possible.
physical. It's not
So
physical. You're right.
light can't illuminate
We don't know.
something. Okay, the light illuminating something, you can say that's not physical. You can't touch
A
that.
focus
But
beam,
the source
a
of light
focus beam can. A focus beam can.
Hold on. For every source of light, hey, stop spiraling, dude. For every
Go ahead.
source of light, every source of light needs to be physical. You can't just have random light that has no source. It's not physical.
I'm not saying it doesn't have a physical source behind it, but we're only seeing the
You
focal
literally
point
just said
of
it's
a
not
focus
physical.
beam. It's not the actual source, it's only the effect of the source, a beam. Yeah, like focus beams of light. A
Then why
focus
haven't
beam
you
of light
created a
that has a
model
focal
explaining how
point,
the beam
like a
is
light show, bro. Like how they focus beams
a
in on
light
each
shell,
other.
dude?
Yeah, you're in a light show.
Stuff just beaming everywhere.
There's lights up there, yeah, and the triangulated position you can't triangulate the sun's or the moon's position because they're not actual physical objects up there. They're more
You
of
said
an
they're not
effect
physical
of light.
objects, and then you said that they have physical sources. So which one is it?
No, I said they have physical back. Like in my mind as a mechanic, they have physical properties because they move like a clock. So those are cyclical in nature. A clock above us, it has mechanics to it, but you can't describe the mechanics. Only the timing of the cycles do we know about. But those positions in the sky, the elevation angles from us, have never changed. They've never changed in all time. They've never changed. So that's a big deal.
Okay.
None of that has
So
ever
is the
changed.
sun 90 million miles away?
No, hell no. It can't be.
So how far is it then?
According to Matthew Learns, he measured it to be 3,959 miles away.
You could go with Matthew Learns
don't
if you
care
want
about
to,
what
but
Matthew
it's only speculation. We don't know exactly because, like I said, you can't triangulate.
Because we send high altitude balloons up there, and we don't see the sun close to the Earth, and we send high altitude balloons up there.
Try to get 3 different fixes on the sun's position, and you'll fail because it doesn't be. But now, on an individual basis, a focal point would behave that very way.
He just compared driving. He just compared me driving 50 miles basically to work as the same thing as driving to California for me. 50 miles high is the same as 4,000 miles high. You sound retarded, dude.
Yeah, you're retarded, dude. I wasn't even talking to you. What are you talking about? I never said anything about California or driving, so I don't know where you're
You
getting
said,
any
"Oh,
of that
we've
shit from.
already been that high. We've already been that high." When? When were you that high?
What? When we send high altitude balloons? I said when we send high altitude balloons up there, we don't see the sun close to the Earth. So what are you talking about? Exactly. We don't see it close to the Earth. I mean, you say gas pressure requires a container. Where's the gas pressure requiring a container for the Earth? I mean, for the sun. Where's it at? Where's the container at?
Well, since no one knows where or what the sun is, like I said, it doesn't have to be inside Earth.
Yeah, according to Matthew Learns, it's 3,959 miles high.
Is that the
I
focal
don't know
point or
how
the
many
source?
times we have to repeat ourselves that I don't care what Matthew Learns said about the sun.
Me either.
I don't care. It's like me telling you that some other flat earther gave a model that tried to explain seasons that didn't work and then ascribing that to you. Pretty sure you wouldn't care either.
I doubt Matthew says that anyway. I know him. I doubt he says that.
Yeah, he probably just twisted what he said or
Yeah,
something.
because
No, he did
he's a
something.
true
He did it
glober.
on the other server. They measured something. They took a reading at 45 degrees, and they came up with a height of 3,959 miles. It's
Yeah.
recorded.
They did it at Renee's house.
I don't believe that calculation is accurate because I did that with a guy in Texas, and he came up with that 3,500 miles. But if that were true, the sun would still be visible when it went away in the distance. If it would have that height, it wouldn't do what we flat earthers call a sunset. It wouldn't go away because it would still have too much height.
Dan,
how do you
yeah,
guys? How do
Dan,
you guys
Dan,
explain a sunset?
Matthew Learns is now my hostile witness for these guys because he did that.
I don't think he did. I'm going to call him. Hang on.
It's actually a good one.
I'm going to call him. Hang on. Hang on. Let's see. Let's see
All
if he
right.
picks
Okay,
up.
let me just go ahead and just
Hang
bring
on.
up some
Let's see if he
hostile
picks up.
witnesses that are
Let's see if
flat
he
earthers.
picks up.
He's
Hang on.
calling it.
Go ahead and call him.
Hang on. Hang on. Let's see if he picks up.
He's calling.
Yeah.
Calling Matthew.
It's calling him live.
He is calling him live.
Totally. I got to tell you a story about him. I was at a flat earth meetup and he walked by and I ran out there and I go, dude, look at that horizon. He's all, yeah. And I'm all, it's flat.
Wi-Fi wireless subscriber you have called
Shit.
is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hi, Matthew. It's Dan the Waterman. If you get a chance, give me a call. You're being accused of having flat earth numbers. And I was just wondering if that were true. Okay. Bye. So I drag him off the beach. I drag him into a flat earth party, right? And he hangs out like for hours. He's totally cool. And he picks up a flyer off the table. It's like the threefold flyer from Flat Earth 101 that Nathan Thompson hands out. And dude emails me. And he's like, I got pictures of this, right? Dude, he's like, yeah, you guys are fun. But I'm sorry, man, your math is fucked up on this thing about the 500-mile airplane and being a 2,775-foot drop. And I'm like, whatever, dude, you don't know shit. You know, like I'm just, you don't know shit. And then like a month or two later, I'm just putting it in chat. Dude confronts me face to face. And he's like, yo, I told you this shit isn't right. You know, I'm a math teacher. I'm a mathematician. And you guys should get your shit together if you expect to be, here he is explaining again. If you expect to fucking, anyone to pay attention to you guys, right? So the dude's been back several times to hang with us. I mean, the dude's definitely cool, but we were wrong. There is no 2,775 foot per minute drop. That would be a dive. That would be an absolute dive. And that math is because somebody didn't convert the miles per hour to miles per minute. If you're going to answer in per minute, you got to do it in miles per minute. So 8.33 miles per minute is 500 miles an hour. So your 8.33 times 8.33 times 8 inches divided by 12 ends up being 46 feet. I tried to tell everyone, Mark Sargent and Bob Nodell and David Weiss, and I got totally blacklisted, and I'm called a troll by most of them to this day for trying to fix this same problem that Matthew pointed out. So Matthew's a decent guy. He's hung out with us several times, but he is a staunch glober, and he just happens to be relatively a gentleman about it. So
And he's my hostile witness.
Yeah, a hostile witness, sure.
Can we use hostile witnesses for you guys too, or is it a one-way thing?
It's a one-way street.
Got it.
I just want to point out that
Can't bring up the 20,000 million stupid shit flat earthers have said and ascribe it to
We're
you
just
guys. Right?
disproving the globe.
And we can disprove the flat too, right? Doesn't that work the same way?
When I grew up and up through today, there's only 6 fuckers that represent science, and it's all the same TV fuckers. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan, the dude in the wheelchair that's dead, Michio Kaku,
In the wheelchair.
fucking what's his Goofy Cox guy, the young guy, and Tyson. That's like 6 people that have presented science to us throughout our entire lifetime. It's weird. So there is a sales campaign behind science that's different than real science. You'll see it in headlines all the time, and it drives real scientists nuts. Like, Parker probe touches the sun.
Religion.
Ah, bullshit. Scientism, exactly. Exactly.
Scientism.
Anyway, Matthew's a good guy, even for a global.
How can science be an ism though? Like,
it's not.
Things that are like
It's
isms
you
are
that
usually
makes it the
things that
ism.
you can debate against. You can't debate against, like, you can discuss science. You can say, "Nah, this works, this doesn't work," but you can't just say scientism. Like, science is a study of the natural world, and with
You
evidence,
don't
without
understand
opinions or
scientism,
feelings.
then.
You can't
You don't
debate that.
understand what it means. It means
No,
that
I
you have
understand what science means.
a blind faith in
It's
it.
not faith.
blind.
It's not faith.
It's not faith either.
It's just
Science
the
has
best.
nothing to do with faith, nothing to do with spirituality, nothing to do with religion.
Scientism
It's the
does.
study of the natural world.
Scientism does.
What's
So I guess
scientism?
you don't really understand the
The
difference
blind
between
faith of
science
science?
and scientism. The following of science blindly and is and I guess you call it the appeal to authority, can be, it can be dangerous. It's not ridiculously dangerous, but
Are you a
what if
scientism?
what if they're leading us down a shitty path of living on money and war and disease and things that aren't.
Is there any flat earthers in here?
You see,
lot
the
of them, man.
government,
A lot of
the
them.
government though is the people. If you talk about like politics and stuff, we are the ones that created. So, are you saying that there's a division now? Like,
Well, I have
Every
a time.
government must be
I
in
have
on
a
this
time
too.
frame of division.
Right.
170 countries must be in on this too. China, the USSR, the US had to all be in on this. I mean,
How do
Are
you
you
know what they're
surprised at
doing
that?
over there?
Are you surprised at that since they
When do
exist?
you go to those countries and talk politics with those guys?
It's called the United Nations.
No
they're all going to tell me that the
It's
Earth is
probably where
broken.
your NASA budget goes, paying them all off $1 million a day.
Ask
Yeah,
any
it's got a
rocket
lot of money.
scientist the Earth shaped.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's good to be skeptic, I feel like
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be skeptical, but
yeah, there's like a certain outliner of people that believe this stuff. It's fine. I can understand it.
the Earth being flat is just crazy to me, though.
You'll be fine.
I'll be fine, man. I mean, NASA people are getting paid good salaries to do absolutely nothing relevant.
Yeah, they don't. In fact, they have an excuse. They're saying that we don't have enough money to go to
Which one of you two
different
works at
celestial body.
NASA? Which one of you two works at NASA?
Me, man. I started working at NASA.
Dude,
when I
you
was
can't
14.
even drive a car yet. We already know your story.
Oh,
Yeah, I can't drive a
too
car
young
either.
now.
Yeah, I'm just my brain is still like I'm only in my 20s, so I don't have the same wisdom as you guys.
So you guys talking about people working at NASA means nothing to me because you don't know how to work in manufacturing or in that industry and how it works. You have no clue.
That's true. That's true.
They're all getting paid to do nothing, man. We have no clue. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, there was someone here I'm talking to. He's a vacuum engineer, vacuum scientist. Yeah, apparently he gets paid to do nothing.
The Earth is apparently just flat.
He was a vacuum salesman?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, apparently he used. He's an engineer
angry
as
because
well.
I work in a physics lab and I have
Oh, is that
vacuum
you?
chambers.
Yeah, you.
He's mad about vacuum chambers.
No,
Gas
I'm not
balls
mad
don't
at
form
all.
in vacuum
All
chambers
good
from
for you.
earlier.
All on you, man.
He stopped talking about it when I said gas balls don't form in vacuum chambers.
I don't even know that concept. All you were saying is that apparently you were putting a company in a direction and you do the bare minimum work. because you're not a slave, right? That's what you said. Apparently,
If there was
it's
a
in such a
container for
high.
it to truly contain, like you guys say it is, then where's the container at?
It's
It was
invisible.
up your ass, you'd know it.
You're standing on it when you go outside.
Where's
That's
it at? Oh, I'm standing on
that's
the
the
container.
container. The floor, like anything that's like
The
Yeah,
floor
that's
is
the
the
base
floor of the
surface.
container, dummy.
So the floor is
So
keeping the sky from going out into whatever.
Floor is the sky.
wait, what?
Well,
I
according to
don't
you, you're
understand.
telling me that the floor is stopping the atmosphere from
Holy
fanning out.
crap, dude!
No,
You said
because
the floor is the container, right? Yeah, that's what you just said.
Just pretend we're stupid. Because we are.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
clearly you know more
I
than
do.
us.
I do pretend you're stupid. I don't
Right.
pretend you're stupid. I'm pretty sure that you are.
You think I'm
Okay.
stupid?
You figured out how to use SolidWorks yet?
Anyway, let's get back to the topic.
Flat Earth calling people stupid. Irony.
I'll just ask Mr. Mute Happy if he learned how to use was it SolidWorks yet?
What do you need drawn?
I already told you what I'm waiting on you to do.
It's already been done. We Amish
Where?
did it for you. He
Oh,
posted it
Amish?
for
No, he
you.
didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he
Scroll
didn't.
up.
In that thing, nowhere did he keep Polaris the same height.
Dude, he had you
If you wanna
stuttering
cheat-
earlier, man.
if you
Fuck.
wanna
Why don't you
cheat-
just face it?
Well, Subdude, man. Well, Subdude, why do you just randomly say things? Why don't you try to have a discussion too?
What for, dude?
You just like to randomly say things randomly when people are speaking. So why don't you talk?
Why can't I do what I like?
You can. I'm just saying. I asked you why don't you? I didn't ask you why can't you do what you like. I didn't contest that. But
Wait, Angolan.
what's up? What's up?
What's the debate?
I don't know what they're debating right now. I don't know. We're not on a specific topic right now, but.
Oh, okay.
You guys are supposed to be proving you live on a ball and can't.
Okay.
I don't have to prove.
I don't need. Let me just post a picture that proves that we're living on a ball. Just one.
No,
picture.
but a picture doesn't determine a lot. Actually, you need to use scientific
No,
terms,
it actually can.
which they will
Flat Earth
try
is that
to.
stupid where you can just post a picture. Just prove.
Oh, I guess you could do that, but I feel like an honest or like a productive conversation would be, proving your work or proving that you're right and I'm wrong.
Genuinely
But
believe
clearly,
you're gonna listen to your productive conversation.
no, I
genuinely
don't.
believe
But I'm
that
just
right now,
doing this because I'm young and like I'm trying to conceptualize how there is a train of thought can be, like through critical thinking. I don't know. Like they're old, So in a sense, we should technically be listening to the words of wisdom, even though it's not true, which is.
Why would you be listening to the words
32.
of? How old are you?
Wait, I take that back. I take it back.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 20.
Well, I'm younger than you, dude. I'm like.
Oh, you're younger.
2
I
years younger
see.
than you.
Yes, I said so earlier. I wasn't joking around.
What?
Yes, I'm young, Mr. Mute Happy. Wow.
Yeah,
Oh my
you
God,
see,
it's
our
over.
Stop acting like you know
development.
everything. Both of you, stop
I don't
acting
have
like
to
you
act
know
like I know.
everything
Why
about
do
the
you
real
act like
world.
I know everything?
You're not even old enough to drink yet. So don't even be talking about you know everything in the world.
It depends on where you're from. So where I'm from is 16 years old. So you can be allowed to drink when you're 16.
I'm the United States, so it's like 21.
Yeah, I know. I know that. It's just that I don't know. It's weird how some like Americans is so divided. Not divided. No, they're not divided. It's just local people,
16, 17, and 20-year-old kids telling us how everything works.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like we're here to listen to you. It's just the fact that you're not willing to participate. Like you're not standing your ground.
I don't have any ground to stand on. You said it's a ball. I said prove it. Go.
I didn't say it's a ball. I never said anything. I
Guys,
just came here to listen.
I tried to explain something to you guys earlier, and it just went right over your heads. You just
Yeah.
completely
Well,
dismissed it without
can
even
you? That's why
scrutinizing
I'm
what I
saying to
said.
rephrase it. Can you rephrase it in a sense that in Feynman's words, or like, because if you're really good at your field of work, you will be able to explain it to anyone at any level. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying?
Okay. One thing that I do remember.
You're right on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right on that. Yeah.
Well, honestly, I can't talk to you if you keep talking. So, but I was trying to tell you guys earlier how things can appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface, and to say that it doesn't make sense, it's not possible, was a crazy thing for you to say. And I tried to explain it to you, and you just talked through me, didn't pay attention to me, and I don't know if I'm supposed to explain something to you if you're not willing to hear it.
Okay, I've heard you. So you're saying it's possible? Oh, you're saying that so assuming we live in a flat Earth, and you go zoom in into like a straight line, and you should be able to see, right? That's what the Globers are saying. They should be able to see, but you're saying you shouldn't.
Aren't you the one
That's
earlier that said if it's flat, you're going to be depressed because it has to be
If it's
a
flat,
ball?
it's going to be depressed. Well, I'm going to be depressed. You have to have some empathy towards me. Like, imagine you live in a world where everything you thought was the truth,
Oh,
or
what in
trying to
your
find the
world
truth.
do you
But
do
hold on,
right
you're
now
just
that
talking over
makes
me.
you think you live on a ball? What in your world do you do every day that makes you think you live on a ball?
I don't have to think that I live in it's not even a ball. It's more of like an oblique shape due to the gravitational pull of Earth and the Sun. But anyway, my point is, right, is that I'm learning, and I really want to understand, like, how you perceive or disprove
Okay,
the
I
saying of
perceive that I don't live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber with other gas
Right.
balls. That's what I
in the
perceive I
vacuum chamber.
don't do.
Okay. Can you explain to me the idea of like looking at a very distance and not be able to like render any of the like the other cities? Because globally, like if we live in a straight line, right, and if we're able to like use big ass telescopes to see in the far distance, you should be able to see other cities, assuming it's a straight line, right? So
No optics is good enough for you to be able to do that. There are no optics that you
Show
can.
him the pictures.
okay, so our astronomers
So what does
lie.
astronomy now have to do with looking at cities?
Yeah,
Because astronomy is, hold on, and I'm gonna answer it. I'm answering. Hold on, I'm answering. So astronomers, right? They use big telescopes to view at the sky, and those skies, they're light years ahead. Light years.
So you're
Which is
just
hard to
making up
comprehend.
shit now. You're talking about
We
light
can't.
years and things that you don't know nothing about. Every single thing in the sky is the same height if you measure it.
Okay, how do we measure it?
Triangulate it. Do a 45-degree from someone and have something else directly over you or over somebody else and measure it. You'll get the same height every time.
Yeah, he's right. There's an
Wait.
anomaly of the
So
sky.
how do you so you measure it from different locations? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, hold on. What he's saying is right. Rad one, right? Sorry,
Yeah.
you change your name all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, what he's saying is right. They've known this for centuries. The sky has this anomaly where it appears to be like a blanket with pinholes in it when it comes to the stars. That light shines through from behind it somewhere. That's how we've always perceived it. I can even define the celestial sphere to you and how we still utilize it today. Hold on.
Pinholes. Because you're saying a lot of new words, right? And
No, she said
we need
that's
to
what it
dissect.
appears to look like.
Well,
She
that's
didn't
what it
say
appears to
that's
look
what
like.
it is. When you look up there, that's
Sorry.
why
I
everything
didn't.
seems to be the same height.
Same. How do you measure it again? I'm confused.
Listen
So
to the-
through
Okay, well, how do you measure the height of a tree?
climbing it, or like using a ruler or something. Yeah. big as ruler.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, you could
Right.
use trig. You could use trig and not do anything but make an angle to the top of the tree and measure the distance to the base of the tree, and you'll get your height.
Can what to know? So you need to know the angle.
Yeah. So you use something like a sextant to get your angle.
What's a sextant?
Do the
Hold on.
math.
Again, these are new terminologies. You say
So
sextant.
so it's different now that I'm talking to you on voice versus you in text. I knew everything earlier. You don't know what sextants are. You don't know how celestial navigation works. You want to talk about things that are light years away that you made that up, and
I
not
made it.
work
No.
anymore.
I didn't see you putting your gas. Okay, I don't even want to say gas. You're just putting words, okay, into my mouth. I didn't make it up, right? You could say the people who told me made it up.
Yeah, check
Because
out my citation, Diabetes. I've got it in the chat.
wait, hold on. Okay, so
And
the
stop
next
eating fast
trouble.
food, and you won't have diabetes.
What? Okay, I feel like you old heads don't understand the metaphorical or like the idea of naming weird things in your username that doesn't correlate to anything. Celestial sphere defined. Angles, reference more. Okay, I'm gonna read this.
Miggy, you must be at work. Sending those memes in here. You're so funny.
I just realized it's more than 1 pages. So stars are stationary?
You've never seen them move in the sky?
No.
Oh, you need to get out more often. I'm telling you, you guys growing up with phones in your hands, you have no clue what's going on outside.
So I mean, so they do
long,
move.
man.
Stars do move. Oh, sorry. The light or the thing that's in the sky. You're saying they do move. Hello?
His worldview.
Go outside and
Have
look
to
at them,
move.
asswipe.
Do stars
Either
move
the Earth's moving or
from
the stars are
east
moving.
to west?
What? Sorry, you talked at the same
Do
time. I'm
stars
trying to
move
get.
from east to west?
Yep, it says it here, yes.
Oh,
Okay, then why did you ask if stars move? Here, I took this
Well,
picture.
hold on. Just because,
I
what we
took
see
that
from east to
picture.
west. Yeah, but just because they move in our eyes does it necessarily mean it moves in the perspective of the object?
Oh, well, it looked like they moved to me, so they're moving.
Right. And how do you explain that? Like, what are stars, or what are the east to west lights that are moving? Oh, look, it's a blue circular rotation. Why is that?
Why do they rotate around the Polaris? Who knows? Because they like to.
So you don't know?
No, why would I know?
Well, I thought you studied this.
How do you fucking study the sky?
By measuring its height. You just said you can measure its height.
And then what do you get from that?
I don't know, you tell me. Why would you measure the height?
I didn't measure shit. I'm telling you what other people did.
Okay,
They're the ones that are. Those are the ones that are infatuated with measuring things in the sky.
Right. And why did they measure it?
Who knows why they measured it? To be proven wrong, I guess. They were proven wrong. Came up with
Way too much time on their hands.
2959. Ironically, is the same as the radius of the Earth for the height of things, so that's kind of weird.
Radius of the Earth. You know, the radius is between, like, the middle and...
Yeah, I know what a radius is, you deep thinker.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. So...
You never measured from the center of the Earth to the edge to get the radius, so why do they keep calling the radius of the Earth if nobody's ever measured it? So, say you already debunked the globe Earth right there.
I see. That's a good question. How do we measure the radius of the Earth without even going into the middle? Yeah, that's true. It's a good point, you know. It says here that you have to accept the Earth is round first in order to... Okay. That makes sense.
I missed any compelling questions.
So did the rest of us. So no worries.
I just told these guys how high the Globers say it's 3959 miles high, and now they're saying you can't prove it. What the fuck? You're the proof. These Globers aren't happy with either one of those things.
Yeah, we have some expert supposedly in some sort of field which doesn't apply. Oh, that's an appeal to an authority. The wrong authority. They appealed to an authority that has no authority on that matter. Anyway, I understand what you're saying, though. Yeah, exactly. Of course, Matthew said it was right, so it must be a globe now.
No, he's proved that it's not. Sun's too close.
Too close. Right. Gotcha. Seems to be a little close, if you ask me, but how would I know? I don't have anything to base that on.
Oh, okay. I think I have my answer now. Hello. So you said how did they solve the radius of Earth?
Yeah, you said they measured from the center out. That's how you get the radius. You made sure you pointed that out to me. So how did they do it?
Oh yeah, sure. So they don't actually go from middle to, the actual radius of a circle. What they do is they find the diameter, then divide it by 2.
How they measure the diameter? Would they use calipers or giant micrometer?
I have no idea any of those, but I think the early guys or the Greek people were using shadows to find the curvature and then
And
then the
so
diameter after.
do you know of anywhere in between the Greeks and supposed 2200 BC or 200 BC? What they used in between then and now, before the space age? How did they transfer that information from sticks and shadows into the space program? Do you happen to know that information?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Okay, so supposedly the only way we know the Earth is round is by sticks and shadows. So that was at supposedly Aristophanes' time in 200 BC, 200 years BC. And so what I'm asking is, any time in between 200 BC and now, or before they started going up into space, supposedly, air quotes. So until they went to supposed space, how did they transfer the information from sticks and shadows into the space flights?
He wasn't even going that direction. You took him down that road.
I know I just did.
I don't know how you did. So you're asking me how do we transfer that information from what the technologies? Yeah.
Yeah, because we have people in modern times using sticks and shadows is how we know the Earth is a globe. So they must have used them in some way, and I'm just asking you. Inquiring minds must know, So we must inquire about that. If you have that information, just let us know right now. You ever heard of anyone?
I heard of what?
Anyway,
using shadows.
So you said instead of them measuring from the center of Earth to the edge to get the radius, somehow they measured the whole hands around the whole Earth and said it's this wide. That's the diameter.
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of calipers? I agree. I want to know what type of calipers they use.
Calipers. What's that? What's a caliper? Never heard of
A
terminology.
caliper measures an outside diameter of something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or the length of blocks, but diameters.
Over length of blocks, but yeah, you can measure diameters of shafts or bearings or.
Depends on if you're an apprentice working and making blocks for the tool and die makers or not.
So, do you know when they measured the surface of Earth and showed that it was curved?
He's got all kinds of noise going on in the background. I don't know if he's washing dishes tonight. What's your job? Washing dishes?
No, I'm just searching it up. Yeah, so you can see the clickery sounds. It's not really a dish. Are you talking about my humidifier? I think that's probably that as well.
So anyway, so you just made up something because what you said does not measure.
I didn't make up.
radius.
It's not me
What you
making
said
it up.
does
It's
not
me
measure.
referencing.
What you said does not measure a radius for Earth, though.
Well, I'm trying to find out how they measure because I don't think it would be a perfect fair.
We already told you it was never done.
It was never done.
That's
so how
why
come
the
there's
channel's
how come there's
still
a number?
alive. That's why this channel's still here. You're not going to find something new today.
Let's see.
Why don't you see if you can do it? See if you can figure it out. Come back when you do.
And don't eat at McDonald's every day, and you won't have diabetes.
Yeah, mate. I'm pretty sure I have enough insulin.
Go out and get some sunshine. Get some sunshine.
No. I can go McDonald's unlike
The
you.
vitamin
you know,
D, the vitamin D won't hurt. Get some sunshine.
You can just take vitamin D pills. You know, there's a pharmacy for a reason.
Wow.
Or you could get.
The body's quite complex.
Is that what they tell you to do now? Stay indoors, keep your head in your phone, and take vitamin D.
No one said that. It's just a thing where it's like, you could say it's a pseudo.
Whatever. Anyway, yeah. So that doesn't measure the Earth.
Obviously.
In fact, nothing you've given us so far.
Hold on, I'm trying to switch it up because not everyone has the time to debate about these topics that are quite useless.
You're finding out that the globe is useless. There's no information on it.
The globe is useless. It's not useless. It's just a thing. Anyway, I'm trying to find people measuring. I don't see why.
Yeah, there aren't any. Like I said, good luck.
You said that it wasn't useless. What do you use it for?
Well, I don't use it. Well, I do use it, but it's a reference of another reference. So
What do you use it for?
So I use a map. All right.
You use ball maps?
No. So like just an ordinary map, like the whole map. Obviously, it's not into scale because you can't put a round sphere into scale within a flat.
Well, there are scale maps, though, right?
There is, yes, but it's not. It's still not an accurate implementation of geological.
But the map is flat, right? The map is flat, right?
You want it to be curved? I mean, sure, you can have a curved thing, but
no, it's flat.
Well,
is there curved lines on the map?
And dude, you could represent the elevations on a map. It's called the topographical map, and then you have all 3 dimensions.
Right.
That's the only curve that's measured. Is hills and valleys.
Right, but I still use the curve thing. Like if I go, you do.
No, you don't, dude.
You do.
There's nothing you do at all ever that requires you living on a globe. What's all that noise you're making?
Huh? Clicking. But my point is, you use a globe scale as well, or like a globe map.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing as a globe map.
Do you use Google Maps? What do you use in order for your navigation to go from point A to point B?
Scale maps.
Whatever's in my car.
Whatever's in your car. So if you're trying to get into another country, you wouldn't use a map or like a place to reference.
You would be Canada, I would just go up through Detroit, that direction.
Right. Let's say you want to move outside of America.
I don't need a map. I live on Lake Erie, so I just go around the lake till you get to where you see a sign that says, "Here's Canada."
But that's a small distance in comparison to traveling into another place.
Yeah, but you think the Earth is flat, so you're kind of stupid.
Why you call me stupid? I'm trying to have a. I'm not even trying to.
Is it not self-explanatory? Do I have to explain it to you?
No, you need to explain to me how you would go to another country. Very
I would take a plane.
You would take a plane, right?
I don't know about you.
Right, and what planes do they use on the map? to go from point A to point B.
Flight
fueling.
They make flight plans and they fly from one airport to the next. I'm going to mute him.
Yeah, they use a
What
are you going to mute me?
What do they use? What do they use? Oh, they use gas. You fucking Jesus Christ.
They use a flat navigational chart, is what they use. Yeah, that's true.
Turbine engines use fuel, you fucking idiot. So what next? Nothing? Cool. Good talk. Oh, waiting on my mute in 3, 2, 1 because these retards can't handle the actual truth. Mute? Yeah, somebody.
Like
Nothing.
If you want to get muted,
Oh,
dude, just leave.
You got muted, dude, because you keep making noise, and I told you to stop.
Oh, did I? Did I? Bro, was that something that happened, dude? Oh my god, I can't believe it. Holy shit. What are the odds? What are the odds?
For some reason, you don't understand all the noise you're making.
Don't be a Goomba.
Wait, what? Is it me? I'm making noise. I can mute.
Yeah, you should mute when you're not talking. There you go.
Does that make you happy, huh?
That's a start, but don't press your luck.
That other guy freaked out for no reason. Oh, he comes in to get muted. I forgot.
Thanks, man. I don't know why I was muted at all, to be honest.
Maybe stop being a dick, and maybe people won't mute you. I didn't mute you.
I wasn't being a dick. I actually wasn't even speaking when I was randomly muted.
Oh, the random mute police must have got you.
Yep, we got the undercover randomly muting people police in here. There's some secret agent, man, just randomly going around hitting that mute button.
It's almost just like that, but not quite.
You know, let me actually test this in GTA, see if it works. See if I put a boat out, will it go below the horizon in GTA? I never actually tested that out.
The game's not modeled in a curved surface.
I don't know if it actually is or not, to be honest.
It's not modeled on a curved surface, dude. The engines don't work that way. They work in three-dimensional space.
Exactly. I don't know if they say that.
It's not.
I don't know if it's flat.
No games are. They can have balls in a game, but that's it. Anybody else got globe proof besides going to another country? The fuck that meant?
Someone was providing globe proof by going to another country.
Yes, your buddy. Diabetes. Your friend.
No, that's not my friend. Stop making assumptions just because we have the same concept or.
All globers are friends, apparently.
Fact. Yeah, all globers are friends. You know, we and we are the only enemies we have are flat earthers. Anyway, do you know how the Earth? Oh, sorry. Do you know how planes pathing work? Like through navigation. So if you go from point A to point B in a flat map.
Wow.
All maps are flat.
I know they're flat, but answer my damn question. Do you know the
Fly from point
pathing?
A to point
Do
B.
you know the
You said it.
pathing? Oh my god. No,
So,
I didn't say it.
So you're on the runway. The control tower says you're going to take off and go this direction, and you're going to head this high.
Right.
And when you get to this point, you're going to turn this direction and hold that heading until you hear the next control tower. See you later.
I'm gonna ask you the question again. Do you know the pathing of a plane from point A to point B? It's not a straight line. I'll give you that hint.
I'll tell you what. Hold on. If you're going to say
path.
it's a curve, if you're going to say it's just a great circle route, you're an idiot. You know, planes fly straight, get to an area, then change their bearing and change their direction.
They don't fly in a circle either.
No.
No, they don't.
No.
I didn't say that. So wrong question. So try again.
I
What do you think?
didn't
What do you
mention
think?
anything about a circle apart from a great circle route.
A great circle route. Wait, what's that? Another terminology. I don't know. I'm trying to. Great.
All right, whatever background you've got on, you're going to need to cut it out, man, because you're coming through badly.
The thing is, I'm the only one speaking, so like you know.
Come on, mate, spit it out again.
Man, the myth, the legend, Jedi's here. What's going on, man?
What's up, man? Trying to communicate with this guy.
You're the final boss, man.
Is it?
Jedi's the final boss of all the flat earthers.
Hey, I'm going to put Matt's picture up.
So it says here that the Great Circle.
Put it up, man.
So you know about the Great Circle, right?
Jedi.
You're talking about the moon picture?
Hello.
I need a bigger boat.
Isn't it the Great Circle? So it says that the pilots have to adjust their course to stay on the arc.
Oh, that's what I brought up, but you said I wasn't talking about that.
Yeah, you brought it up, but I was just trying to verify it. So yeah, can you explain that?
Planes don't fly in arcs, dummy.
I already
What? Sorry, you said you guys are talking at the same time. One at a time, please. So how does the?
I already explained it to you. Can you remember what I said?
Sorry, what?
I already explained it to you. Can you remember what I said?
No.
Oh,
You didn't say. Okay, what did you say? Sorry, what did you say about the Great Circle? Not you can't explain. Okay. I don't think I have the patience now. Just for the fact that you guys have the same ideologies. No, now you're talking when I'm talking. Okay, cool. Okay, good, cool. So no productive conversation.
Dumb as fuck. You didn't listen. I said I couldn't be bothered to talk to you. I'm going back to bed.
Yeah, because you can't explain it. People would like to run away if they're not questioning the ideologies, whereas scientists or like anyone in the scientific field, they wouldn't say, "Oh, I want to go to bed because I already explained to you. I don't want to tell you again." Like, no, they would never do that. In fact, they would sacrifice their lack of sleep in order for us.
They would not.
Dumb people. No, they would. They would. Trust me, they would.
Trust me, they would not.
I'm about to test the flat earth theory in GTA right now, guys. Wish me luck.
Why don't you just get an engine and learn how to do the shit yourself?
Do what?
Get Unreal Engine, install it, make a flat world, put balls way far away, and see if they'd sink below the horizon.
I already know like the physics of it. They won't be sinking below the horizon. It's impossible.
Well, that's because you're using a computer with rendering.
To be honest, if I actually posted something like that on here, it'd actually be pretty funny. Proving the Earth is a globe on GTA 5. I don't know.
Well, the game would have to be drawn on a globe for you to do that.
I guess. Remember, you said you do coding or something, so you might know a little bit about games and stuff.
Yeah,
Ever
the
made one?
engine is not a sphere.
Hey, dude, why are
XYZ
you yelling
is
that
the
out, dude? That's
space that
fine.
you
That's
develop
fine.
in.
No one's contesting that the engine is a sphere.
Well, you can't. How are you going to make a spherical game without a spherical engine?
Spherical engines? I've never heard of that.
That's right.
Spherical engines. Interesting. Let me move my observer's height real quick. Get on top of the pier. You know where the pier is at in GTA? Here we go.
What happened?
No one's chatting, man.
Looks like the other guy got muted, so he's done.
Who got muted?
Diabetes.
Fallen Glober, man. That's a fallen Glober. What can I say? Sad, sad, sad.
He said he'll go into full blown depression if it's flat. He said that in text earlier, so he's very unstable. We thought you were unstable. He's super unstable.
Man, I'm totally stable, man. Believe me. Believe me, baby. Full blown depression if it's flat. Tomorrow's Monday, man. You guys going back to work?
I'm always working.
Always working? Always on the grind, man. Gotta give you credit.
Manufacturing doesn't stop.
Doesn't stop, baby. I haven't seen you here in like a while. I mean, I haven't been here for like a few days, but almost thought something happened to me, man.
Release some new software at work, so I'm in hypercare during the week. That's why I'm on the weekend right now.
Gotcha. It's gonna be hard to do this, man. All the waves are covered, can probably cover the boats. By the way, I'm looking at this shit. Mm. Depressed if the Earth is a. I might be depressed if the Earth is flat, man.
Depressed.
I might be depressed and sad forever, man. I loved my ball. I loved my blue water ball in space. I loved it too much.
You love blue balls. Hmm. Tell me about your
I
mother.
love my blue water balls, man. What can I say? Isn't Earth just so beautiful? And you look at our solar system, all the other planets are pretty ugly.
How do you
Earth
see
is a
Earth in the
beautiful
How do you see Earth in the
water
sky
ball.
when you go outside? Which way do you look? I've been looking in the sky for Earth for a long time, but I haven't been able to find it.
Oh no, we have photos from space that we can see Earth from.
Oh, I love that blue marble
Why do you
photo.
say you can go outside and see the beautiful round Earth?
He saw the blue marble.
You can go outside and see Earth, yeah. You can see Earth. You can go outside and see the beautiful round Earth.
Where?
Outside and look around. You don't see Earth? You're on it, baby. We're on a beautiful water planet. 72% water. Surface. Yes.
It's got to suck that the top of water is always level. 72% of it, that's a bit of a
Yes,
bitch.
indeed. Water is indeed always level. Horizontally flat, right? Horizontally flat. No curve. So it's a good question to ask where the curve starts when boats start disappearing bottom up. As I'm about to test the Earth's curvature. Check the chat. See that, Mr. Mute Happy? See me at the pier?
Yeah.
See the horizontal water? We're about to test this work, baby.
The Earth is flat then.
It is. Dude, the shitty telescope. They have a shitty blurry telescope in this game. What the fuck?
You guys suck. I hope you guys know you cut up, those stupid monkeys.
Excuse me?
Guy just joins in and says that in dips. Baroni, man. No one even got the chance to mute him. That's funny. Drive by Earther. Indeed, he is indeed a drive by Earther. It's like we're all at like some convention outside talking about flat Earth, and then some guy drives by, says a bunch of shit, and just dips.
Oh, he's come back
What's
for
good?
more.
What's good, niggas? What's happening? Brand new whip just hopped in. I got options.
So do we.
Well,
Have
they
a nice
finally
day.
got him. They finally caught you, Cupid. 8 tricks. They got you muted too. They got y'all on lockdown. God damn, boy.
Thank you.
Anyone want to have a chat, man? Bored, man.
Did you find any curvature in that game yet?
I haven't, man. I haven't. I mean, I can't see certain things that are really far away, but the thing in GTA is like the waves start actually blocking the ships, you know? So you can't actually see them because the waves are literally like crazy for no reason. They're like large,
For
abnormally large.
memory
and shit.
reasons, so that just looks like a blob to the computer. It's to save on memory and speed.
So even the waves kind of block the boats in GTA, apparently. Actually, Google it. Is the Earth flat in GTA 5?
All game engines are flat. It takes too much computing power to make any other shape.
Nobody's really talking about
Oh, yeah. If you fly high enough in GTA, you'll see curvature, apparently.
And
I don't know if any of you caught that debate on modern day debates, but wow, there's a lot of lies that pretty funny. I don't know if you guys caught it or not. Still going on.
no, I'm not.
I had to leave.
We're not
I,
talking on that one.
I couldn't take any more. It's about the moon landing. Oh man, they're just filled with lies. Those Globers. Their proof and evidence was this very same thing that they're that's being accused of being lies and not proof. I don't know how do you get around that.
Yeah, it's ChatGPT. Oh, so ChatGPT is saying no, the depiction of the Earth in the video game Grand Theft Auto 5 is not flat. The game's world is designed to simulate a three-dimensional environment, including various landscape, cities, and terrain features, similar to how the real world is presented. So, therefore, GTA 5, like in reality, it's like depicted as a spherical Earth. I mean, if you go high enough up in a jet, you'll see like curvature.
Are you saying because they made a video game that simulates it, then therefore it's true in reality?
Just saying that shit. They wouldn't curve the game when you get
No,
to a certain height.
we're
He's
not.
fucking retarded. It's a camera lens in
We're
the
not.
game looking out your window, dum dum.
What?
You place
Yeah, the
cameras
window.
around when you're doing stuff. That's how you see basically in your games. Those are all cameras, and you give them different lenses and focal points and all that other crap.
Yep.
You can make fisheye
Oh
lenses,
yeah,
all kinds of shit, whatever you want to make.
they fisheye lensed. Yeah, they fisheye lens GTA 5 as well. They got them. The NASA guys got to the GTA, the
Dude, you're
Rockstar.
fucking
They
retarded. You
fisheye
don't know how
lens.
games are made. You don't know how 3D modeling is done. You have no clue.
Mr. Mute Happy. I'm regardless of what you like. Regardless of what you say, it's still depicted as a spherical world. It's still depicted as a sphere. You know that, right? Regardless of how you say whatever, it's still depicted as a sphere.
What's the center point?
I am indeed a GTA right there.
What's the center point of it?
Oh, funny.
What's the center point so the game knows how to model?
You already said it, but again, it's still depicted as a sphere. Whatever you say, you can say it's flat. You can say it's 3-dimensional or 2D, whatever you said before, but it's still depicted as a sphere.
So how come the horizon in your picture was flat?
It was. Wait, let me see. Let me post my picture again. I'm chilling at the pier, man, looking out. The waves are incredibly crazy in the game, though. They don't even fucking look normal. Even when you're on the beach. Yeah, you can see that, you know? Well, it's foggy as shit.
Oh yeah, it's got some stretch on that lens. So they can give you a wider view so you can see wider in the game. Should be able to change that around too.
Yeah, smash your field of view and watch what happens.
Yeah, it's shitty weather, though.
Dude, why'd you pick that green girl with the ponytail as your character? That's fucked up.
That's not my character. Don't even do that. You know that's not my character. My character's the one that gets stripped out. My character's the one that's stripped out, man.
You said you're standing on the dock looking out, and that's you standing on the dock looking out. I don't play this game.
All right, buddy. You know I'm the drippy one in the center, right next to the telescope.
She's drippy too.
That's a she, dude. You know the fat one on the left, the morbidly obese character. That's
the one you. That's the one you are.
No, it's not the one I am. The fat NPC. The obese NPC, man.
Was that high tide or low tide when you took that picture?
I think it was low tide. I don't know.
Well, where's the moon?
Can't see it, dude. It's a foggy day. You can't see the moon.
Oh, that sucks for you.
I should have got a better picture for you.
Can't you just go ahead and float and then you're in a video game? It's like reality. Just start floating up past the fog and see where the sun and moon are.
Let me see if I can get some photos. Oof. Actually, a sunset in GTA 5. Like the ones that look like they're below the horizon. Mm-hmm. What about this image? Post it. You're gonna post? Oh, it's not even posting. This one's from Google.
Three times you posted the same picture over and over with the flat horizon.
Oh, there we go. I did post. I just didn't fucking see it. Yeah. Man, GTA 5 is really proving flat Earth right now, guys.
And a flat map in the corner, it looks like. What the fuck? How come they don't have globe maps?
Maybe Rockstar are flat earthers. What if they are? I don't know what happens. Flat, flat, flat. What about this one? Is this flat too? GTA 5, son. See how the waves are like obstructing the horizon, kind of? You can't see, you probably couldn't see boats going further out because the waves are kind of blocking it. Flat Lloyd is saying flat, flat, flat.
Dude, is the Earth flat?
The Earth is triangle. Look what they just posted in the chat, guys. Flat earthers when they realize their balls are round. Funny. What up, Apocryphon?
But what's going on? I hear a bunch of people leaving, but because I'm not looking at my screen. Is that what's going down?
He's dead, man. Yeah, not a lot of people talking.
No, but I hear a lot of people leaving. They're like, doo-doo, doo-doo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what I mean?
What's your measure? Do you have measurement of the firmament?
No.
Can't reach that
No.
high. Sorry.
What happened?
I said I can't reach that high.
Yeah.
How do you know what height it is to reach?
Well, I jumped, I couldn't reach it. End of story.
You jumped and you couldn't reach it. And you don't know. You don't know how high it is, though.
I didn't claim to. I just said I couldn't reach it. That's all.
Couldn't reach it from jumping. I mean, I hope not. Firmament were 10 feet high, and I don't know how planes would be flying.
That's a them problem. Nothing to do with me.
Mm-hmm. You guys have an estimate of how high the firmament is?
How's your R value going? Found one yet?
What do you mean R value?
Yeah, Matthew Learn says it's like 3,959 miles to the sun. He thinks it's about that high.
Got it.
And Golan thinks a radius is not a straight line. Have you told everybody about that yet?
We already clarified this, man. Still on about the clarification thing?
I'll take that as a no.
Excited? Yep. Radius is not a straight line, everybody.
What the fuck, dude? How do you get a radius then?
Oh, that's when I said that what's it called? That the radius of the Earth is not a straight line, but radiuses are generally straight lines, which is a fact. But then he keeps going around saying he thinks the radiuses aren't straight lines over and over again. It's like the one thing he sticks on, like it's not been clarified.
Do you believe radiuses are straight lines?
Radiuses are typically straight lines, yes. The radius of the Earth is not a straight line. You can look it up. Tell me if you find anything that says otherwise. Ask ChatGPT.
Why would I look up what is the radius of the Earth? Why would I look that up? Like
figure it out.
It's kind of like this. Like if you walked into a house and you know everyone's a liar, like the mom, the dad, all their children, the aunts, the uncles. No. You knew everyone's liars in that house. Okay. And then you walk in there, and then would you ask them a question for truth?
If I knew everyone's a liar, I probably wouldn't try to ask them questions about something about that they would lie about, I guess.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The thing is, you're saying that the entire internet and everyone out there is lying to you. That's assuming that.
No. Not everyone's lying to me. Not everyone. Just those that are either spreading the lie. Because remember, there's a lot of people that they're not lying to you. They're repeating what they believe to be true, but it's a lie. So then all they're doing is just repeating a lie, but they don't think they're lying because they think it's the truth. So
who's the final bot?
Who's the final bot?
Yeah. We got all these bums listening to the elites. Who are the final bosses?
Well, if you're continuing to hear the lies and just believe them, and then even come out and even share them and try to pass them off as being truth, well, then that's your prerogative. Do what you want to do. It's your world. It's your journey. But I'm just saying, why would I ask the very system that's carrying out the lie and pushing it as truth? Why would I ask it about the lie when I know it's going to tell me?
Google is part of the system too.
Well,
GPT is part of
anything that has to do with the system in the sense of like the information that's being, for instance, if you ask ChatGPT a question, and then if you ask it, "Are you lying to me?" and it's going to tell you, "I am only providing information that has been uploaded to me." So you can say whatever you want to say, and you can put any type of sugar and spice to make it all nice. That's fine. You do you. But the fact is that we live in a world where the system is lying to everybody, and then you have like not everybody's lying though, because like I could ask somebody in here that knows we're being lied to, and then they're gonna tell me the truth because we're on the same page because we know that we've been lied to, and we've exposed it.
Yes. Okay. So I've asked, speaking of ChatGPT, I've asked ChatGPT to lie to me. I've told ChatGPT, I know that the Earth is a sphere, but lie to me and say that it's flat. And it says I am incapable of spreading misinformation. That's what it tells me.
Because you didn't,
tells me
you didn't prompt it
capable of spreading
correctly.
misinformation.
You kids don't know how to prompt the AIs yet. You'll learn that in probably 20 years when you decide to put your phones down.
How old are you? What's it called, Mr. Sound like a real boomer, man.
Yeah.
How old are you speaking?
Old enough to drive a car now.
40, 50 years old? You gotta be in your 40s, man, at least. At least, baby.
Now, here's what's funny though. His age has nothing to do with the fact that we were talking about lies and, you know. But it's interesting though that you want to jump to that.
No, I'm
It
not
is.
drifting to it. It's just that he always brings up the fact that I'm young, so it's like.
Well, I
Dude,
didn't hear
you're
him say
lying.
anything about you being.
ChatGPT. Can't you hear yourself talk?
What? About ChatGPT, yeah. I heard what I said about ChatGPT.
Okay, so you're referencing devices that children are using. You're only going to
And
get
grown
in what
adults.
you ask for. It's a story machine.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good question. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about Santa Claus. I want to ask ChatGPT what is the address to write Santa Claus a Christmas list. Let me see here. Let me open it up.
One North Pole Lane, North Pole,
ChatGPT.
Alaska.
While you're at it, ask ChatGPT what the Earth's shape is.
Chat? Yeah, I will. Let me see here. ChatGPT.
Bet.
There we go. Let me log in real quick. Logging in. Facial
Log in, baby.
recognition. It's me. Hello. All right. Good. It
Yeah,
recognized
facial
me.
recognition, man. You're a big boy.
Yes, I do have facial recognition. Okay, I'm in. All right, here we go. Let me see here. I gotta do a new question though because let me do a new one. All right, there we go. What is the address to write to Santa Claus my Christmas list? Okay, you can send your Christmas list to Santa Claus at the following address: Santa Claus, the North Pole. Is he real? And will he deliver my presents on the 24th of Christmas?
If it's gonna
Or
give you an
December?
actual address, it's probably some other shit. That's I don't know if they do. I don't know, some fake Santa Claus thing. I don't know. It'll give you an explanation.
The South Pole is anti-Claus.
So it can make up stuff for Santa Claus, but it can't make up. It has to say it can't be a flat earther.
What are you talking about? It's not making so. Just post whatever ChatGPT responds to
Yeah.
you with.
Okay.
About
So I did it. So it's avoiding my question.
I'm in a game. I'll check it out in a second.
Santa Claus is a beloved figure in holiday traditions, and it literally sounds like a politician right now. By the way. And many people enjoy the magic and joy he brings to the season. While the idea of Santa delivering presents on the 24th of December is part of the festive folklore, it's ultimately a fun and heartwarming tradition for families. The joy of giving and sharing during the holiday season is what matters most.
Yes.
What's the name of Santa's?
Then ask it, how come you gave me an address to write to if it's just a holiday? How can I write to a holiday tradition?
I will next.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what you ask it to fuck it up. I'm telling you.
Right. Why did you give me an address to write to as well as the list of his reindeers if he's just a holiday to celebrate? Let's see what it says. It's probably gonna say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I
What was it
apologize.
respond
I
with?
prov- I provided the address and reindeer names in the spirit of holiday traditions and the imaginative
See?
joy
Clarified for
associated
you,
with
baby.
Santa Claus.
It clarified for
While
you.
Santa, oh wait,
Clarified for
while
you,
Santa
baby.
Claus is not real, physical being, the customs surrounding him contribute to the festive atmosphere and the joy giving during the holiday season. It's life away. I'm gonna say, so Santa isn't real. Santa Claus, as traditionally portrayed, is a fictional and mythical figure. The story of Santa is rooted. Okay, I'm gonna act like I'm a child. Then who's been putting gifts or no presents under the Christmas tree?
You already said you were 18 when you signed it.
Smell a lawsuit.
Oh, that's true, huh? The tradition of putting
Ask
presents
it though.
under
I
the
wonder what the
Christmas
response
tree
would be.
is carried out by family members, friends, or loved
Jeff
ones.
and Matt, so he can't hear this.
It
Who's
told
that?
you that family and friends have done it. There you
Matt,
go.
Yeah, so
It's not lying to you, man.
you're too young to know the truth about Santa Claus still. Your parents haven't told you.
I'm spoiling it for him.
Man,
The
dude. So you're
tradition
telling me
of
that it was my parents putting gifts under there the entire time, dude?
the
God damn
tradition
it.
of putting presents under the Christmas tree is typically carried out by family members, friends, or loved ones as a way of expressing love and generosity during
Bullshit.
the
They
holiday
told me it was
season.
Santa Claus.
It's a
They
special
told me it was
tradition
Santa
that
Claus
adds to the
doing it.
magic. Okay, so here. All right,
They said
Print that
Santa
so
out
Claus was
and put
doing
that
it.
in cars on shopping malls.
that would be awesome.
At Christmas from
Right.
Wait, but
ChatGPT.
Mr. Nice, man. I thought it was Santa doing it.
Merry
Thought he put the
Christmas from
Christmas stuff.
ChatGPT. while
It's not
while
even
Santa
Christmas.
while Santa Claus may be a fictional character, the act of giving and sharing is real and brings joy to many. All right.
Merry Christmas from ChatGPT.
I
Funny
think
shit,
there's a
man.
cutoff of the information uploaded to it, so I can't ask about the moon landing 2 days ago, but I'm still gonna try. What was the name?
Yeah, if you're using just the standard one, it's from 2021 data.
Right. It's the
2022,
chat
actually.
GPT, I think it's 2021. I think he's right, it's 2021. What
Yeah,
was the
the
name of the moon lander?
Be on ChatGPT 4. It'll do searches. You can just go
It does
tell me about it.
yeah, it says
You can
January
even upload
2022.
AI pictures as well.
This is
They do AI
3.5.
pictures.
Okay,
So
let me
you
see.
won't get
Oh,
any.
here.
Oh yeah, that's
I'm not gonna upgrade.
3.5 is updated to January of 2022.
I'm not gonna upgrade just to be told more lies. I'm sorry. That's all they're doing is uploading more
No,
lies.
when you upgrade, you can program yours to give you the correct responses, like mine. I've got 4 different ones that do different things for me.
Does it ever tell you that the Earth is flat?
I have a flat bot. It can only tell me that.
Go ahead, show it to me. Show it, baby. Demonstrate it.
You've seen it, the bots in here running.
He probably argued
What
with
bots?
one.
Wait, what?
He
Bro's
doesn't
ahead of
even.
the game. Bro's ahead of the game. I've been arguing with bots the whole time.
Yeah,
Shit, man.
he's been fighting with bots. God damn.
You've been arguing with information saved from 2019 and collected.
Dude, this whole time I thought I was arguing against real flat
Uploaded.
earthers. I was arguing with Warden's bots.
Not mine. Everybody's.
Oh man, there was this one bot over another server. Dude, it used to get people triggered, bro. Like, oh man, it was hilarious. And people were just arguing with it left and right. They'll be ganging up on it in the chat.
The Earth is flat, baby. That's all I know. That's all I know. That's all I can prove, man.
Right.
I ain't spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. I don't see none of that shit happening.
Then stop talking like it is.
My bad, boss.
Your kids will thank you later.
Do you have kids?
I have grandkids older than you.
Damn, dude, you're an old man, dude. You're an old man. You got to be an old man. I thought maybe you were 45. You got grandkids, man. Shit. You must be in your 50s. Must be pushing 50 or something. Warden, you got the flat Earth family, huh? What's gonna happen if one of your grandkids do question you about the Earth shape? What are you gonna tell them? They say the Earth is a globe.
You know, it's
They already hear space is fake from me.
you know,
They
it's
already do. Damn it.
you know, it's interesting. I have 5 children, and back in 2021, I took them out to Big Bear. We were camping, and
You have 5 children?
yeah, and
Damn, dude.
and I brought up flat Earth to them, and they're all like, "Oh, you're a flat earther!" They're all pointing fingers and laughing and mocking and joking. And we had a long conversation that night. I rented a cabin up there. I have a long conversation that night.
Oh, no.
You fast forward.
They're building their own
Till
armies.
you fast forward till today, and now they don't mock anymore. They have more of a dang, like they're getting it now. You know, they question it now. It's not just
You
a
finally indoctrinated them into the truth.
well,
The
no,
truth,
I
baby.
didn't even have to say much. I said things that were make logical sense, and my kids are smart enough to grasp what I was telling them, and they were actually like, "Oh yeah, that does make sense, huh?" Or on some things, they're like, "Oh yeah, that's right, it doesn't make sense." So it just depends on the level of intelligence of your own children or who you're surrounded with. If you tell the truth to the right person that has half a brain at least, they're going to grasp it. They're going to get it. Oh shit! Like a light's going to turn on, and then logic and critical thinking, like, oh damn, wow, nice. They're going to understand. They're going to get it. But if you're so indoctrinated and you're so brainwashed, and then you come in these arenas or have a discussion with somebody elsewhere at work or school or just at home or on wherever, anywhere, but if you have the bias and you cannot let go of your core belief and you don't, you maybe you even have an ego and you're arrogant to be lied to. Like, no way. This is what I know. I know this to be true. They told me it. This is what it is. You guys are stupid. When you come from that angle, you're just putting up your own block. You're literally just putting up your own wall. When you hear the truth, you're not going to receive it because you already fucked up. You already blocked it out in your own arrogance. And it happens all the time.
Yes, baby. I think if they get older, they might be like, oh, yeah, my dad's a flat earther. You know, that might be
Well,
their
I'll
talking
tell you
points.
what. I'll tell you what. By the time they're my age, we are probably going to be traveling to like planets and to galaxies, but from your couch in this virtual goggle where you're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go do this. The plane's real, everybody. Like these people are real, but you're just gonna enjoy it from your couch or come to a theater. And we're launching to the moon. We're going to go to Venus this year, guys. And everyone come to the theaters and watch it. And then everyone's gonna be like, all right, yeah,
Or the
wrong.
virtual zombie land that everybody can pretend they're living in. How crazy is that?
There you go. There you go. That's probably what's going to be going on by the time my kids are my age. That will be reality to them, a virtual reality. Why is it being pushed so hard right now? Why do you think? What do you think is the reasoning why they're trying to make everything go into this metaverse? What's your
I don't
thought
know,
on
man.
that?
I love technology, though. I'll tell you that.
Easier to control people that are willingly plugging themselves into the system like that.
Right.
Isn't Elon Musk doing his little brain microchip thing? He already got his first
Mhm.
guy to actually test it. They've already tested it, I
Ready.
think, actually.
You know what's
They got their
crazy though?
first
I know
volunteer.
people are really excited about Neuralink, but there's been a chip already that came out like I think in like 4 years ago, 3 years ago. This guy, he looks like one of those fishes that have that like thing hanging, like a light hanging, and then they catch the fish. Like the fish draws to the light, and then they eat it. You know what kind of fish it is? It's like they're at the deep bottom.
Anglerfish.
Anglerfish.
Yes. Yeah, the anglerfish. That dude that has this installed in his brain, he looks like an anglerfish because it's like just kind of like an antenna just hanging over the front of his head. Kind of funny. Have you ever seen that? Has anybody ever seen it? It came out like he installed it like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe even further.
The technology is
But
cool though, Neuralink and whatnot.
well, I mean,
Dangerous, but
I don't know.
interesting. It's interesting for sure.
It is
What if everyone's
interesting.
required to have one eventually though? What if we get to a point in society where everyone by law is required to have one of those?
Well, the way like history kind of tends to repeat itself, so what ends up happening is like an event happens. Like let's go back like 100 years, right? An event happens that forces the masses to like subscribe to some ideology that's been like the solution to the problem. Okay, so then once everyone kind of subscribes to that, then lo and behold, there's like all these laws about it. There's all these like um, networking and logistics going on, like for it to happen and come to place, and everyone's kind of set up for that system. We'll quote with air quotes. But then, like as history repeats itself, like then you fast forward, to like maybe 50 years ago, another thing happens, and then they introduce something else, and then everything kind of changes, and then technology weaves its way into the fabric of society, helping assist in what they're gonna maybe call security for us, or there's some form of maybe I would say a false security, but ultimately you're gonna have this. You're gonna have this. Eventually, you're gonna have it come around.
Security, it's gonna. I mean, yeah, the government could propose that it'd be secured. It'd come for. I mean, what it would be. For the purpose of a more secure world, if everyone had a neural link or something. I don't know. Neural chip link. Your brain. And if those things can actually figure out your thoughts and whatnot, dude.
So fast forward, eventually, Neuralink will be a solution for something, and they'll be like, "Yeah, everybody has to get one." So you're probably right about that. It's probably going to go down like that, where this technology will become like everyone has to have one, and maybe not my kids will see that, but maybe their kid will see that. So like that's like like maybe that's 75 to 80 years away. But I can see that definitely happening if the world's not over by then. The rate we're going.
That's the crazy part, though. If we want to figure everything else about the universe or how stuff is or how we got here and everything else about science, how are we going to do that if we're going to war with Russia or having a nuclear war? That's not going to be any good. That's not going to advance us.
Well, I mean, I don't
Why
know.
would we go to Why would we go to war with Russia? We're all on the same team.
We're not, though. That's the thing. We're not on the same team.
Who is we?
United States of America under Joe Biden's administration is not on the same team as Russia. Just
And we're
gave Russia
are we on
500
a
new sanctions.
hang on, are we on a flat earth server and we're pretending like politics is a real thing? And what we read on the news about sanctions is a real reality thing? Is that what's happening right now?
Oh, dude, you're a super conspiracy guy.
No, no. We're on a flat earth server, so
Most.
we've already reached the bottom of the conspiracy iceberg. Like,
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. No,
I mean, the fuck are we talking about? Like Joe Biden's administration, like that's different than any administration. What? What? Come on now.
so you don't think there's a difference? That's I knew you were a super conspiracy guy. You don't think there's a difference between the left or the right or anything?
Of course not. That's not a super conspiracy. That's just the truth. I
Got it. Got it.
mean, come on. Like, come on. We're on a flat earth.
Oh, but
We're on a flat earth server. Like you don't get to believe in politics and the flat earth. You at least got to give up the politics first and then flat earth. That's the natural progression, right?
you know, a lot of flat earthers don't even believe nuclear bomb. Well, I don't know. I can't say a lot
Yeah,
of flat earthers. I've heard
that's a
one. I forget who it
reasonable
was who said that.
belief. Exactly.
I've heard a flat earther. Is that true? Some of you guys don't think nuclear bombs are even real?
True. Can you prove they exist?
I'm saying I can prove what. I mean, there's probably countless of information you can go figure out.
No. I didn't ask about information. I asked, could you prove that they exist?
Right now, I can. I'm in the middle of a game. I
can't.
will after I'm done though.
That's right.
I said
Like,
right now I can't, but just wait until I'm done with this game and I will.
Yeah, I'm sure. People playing Xbox normally can prove that nuclear arms exist. That's what they tend to do right after they get done.
So what happened? What happened in August of 1945? The Japanese got hit with something else.
What happened on 9/11?
Are you going to answer my question, or are you going to deflect from it?
No, I'm asking you a question. What happened on 9/11?
What happened? I just asked you a question. You can't ask me another one.
What
You have to answer
happened
my
on
question.
9/11?
What happened on 9/11?
What happened on 9/11?
Flew a plane that hit the.
He wasn't even born when 9/11
terrorists
happened.
Are you gonna let me answer? I wasn't even.
You
born
don't
there.
even
I
know
wasn't
that
even
it's
born at that
19 terrorists. That's all right. It's 2 terrorists. You're right. Go on. I want to hear his answer.
Flew the planes though.
2 of them. Yeah.
Terrorists flew the planes though.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so 2 terrorists did what?
Towers.
So 2 terrorists
flew the planes into the Twin Towers.
And what happened to Building 7 on a 9/11 2001?
Where are you getting at here?
No, I'm asking you a question. 2 terrorists supposedly crashed their planes into Building 1 and Building 2 of the World Trade Center. What happened to Building 7?
I don't know what happened to Building 7.
Do you know what Building 7 is?
Nope. Not
So
at all.
Building 7 was a 40, I want to say 46. It might be 47. Building 7 was a 46-story tall building that also fell even though a plane didn't hit it. And yes, of course, it fell into its own footprint just like Building 1 and 2 did. Okay?
Did it collide with Building 1 or 2?
No, of course not. It fell fucking an hour or 4 later. Of course. It's just a 50-story building that's going to fall out of the sky for no fucking reason.
Interesting.
Okay. So if you don't know enough about that, which happened less than, what are we talking about? That was 2001. So 23 years ago, something happened. Why are we even going to ask questions about what happened in Nagasaki or Hiroshima in 1945? Like, you don't even know what happened.
Hold on. You know you've said a lot, but you haven't really made your point about that. You haven't made your point.
No, so not nuclear warheads are bullshit. That's the point. And if you can't prove that they exist,
has to do with nuclear warheads.
Because you can't prove what happened in 9/11, therefore you can't prove what happened in any other historical point. That's what I mean.
That's not even that. Even if I couldn't, that doesn't even prove anything. What are you talking about?
Doesn't matter.
So
Prove
the
prove
Twin
either
Towers.
of them before you made the claim. I'm telling you, you can't make the
So what do you
claim.
think? What do you think happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki then?
I don't even believe the history books are real. If they were even subject to any type of warfare, it might have been a firebomb. Maybe.
Hey,
Maybe.
Anglin,
Dude, be so for
Anglin,
real, man. Be
the
so for real with
Anglin.
yourself.
Hey,
There were
Anglin, just real.
shadows on the staircase of those poor Japanese people.
Hey,
They
Anglin.
died.
Hey, Anglin, just real quick. Do you
He doesn't
see
believe
his
that
logic though?
Hiroshima and Nagasaki
No,
happened,
wait,
dude.
hold on. No, hold on though. Do you see his logic though? Like, do you get what he's saying? I'm asking.
No,
I'm
I get
asking
that
you
he is like
sincerely.
one of the
Thank you.
crazy. I get that he was one of the
No.
crazy ones. Yeah.
You
No.
don't
I
even
didn't.
know that 3 buildings fell in New York City that day, but you're trying to tell me about something that happened 80 years ago on the other side of the planet.
Do you get that
You still
logic?
didn't make your point about the 3
Well,
buildings falling. Like
he
you
doesn't get
still
the
didn't make your
logic.
point about it.
He'll
It's like
never get it,
he's saying a
bro.
bunch of
Like
shit and then not
it's
making
all a
a
bunch
point about
of
what he's saying.
he's
Okay, so
literally
Anglin.
jerking himself off while he plays a PlayStation. Like, it don't matter. This is a waste of time. I'm not Witsit. I'm not going to waste my time talking to these people.
Yeah,
I'll
look
listen
at
though.
Don't waste your time, man. I mean,
look at Anglin.
speaking to someone who thinks that nuclear bombs aren't real is probably a big waste of time.
Well, hold on though. So, is that the way you say your name, Anglin? How do you say? How do you say your name?
He changes it every week.
Okay, so I'll just call you Angolan. Okay, so look, his logic though is you're asking him about an event that happened way longer than something that he brought up currently, which you knew nothing about. So how can you bring up something from even a further distance, acting like that happened? You know that happened. You know that's what they said it does. If you don't even know, just currently, like within
Would
23
you say
years.
my logic is I was asking him what?
And so the claim is, very quickly, the claim is nuclear weapons exist. I'm not claiming that nuclear weapons don't exist. I'm asking you to prove is the key word here, that nuclear weapons exist. We don't even have to go all the way to 9/11, even though you obviously don't know shit about that. I'm asking you to transport yourself 80 years further and tell me how nuclear weapons exist. Prove it to me. Don't tell me what History Channel told you or what your 9th grade fucking history teacher said. If I don't believe, that's a key word, believe. Go on. How do you define
If
belief?
you don't believe that
What's the
Hiroshima or Nagasaki,
definition
do you
of
believe that it
belief?
happened? I just want
What's the
to
definition of
understand
believe? What's the definition
that
of
you
believe?
believe. You want
That's
the
a
actual
simple
definition or my
question. I
definition?
want you to go to the
You got it,
dictionary.
Edward.
Go
With
to the
all due respect, if you
dictionary.
want me to
Go to
answer
the
your question, you have to
dictionary.
learn how to shut the fuck up. You have
No,
to
go
learn
to
it.
the dictionary. But if you're going to use words like believe in a factual conversation, I need you to realize that you should have never
Actual
spoken in the first
conversation, but you're
place.
not speaking anyway. So you want the definition for belief?
I do. Please go on.
Definition for belief.
Hit me.
Okay. Accept something as true, feel sure of, the truth of. So that'd be the definition of belief. So if you feel
Accept
sure of the
something,
truth,
not know, right? Not be proven.
yeah.
You just accept it.
Sure. Exactly. So do you believe? That's why I asked you. Do you believe that Hiroshima and Nagasaki even happened?
I do not accept those things to be true now.
Hey,
Because they're not truth. They're not
Why?
facts. Those are beliefs, right? You're asking me to believe in it.
Why?
Why? Because I can't prove it. What's your name?
Hey,
Angora or something?
Angolan, I guess.
Bro, prove to me that nuclear warheads exist. I'm asking you to prove that.
I'm just trying to get your understanding. I mean,
All right. So how do you know nuclear warheads exist? Real quick.
Hold on. We're not getting there yet. We're not getting there
we're
yet.
not.
I'm trying to understand your belief system.
Okay.
You can act like you want nuclear bombs
I'm not
exist.
here to
You're
discuss my
laughing like
belief
I'm the one
system.
lying to you, but you don't believe nuclear bombs even exist. Like you're acting like that's not an insane thing to say.
I don't
It's
know
funny to
that
me. I just
nuclear
don't understand
warheads
why.
exist. I don't know that they exist. For a long time, I believe they
You're
exist,
denying
but
they
I
do.
do not know they exist.
I just wanted to say, not all flat earthers deny nukes and go into denial about all kinds of stuff like that. So, I
True.
mean, it's
Thank you.
flat
Thank you for
earthers are that way.
clarifying that. None of you guys, not all of you guys are the same thing.
Well, hold on though. Hold on though. Let me ask you a question though. Do you know about nuclear weapons
I'd say that I know the
personally?
basis of nuclear bombs. Yes, atomic bombs or thermonuclear weapons are well documented, and it's
Tell
been
us,
technological
tell us about
realities.
them. Break it down for us real quick. How does a nuclear weapon work?
Want the exact step by step?
No, you just told me that you know that they exist and you know how they work. So I'm asking you to tell me how they work.
I didn't say I know the word, but it's what is it? There's a bunch of stuff that goes into it. I mean, is it fission
He's
reactions?
going to Google it for you.
Now we go.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Initiation
Ask
chain reactions,
GPT.
and
We'll wait.
a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you
So
don't
I can bring up
know.
ChatGPT. Yeah.
You know you went to history class like the rest of us did in a public school or a private school
Oh my
that are
God,
equally
history
as
class is
shitty.
lying. History class is lying. Oh my God.
okay. So hold on though. So
So like, what do you
let
believe?
me
Like,
let me ask you a
if you take
question.
Edward's knowledge, if you take
Wait. Hold
Edward's
on.
perception of the world, you don't believe in anything. You don't believe
Well,
that
hold
we
on.
even had a civil
No,
war. You don't
that's
believe
not
in
true.
shit.
That's not.
You
Hold on.
take
Hold
his
on.
plate.
Let me
That
ask
is
something.
true. No, that's true. That's true.
Let
Absolutely.
me ask something. What did you learn about the nuclear bomb that was set off in Nagasaki and Hiroshima? What do you remember learning about that?
I understood that it was all a part of the Manhattan Project was going on. I'm pretty sure it started in 1939 or somewhere in late 1930s. Where they were working on the atomic bomb, and I know that they dropped it in 1945 on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II. After that was after Pearl Harbor, 3 years after Pearl Harbor, or 2 years. I
What
don't
was
know.
what happened after they did that in Japan? Do you remember what
Bunch of
happened?
people died. Yeah, a bunch of people died instantly, and a bunch of other
Okay.
people died from
D-
radiation after.
oh, from the radiation. How long does that radiation
Yes, which you
stay
can
in?
test.
How long does that radiation stay once the bomb blows up? How long? What's the residual effect?
Well, I mean, I'm
What's
pretty
the
sure if you
How?
go to
half-life?
Hiroshima and Nagasaki now, so according to those bombs, it's really 80 years, according to those bombs, or
Okay,
something.
okay.
I don't know.
So okay, okay, okay. I know we all learned that, right? It was gonna be like 100 years for it to be finally livable. Would it surprise you that they rebuilt those cities and they were in there cleaning things up a week or two later? Would that surprise you that that was happening like almost immediately? Meanwhile,
No, but what are you trying to? Can you stand on something? Like I've
okay,
already
okay,
stood
okay.
on
So
the fact that nuclear
hold on,
bombs
hold on.
fail.
Don't
I want
interrupt him,
hold on, not don't
Angola.
Okay,
hold on me. Don't
okay.
hold
So
on me, bro. I want
Let
you to
him
but you're
stand
not
cook.
on something.
listening.
Are
You're not
nuclear
listening
bombs
Let,
though.
real or not?
let
Okay, you're
him
not
cook.
listening. You're not listening. You need to
Dude,
listen. Maybe you can learn something. Like just think logically,
I'm gonna
okay?
learn anything from people that are lying
Okay,
to me, but
okay,
okay.
okay. Think logically, okay?
Who's the
That
clip guy?
we were told that when a nuclear bomb goes off, that residual effect it leaves it like it's you have to desert. It's abandoned. Like you cannot go back there. Like remember even what happened in the nuclear fallout with Chernobyl. Okay,
Uninhabitable is the word
right.
they like to
Okay,
use.
there you go. Uninhabitable for at least 100 years. Okay, because of how just this is what they said. This is what they told us. But it would it surprise you if you learn that they were in there a couple weeks. The Japanese were a couple weeks after, like or even within the week, they were coming to get their dead, and they're coming there, and they started rebuilding. And then within a year, we were helping them rebuild the entire. The matter of fact, we built it better than what it was before. Like, would
And
that
I,
surprise you?
and I hate to interrupt real quick. The population today, 80 years later, is that Hiroshima's population is 1.2 million and Nagasaki's is 4.3 million. Or no, point 0.43. Sorry, my bad. That's a false thing.
Which proves nothing.
0.43.
Which proves nothing. Which proves
Okay,
nothing.
yeah, you shouldn't be able to live there for 100 years minimum, but all of a sudden we have
Who said
over
that?
1 million people living. Okay,
Who
just
said
keep.
that? Who
That
said
was
that?
okay.
Who said that?
Again,
No,
that
don't run
again.
away. Who said that?
I'm not running. What are you talking
The
about?
most recent
No,
census
I'm talking to Edward.
that
He just
took
made a claim.
place,
He
the
just made a
most
claim.
recent
Who said that?
census that took place in
Michael.
that's who said that.
Who said that? Can you cite the
The
source?
most
That
recent,
said that?
yeah, of course. You want me to send it to you in the
Good.
chat?
Cite it. Cite
Okay.
it. Cite where it says people shouldn't be living in
Oh,
Nagasaki
now we
because
gotta
the
cite
radiation
things.
should be too extreme.
Yeah, no, that's okay though.
Yep,
That's
you
okay
do.
though. This was
I can cite it. I can cite everything
yeah,
I'm talking about.
yeah. Look,
You
okay,
can't.
good.
Do
Look
it.
at this.
Do
This
it.
was the
Because
understanding.
you just made a claim that you can't back up. Actually, and you're running
This
away from
was
it. That's
the
fucked up.
okay. This was the understanding, and this is what we were taught in school. It was in the textbooks, bro.
That's not.
They're not in your
serious, man.
textbooks. You said 80 years. Where did you get 80 years from? You said 80 years. Where did you get that from?
Oh, it's been 80 years since it happened. I never said 80 years until.
So then people should barely be living there right now, right?
Never said that. Never said that. Again, do you have the numbers that say anything? Do
Dude,
you have the
here,
numbers?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll look for an old textbook.
I'm gonna
talking
drop
about
them
it.
on
No,
him
I don't
real
want no
quick as
old
well.
textbook, dude.
I'm gonna give you the
real
new
modern
shit.
numbers.
Yeah, well, you're asking for the evidence. I mean, you want the evidence or not?
You're not gonna read it, so it doesn't matter because you're in college. You're a big boy. You're a big boy, and you're real indoctrinated.
I never said I was in college, dude. I'm a junior in high school.
Oh, so you're like deep in indoctrination. You're about to blossom.
Right.
See, and I understand how this is weird to you because you've never heard someone say nuclear arms don't exist. You may have heard it
Yeah,
once
'cause
or
it's
twice in a
bullshit.
group chat.
Like, are you
Hang
really gonna
on,
like
hang
sit there
on,
like?
hang on. Hang on, just listen to me because I also went to a school that taught me that existed, and I also had parents who had the news on all the time that said they existed. I also believed that they existed, and I thought America was the shit because we had the most of them. But never did I ever have any evidence. I never had a clue that they actually existed. As far as I was concerned, they were nothing more than like fairies in a Grimm's tale. Like there's,
It's been recorded.
do you have
The
any proof?
bombing
Now,
was
hang
literally
on.
recorded.
A lot of shit's
Bombing
been
was literally
recorded that
recorded.
wasn't true. We literally saw
It's
JFK
physical.
get shot in the face, and we
People
still
died.
don't know who happened. We still don't know who did that.
Oh, dude. Yes, we do. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
oh, we do. Who did it?
I mean, the JFK fucking assassination is something you can actually conspire about because there are a lot of
Oh,
shit about it. But
so it's kind of
saying nuclear
questionable. Even
bombs
though
aren't
we
real.
watched him getting shot in the face.
Yes, JFK was questionable. Yes, but saying
Oh,
nuclear
bro.
bombs aren't real when it's literally something that's physical, you can't. You probably
Nah,
can't do it. Scientists do it
nah,
because it's not something
no.
that.
I can't.
Like
I know
Mr.
that's an
Edward over here,
appeal
or
to
whatever he is, probably
authority.
doesn't
That's
have
an
access
appeal
to all
to
the
authority.
chemicals
Do
to
you know
produce
what
a
a
nuclear bomb.
fallacy
But I'm
is?
saying,
You know what a fallacy is?
no
You ever heard one of those?
argumentative fallacy.
You went to a
Argumentative
public school.
fallacy.
Of course, you don't know what a fallacy is. They don't
Oh,
teach
I
us
do
that.
know what a fallacy is. I do know what a
Then give
fallacy
me
is.
25 of them real quick. Tell me 25 fallacies real fast. I'll be
25
amazed if you can name more than three.
I don't memorize
Exactly.
25
You can't
fallacies.
even give me one. Do you see, bro?
I
Like,
can't give you
bro,
a
you're
straw
not
man
alone. I
fallacy,
know we're being
ad
combative right
hoc
now,
fallacy.
but I'm trying to
What?
tell you that it's okay. Like, you're on the right track, even being in a
Literally
place like
saying
this.
nuclear bombs aren't real.
I'm not
Aren't there
saying they're not
videos of
real.
nuclear bombs
I'm
exploding?
saying there's no evidence that I
Yes,
have that
dogs.
they
They are
do
saying that
exist.
nuclear bombs aren't real, not dogs. This is what it's come to. They are saying nuclear
Yeah,
bombs
so
aren't real.
Don't say
aren't there
they.
videos of it? Like multiple videos that can't have been faked because it was before they could fake videos like that?
Yeah, although it's been well documented and recorded. Even when the Soviet Union did their detonation of the
How do
Tsar
we
Bomb, that
define
was
well
also apparently fake.
documented, by the way, real quick? How are we going to define well documented?
It's
You just said it.
videos, witness testimony, audio recordings, the schematics, the pilots.
Okay.
The
Okay.
mission briefing, the
Deaths of
tens
the
of thousands of
people,
people that all
nuclear
worked in
radiation.
developing it, all that sort of stuff. Yeah,
All
and
that
also the
sort of
testing of.
stuff. Got it.
How about this? Kodak, you could actually see when the film started to be irradiated. Like you can see the contamination from radioactivity in old Kodak film from bomb tests.
This dude's
Okay.
this dude's trying to imply that the U.S. just starts the government is lying to the citizens about Russia having nuclear bombs and whatnot.
I'm
Dogs and
implying
pussies
that
just
the
like
entire world is working against you. I'm not saying the US is against any
whole
country.
world.
I'm on a whole
Well, the
different
U.S. is
level of
working with Russia
schizo
this whole
where I
lie.
believe that we're all on the same side and we're all working against you. And they're working against me and they're working against your buddy dogs. They're all working
So
against
Ukraine and
all
Russia
of
are
us.
so Ukraine and Russia are working together. Is that what you're
Absolutely.
telling me? They're working. They're fighting against each other right now, but they're
No.
working together. That makes total sense, dude. You're actually a very smart guy.
America had a civil war, right?
Sure.
And
Yeah.
people, and there was like a certain group or a
Wait.
certain person who profited off of both sides of that war. World War
Wait.
II,
Can you
World
prove
War
to me that the
One,
Civil
both of
War
them.
even happened?
I can't.
Can you prove
I
to me
don't
that the
believe
Civil
it
War even
happened.
happened?
I can't believe it.
You don't believe the
Honestly,
Civil War happened? You know what,
of
man? You're
course,
very smart. Very
you're a
smart.
big high school boy. You believe the Civil War happened. You don't even know your great grandfather's name, but you believe stories that he's told existed. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You know
Dude,
shit
the
about the
Civil
Civil War
War
just
didn't
like I
happen.
don't know
Nuclear
shit about the
bombs
Civil
aren't
War.
real. Nuclear technology isn't real. Rocket science is not real. Russia and Ukraine are working together, all according to Edward over here. You're a very smart guy. So, Russia
I've
and
never
Ukraine are
claimed to
killing
be a
each other and
smart
working
guy.
together?
I would like for you to prove that I'm a smart guy since you made the claim.
I can prove that you're a smart guy. You're making a lot of smart claims. You're saying that Russia and Ukraine are working together whilst killing each other. That's a very smart thing to say.
Who
Only a
makes
smart
the
guy would
money
say
from
that.
the war? Who makes the money from the war, bro?
Well, it depends on what what you are talking about exactly. What do you mean? Who makes the money from the war?
It's a simple thing. Who makes the money from the war?
Not a simple thing. It's pretty vague.
Okay, so tell me how it's vague. Tell me how it's vague.
It's vague because you're just saying there's a war going on, right? Russia and Ukraine are fighting each other, and obviously NATO is supporting Ukraine, and you're just like, who's making the money from the war? What do you mean?
And what
Well,
countries?
Russia
What
is
currently?
manufacturing.
What countries are in NATO?
Countries are in NATO. Most of the
Yeah.
Western European countries,
No.
France,
Don't tell me
Germany.
most. Just bring them up. List them up. You know, you spoke about NATO like you know it. Get to Googling and tell me what countries are in NATO.
Oh, you're gonna now tell me that countries like that are in NATO are like full of bullshit. So the countries that are in NATO are the United States, United Kingdom, Turkey, Spain, Slovakia, Romania, Portugal, Poland, Norway. Do you want me to list all of them? Netherlands, Luxembourg,
Nah,
Lithuania, Latvia, Italy,
I'm glad that you Googled it because
France,
this is the
Denmark,
first
Canada.
time you've ever actually looked into what countries are in NATO. I appreciate you doing
Yeah,
that.
it's the first time.
So the one
Yeah,
thing I've
it's the first
learned,
time.
and this is away from all of this, like our conversation and thing, the one thing I did when I came to 24/7, and it was probably a year ago or 9 months ago, I realized how much I didn't know. I would say things like,
Oh man,
well,
they really.
hang on, don't interrupt. I would say things like, well, all of NATO wants Ukraine in, and once that's in, then it'll be fine. I didn't know who was in NATO. I didn't know anything about the geopolitical structure of the Ukrainian territory or whatever you want to call it. But I knew that this group actually made me question what I knew because I thought I knew a whole bunch of shit, but I realized that I had just been told a bunch of shit and had never second guessed it at all. So it starts with something like you didn't know the countries that are in NATO, but you just Googled them and started listing them. And I'm proud of you
How do
for
you know that I
actually
Googled
hang
them?
on,
How do you know that I Googled them?
all right, you use DuckDuckGo, whatever you want to say. I don't believe you're
How do you know
dumb
that I?
enough
How do
to
you know that
use
I didn't know them on
Bing.
the top of my head? How do you
Bro,
know that I didn't know them on the top of my head?
come on, bro. You're trying to bullshit a bullshitter. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, so
At least you
I
gotta.
know you're a bullshitter, dog. I know you're a bullshitter. You're
Oh,
claiming
come
nuclear
on.
bombs
You
out there, and
can't
you're acting like that's
see.
not a
You're so
thing
young
to
that you
say.
can't even admit that you Googled it. You didn't have a single country to list off, and then 10 seconds later, you're like, the United States, United Kingdom, Norway, Germany, France. Like,
I did have countries. I was already listing them off,
nah,
and then you kept interrupting me. I was already
nah.
listening. You can go
All
back to the
right.
recording. I
You
was already
can't
listening
admit
them
it.
off.
It's all right. You got to sleep with your own conscience, bro. But I'm saying you come to a place like 24/7, you'll quickly learn that you know a lot of things that you don't know. And that's a powerful
You
thing to
know a
do
lot
when
of
you're
things that you
young.
don't know. What are
Yeah.
you talking about?
Or sorry, you don't know a
You think
lot of
that
things
Ukraine
that
and
you
Russia
know.
are working together? Like, are you serious right now?
Of course. Do you
Serious? You
think
think that Ukraine and Russia are working together?
that they're not?
Yes, they're not. They're at war with each other. What do you? There are
But
people literally fighting right now as you're speaking. People are dying right now as you're speaking, and you think that they're not
who
like?
is funding
What do you?
those
What the fuck
wars?
is?
Who's funding the wars?
I mean,
Who's giving them the
on
loans,
Ukraine's
bro?
side, they're getting aid. They're getting aid from the West, right?
And who's the West?
NATO,
The West is
essentially.
NATO. Okay. And who gave, we'll just sum it up as NATO. Who gave NATO support? There's dollars involved. Someone has to write a check, right? Who wrote the
Someone's
check
funding
for
people to
NATO?
die. Pretty
What?
sad.
No fucking
Someone's paying.
way.
What happened?
Someone's lending people money so people can die. That's pretty sad.
Someone's lending money? Who's lending money? Who would ever lend money to war efforts? Did
These guys
someone
are
lend money to
insane. Why are
war
you
efforts?
spewing? Why are you spewing about this? Yeah, I mean, the U.S. decided to help Ukraine, and so did the NATO allies.
What does that mean,
And
though?
that's what
If
they're
the
doing.
U.S. has a fucking 18, $20 trillion deficit, how could we lend money to the Ukraine? How could we do that if
I
we're
mean, it's not.
already operating in a deficit?
It's mostly old equipment that they're giving to Ukraine to help them fight off the war. So is the
Oh.
rest of NATO
So
as
we just
well,
get
helping out.
old shit. We didn't put anything on the books. That's what you're saying?
I mean,
We
that
just gave
too.
them
Sending
old armament.
humanitarian aid and all sorts of stuff. I guess.
So not a single check was written. It was all shit that had been written before.
I mean,
Is that what you're
you
saying?
can be 20 trillion in debt, dude. Everyone's in fucking debt and still write checks. You think just because you're in debt, you
So
can't
have
write
you
checks
thought
anymore?
about that? How can everyone
Not
be
how
in
it
debt
works.
and also loan money to other countries who are also in debt? Who is the debt to?
Because no
But
one really cares about the debt. No one's gonna
no,
pay
no,
that
no.
$30 trillion
That's not fair.
off.
Who is the debt
No, that is
to?
totally fair.
Who is the debt to? Someone is indebted
These
and
countries
someone isn't
all
in
owe
debt or.
these countries all owe each other. These countries all owe. Japan is in debt. The U.S. is in debt. Britain still owes the U.S. money from World War II. I mean, everyone's in debt,
Who?
dude. Doesn't mean
So
you can't
how
write
could
checks
we
anymore.
be in debt? Someone has
Oh
to
my
have
god,
the fucking check.
why do you keep arguing? Why do you keep making stupid things? Like you're trying to act like there's some sort of weird entity reptiles that are like doing
No,
everything,
they're not
and it's funny,
reptiles.
but
They
it's
look
stupid.
kind of like reptiles, but it's all right. You're getting there. You're so close, bro. I promise you. You're so far ahead of
What
me.
are they? You know what?
If you're actually a
Because
sophomore
you're
in
like
high school, you're not a sophomore in
I'm
high
not a
school because
sophomore. I'm not a sophomore.
I'm a
Okay,
junior.
dude.
I'm a junior. I ain't play JV. Fuck
This
y'all.
guy is insane.
I ain't on JV.
This
I'm a
guy's
big
insane,
boy.
man.
I'm a big boy. You don't sound like a 17-year-old either, though. I'm
What? I
asking
sound like
you
an
to
old guy.
ask.
I sound like an old guy. Do I sound old?
Nah, you
Yeah.
sound like you hit a cart once or twice and probably vape every once in a while. That's all.
No, I don't vape. I never vaped a day in my life.
Good. You didn't fall for the Chinese gimmick. Like,
Chinese is vaping, dude. You know what? I like talking to this guy, man. Although he's kind of crazy, it's kind of entertaining talking to someone who's a little bit deranged, a little
bro, just
crazy,
give me
a little cuckoo.
your stream. You
It's
on
like talking to
YouTube?
your. It's like
You on
talking to
Twitch?
your old conspiracy theorist uncle, almost.
I'm an uncle of multiple children. I got a whole bunch of brothers and a whole bunch of nephews and
Dude,
nieces.
I wish you were my uncle, man. My conspiracy theorist uncle. I
Bro,
wish
I
you
would have
were, man.
told you about the Fed Reserve a long time ago if you were my niece.
Long time ago, dog. Long time ago.
Yeah.
Long time,
So
bro.
I'm just asking you, how could anyone give anything to Ukraine if we're in debt? You live a life. I
Because
don't
no
know
one
what your
gives a shit
credit
about
sit.
the debt.
Hang on, hang on. You live a life. Do you care about your debt?
No, I'm not in debt right now, so I don't care about the
Okay.
debts.
So if you did get a mortgage or a credit card and you were in debt, so to speak, do you think you'd care about it? Would you all of a sudden wake up one night and be like, "Damn, I just took a note out for $500,000. I'm going to think about making sure I make that $5,000 payment every month." Would you do that?
You think people that are in debt don't loan money or don't lend money? You don't think
I'm
so?
asking.
They do it all
That's
the
not
time.
what I'm asking. I'm
Look at people.
asking, where does it come from? Broke
Where
people
does that
can't
money come
lend
from?
broke people money. Where does the money come from? If we can, and I'm
Budgets. You
asking,
make the money,
I'm
and then
asking
you
you because I
give your
don't understand it. I don't understand it. Where does the money come from?
Budgets. They have budgets.
Who has budgets?
The
Governments.
government.
So a budget says we make $1 trillion, but we get the budget for $3 trillion. Where does that $2 trillion come from?
They literally print it and create it,
Who
just like
is
that.
they? Who is they?
The Federal
Federal
Reserve.
Reserve.
And what is the Federal Reserve?
They,
Oh my
who really
god,
knows?
guys.
Not a
Nah,
clue.
it's a fair
not,
question. What is the Federal Reserve?
yeah, it's not easy to define. It's made up
I
of
know
people
it's
that
not
don't
easy.
really know
That's
who
why I'm
they are.
asking.
That's the
Because I thought
scary
we could
thing.
work together because we're all just
The
normal
federal
people. Yep, go on. He got Chat
Federal Reserve
GPT.
is
Tell us.
no. I'm actually not even looking at ChatGPT though. I'm just gonna say that the Federal Reserve is probably the sector where money and whatnot, the dollar is handled in general. It's where
The
it's a
sector
Treasury
where
Department.
money and whatnot is handled. I don't feel like that's an economical really definition. To be
Well,
fair,
you want me to get you the Google definition, and then you're gonna say
I
the Google
literally
definition is the
want you
same.
to tell me you don't understand what the Federal Reserve is, so I want you to understand what it is. So please Google it. And please tell me what the Fed Reserve is. That's what I'm saying right
What is?
now. Like, you don't know what the Federal Reserve is, and I don't
I
really
do
know
know what the
either. So
Federal
I'm
Reserve
still asking you. Like, we get to challenge each other on these ideas,
You're just
and we get
asking.
to.
No, you're the only one challenging
Nah,
people because you just keep asking questions. Like you asked this Ukraine question, and you asked this other
I'm
question. You're like,
retarded.
well, who's
I'm
in
just trying
NATO?
to.
Who's in
Bro,
the
I got
Federal Reserve?
downs. I'm just trying to figure it out. I just woke up out of a coma. Please help me
This
understand
guy,
these things. Please.
this
Like, I'm
guy,
on your side
crazy
because we're
guy.
both just normal fucking people. What is the Federal Reserve? It's not just like a they do money and shit. That's a retarded point of view. I need you to
No,
tell
that's
me
not a
what the
retarded.
Federal
That's like
Reserve
super
actually
simplified.
is.
Like super
Not,
simplified. I don't know how it helps your point, but
not, no, no,
super
no.
simplified.
What is the Federal Reserve and how do they print
They
this
handle
money?
treasure.
They handle
What do you
treasure.
mean?
We
How do they
pirates
print this
now?
money?
Booty. They handle booty.
They're the Treasury Department, dude.
They got a bunch of
I
thick
mean, money's
gold,
treasure, isn't it?
and the gold twerks a little bit, and that's why it increases in value, and that's why we can give out 10 times what it's worth.
Well, we're not based on gold anymore, dude.
We're not?
What are you talking about?
Fuck. Did a president fuck us? Which president fucked us? Who took us off the gold standard?
Yo, somebody keep this guy in here. This guy is hilarious, man. This guy.
Well, I'm
Which
serious. I
president?
thought we were on the gold
Which
standard. Did
president
someone take
fucked
us off the
us?
gold standard? Hey, Google,
Um,
who took us off the gold standard? Oh, I got Apple products, so this bitch don't even answer. But you feel we're on the same team, bro, because you and me, it don't matter if your dad's worth 100 million or not, we're still broke. Because our whole economy is broken. We're all on the same team. And we all don't know what the Federal Reserve does. And we all don't understand how a broke country can loan another broke country money. Like none of it actually makes sense. That's what I'm like. We're not on opposing sides. We're just on the same side, but they've created a little bit of difference where we want to fight a little bit. And we can get catty. I get catty. I get that. But I want the same thing. I go back. 24/7 taught me that I didn't actually know what I thought I knew. I very quickly understood that I didn't actually, I thought I knew a whole bunch of shit that I espoused, but I didn't actually know that. Like, so I said the world revolves around, like it rotates on an axis at 1,000 miles, give or take an hour at the equator. But I'd never seen an experiment that proved that. And so now we're talking about like some global financial system. And I'm like, nah, they just print money. And it's what people do. Gang, gang. Like, I don't know how they do that. I just know they do that.
Hey, I'm
Like,
surprised that this kid, he doesn't know what the Federal Reserve is. You're in high school, you said, right? And say you're in 10th or 11th grade?
I literally already explained. I'm not in
nah,
10th. Dude, I already explained
he's
what the
older
Federal
than
Reserve
that.
is. I already simplified it for you guys.
What is the Federal Reserve then?
You
Hang
asked
on,
like
we
a
missed
million
it.
questions of like
We
It's the
missed it. We
department that
missed
handles
it.
the U.S. Treasury. I already
You're a
explained
goddamn
it to you.
genius.
It's the
Oh, say it
department.
again.
Hold
Say
on.
it again.
It's the department that
He's like, I
handles
gotta hit
U.S.
the back button 3 times. Hang on, I'm gonna back up here.
Exactly. I gotta keep saying the same thing over and over
So
again.
it's
I didn't
fair
even
to
use
say that you
ChatGPT.
don't know what it is. Google and ChatGPT knows what it is. You don't
No, I don't need
know,
to
and that's
Google or
fair.
use ChatGPT. Everyone knows what the fuck the Federal Reserve is. It's a sector
All right,
that
then what are
handles
they
the
then?
U.S. dollar.
Everyone? That's a
It's a sector
generalization
that
if I ever
handles the
seen
U.S.
one.
dollar and also prints the dollar. What are you talking about? It's simple. It's literally super simple like
It's
that.
simple, he
I mean,
said.
if you want to get into the
It's
nitty
super
gritty of
simple.
it, it's gonna be
It's
more
like
sophisticated,
they
but it's
let
simple.
high school GED people.
It's
Like
like
you
the
don't even need a
legislative branch, the
diploma.
executive branch,
Yeah,
the judicial branch.
yeah.
It's super simple to understand.
Super
Super simple.
simple. Yeah, I mean,
Wait, wait,
it's
wait, wait, hold
simple.
on.
You're like,
Wait,
how
hold
are we
on. Wait,
lending?
wait.
You're like, how are we lending money if we're broke? You don't think broke people lend money, dude? It's usually the broke people
Wait,
who want to
hey,
lend money.
I know broke people that don't lend
hey,
money.
why? Hold on, wait,
I'm gonna quit talking.
wait, hold on.
Here go
Why were
another
you
question.
mentioning,
Here go another.
why were you mentioning the branches of the government? Because the Federal Reserve is not not a part, it's a private institute.
I know it is. I'm still mentioned. I said it's simple to understand, just like the judicial, the legislative, and the executive branch. Super simple to understand. Same thing with the Federal Reserve, though. I mean, you can still understand it. It's simple.
It's
Yeah, it's
simple.
simple.
Take another hit. You good. Bro,
It's
I'm
simple,
trying
huh?
to
You
if
guys
I
are
could
like I first of all,
it,
I thought this was just a flat Earth thing, but I already knew that most flat earthers already believe in other
nah.
crazy shit. So it's like, come
Bro,
on.
if we don't fuck with the globe earth, we don't fuck with all of it, to be fair. But I want you to know that you and I, what's your name? Angora? Angora, you and I, we're on the same
Angolus, anyway.
side.
You can call me Matt.
We're on the same side. That's the biggest thing. I can't
Government.
prove to you that the earth is
Reptile.
flat or round. I can't tell you that all the news is bullshit. I can't tell you that every website you've ever been to is created by AI and it's all fucked up. One thing I would want you to come across and I would want us to even be able to shake hands on is that we don't know shit and the whole thing is fucked. We're on the and most notably,
Reptile.
you and I are on the same team. I don't know anything about reptiles. I'm just saying it's all kind of fucky. I think it's really
So who
weird
are
that
they, man?
Ukraine has been losing the war for 2 years, but all we've heard about is Ukraine doing good. They're basically dead. Like they're fucking dead, and yet we're supposed to just believe like, no, it's fine, everything's good. Like if we send them more bombs,
Ukraine's getting demolished, but sure,
so
doesn't
we
matter how
can
much billions.
so we can agree on this. See, this is where we're brothers.
Yes,
We can look at
we
each
can
other in
agree
the
that
eyes.
Ukraine is inevitably going to get shit on more and more
Yeah,
over time by Russia. Yes,
that's
I
right.
understand why we're even
All right.
more anymore.
So we're brothers. See, I'm telling you, we got a lot in common. It doesn't matter that we do or do not believe in atomic bombs. It might come down all the way to the fact that we at least both believe that Ukraine is losing a lot of people compared to Russia. And that's fair.
No, Russia. I think Russia's probably lost more men, but yeah, Ukraine's definitely losing the war for sure.
Give me the stats, bruh. Why do you
I
believe
mean, the
that?
stats are all biased. The stats come from. I mean, Ukraine say they lost 31,000 men. I think that's pretty
Okay.
small compared to what they actually lost.
So the stats are
Again,
all
they're
biased. Take that,
we're
and
listening.
run with that
We're
though, real
listening.
quick. You just told me that the
We're
stats
listening.
are all biased, right?
Yes, because the stats are coming from the two countries at war, which are going to be lying about their casualty numbers
So I'm
because that's
trying
what
for
they
you.
do.
I want to challenge you to imagine that all of it's biased. I want you to imagine that when there's a whole lot of people that say nuclear arms are real, that's biased compared to a whole bunch of other people who say nuclear arms
Are
aren't
the
real,
scientists
which is
doing it?
also
Are the
biased.
scientists that actually work in nuclear? Dude, are
Name
the
me
scientists
five.
that
Name
actually work
me.
with
No, I'm
nuclear?
not even gonna say five. Name me 3 scientists who work for and develop something for nuclear arms. Give me 3 scientists that you know their works that develop nuclear arms.
I don't
And
know.
I'm
I
not
know. I
gonna
mean, I
wait
know
more than 5
Oppenheimer.
seconds.
I know
1,
Oppenheimer. I know
you,
Oppenheimer and his other
2,
buddies were the original
3.
ones that were working on nuclear bombs.
Oppenheimer
But
and his came
Oppenheimer and
out
his
in the
buddies
past
was the
year. Come on, bro. Like it's okay to be not.
Oppenheimer and his little buddy. Who was it? Oppenheimer and the other guy that the first were developing the
Oh,
nuclear bombs
and
in the
his other
Manhattan Project.
little buddy. I asked you for 5 scientists that
Yes.
prove that fucking nuclear arms are real. Bro, it's okay. I was a
What are you
fucking
talking about?
dumbass
Because
as
no one
well.
remembers 5 scientists off the top of their heads that worked on nuclear
I
bombs.
assure you, a
Nobody
lot
does.
of physicists do, and we've
Unless
had a
you're
lot of
talking to an
physicists
actual,
come through. That's the thing.
unless
You're
you're
coming
talking to
to
like
this
someone
server
else.
like people are not retarded. I'm telling you that a lot of people have come here, and they can name 5 scientists and 5 physicists that know a
Hey,
lot about
hey,
nuclear warheads.
what does it matter if nukes are real or not? I don't understand
I don't know why
why
he's even arguing
you
about it. It's ridiculous. He's like an old uncle that's like a
like
conspiracy guy.
Oh,
Funny.
why are you making a big deal about
ad
nukes not
hom,
existing?
ad
That's
hom,
quite off.
At Home City, baby.
No one cares about
That's
nuclear
uncle,
weapons.
gang,
Kevin. Aren't
gang.
you my uncle?
Trying to take you into my arms. I'm trying to feed you fried chicken that my wife made you. Your auntie. I don't know.
Give me some, man. Give me some fried
No,
chicken, baby.
so
Give me some
why does
fried
it
chicken, baby.
matter if nukes exist or
Pass
not?
it on. Why is someone muting my uncle, man? What's going on? Unmute
Did
my
someone
crazy
mute
nuclear
me?
bombs aren't real
Because
uncle.
I've asked you 3 times
Who's
to get
muting
back
my
to the
uncle,
subject.
man?
Flat Earth, and it feels like you don't want to. You want to
Uh,
ignore the moderator. I've
oh,
asked you
my
3 times
bad.
to get back
I'll
to
mute
Flat Earth.
myself. I didn't know I didn't know I needed to be muted. My bad. I'll mute up right now. Sorry.
It's all right. You could have waited until I
Goddamn,
finished
muting my
before you
goddamn
spoke.
old ass uncle, man. What's going on with y'all?
Sounds like
Gotta
Boomhauer
calm
from what?
this shit down.
Bro,
Ding,
you
ding,
know
ding,
you're my
ding, ding.
nephew, and I got faith in you.
No, baby.
You got a long way to come, and I'm gonna mute myself.
Know it, baby. We know it, baby. They're muting him. God damn it, boy. Hey, baby. We know it. Nuclear bombs aren't real. What do you think, Jedi? You think nuclear bombs are real, brother?
I couldn't give a flying fuck.
If you want to come off server mute, stay on topic. Otherwise, I'm going to leave you on server mute. You got one chance, guys. That's if anyone here wants to speak with them, Jedi.
Oh no, I've been trying to get the subject to move along, but they're very chatty, so no one cares about nuclear weapons. You can make a guest room about nuclear weapons and go and chat about it down there. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oof, what's up, AJ, my friend? Hope you're keeping well. Everybody else in the room,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
up?
Going well. Just busy as always. Doing a few online courses at the moment.
Oh wow, anything interesting?
Just on trading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So sold my business and done all that stuff, and now I need to invest some money so I don't have to go back and work like a dog.
Yay, that's the plan, mate. That's the fucking plan.
Yeah.
So what's been going on in there for the last couple of hours, apart from talk about nuclear weapons and what one really cares about?
I don't know. I haven't been in here. I just jumped in, and that was what it started with.
I'm going to unmute Angolan, though. He seems relatively cool. Or Angolian.
Oh, good.
On, brother. Angolan, yes. That's how you say it.
No worries, man.
Be changing my name. I'm like bipolar with it.
Yeah, I heard it pronounced a few ways.
Yes, it's Angolan. If you say it in the American accent, you'd say Angolan.
Gotcha.
Hold on. Do you think that we live on an hold on. I'm trying to phrase this properly.
It's Matt Nuclear, by the way.
No, nobody wants to talk to
Do you
Matt
believe
Nuclear.
that we live on a flat, horizontal Earth, or do you think that there's a
That's
possibility that it's
Angolan is Matt Nuclear.
It is. Why are you asking, Matt? You know. Why are you asking?
You do. No, so I'm just because I was trying to change your name back, SA.
You're trying to pretend to
Yeah,
be
you're right.
somebody
I
else?
should change my name back. Got to go back with Matt Nuclear. Got to change it up, man. Just like Jedi when you remove the FE out of his name.
Yeah, it's all right.
Turned into a globe right there. I'm proud of you, man.
No, just took the flat Earth out. I didn't replace it with a GE now, did I?
Dude, I know that you believe the Earth is not flat anymore, man. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, it's horizontal. Let's use a better word.
You're right. Horizontal is a better word to explain the Earth's shape. No, it's not shape. Surface.
Orientation.
Surface, not shape. Surface, not shape. I know. Surface, not shape. They may say that.
No worries, dude.
So,
Edward,
okay, I want to ask you a few questions. I want to ask you a few questions about the moon. Well, do you think so? I know that the Earth is flat, according to you. Do you think that the moon is above the surface of the Earth, or do you believe that it's in some outer realm that wouldn't be above the surface of the Earth?
Y'all are fucking fags.
Alright, so unfortunately, so Edward, you asked me to unmute you. I did so, and the first thing you did was say that F word. That's a server ban, man. So sorry. Take care. Bye.
Who was that?
That was Sir Edward. He asked me to unmute him, so I did, and then he called us all that F word, which is against TOS. So you've just been banned from the server, dude. Jeepers.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Tough. Unky, man.
Oh, no, he's now DMing me,
Crazy
telling me.
uncle.
Well done, Sir Edward. I just literally unmuted you, and now you've just gone nuclear, even though they don't exist. Weird.
You went me, man. You went nuclear. See? Can't be doing that. Anyways, so yeah, I was gonna ask you a few questions about the Moon Jedi. And one of my first questions were, do you think that the moon is above the Earth, or do you think that it's not above the Earth's surface, but rather in some outer realm, like explainable realm? It's like some illuminary.
Can't be below it. Really? Like, what?
My question was directed to Jedi, but if you want to try to answer it, you can.
Yeah, somebody else can answer, man. I'm banning idiots.
You gotta type dot ban and just add him.
Obviously not below the Earth, right?
No, it's
he's
not
saying
below
like
the Earth.
he's saying like is it in the sky or is it outside of the container or is it within the container?
Yeah.
He's asking questions that we'll never know.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to ask you, would you say that the moon would be above the Earth's surface within the container, or do you think that it's outside of the container?
Don't know,
If it's
dude.
hovering above, it's not.
Don't know.
I
Would you
heard this
say this?
theory that the Earth has a dome of water around it, and that is the outer surface.
That's
I've heard
biblical
something
waters
about
above.
water today.
That's biblical waters above, waters below. The firmament separates the waters above from the waters below. That's a biblical idea.
Oh. I think the firmament is a spiritual plane.
Okay, so you're going to make things up about the firmament. Okay, no problem.
Well, here's what I'm going to make up about it. I think it comes from a human being. It doesn't come from, some vision of the firmament. It comes from a human POV of the firmament. So whatever that is, I think it can have some validity. It's just that it's like it comes through human experience. It's not this. It's not this firm
You have to
structure that
elaborate
we
on
can
that.
observe.
You have to elaborate on that.
Okay, so like in the sense that when I have an experience of something, I can't really concretely establish my experience in and of itself. I have to refer to something outside of it. And so in the same way, when we use language like the firmament, we could be talking about a human experience where someone had divine revelation of what that is and how that relates to the world around us. But it comes through that, not through something, contrived, if it exists.
Wait. Are you talking about the firmament that's stopping things from getting out of Earth, or like you're talking about something? Because I joined, or you talking about something else?
I was more so talking about like a biblical or Jewish firmament.
And what is that? And what is it?
Jewish firmament.
Is like the thing that blocks stuff from
Yeah, it's
getting out
like
of
instead
Earth.
of there being outer space, there's a firmament, which is like a wall that blocks space from Earth. But I would say it's like more so talking about heaven and Earth, and heaven being non-physical, spiritual, and the place
To
you
be
come
honest,
from.
I didn't believe in the firmament, whatever you call it, until I seen videos of like rockets making these weird wave that just appears out of nowhere when they reach a certain distance. Like they can't, like they're exploding or something. You ever seen videos like that?
I saw this video, and it was like a shock test, and it was like they set off this bomb or something in the ocean, and it turned the ocean water light blue. Like it literally turned an entire circle of the ocean light blue. It was the most one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Yo, speaking of that, I think they did something like that where they shot a rocket up space where it exploded or something, and then the whole sky like made this wave effect where you would only see it in the ocean. Like the effect got me, like the effect was so like similar to the ocean that it made it look like there was water up there. I'm so
Wow.
serious. I'm not even joking. Like I swear to God.
Do you guys believe in UFOs? I know it's like a
It,
flat
it, it,
Earth.
ma- it made me believe in the saying, "What's above is below," whatever that saying goes like.
As above, so below.
As above, so below. Exactly.
What do you guys believe in UFOs?
Yeah. I don't
You guys
believe in
know about
aliens.
Jeffrey Mishlove and New Thinking Aloud?
Seen them?
Nah.
No, I've
What did?
seen unidentified flying objects. Yes, I've seen them.
You've seen them yourself?
I was unable to identify what it was. Yes.
Oh
Could
wow!
you
So it was
describe
like,
the
Was a
experience?
UFO. Hey,
Could
what?
you describe the? Oh, gotcha.
why do people always eat when they're on Discord? It's weird.
It's just pistachios. They're not allowed to eat.
Kind of fucking annoying, dude.
Sorry.
It's alright, just stick yourself a meat when you're crunching, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll do it for you, no worries. I'll tell you what. Just give me a message when you want to speak, yeah? Me. And the fuck do you think you are?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was about 1982. I was about 8 years old, and I saw a silver pillow-shaped kind of object orbiting a cloud. Orbited it a few times, like it'd go around, go in front of it, and then disappear behind it, come back around from the other I'd reappear from the other side, and it did that like 4 or 5 times before it disappeared behind the cloud and didn't reappear.
Yeah,
Did
I've
you
seen
say
a
that?
few strange things.
Is that early 80s, did you say? T?
Yeah, it would have been around about 1982, yeah.
Wow, look at that.
I drove trucks for quite a while, and once right out west Queensland, I had like a light following beside my truck that I didn't know what it was. That scared the crap out of me. And then actually just recently on a big recent trip I did, I witnessed something pretty strange just in the middle of nowhere. We're probably about 200 kilometers or more from any town, maybe 300. And just these lights on the horizon that were shining up into the sky, like there was a hill coming up and there was a car or a truck with its high beams on coming up that hill. But after about an hour, this hill never eventuated, and eventually the lights just disappeared. So, don't know what that was too. Another unidentified something.
Could be.
I used to be
I've
really
seen.
into you. Go on, mate.
Go on. I was just going to
No,
say I've seen other things too, but they're probably more explainable than that particular event. But yeah. On.
There are drones too, yeah, because I knew a fisherman here off North Queensland that said once they found this big drone, like nearly the size of a car, crashed in the ocean. And I went out hunting with this guy one night, and we're out in the bush in the middle of nowhere, and there was it looked like a star, like this little tiny twinkling red sort of light up in the sky. And he said, just watch that. We watched it for about 2 or 3 hours, and all of a sudden it dropped straight down to earth, stayed down there for a couple of minutes, and then went straight back up again into the sky. So I reckon that was a drone. Only assuming, but
how long have drones been around now? Right, 5, 10 years, longer.
yeah, probably. And they do use big ones like that for farming, for crop spraying. Big
Oh, do
sprayer
they?
tanks under them. Yes.
Oh, okay. So remember them using drones in the Gulf War, I think. It's going about 20, 25 years.
Yeah, but we've had unmanned aerial vehicles for like a long, long time. Didn't Tesla build one?
Oh, I don't know, did he? Oh, okay.
That might have been a boat. I don't know if he made an aerial one, but like that. So at least the concept of being able to remotely control vehicles, like an aerial one wouldn't have been unfathomable even like in Tesla's day.
No.
There a flat earther here that just be willing to answer a couple questions in the SE server? It's like a very polite and nice question. More to educate.
In what server?
It's called the Street Epistemology server. There's about maybe 10 or so people there now who would like to ask some respectful questions.
Would they like to jump in here and ask some questions?
Okay.
Maybe ask them. We don't bite.
Yeah, we do.
New people tend to get a little bit more tolerance.
Yeah, no, that is a fair point. That is a fair point. And I was only fucking about. We don't
What do
bite
you
that
guys?
much.
What do you guys believe in more? The Earth is flat or round?
Flat.
Sphere.
Flat.
Not a belief. It's knowledge. I know it's flat.
Do you know it's round? First-hand knowledge. No? Okay.
No, I believe it's flat.
Okay, cool.
But we would never know though.
Huh? You know it's flat, but we would never know. Sorry.
No,
I
no.
said I believe.
That was
I said I
AJ
believe.
that AJ said he knows it's flat.
Yeah.
He just believes in the globe.
Gotcha.
Said he can't be known. I would say the dimensions of the overall shape may not be known, but we can definitely see that we're on a topographical plane.
See, Alpha Veritas is in the house. What's up, Miggy? You're probably at work or something, man. But if you could say hello, that'd be awesome. Hope you're keeping well, brother. I was going to do a Mexican accent then, but I can't do it very well, so I won't.
Says hello.
Sucks having to live in the real world, doesn't it, Alpha? Bloody work.
So has anything interesting happened today at all? Any decent conversations or arguments? It's been Speculation Sunday, so any decent speculations been around?
What do you guys think of the moon landing with the remote lander on the moon this week?
Haven't looked into it, to tell you the truth.
There's two big news articles I saw this week. One was the landing, a private company landed on the moon with a lander. There was unmanned, but the other article I read was the discovery of quantum gravity. And so one of the things that Einstein's theory of relativity does not explain is quantum mechanics. And so they're having a hard time finding the existence of gravity in the quantum realm, and they're just now starting to discover it. So they've discovered gravity at the smallest atomic level that they've ever discovered it.
What again? I'd have to see this article, man. Have you got it?
Yeah, it's on space.com. Let me roll that up.
Oh, okay. If it's just space.com, I can find it.
Yeah, quantum gravity. Because I've read a handful, like because they're also like looking at the at gravity or as a what's the it's like those guys just won the Nobel Prize on the double slit test on how nothing is real until we observe it, and so we're realizing that gravity is the same thing. That the only reason we can perceive it is quantum gravity gears.
Guys,
An atom is the smallest form of mass. That's atoms. What we're all made of.
guys, I got a question for you guys.
Okay.
All right. So the government obviously has more technology, therefore, and more equipment and a hold of many things that allows them to have more knowledge than the ordinary Joe, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So how come they continue to claim that the earth is a sphere? Like, what are they gaining benefit off doing that? Like, fooling the public?
Money.
How? Like, why wouldn't they be able to get money if it's flat?
Funding.
You said what?
Funding.
They're able to paint a picture in your mind, right? Of the world, of reality, right? So you will not. You've just accepted that, and you want to ask questions outside of that. That would allow a authority that particularly the one that has encouraged that picture in your mind, be able to exploit not only your gullibility, but aspects of reality which you don't realize exist.
I get that point. You're right, but like, I still don't understand. Like, why do they want to like? Why do all that? Why do they want to control my mind and the outlook of life when they're getting like when they're still the government? You know, it doesn't change the fact that the
Supposedly
government or not if they
8
don't do it.
billion of us, right? And that's a lot of like yard animals to try and keep it controlled. Need something that's gonna basically help you to them to control themselves to a degree. Yes, you can't have like people just independently like getting their own energy sources and developing their own weapons and things like that. Things that get out of control.
How did the Earth get here? Question to man asking why would they lie? Question to you. Even though
What's the question? Say that again.
How did the Earth get here?
How did the Earth get here?
Yeah.
I personally believe that it was created.
Cool. So that would be a personal belief on your part where you understand that intelligence creates. You can call that intelligence God, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Other people who think that the Earth is a ball have a creation story that's devoid of God. Or you can argue the toss whether God set the Big Bang in motion. But that's not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible didn't create a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. That's not what he created. So what I would suggest to you is maybe they've given you a new creation story with a different God or any variation of God, or probably not even the need for God. There they can start to control your mind, who you are, where you are, how you got here, what your purpose is, and where you're fucking going.
So they're part of the devil's plan because that's what the devil wants to do.
See, the other part of this is why would they lie? Then you have to understand who they are. People say governments and shit and bob down the road. No, you seem to be hitting the nail cleaner on the head than most people, my friend, so keep walking down that path.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the input. Yeah, I mean, so many people are gullible, man. It's sad to witness. I like to call this age that we live in the age of deception, man. But it's just so like, it's mind boggling that humans are allowing themselves to be deceived this much, bro.
Well, I don't think. I think from a certain point of view, we kind of don't have a choice. We're born into this situation, and pretty much the first things we're told is where we are and how we got here. Dinosaurs and the Earth's a ball from the Big Bang. And that proliferated through schools, magazines, TV programs, and whatnot.
Of course, I understand that part, but
Yeah.
but like I don't blame the young ones, right? Because their mind's not fully developed. But once your mind is fully developed, you'll have the full capacity of using the gift that God has gave you that He hasn't gave any other creation, which is your mind, and it's easily usable.
Yes,
that makes sense. But people, it just mind boggles me that most people don't use it, man. It makes them look like they're lower than most animals that roam this earth when they're supposed to be the top of the food chain. But they operate like they're in the lower food chain, you know? That makes sense. They're not using their gift, so that just kind of lowers them, bro.
I hear you.
Who brought up the quantum gravity?
Callan.
That was good.
Talon did.
Did Callan? Talon,
Yep.
sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, Talon. Did you read Miggy's answer?
Maggie, let me
Alphas,
see.
sorry.
I didn't.
Alphas. So if we just actually have a look at this paper. So by understanding quantum gravity, we could solve some of the mysteries of our universe, like how it began. Thought that was already established.
I don't know much about
But they
quantum
could look back.
gravity. How would quantum
No,
gravity?
I'm just reading through this with Talon.
Okay.
What he posted in the side chat, if you can see it.
You should unmute yourself and like explain what you mean by that. Like, how is quantum gravity prove or show us how things came to be or something like that?
It says they're small.
Well, I'm just reading through the paper that he posted at the moment, and this is what's in the paper.
No, it says you can't predict their behavior. He's incorrectly reading it. It says atoms are so small that accurately predicting their behavior using classical physics is not possible. But he's adding this: we cannot see them like that, and I am disagreeing with that. We can see them once we use like high resolution images, like I included in the chat afterwards. But you wouldn't use classical physics to predict the behavior of atoms because of the quantum effects of the atoms demonstrate. Seeing them isn't a problem.
Confused.
We can see them, no problem, because we got high resolution images that are really, really specific. And then also and that just says predicting behavior. So like we know what atoms are and like what they're doing, and we're made of them.
Can only see them through electron microscopes.
And you can go watch Oppenheimer. That's like where they first started splitting the atom.
Yeah.
I was just actually going to try and go through the paper that you posted from space.com because
that's just talking about
in that.
Yeah, because that's talking about unification, which is the concept of unifying the theory of theory of relativity and quantum mechanics.
Yes, but from their own paper, it's not yet a theory that can be supported. Yeah.
Well, that they took one baby step in the right direction, so we don't know yet.
But to date, there's still no complete or consistent quantum theory of gravity.
No, but they're making headway. Like we know it works because it's like just so like the way it is. So we know that quantum mechanics exist, and we know that the theory of relativity exists. We just don't know how they're able to exist together at the same time. So we just don't know. Like they're already working together at the same time because reality wouldn't be what it is if we if they didn't work. And so just because we've discovered things that contradict each other doesn't mean they actually contradict each other. That's just all we see at the moment. But there's an explanation for why they don't contradict each other. We just don't know. We just haven't found it yet.
There is actually within the scientific community, quote unquote, people who disregarding like Einstein and as being something that's unifiable with quantum mechanics, right? Trying to come up with an alternative. Right.
I like the quantum gravitational theory because it's the same situation with electron particles. When we measure gravity, it becomes real, and so it's the same thing with electrons, where it's not real until we observe it.
Colin, I don't know if you're aware of this, but your stream is not loading.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to pause because I was reading what Alpha's putting in the channel. My bad.
So good.
Dodgeballs are
something. Look, listen, man. Life is just so interesting, man. It's crazy, like how life seems so long, but it just flies by, man. And like gaining knowledge is important and all. I get that, but like, what's really the most important thing other than knowledge that might stay with us when we pass? That's something I tend to question, man.
Find God, find Jesus. There you go. That's all you need to know.
You don't have to worry about it because
I read this book called, I think, let me see.
I don't worry about it because it is what it is. We're all going to die one day. Whatever it is whatever it is.
Yeah, that's true, man, but we gotta figure it out and do good before we doom ourselves, if there is such thing as doom.
I think we're living in a good place. The problem is that we know what's going on in the greater expanses of the universe, but we're not going to be around for actually discovering what's going on. So we've lived just long enough in civilization, or we lived during a time where we know what's going on, but we can't go to where all these different places, and so that's what kills us. Like we can pretend with like Star Trek.
What are we talking about exactly?
So like we haven't been able to. So like we can't travel light years into the universe, but we are living in an era where we have scientific evidence of the big things like the Big Bang and different solar systems and galaxies and all the different things that are out there, but we're not going to be able to traverse it and see it. So we're still stuck on this little globe.
I think that's just an idea. It's not knowledge.
That's the truth. That's all we're not going to go to. We're just lucky. I'm just glad that we're here and we're lucky to have this one place that's got water and video games and shit.
Man, honestly, I wish
go to a place that doesn't exist.
You guys should check out this book called "Who Wrote the Bible" by Richard Freeman. It's very interesting.
Well, the Bible, a bunch of people did, right? Tons of people.
Yeah, but his book is very interesting because he goes in depth and makes you really question certain things.
That's cool.
I mean, if you don't question it, it's just something you should check out. The more knowledge, the better, right? You can never go wrong with gaining knowledge.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You can never go wrong with gaining knowledge.
Yep.
Somebody should have told Eve that before she ate that apple.
Somebody should have told Eve that before she ate the apple.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how would she have known?
Wait,
she didn't have knowledge. There's no way she could have known.
Yeah, she didn't have knowledge.
Huh. That's why I said.
But she did have understanding.
No.
Yes, she did.
Knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, she didn't. Yeah, actually, you're right. Knowledge of good and evil, but they did have knowledge. Like they had brain and everything, so they could comprehend. They were living in a state of blissfulness.
Adam obviously had knowledge. He was able to name.
Yeah, you're very right. Very good point. I can't believe she ate from the tree, man.
I can.
You can?
Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? You wouldn't do it?
Well,
I would fear God.
I would eat the fuck out of that apple.
You serious, man?
Every time. Give me 1,000 tries. I'll eat it every fucking time.
Why is that?
Because I want to know.
Fucking here.
Why the fuck would I not want? Like I live in heaven except for that one apple. Like that's fucking a nightmare. Like I don't get to know what's in that apple. Fuck you.
I would.
Why would you? Don't put the apple there. If there's an apple, I'm eating it.
Can't control yourself.
It's like saying there's heroin. It's really bad for you, but I want to try it. I want to see how it feels.
It's giving the choice of free will, isn't it? I suppose you can eat
There's
it.
tons of heroin.
This is going to
There's
happen.
tons of heroin in the
But
Garden of Eden. There's like
why listen to a creation when you could just go to God and question him, say what is in the apple, like pray to him, and he might let
Why
you.
not logic? Why haven't you tried said knowledge? It's like don't eat that apple. Do all the heroin you want, but don't touch the apple. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Have you ever done heroin?
I've never done it.
What do you want the knowledge of what it feels like to do it?
Yes, absolutely. I want the knowledge to feel what it's like to do.
Why don't you do it?
Because you don't get to do heroin a second time. Like it's not something like it's dangerous. You'll die. Like it's super fucking horrible shit. It's heroin.
You could die the first.
Like, you didn't
time.
know. That's the thing about heroin is that once you do it once, you're addicted. Like you can't just try heroin. There's no such thing as trying it.
No, that's not true. That is not true. There's some people.
Okay. You're right. I was being hyperbolic there.
And the serpent
like,
said that they surely wouldn't. So
That's why do you think everybody goes? Why do you think we had the opioid epidemic? Is because everybody got hooked on opioids and they had to get heroin because they were hooked on it.
Well, most of them had no choice. They went to the hospital and they got hooked on it with no choice.
Well, that's what leads me to say that you would never do heroin because you don't get to try it. Like, you're fucked.
Labor this topic.
Some people do though.
Exactly.
They fuck around and try it.
Duly noted. But nothing you can do about it.
Life, man.
Just because you don't know what something is like doesn't mean you should do it for the sake of knowing what it's like. I mean, you don't know what it's like to kill a man, but that doesn't mean you should kill a man just for the sake of knowing what that feels like.
That's how I learned about the globe. I spent a night with a ball of black tar opium and Wikipedia, and there I was that morning. Came out as a glober.
But I truly feel like there's a good way of going about getting that knowledge, even though it sounds evil. If that makes sense.
It's like a lot of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Like, for example, if you want to know how it feels like to kill a man, to gain the insight and knowledge for a good purpose, you would do it in a good way by going to war for your country.
Well, I don't think many
for a good
veterans
cause.
don't go to war to kill people. It's not like a license to kill. You join the CIA. That's what the CIA is for.
What kind of good would that do? Like having the knowledge of knowing what it's like to kill someone. What good would that do?
Oh, people! That's another addicting. That's another addicting thing.
I'll just point out to you, like there is no practical purpose. It's not like you can pour it into a cup and sell it to someone. There's no practical purpose for it.
That's true, but sometimes you just wonder.
Don't get
I'm
me
not saying
wrong,
I want
there is
to.
a
I'm not saying I
practical
want to
purpose.
personally, but I'm just saying there's just some things in life that they might not have
Yeah,
no
yeah, but
use,
I mean, don't get me wrong, like,
but they have a
advocate
meaning
for
to you.
self-defense. Like by all means, if someone attacks you, fight back.
Yes. Speaking of self-defense, I still don't understand why everybody can't have the right to bear arms, man. I think that's stupid.
It's not an irresponsible use of firearms.
Irresponsible use of firearms. That's kind of like a bad take, because irresponsible people, which are most likely criminals, still get it. And responsible people can't stop them when they suffer if they want to go on a rampage.
Sorry, you actually don't get it.
You said what?
Sorry, all I was going to say is you don't get it. Of course you get it. The governments decide to take the arms away from people, unlike they have in your country, so that the public are defenceless against the authority. It's kind of obvious, right?
Australia, if I use more than equal force to defend myself, I'm committing a crime.
No, I get that part. You're right. But I'm saying, why aren't people like really making a big deal about it? You should make a big deal about it, because it's kind of like
People make a big deal about everything.
But they tend to never make a big deal about the important things.
You're in a politics server. This is the place where we make big deals out of all kinds of shit.
You're in politics. I'm not trying to talk. I'm trying to talk about
But
everything, to be honest.
I see what you're saying.
Colin, you want to be a farmer when you grow up, man?
Nope. Just like playing Farm Simulator.
You should try playing that in real life. That'll
I
give you.
do want to operate heavy machinery though. I was thinking about getting like forklift license or something like that. I'm living downtown Chicago, or not downtown, but I live in the city of Chicago, so there's not a lot of like fields to farm.
How does it feel like to live down there?
It's great.
Do you have the right to bear arms down there, or you have to get a license?
We actually just banned assault rifles in the state.
That's tough.
No, it's not tough. It's great. I've never needed a gun. I'm an Eagle Scout. I have the rifle shooting merit badge, so I know how to shoot guns and whatnot.
It's kind of a funny thought, the idea of banning rifles but not pistols, because the vast majority of crimes committed with guns, are done with pistols, not rifles.
Suicides, domestic violence is a big one. I mean that Kansas City Super Bowl parade was just people getting angry at each other and having guns.
Well, I mean, even robbery. I think it's like maybe 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 200, maybe 1 out of 300 robberies that are done with a gun are done with a rifle instead of a pistol. Like, when was the last time you heard of a robbery done with a rifle instead of a pistol? Like, only like major bank robberies are done with rifles.
Well, yeah, obviously handguns need to be concealed to be discreet.
It goes back to what that guy said earlier. Government controls our mind, man. Even though, when they say something, even though it doesn't align with reality, they still get their way. The media is a powerful tool, isn't it? Imagine living in a society where the people who ran us actually wanted to do more good than bad. Not all about control.
Well, a government's supposed to serve you, so you're supposed to elect people into power which you feel are going to accurately represent your needs.
But the problem is that most people are running.
What's needed to sustain the infrastructure of the community.
People that tend to run have their own agendas, though. And people don't stand up against them, which is even
Also
more
with the
ridiculous.
Constitution. Constitution is set up to deal with all that.
But the more time goes by and the more America evolves, they kind of show us that the Constitution isn't really all that powerful.
Being tested right now, but it's holding up pretty okay. I mean, we one-termed the weirdo.
We could go back to the guns, the right to bear arms. It's in the Constitution.
Man, what are you guys talking about?
Off-topic stuff. 'Cause we're in a politics server. Stuff on just American politics.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
I don't.
Okay.
What do you care about, my good sir? You want to change the subject?
Alpha.
What do you want to
Hell
talk about?
yeah. We want
How
to
you
know
feeling
if
about the
somebody has a
atoms?
question.
What were you
The
asking
atoms?
about? What were you
What
saying
atoms?
about atoms? Alpha.
Yeah, have you ever seen an atom?
If I've ever seen an atom? Yeah, I've seen the atomic model. I've seen pictures.
Model?
I posted pictures. I posted pictures in the chat. Yeah, so I've seen atoms. Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen atoms. You've seen a model. You've seen atoms. That doesn't work.
Also, the thing about atoms too is like the screen you're looking at is also made of atoms, so you can see everything that you see that's made of stuff is atoms. Yeah, so those are all atoms. So you're seeing atoms right now.
Dude, we
Isn't that
can't
cool?
resolve. Dude, Alan, come on. You can't resolve atoms with your fucking eyes, dude.
You know the Earth is made of atoms too, right?
Dude, can you resolve atoms with your eyes?
And I resolve atoms. Yeah, because
Your
bunches
your
of
eyes are made of atoms. Your eyes are
because
made of
everything you
atoms.
see,
So
your eyes are made.
when
The thing you're seeing
Let's move
atoms
on
with are
from
made of
Talon.
atoms.
Let's just move away from Talon and talk to somebody else.
Fucking
Why?
hell, dude.
What?
Captain's just feeding the troll, dude.
What's wrong with
even
that?
when your eyes are closed, you're looking at atoms.
You can count the atoms in the dark, can't you, Talon?
Damn.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, dude.
I can guess. There's like
thought
a
about
like a
if
certain
you
amount of
literally went,
atmosphere,
yeah.
parts per million.
Dude, I don't know what are you here to act like this? So listening to you for 10 minutes, it's relatively normal until this popped up. So, fuck me.
Jedi's bored of your atom talk, Talon.
Atoms
You
are
don't know
awesome.
what atoms are.
Damn.
I love atoms.
What type of microscope do you have to
You could
use?
love something, but still not.
Excuse me.
be aware
Thank
of
you. Thank you. What type of microscope do you have to see to even come only close to seeing an atom?
A very high-powered one.
An electron microscope. Fuck all
All right,
so
yeah,
hey,
electrons are
we're
part
gonna-
of atoms. So you're
Since
using
since we
parts of atoms to see
Talon,
atoms.
Talon, how much atoms does one apple have?
Ooh, let's see. That's a good question.
Yeah, you don't think? Fuck, dude.
It's 10 times the 23rd.
You're full
so
of
it's
shit.
1 by 10 times the 23rd atoms.
You're full of
is
shit,
an average
dude.
apple.
You don't fucking right. Did you fucking just computate that in your head?
Alpha, you're a funny guy. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I looked it up.
You looked it up.
10 times the
Yeah, you look.
23
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't know your
million.
dude. Whatever.
Damn, you said
So
whatever.
you haven't.
It's
You haven't seen
sextillion.
an atom. Yeah, sextillion.
Sextillion. Yep. 100
All right.
sextillion.
All right, man. I'm gonna take your word for it.
I'll take your word for it.
Moving right along.
I had to confirm on the internet. I used the power of the internet, the information superhighway, to
Talon,
get the
I'm
specific
sure you did.
details. You don't have to memorize
You're-
anything anymore.
All right. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, that's how you live your life, don't you? Just not memorizing anything, just coasting. Just ask Google for whatever you want, Chat GPT, and you're good to go, right?
Damn.
No, that's a good way to start. That's a good place to start, actually. Yeah.
That's a good place. That's a good place to. All right.
Yeah. You don't stop
Hey,
there.
there you go.
You continue.
You
would
don't
ask people.
Well,
that
you
know.
did. You stopped there.
But
We would start. We started. We haven't
No,
stopped.
you started and stopped there. Anyways, let's get off this fucking ride because Jedi's gonna get pissed at you, and yeah, I only got like 20 minutes of shellac Globers. All right, so we're gonna ask the room if there's anybody in here that has a claim about the globe. Make your claim, and then number 2, support it with evidence. Number 1, make a claim. Number 2, support it with evidence. Go ahead, guys. Floor is open. Make a claim. Support it with evidence. Should be easy.
I think most people
Right, Matt?
here are flat earthers.
Well, not really. Matt's not a flat earther.
I'm not.
He's gonna be one day. He's gonna be one day.
I'm a Glober.
I know, but you say weird things, man.
Well, I've already. I can prove the globe, but I don't want to repeat.
Have you? Have you proved it? Yep. Tell Jedi how you can prove a globe. Go ahead. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna hear you. Let's see if you got what it takes.
You would physically measure the surface of the Earth to determine the figure.
Wow. Okay.
And you would
How
use
do you do that?
different instruments. You would use instruments to measure the deviation and elevation over the distance of the curve of the Earth.
Really? Well, you're getting. Yeah. Where did you hear that? What instruments did you use?
You would use surveying equipment like theodolites and like binoculars and different positioning. They use trains.
Are you
and
talking
levels.
Are you talking to Matthew or who are you speaking? Who's in your DMs?
No, I just did. What do you mean? I've been here for a while. This is what I discovered as we've
learned
the globe proof.
Theodolite surveying equipment. Is surveying equipment used to detect curvature of the Earth?
So, because when you guys first got here, we were talking about Eratosthenes, but he only got the radius and the circumference, and so you can't really know about the whole. Like he had to assume that it was a globe. because
Talon,
he
that's
only
not what
had the
I'm asking.
radius and the circumference. But then, in order to actually measure the actual curvature itself, you need a
And
bunch
why are
of.
you not answering my question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What was the question?
Yeah, my question was, can you use surveying equipment to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
You can? All right.
Yes.
Where does it say that in the manual? Point it out in the manual where we can use surveying equipment to measure the curvature of the Earth at a distance, so to the horizon. I want to see where it says that.
Well, it wouldn't be to the horizon. You would measure over multiple.
No?
You go from point to point. Yeah, you would measure the distance and elevation between 3 points, and so you would get triangulation information based on the points that you're determining of the surface.
Yeah, but we're looking for a drop over the distance, right?
Right, and so you can get that. Yeah, so you can get that by measuring the by triangulating multiple points across the surface, and eventually you'll get an arc, and you can calculate the exact curve through the the angles in your triangles that you get over the distance.
Yeah, but you're trying to do triangles over land where land has topography, and surveyors are not trying to. Yeah, so they're trying to level the land because it has topography. So they're not trying to figure out what amount of curvature there is, because of course land already has curvature. It has land topography. It already has elevation change. What we're looking for is over water. How can we measure over water? A line of sight, like at the beach. Can we use theodolites there?
No, well, what you said there at the beginning is not true. So what they did is they went to the highest point. No, they went to the highest point of all these. Because you said all these different elevations, but that's where they took the points. They took all the points across the curve of the distances.
Who went there?
Surveyors, the geographers and surveyors and professionals.
Yeah, but you're saying, Alan, you're saying things. Yeah, you're saying things, but you're not citing it. What are you talking about? There's no information being processed in the text chat. I don't know what you could be speaking just because you think you know something. You don't know. What put the information in the text chat what you're saying. How can I know what you're saying is not just a story you made up?
I was just
because it sounds like one.
If I may
curve
just
that you're
chime in
using as a
quickly.
standard, the curve that you're using as a standard would have to have previously been
I think
measured.
everybody understands what triangulation is.
No, I'm not worried about that, but you're saying that someone already done something and we don't know what you're talking about. I could tell you, yeah, I know somebody that already measured flatness, and I'm not going to tell you because I don't need to. Just somebody done it.
Yeah, we could go out and do it, and we would find the curve. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about us going to do it. I want to know who done it. Put it in the text chat so we know. All right.
I was gonna point the same thing out. I've been listening for a good 10, 15, 20 minutes or so. And Talon, I must admit, or I must say, in everything you've said, you've used the term would and could in almost every sentence you've spoken thus far.
Right. Well, because he's saying, how do you do things?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm answering his question.
But you say this is how we do it, not like, well, you could such and such. You're using you're using suggestive terms, which mean it denotes that it's a possibility, not that it has been done, but it's a possibility that it could be. So you can't leave. Yeah, you can't leave this up to chance. Yeah. Well, that's not what you said, though.
So
that's why he said what he said, because he's wondering why you were saying that. It's suggestive.
Well, that's how you said. That's how you asked. You asked the question in that way, and I would said I would do this. I would do it this way.
All right. So even if that is the case, you could do whatever you want. It doesn't mean that it's true, unless somebody's already done it, and you can post who's done it, and we could look at the method.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, we've done this lots of times. It's the Great Trig Survey.
Yeah, but I said this before. When they're over land, they're just trying to level the land that's already has elevation change. So we're not worried about too much that the land already has. I already said that. What we're looking for is line of. Yeah, it does.
What does that mean?
Elevate, dude, because that means that you have hills and valleys and such. So if you're gonna put theodolites on the land, those theodolites are already gonna be at. Hold on, dude. Those theodolites are gonna be at different elevations. So if whatever you're shooting to, that specific place is going to have a different elevation than the thing your target's going to be at on land.
That's
On
my
land.
point. That's literally what I'm explaining, Alpha. So you're saying that
Yeah,
I can't do it, but that's the way. So then now
No,
you know. So that you when you go to the top of all those hills, you can actually measure over a distance all the hills, and they average out
Yeah,
to be a curve.
I know that. No, it's not average out to be a curve. What they're doing is they're just using dude. They're using land topography, so they're measuring off of the different elevations that they're shooting at. So the target that they're gonna, dude, we've spoken to many land surveyors. I don't think you know what you're talking about. They're not measuring the curvature of the Earth, bro. They're not doing that.
What
The
do you
curvature of
think
the
they're
Earth.
measuring?
Listen, the curvature of the Earth is a separate topic from what we're saying that they're doing. If they are measuring elevation change from their positions, it's not like what we're saying. So the curve of the Earth is used in like the colloquial sense, and how we're using it right here, it's kind of loose. The term is loose, so that means it could be elevation change from like a hill, or it could be that the Earth that we're saying is measured over distance to have conformity to the geometry of a spheroid. So there's two different things that we got going on here, and you're conflating the two. You're saying that because they're measuring the surface that they're at right there with the elevation change of a hill, that it's the same as what we're saying when we talk about the large geometric shape that you're standing on, the oblate spheroid, and it's not the same. So
No, they measured all the hills, Alpha. No, they did go to the top of all the hills.
Yeah, but you're conflating you didn't hear what I said
not.
though. You're conflating the two, and you're making it one and the same. And so your little hat trick that people are listening to, they're like, yeah, well, you do measure elevation change with surveying. I know that, but they're not measuring what we would say is a line of sight from the point of origin, like where they're shooting from, to like the horizon. They're not shooting to the horizon. The horizon, where it measures horizontal, right? 0, no curvature from left to right, no elevation change. That is what we're talking about, not your idea of like what land surveyors do normally in their job. I already know what they do. Yeah, of course there's going to be elevation change there, but they're not measuring the elevation change from the observer's position off into the horizon, which is what we're asking here. So land surveyors don't do that.
What are they measuring? What do you think they're measuring, Alpha?
To a target. They're measuring to a target, and their target is specific. Their target is specifically places that they're plotting out within tolerance of the device. What we're asking for is yes, dude. I know that they are, because that's how it works. You can't tell me that's not how it works, bro. You're not going to tell me that's not how it works. They're not going to shoot for things that they can't have a target to. Their targets are not the horizon. It's to another like a flag or something. They're trying to, like another theodolite. But those distances are within tolerance of the device. They're not outside of the tolerance. And you guys, all you globers that come in here and use theodolites for that example, you're using it outside of its tolerance. So you're saying, well, the rangefinder on the theodolite or total station is you can see infinitely, and that is incorrect. That is not what the device is used for. It's not used for shooting to the horizon. Definitely not. You got it incorrect. And I know what they do. We've been in a discussion for about 9 to 10 years, bro. We know what we're saying. So you're not going to just come in here with your gimmick and make it sound like you know what you're saying. I know exactly what they do, and they're not doing what you say they're doing. They're definitely not measuring for the curvature, which is the oblate spheroid, right? That conforms to the curvature of the Earth. They're not measuring for that. They're only doing elevation change from the short distances that they're shooting from to a target. That's not the horizon. They're not shooting for that.
Alpha,
Definitely not.
Are you going to let me talk for a second? So the problem is that what you're saying, they are shooting the points everywhere. They've measured points across the entire surface of the Earth in a grid. No, not to the horizon, from point to point.
There you go.
Over and over and over again, Veritas. You're saying that they aren't doing something, but what they are doing is measuring 3 different points at a time, and then they triangulate to the next point, and then they triangulate to the next point, and they're seeing all these points, and then they chain them together, and then they calculate the angle of deviation of elevation over the distance, and they measure a curve. So all this stuff that you're saying they're not doing, I don't have to prove what they're not doing. All I have to do is talk about what they're proving, which is that there's a curvature on the Earth.
No. You see, That's your hat trick. That's your gimmick. People are only hearing what you're saying because they know land surveyors. They're measuring elevation change from a specific point to their other target, which would probably be another total station or another target. They have a flag that they got going on, but they're not they're measuring within their tolerance, right? Because their device has a range that they can't go outside of. It's got parameters. You're not telling the audience that, are you? You're not telling them that
No,
the
what I'm
range that
telling
the specific and only wait a minute, dude, because you're not even going into the specific model that you're using here. So obviously the audience, they don't know anything about what you're saying, only that you're saying something about measuring curvature and theodolites. So they're like, okay, well, it sounds good to me, but they don't realize that you haven't spoke of the model. What model are we using right now when you're talking about theodolites
What do
that
you
can
mean?
measure
We're
curvature?
using triangulation to
Yeah,
determine what the figure of the Earth is.
I'm talking about I'm talking about the specific model that they would use when they go and do this land when they survey the land. So what type of theodolite are they using? I need the model number so that we can know. People can
Jesus
look up
Christ,
the
dude.
tolerance. Yeah,
No.
dude, this is what happens when you bring theodolites into the argument. Then you're gonna have to know your shit, like especially what type of model. No, you don't. I
You're the one
guarantee you.
talking the
What
entire
fucking
time.
model? Okay, what model are they using right now?
What? From the 18? They're using one from the 1840s.
All right. What?
This went on 200 years ago.
All right then.
So I
Do you
don't
know
know
the model number?
so I don't know the model number of what they used 200
All right. So
years
we
ago
don't know
for
the
theodolites.
tolerance. So we don't know the tolerance at the moment. So missing
Nope.
information is the way you do things, right? As long as you have
Nope.
your idea that you live on a globe, you can have missing information right now. We don't have all the information.
Let's all have a vote. Let's all have a vote real quick. Who's winning the debate?
I don't think anybody's voting. So, anyways, you don't have the model
I'm
number
voting.
to that
I win
specific.
the debate.
So people, yeah, you win the debate because you say
I'm
so.
telling.
But
Right, well,
I
because I'm
guarantee
saying
you,
what it
I
is
guarantee
and
you're
what it not,
presenting.
and what you're saying what it not,
No,
what it isn't.
no, it's easy because you're giving away for easy belief, right? So that people that are already thinking that the Earth is a globe, they can easily say, "Well, I agree with Talon. I don't have any information that I need, just so somebody agrees with me that the Earth is a globe." But you haven't given the audience any information on what models they're using specifically for the theodolite. So if you would give them that information, they themselves could be equipped with the knowledge of what specs are in that theodolite, and they would know themselves what is the tolerance for that theodolite that you're mentioning can see the curvature of the Earth. So we don't right now. We don't have any of that information, but yet you want to grandstand and say that that is possible to measure curvature of the Earth. When I even told you that when they start measuring and they start doing all their land surveying, they're only shooting to targets that are within tolerance, the parameters that the device has been set up for. You're not telling the audience that. You're just saying, voila, they measured the curvature of the Earth, and that's all they do. Good for us. Let's all go home. No, I don't think so. You don't get away with that in this chat. You better know what you're talking about.
That's not what
and
I said.
present
You're lying.
everybody. Well, I'm not, because have you presented everybody with the model number so they can
Yes.
know the specs?
No. Well, no. That sounds
Where
like a
is it?
huge stall. Asking for the model number
That's
of
not
the
a
thing
stall.
that they
No,
measured with. Like
no.
that's asking for my
So you're
ruler.
telling,
Like what brand of ruler am I using?
You're telling
And
people.
secondly,
No,
I said triangulation.
essentially,
Now you're
bullshit,
talking
dude.
over me.
No,
Like I
essentially,
let
you're
you
telling
talk.
people no, bullshit. You're essentially what you're telling people is they don't need the information to know themselves, so nobody can critically think about the information of what you're saying, so long as everybody believes that the Earth is a globe based on what you're saying. That is so wrong of you to do that and not give everybody the ample chance to make their own decisions as to what the model number and what tolerances it has, so they can know the parameters that device is using. But you're not doing that to the audience. You're just telling them, dude, Earth is a globe because they use triangulation. Therefore, we don't need to worry. We're good to go. You're not going to get away with that here. I already told you that. You guys
There's
that
literally
always want to
nobody
talk
in the
about
audience
theodolite.
asking for the model number of the theodolite. They want to
It
know
doesn't
about how
matter.
it's triangulated. They want to know about how the
Doesn't matter.
curvature is measured through triangulation, because you use
haven't told
those tools to determine the angles of elevation from point to point. So when you have all those hills over hundreds of miles, you get a pretty good average of height, because most hills and mountains are about the same. And so when you're taking measurements and angles from mountain to mountain, you'll start to get a figure of the Earth. And so over, like, the mountains are not on a level plane. They are on a curved plane. Even though they go up and down, the further distance you go, those mountains are not all the same exact elevation, like the same. They're not in the same place because the Earth is curved and they're on a globe. And
Yeah,
so
but that's your claim.
what you're dealing
That's
with.
your claim. That's your claim.
Right,
You're
'cause
just
that's the answer.
claiming that. That's a claim. No,
Yes,
that's your
that's a
claim.
positive
No, it's
claim
not.
of the globe proof,
That's a
and I
positive
provided
claim.
proof, which is
So your
physical
evidence.
measurements of the
No,
surface of the Earth.
no. They're not measuring the curvature of the Earth as in the plane of the Earth. The plane of the Earth is not measured to have curvature. You already know
Yes,
this.
it does.
You're using that. No, it's not. So you haven't given us. Okay, so I'm going to tell you this, and you need to answer the question. What is the drop over the distance from a point of observation to a target?
Drop over distance. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's the
sounds
point.
arbitrary.
How can we know? Listen, we're talking specifically about geometry. So if we're living
too.
on top of an oblate, yeah, well then you should know this. If you're
Okay,
living
so
on
what
top
shape of
of
the
an
Earth?
oblate,
What do you think the shape of
no,
the Earth
wait,
is?
dude, shut up, dude. Let me finish telling you. So if you're talking about an oblate spheroid, then the consequent of it being an oblate spheroid, it means that it has curvature on its surface. So if that is
Right.
true, if the oblate spheroid has curvature on its surface, you would know from whatever point A is to point B, anywhere on that surface, the drop over the distance, and you'd be able to measure it with a specific value, a numeric value that can tell you what the drop rate would be on the surface. Now, you don't know that, and you just admittedly said that to the audience. Everybody heard you say you don't know what that is. So how can you
Damn.
say the Earth is curving
No,
when you don't
you're
even know?
you're making that up. You can't see it because
Bullshit!
the
You just
planet is
said it.
huge.
Bullshit.
No,
Yeah,
you can
so
measure
what?
it. It's a huge pain in the ass to actually measure the curvature of the Earth
Then how come you
because
haven't
it's
done
so
it?
big that you can't see it. I never said that
How
you
come you
can
haven't
just
done
see
it?
it from wherever
Then how
you're
come you haven't
standing
done it?
because that's ridiculous.
How come you
We're
haven't
only
done
6
it?
feet tall as a human beings. We can't see that far.
Yeah, excuses, and
So
you,
we have
and this
to.
coming
Right?
from the
No, it's
guy.
not an
Now
excuse.
hold
It's a
up, dude.
fact.
Now this is coming from the guy that said he had the land surveyors measure the curvature,
Right.
and you don't have the answer to the numeric value of what the drop over to the distance would be. There you
It's
go, bro.
3.5. It's a 3.559 radius. 3.959 radius. What do you
Yeah,
think the drop
that's
over
the
distance of that
claim.
radius is?
That's the
There you
claim.
go.
That's the claim, not the measurement.
That's the
It's not the
radius,
measurement.
dude.
Yeah,
That's the
that's the
radius of the
claim,
Earth.
not the measurement. That's the claim, not the
What do you
measurement.
mean? 3,959 miles is a very exact number, which means the measurement of
No
the
kidding.
radius of the Earth.
Yeah,
Sorry,
how did they
sir,
measure it?
but a
Yeah, how
radius
did they
is a
measure it?
measurement.
How did they measure it? Not just don't tell me it's a measurement. How did they do it? Go
How
on.
do you measure the radius of a
Yeah.
curve? You can take
Of the
the
curve?
angles. You can take the angles of two different
Of
verticals
Yeah.
and get the
You're struggling there,
radius.
Talon.
Angles.
Yeah. Why is Alpha
Angles.
like? Why is Alpha like? Dominating right now, bro?
Because
Alpha has to
Talon,
talk
why am
over
I
me
dominating?
because his word per point ratio is very low, so
Talon.
he's got to use tons of words to make no points. I
Go
can just
ahead.
say that the
Go
Earth is a
ahead.
globe and how it's measured,
Go ahead,
and
Jedi.
then I don't
The
need
Earth-
tons of words to make my point. I can just make my point with a few words because I'm actually using facts.
Good. Say angle again.
Angle.
Cool.
Measuring angles
You
to
understand
determine a
that
radius.
requires two straight lines.
Yeah.
Good.
Do you know that the radius of a circle of a globe is a straight line?
Yes.
And it turns out to be a vertical.
Yes.
Right?
You can get a circumference of a circle.
So when you take so when you take two radiuses, when you have two different radiuses and you want to learn and measure exactly how much radius there is.
Not listening to you because I was still fucking talking. You do this all the time.
Damn.
Just talk.
Well, you're just
Damn,
asking
why-
these condescending questions.
Why are they ganging up on you like that, man?
Because
I'm trying to demonstrate to him that an angle requires two straight lines. If we're measuring the surface of the Earth, that would be a curved line. We wouldn't be measuring angles. Can't measure angles if the lines are curved.
Well, yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
Sure, you can.
No, you can't. An angle's defined as the intersection of two straight lines. You know what a triangle is, right? Every single time that you said triangle, angle, trigonometry, that requires three straight lines where they meet and you can measure and add the interior angles to 180 degrees. So every time that you said, yeah, we can determine the radius of a circle, it's not a sphere, and you're going to require straight lines to do that. You're not measuring drop. That would be your horizontal, your baseline, your adjacent of your triangle. You're not measuring up from that curved line, are you? That would be stupid. You can't do that.
A sphere is a rounded circle. It's an infinite
You can't
number of
measure
circles.
an angle from it. Have you ever used AutoCAD, for example? Draw a circle, draw a tangent line off that circle, say the circle's the Earth, and you draw a tangent line up to, say, a star. Then try and measure the angle between the curved surface and the straight tangent line you've drawn, and AutoCAD will turn around to you and say that this function is not available. You cannot measure angles if one of the lines is curved. Computer says no. Basic fucking geometry.
Well,
just say angle
computer.
one more time.
You want to try unplugging the computer and plugging it back in?
So no intelligent response then.
Something wrong with it.
No intelligent response. An angle is defined as the intersection. My friend, I do apologise, but an angle is defined as the intersection between two straight lines.
Oh, okay.
If the surface of the Earth was curved, not a straight line, not an angle, every time you measure angles, you require the Earth to be flat to do it.
No, you don't.
Simple, basic geometry, dude. Come on.
That's an assumption.
No,
and
it isn't.
Fact, that's a false one.
No, it isn't. It's a geometric, mathematical, fucky fact.
Damn.
You're just saying that I can't do something. That doesn't make any sense. I totally can.
Yes, you definitely can't. If you have a 90-degree vertical and horizontal line, where they meet, you put a protractor on it. There you go, 90 degrees. You curve your baseline, stick the protractor back on it. Now tell me how you're going to measure 90 degrees with those two lines. Can't.
Wouldn't want to beg the question.
What?
Wouldn't want to beg the question.
What
already on
curvature do you think I'm measuring?
You understand what
we're measuring the curvature of the Earth, not whatever
No, we're
bullshit fucking angle
No,
that
we're
you think you're think you're throwing in there. That
Angle.
matters when it doesn't.
Angle.
We're trying to
Just
measure
say
the
angle
curvature of the Earth.
Just say angle again. Elevation angle or declination angle.
Say like the shape of the Earth.
Shut up. Altitude
anything
or
coherent.
Altitude and depth are taken from high, mean, tide. Horizontal. All angles are taken from that. Elevation, declination, altitude, depth of the water. And you're talking about measuring angles to get a radius, you have a circle. It's not a sphere. And it's got to be two straight lines for you to even consider measuring an angle. Simple, basic.
So you take two radiuses to the center of the globe. Boom, you got your two fucking lines. Done.
So you're going to presuppose
measure
that we're supposed to be measuring the radius of the Earth, not asserting it's
Not presupposing lines that exist.
No measurements yet. You haven't made a measurement yet. You're still stuck on your fucking angles. Now you're going to send a line down to the presupposition of your Earth ball that we're trying to figure out. You know what begging the question is. Actually, you don't. This is begging the question. Something you've charged me with a few times. You don't understand what it is, but this is.
It's so interesting that right after I answer your question, you're suddenly pivoting to the next thing.
Yeah,
you said, "Oh, I can't do this," and then now that I'm saying that now that I said the thing that proves you wrong, you're like, "Oh my god, you're begging the question."
Yes, when you presuppose the very thing that we're trying to measure, sent in a straight line down to the radius of the Earth that we haven't quite figured out because we're still measuring angles off the plane of the Earth.
What's that? So what? It's that's what's there.
What, the plane of the Earth that we're measuring angles?
Are you just mad? Are you just mad that
No,
the assumption is correct? That you get the accurate measurement?
Coping from you. This is coping. Now Talon's got to talk and start casting shit at me without actually addressing the point. You can't measure an angle if one of the lines is curved. Welcome to flat Earth.
Can't measure the angle if lines are curved. Yes, you can.
No, you can't, because an angle is defined as the intersection of two straight lines.
That's how you want to define it. Whether or not
that's how it
like
is
that doesn't
defined.
Tell me whether or not I can or can't do something with a curve.
Trigonometry. You brought this up. Trigonometry. Triangles. Triangles is defined as the intersection of three straight lines. I've already gone through what happens when you measure those interior angles. 180 degrees. Straight lines.
Straight lines, cool. Straight lines, yep. Straight lines, straight lines. And then when those straight lines suddenly are no longer straight because you put the straight lines on something that curves, the lines are no longer straight. They are at an angle, and so you find when you actually calculate what's going on
Within
with
the
all those straight
calculation,
lines, you determine that there's a curve.
within this calculation that you're setting maths to, I would like you to isolate where the reduction of angular size with distance is taken into account. Take that out of the formula, highlight it for me, and give it to me.
Give it to you. Give it to you. Sorry, you're making all these demands as if
Yes.
I'm obligated to do so.
You don't have to, mate. It's the very thing that you're trying to weasel your way out of this with your hardly intelligent words, but we let you try and do it.
Could you
I
even
don't
define
have
what
to
I'm
do it.
weaseling my way out of?
Don't have to do it means you're not going to because you can't, because it's not in there.
What is there? Explain to me what I'm supposed to do there.
You're supposed to understand this maths, all of this trigonometry that's shown you that the figure of the Earth is curved. I want you to show me within the trigonometry where the angular size reduction with distance is taken into account.
Where is the angular size taken into account in the trigonometric calculations of the Earth
in the
curve?
papers.
That's what you're asking, though, right? Like,
show where they accounted for that in
this
the
matter,
papers.
and can you explain the relevance of this? Like, what is the values? What do those values mean to you?
Do things like mountains reduce with angular size with distance.
Right. That's what, because you're asking for the thing that they like. Did you think that they weren't gonna?
So the answer is yes.
That they didn't cover that?
Alan, the answer is yes. Yes, they do. Reduce with angular size with distance. Yes. Yes.
Well, the answer would be yes. The answer would be yes because they got an accurate measurement.
Show that calculation, obviously, within your figure of the Earth being curved. Your measurements that you said you've got from triangulation, trigonometry, triangles. I want you to show me where the angular size reduction with distance is taken into account.
Okay. This is relevant. Why? Because it sounds like a stall. It sounds like you're stalling.
I'll tell you why. Because the reason why things appear to descend is because you've placed them on a curved surface. That's the reason why things appear to descend, and that's the reason why you can say that the figure of the Earth is curving, because that mountain has descended from horizontal. But you haven't reduced the angular size with distance. The mountain gets smaller, obviously. Reduces down towards the horizon.
They're not using just that mountain. They're using multiple mountains. They're using all the mountains.
How many fucking mountains they're using? I'm talking about the equation, you fool.
Yeah, well, the equation's not faulty. You're trying to claim that the equation's faulty, and you're wrong.
Do you want me to explain it to you again?
You're claiming that it's wrong?
Why do mountains' peaks appear to descend with distance? Why is that within this calculation? What are they on? What are they on?
I mean, I understand what you mean by appearing to descend. They measured their elevation.
With distance over the surface of the Earth appear to descend.
Okay, cool. So what?
No, that's a fucking question.
I mean, that's a fun fact. Why does that matter?
Not as intelligent as you try to sound, are you?
Just like forcing me to like claim, just because I don't know something that doesn't matter, it doesn't make me wrong about the thing that I'm talking about. When you just throw in like
why do things like mountains, plural, things appear to descend with distance on the surface of the Earth? What's the surface going to appear to make them descend?
But I just want to let you know that
you got bad wind. Sorry, yeah.
Your wind, the wind sound is dominating your voice.
I don't know. I don't know the information to the mountains doing what they do when you appear to see them. But what you can see, and what they did see, is the measurements that they took from the different elevations of the different mountains and all the highest points that they could get to. And so all those measurements together made for a really accurate figure of the Earth, which turned out to be an oblate spheroid. But it's actually getting late for me, so I'm actually done for the night. Thanks for letting me talk.
Anyone else want to pick up where that left off?
I'm shy.
Noticed he said that when you were speaking with Alpha, he's like, well, we took some measurements and then we did a calculation and measured the curvature of the Earth.
You guys know
Failed
too
to.
much math for me.
Yeah, well, so
What you just say?
you wouldn't need if you measured the curvature, you wouldn't need to calculate it. Throw in extra calculations. You would have just simply measured it directly. You would have already measured it. No calculations needed.
But the problem is we don't have measurement tools that big. So what do we do instead?
Make it up.
Yeah, we like to
Yeah.
try to do better than that.
Guesstimating.
No, it's not guesstimating. It's pretty accurate measurement, actually.
It's called guessing, not guesstimating, because it's not based off any estimations.
Is it a calculation or a measurement?
It's both.
It's neither. Guess.
It's an imagic measurement.
That makes more sense.
It's doing the work to put all the measurements together and combine them into one coherent and consistent description of what we just measured.
Can I see the measurement?
I never did it.
Who did it?
I got a life to live. I don't got to worry about this
Who
stuff.
did it?
People who did geodetic surveying whenever they did it. I guess we can Google when
Who
geodetic
did it?
surveying was done.
See how it is consistent, sir.
Well, you know, you don't have to believe it. I'm just
Why
saying
do
what they
you
did.
believe it?
Oh, because I believe people. We've been through this before.
Because you believe people, Scott?
Yes.
The measurements are wrong.
Well, I don't believe you. I believe the people who trained there and took the time to learn how to do these things and went to school and took the classes and then worked with other
Can you
professionals.
name the guy that did it?
No, of course not.
Can you name the guy's degree?
Of course not.
Where did he go to school?
I don't know.
So you don't know anything about the guy, let
I know
alone his
nothing about the guy.
qualifications, his expertise, his name, or anything, but you believe him.
Yes, because I know how the world works.
Interesting.
And how do you know that they know that how the world works?
What is
How
the
do I
curvature
know
measured
they know
as?
that they know that we know how the world works? No, I just said I know how the world works.
They know how the world works.
Scott, what is the curvature measured as? Is it measured
I'll show you
as
the
a
curvature.
curve downwards from your position, or
Blind belief.
or up?
Ah, Jerry, you need a new shtick, man. It's getting old.
No, it's just people say curvature all the time. It's like curvature of what?
I know, and you've had that question answered 100 at least times that I've heard.
Yeah, but no,
And
no
just
questions
asked,
ever make sense. I mean,
and you just ask the same question over and over again. If I answer, you're just going to ask it again tomorrow. You'll ask it again in 5 minutes.
well, there's some
the
people
curvature
here
of
who
an
don't.
imaginary line.
Because you don't care about the answer, Jerry. You really don't. You just like
There's some people
asking
here
the
who
question.
can't see the magic trick, and I'm here to point out the magic tricks.
But there's no magic trick.
We
It's
have an
just you asking
audience,
the same
Scott.
question. Yeah.
We just want to know. We just want to know who
No,
measured it, their
fair.
name, their
I guess you got a
qualifications,
point
and
there,
what makes
T-Dub.
it consistent, Scott.
Scott, how do you know?
Okay, it's curving down away from me, but not down in the sense that it's lowering in elevation or altitude, I guess I should say, as in it's not moving further away. It's just moving along the curve of the Earth. So it's level, but it's not flat.
So it's
How
not a
about
drop.
that? Yeah. So if we projected a, this is for the audience. This is not for you, Jerry, because I've told you this 1,000 times. Well, that's exaggeration, maybe 100. So this is for the audience that T-Dub pointed out. Yeah. So for everybody in the audience listening, if we projected a flat plane or flat line out from our current position, we projected that out into infinity, the curve of the Earth would drop away from that flat line that we projected.
Down.
That's the answer. That's the only answer. It's a yes. You can call it down if you want, but it's away. It's a divergence.
How can you prove that?
So then Jaren didn't really get a hump, did he?
Yes. I don't, Jaren. I don't care what Jaren got.
Well, there's just people in here who'll come. Hey, did you see the Netflix documentary? He had to lift the board up. He had to lift up the flashlight.
Well,
in here when they come in here.
Yeah, he had to put it higher than he thought he would based on his current location and where he put the heights of those other boards and the holes in those other boards. And he found that the straight line projected by that light did not hit the Earth at consistent distances off the water.
Well, here's the problem. That was
Yes.
trying to. Here's the problem, Scott.
All right, so then the light that he shot couldn't have been horizontal.
I don't know what it was.
Oh,
He just shined the light through some boards.
you told me.
It went.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it went in a direction. And you can measure the direction, and you can measure how far that light was off the lake at any given point on that lake. And he put up boards with holes in them to see how far the light moved from the lake as it went along the lake. It's a decent experiment. You got a good result.
But did you or did you not just say that from horizontal, the Earth will drop away from you?
Yeah, but I never said that whatever Jaron did was horizontal. You added that. I said if we were going to go out and we created a horizontal plane, we would find the Earth dropping away.
Yeah.
Diverging from that line. You were the one who said, so then Jaron didn't get a hump. And what I said had nothing to do with Jaron. I wasn't thinking of Jaron. You threw that in. So
well, he couldn't
so
have gotten.
let's not tie what I said into what Jaron got, because the two are not in any way related. And so if I said horizontal, I'm not going to make any claims that Jaron's light was horizontal.
Good, because a horizontal line can never intersect the Earth in your model. Can it, Scott?
It will intersect at one point.
No, it can never intersect the Earth.
Well, it'll hit a tangent, I guess, if you don't want to call it intersect. That's fair
if it's
enough.
horizontal, because it's dropping down.
Right. Always has to drop.
Wait, it's dropping down? What's dropping down?
You just said it was fucking dropping down.
Yeah, it'll drop.
Dropping down from your location. Oh, so yeah, if you had a 6
So if
foot.
it's horizontal, it'll never intersect with the point then, will it?
Well, it depends where you started. If you started at ground level, it intersects at that point, at ground level.
All right, he's got it.
And then it goes out into infinity in all directions in a flat plane. Never again to touch the face of the Earth.
Yeah, but when you raise your device and then point it at the horizon, your device can't be horizontal.
No, you'd have to point down to hit the horizon.
So Jaron must have been pointing down.
I have no idea what Jaron was doing. I wasn't there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, was the device above ground level?
Whose?
His.
I don't know. It looked to me, and I remember watching the movie a year or two back, and I think he's had like 6 feet or something, didn't he? I don't know where he was.
Okay. So not at ground level, 0 altitude. He's at 6 foot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, that surface beneath him, is he horizontal with his device? So the surface of the Earth is always curving away, so the surface of the Earth would not intersect ever with that horizontal line, because he's not pointing it at the horizon to intersect it with that curved line.
I don't understand the question.
Oh my God. You're doing so well.
He put boards up, right, with holes in them. That's correct, right?
Yes.
And he put the first board right where his light was. He put it at the hole at 6 foot, right?
Okay.
And then he walked halfway across the lake and put another board there at 6 feet with the hole above the water at 6 feet. And then he walked to the end of the lake, and he was seeing if the light would go through the two holes, both at 6 feet, whether the last one it would go through would also be at 6 feet. And he found, no, it doesn't. And so what I would say is, if that's true of what he did, and the first hole was at 6 foot, and the second hole was at 6 foot, then that light was not horizontal from his original position. It was pointing slightly downwards. Otherwise, he would have missed the 6 foot hole halfway through the lake entirely. But fortunately, it was a flashlight, so it really didn't matter. It goes everywhere. Well, in a certain conic form. So that's my understanding of what he did. And then he went to the end of the lake, and it was like at 17 feet or something he had to go up to, which kind of makes sense to me.
Awesome. So can you tell people from your side to stop coming in with that as proof then, because it doesn't prove anything? Just say it. Go.
What
Please
doesn't it?
stop coming. Just say.
I'll yell at
Please stop
them.
Okay.
coming in.
I'll say it. Please stop
Stop
coming
coming
in.
No, let me
with
yell
all
at
People
that
them.
on my side. People on my side, please stop coming in with proof that because it doesn't prove anything.
Oh, see, there you go again. You can't
Okay.
do it, can you? You just said that it wasn't an accurate test, was
Wait,
it?
I said what you want me to say.
But did you? Is it an accurate test or not?
An accurate test for what?
Are you
Drop?
fucking retarded or what?
No,
What are we talking
for
about?
drop.
What are we talking about?
I wouldn't use it as an accurate test. No,
Did you
that's not
do
what
you
I would
just
do.
stop a conversation mid sentence and then start another conversation, no matter what the conversation was about beforehand, and then just pretend like you don't know what anyone's talking about? It's fucking stupid, man. You
Okay.
do it all the time.
Yeah, this is what he
Well,
does. All
you guys ask questions that seem like non sequiturs to me, so I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Yes, but Scott, I mean, I've been listening to you for so many days. All you say is like, they know, they told me what to say. You told me what to say. It's
No.
like, where is your, how do you know what they tell you is the truth? You have to
Jerry
yourself.
brought up Jaren. I didn't bring up Jaren. I don't want to talk about Jaren. Jerry brought it
Jaren?
up, and now I'm supposed to be answering for Jaren? That makes no sense.
Who's Jaren? You're
the person who did this experiment with the lights and boards on a lake in some movie, Beyond the Curve or something like that. And for some reason, Jerry needed to bring it up in my description. I don't know why Jerry brought it up.
Okay,
So you can agree that it's not a good test, yeah?
I asked you a
Yes, I would agree it's not a good test.
Okay, can you tell your bum chums to stop bringing it in as proof of curvature?
Sure,
Because it
I'll
doesn't
do that
prove
next time I
curvature.
see him. Yes.
Good. Next time you're in that Turkish spa together, oiling each other up, then you just go, "Hey boys, can you stop bringing that stuff in as proof? Because
Okay.
you're making us look stupid." And then
Okay,
they'll all
I'll
go,
do
"Yeah,
that.
thanks, buddy."
All right, I'll do that.
Oh my god.
I'll do
There's
that.
a fucking car parked behind my car.
That's because maybe you're in a car park.
Someone kicked this woman out
Only
of here.
Timbo, only if you tell people to stop saying
No, I'm in
seeing
my
people
fucking
proof
driveway.
Oh, there he is. There's one of them. Where did you guys meet up in the Turkish spa last night?
This is not. I don't like this. I can't fucking drive either. That's
Okay, go away then.
All right, take care, buddy. Can't be texting and driving, can ya?
Oh, well, this is classified as a call too. So.
Doesn't seem like she has the capacity to be doing two things at once, anyways.
See?
So maybe we can get back to whether you can combine measurements and create a bigger picture than any of the individual measurements. I think we can. Do you guys think we can't?
Go for it.
Well, just kind of what Talon was saying about how the surveyors would measure a series of points. And when you take all those measurements and you combine all those elevation angles from point A to point B to point C to point D, when you add up all those changes in elevation angles, if you do it for a great enough distance, you find that
the Earth is a polygon.
You find that line that you make of all those elevation angles from point A to it starts to make a curve.
Yeah, like land.
Yeah, but it curves much further than a mountain. It curves miles.
How much does it curve, Scott?
1 degree for every 69 miles.
Can you show us that?
Can I show you that right now on Discord? No, I can't.
Yeah, you just claim that you join all these lines together, you get a polygon shape, it turns into a curve.
Well, yeah, I'm just
any evidence of that, or what? You're just repeating what someone said.
I'm repeating what someone said. I'm
So
repeating
how do
what
you
the
know it's correct then?
I only just went through this like 15 minutes ago. Maybe I believe them when they told me what they did.
You just believe everyone with everything you're told.
Not everybody, no. I believe them when
Or
they
just
put
the
forth.
things that just solidify your worldview. That's it.
No, the things that seem reasonable and make sense based on what I know about mathematics.
What's reasonable about a polygon Earth?
If they explained it to me in a way that didn't make any mathematical sense, and I did pretty well in math, and I got pretty far in college.
Cool.
And
How did he explain it?
Huh?
How did he explain it? Can you tell us how it's done?
How does who explain what?
How did Talon explain polygon Earth?
No, he was telling what the geodetic surveyors did, and I was just referencing Talon. But I would refer back to.
What did he say? Because he said it would. You said it was really convincing what he said.
No, I said it was
Because it made
convincing what they
sense.
said. No, Tal and I were
What did
relating
they-
the same stories that we heard.
And what did they say? How did they do it?
Yeah, they took measurements of multiple points, thousands,
Yeah.
and
So someone just says to you, "I take measurements of thousands of points, and the Earth is curved," and then you go, "Oh,
no,
okay, awesome,
no,
sweet."
no. If you let me finish, I'll tell you.
Explain the process then.
Yeah, they write down the elevation and azimuth.
Have you seen any of this?
No, I have not. But I have no reason not to believe them, though. And that's how I approach the world.
Can you bring? You claim to know all these surveys, but none of them ever come in here.
I don't know a lot of surveyors. I've only met one online.
One. So did you? Is that the guy you spoke to about the polygon Earth?
No, I wasn't Polygon Earth.
So who did you speak to? You said you and Talon received information from surveyors about polygon Earth.
Yeah, I'm sure he read it from a similar source that I did. I'm not sure it's exactly the same source. I don't know where Talon got it from.
And then you just spoke to Talon, and then Talon said this, and then you go, "Okay, that sounds reasonable."
Why are we stuck on Talon? Seems like
because
a diversionary
up.
tactic to me.
It's not a diversionary tactic. I'm just trying to make it look, how ridiculous it sounds that you said, "Oh, it makes sense to me," but you don't even know what you're saying.
Well, I was thinking that, I didn't have to repeat everything he said about how geodetic surveyors do these things, and that we could sort of build upon a little bit of what he said.
They take measurements and then place them onto a sphere. Yeah.
Yes, because otherwise they just don't line up right. The points don't match. If you build a triangle, if you take
line of sight points don't match.
No, they don't. If you take an azimuth,
that's weird.
I know it's weird, but these are the things.
But then
that
you got to make a match. They match only if you take line of sight points and then put them mathematically onto a sphere. That's the only way they work.
Well, when they take a point, they take an azimuth and an elevation from A to both B and C, and then they walk over to B and they take an azimuth and elevation from B to both C and A, and they go walk over to C and they take an angle and an elevation from both A to B, from C to both A and B, and when you add up the angles and they always equal more than 180, they go, what's going on here?
Does that excess angle of 180 equal the curvature of the Earth?
It can be calculated from it, yes, pretty easily. Well, the math is a little. Yes.
I'd like to see that. So where in the angle measurements do you count for refraction?
Nowhere, but that would flatten the Earth.
Nowhere. Okay, so include refraction when the Earth looks flat,
the Earth.
But when it goes in your favor, then don't include refraction calculations for angles when you're measuring spheres. Yeah?
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said about any refraction?
No, because I was talking and then you spoke through me. So
okay, all right. Sorry about that. But anyways, I was saying that any refraction would appear to flatten the Earth, make it look like a bigger ball or less spherical.
Yeah, but you're not actually showing any of these calculations where you say it actually equals the sphere of the Earth. We haven't seen them yet.
No, but
Have you got
here's the
them?
thing, right? No, I
Those
don't. But here's the
notes or
thing,
not?
right? It took me just a
So you
little
just
bit to look.
where did you see this information then?
I don't remember exactly where.
So nowhere.
But here's the thing, right?
You're just going to say yes. These equations of spherical excess equal the curvature of the Earth.
yeah, because back again, like I said, I went pretty far in math in college, and I could
Okay. Can you
pretty
show us the
easily do
equation
these things.
for that? If you're
No,
pretty good at math.
I don't have it on me, but I know when I was looking at it, it aligned with what I expected to see based on my previous
Cool.
understanding of mathematics.
Ah,
But here's the thing, right? You know, I didn't know anything about this stuff prior to maybe 2 years ago, right? It's the first time I ever heard of spherical excess in surveying. And I said, okay, that's interesting. And I looked it up and I understand the concepts. I understand exactly where they get spherical excess from. And the thing is, you could have done this too if you actually cared. You could have put in the time and effort like I did 2 years ago. But apparently you don't care, which is why you don't want to look into it. And you just come in here and say, can you show me? Can you show me? Can you show me? Because you're not really interested.
Well, you're the one making the claim that there is
Yeah, I know.
spherical excess. I know that when you measure 3 points, it equals a triangle of 180 degrees.
Then you have some explaining to do why the surveyors don't find they do.
Cool. So then you're bringing a claim forward, and then you would have to explain spherical excess and the calculations that they get from spherical excess equaling the curvature of the Earth.
But if you wanted to understand this stuff, you would have already looked it up.
Well, I already know that 3 points line of sight equals 180 degrees, and you can't get any other measurement from that. You can't get spherical excess when you have 3 points line of sight.
And there you go again, saying they can't do something they've done. It's like
can't
saying I
do
can't ride a bicycle. Dude, I rode in a bicycle. Don't tell me I can't ride a bicycle. I've done it.
Well, that's just stupid.
No, they went out and measured these angles, and they got great 180 degrees.
Cool.
Now it's up to
Bring
you
one in
guys.
then.
No, then it's up to the rest of us who don't accept what they do or don't understand to look into it and see how they did that.
They transfer the 3 points of the readings they get onto a spheroid model, and then they get their positioning.
That has nothing to do with 180 degrees.
The 180 degree of the 3 points.
That's a raw measurement. And the raw measurement, going off azimuth alone, the azimuth differences from CAB, ACB, and BCA are greater than 180 degrees on azimuth angles alone.
Okay, mate. When you can show us those, we'll talk about it when you bring in the mathematics and the calculations for that spherical excess, the excess angle equaling the curvature of the Earth. Then you might have something. Otherwise, you're just using.
But the question is, why haven't you gone look for it yourself?
You
It's
said
not there.
It is there.
Go and get it. You said it was really easy.
It took me 10 minutes or something to find it.
Cool. You said it's really easy as well. You've got background knowledge in math. You said it was really easy.
Was for me.
Explain it.
Yeah, the angles are not the angles are not measured on the plane of the triangle. They are tilting away from the triangle. So if you imagine the little protractor thing is not sitting on the plane of the triangle, it's tilting away and lifting off the triangle. But if you project those angles off the plane that those verticals actually make, kind of makes an inverted pyramid. You project those up, they will hit that little protractor at greater than the angles that they would if it were on the plane of the triangle. How's that for an explanation? Does it make any sense? Because it does to me.
Right? You started with your question with imagine. It's imagination, right?
Yes, we have to think. Yes, we have to turn on our brains and think. Yes, this requires thinking. Yes.
Oh, Scott's getting snarky.
Possibly overthinking.
Or thinking. One of the two.
And your imagination is different than thinking.
No, this is called conceptualizing mathematics.
You are. I don't know how to explain. Do you know what it means, imagination? You said imagine. The first word you said in your sentence, it was imagine. So
Yes,
it's imagination.
no, that's what it means to visualize a mathematical concept in your head.
Concepts, yes,
Yes,
not reality, not reality, not reality.
but they correspond to reality and they describe reality very well.
How can you describe reality very well with mathematics? Because they told you so.
Well, that this is where we run into an impasse. If you don't already understand how mathematics can describe reality very well, then I don't know where to go. Because every engineer, every physicist, every scientist, the rest of us already know this. And they use it and they use it to build the bridges we drive on, and then the airplanes we fly in, and the computers that we use to do this stuff. They're using all this mathematics, all this imagination to make all these things work. Sorry.
There is no one blueprint that you will see curved line. All of them are straight lines.
There's no what?
Curved lines.
What are you talking about?
Only imagination brings curved lines, as you started your question with.
In the description I just talked about, there wasn't a curved line in that. So try again.
There is no curved line anywhere.
There was not a curved line in what I was just talking about. Go figure.
Yes, we know. It's always a straight line, horizontal. Yes, we know.
Yes,
But you are telling us.
But somehow the azimuth differences add up to more than 180 degrees.
Not in reality, only on the paper.
No, in reality, when you go out and you take some theodolites and you go do this work, you will find with your own measurements, if you did it, you'd go, fuck, these angles are greater than 180. God damn, what am I going to do about this?
Always measure horizontal, straight.
Did you do
whatever you want.
Measure curve. It's made to measure horizontal, straight, and to see the elevation of that from that horizontal, not curved. And they don't measure curve; they measure horizontal elevation from horizontal.
Then it's now up to you to figure out how they get greater than 180 degrees in the azimuth angles.
We're talking about theodolites, right?
That's all you got to figure out, because they do. I mean, that's just a fact. Go out and do it yourself. You'll find the same thing. And you'll start trying to mess with your little tool finger. What the hell's wrong with this thing? It's giving me more than 180.
Just to clarify, are you saying you can measure an arc segment with a theodolite?
No. So you don't need to clarify that. It's never what I said.
No, I mean that's where my standard of evidence lies. So since that's where my standard of evidence lies, everything you're saying is just like, whatever.
Yeah, you can continue believing that. I'm just telling you what's real. You can accept it or not.
Yeah, and it's real that
But you say
your standard of evidence is low. That's real.
Yeah, sure. Except my standard of evidence can explain almost everything that we see around us. Yours can explain nothing.
Yeah, no kidding. Of course it would, because it's a low standard of evidence. A low standard of evidence can't explain everything. No, duh. Like I can explain, like Santa Claus and Bigfoot are included in there.
You always got to go back to Santa Claus and Bigfoot. Wonder why that is.
Like we can explain everything. We can explain everything. Like everything is in a low standard of evidence.
How about a sunset? Can you explain a sunset?
Don't forget the leprechauns.
That doesn't make any sense. Explain a sunset? What do you mean explain a sunset?
How does the sun drop below 0 degrees elevation from my vantage point?
We observe the sun moving. We know the sun is moving. That's it. As far as the cause of what makes the sun, I don't know. That's the answer. Neither do you. Neither do you, by the way.
But I do. Regardless of what you think,
No, you believe you do because you have a low standard of evidence.
I know I do, regardless of what you think.
I mean,
my knowledge is not limited to your ability to understand it.
You want to go to the sky. Always when you lose on the ground, you want to go to the sky.
Dude, I was on the ground. We were talking about the lights.
And then you lose on the sky, and then you want to come back to the ground. And then you lose on the ground, you want to go back to the sky. It's crazy.
Did you explain how they get greater than 180 degrees on the ground?
Oh, come on.
You didn't, did you? You didn't, did you? You completely sidestepped it. You ignored it. So when you come up with an alternative explanation for how the azimuth angles are greater than 180, we can talk.
Doesn't mean because I don't have an explanation, your explanation is reality. It's only
But it
explanation.
does.
It doesn't show the reality. It only comforts your mind. You are exactly like Matthew Learns. He will never concede and he will never agree, but he always saying the contradiction at the same time. You always contradict yourself, but you don't realize.
Why would I agree with people who can't explain anything? What's in it for me?
Explanation is not reality. It's any stupid people can explain anything.
No, you can't. You guys can't.
Of course, you can explain anything you want.
Try it.
Can you?
Give it a shot.
I think you're missing his point, Mackie. He's trying to say like a homeless guy who's drunk on the streets. Take for instance, he could point up at the moon and say, "Oh, the reason why the moon glows is because it's just made up of a bunch of fireflies," you know.
Uh-huh.
So you see that what he's trying to say, what we're all trying to say to you is that's an explanation, and you know he may have a low standard of evidence and could believe that, but that doesn't demonstrate that the moon is made of fireflies.
That's the best you can come up with, huh? Wow, that's bad.
Explanations are not demonstrations.
Actually, they're better than that. The
If you have a
demonstration.
low standard of evidence, yes.
What's your standard of evidence? How about we work with that?
A direct measurement of the surface of the Earth demonstrating an arc segment 5 miles long.
Okay, how would we do that?
With solid materials, steel rails, the same thing we use to build train tracks.
Oh, that's a one proof fallacy.
Yeah, how do you get a steel rail straight for that distance?
I'm not the one. That's up to you, dude. I'm not the one who's saying this curvature of the Earth. I'm not in doubt about the steel rail being straight. You are. You're the one who has to demonstrate the steel rail is curved. That's your responsibility, not mine. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do. So I gave you something that we can all go out and repeat, right? We can all get access to a theodolite. We can all the easier one is just take reciprocal zenith angles because all we need is 2 points. So we can all go out and do that and prove to ourselves that those reciprocal zenith angles are greater than 180. And then we have to explain what we saw. So that's something we could all do. And what you want to do is put forth some kind of experiment that you know we can't do, and then say, so we can't know anything because we can't do that stupid experiment when we can do the very easy experiment.
So what reason would I have to doubt that it's straight? The steel rails that I'd be using for this. What reason would I have to doubt that they're straight?
Because you can't find a steel worker anywhere who can say they can make something that straight over that distance.
How straight are we talking about? Down to a nanometer? What are you talking about?
Just straight. I don't know what tolerance. What tolerance would you need?
The point you see, this is the point where you have there is no falsifying the globe for you. It's an immovable belief, and I am demonstrating this right here. You can't say, oh, I don't know how we're going to make a rail straight. Oh, we have all these train tracks, but how do we rely on them being straight?
Well, I don't think I sounded like that, but yeah, all you have to do to falsify the globe is go out and do 2 theodolites, point them at each other, get reciprocal zenith angles, and show me that they equal 180 degrees. Done. You could do it so easily.
Oh, there is no falsifying the globe for you, dude. It's an immovable
that's
belief.
Falsifying it. That's falsifying it right there.
No, I wouldn't
Go
be.
on.
Not for you, it wouldn't be. Nothing would be for you.
Okay, you know this somehow. Yes.
Did you say before that triangles they make more than 180 degrees or something like that?
Yes, I said the azimuth readings measure to more than 180 degrees. Yes.
Azimuth reading?
Yes, the azimuth readings.
So azimuth is a angle from north or south, right? Or star?
No, the azimuth on a theodolite is the horizontal angle.
Oh,
90
is that
degrees from vertical.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Shut up then. I thought when you said azimuth reading, you were talking about.
Oh no, sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't know anything about these things till 2 years ago. But what I understand from the surveyors, there's two readings. There's two readings a theodolite or a total station gives you, and that's elevation and azimuth. And in this particular thing, a spherical excess, we can ignore elevation because it doesn't play a part.
We're still in the imagination land, right?
No, we're in the real world with real people going out and looking at physical devices and looking through them and taking readings and then writing down those readings in logbooks and then taking those readings from those logbooks and doing some calculations on them. No, we're in the real world, very real world.
Yeah. But always it has to come calculations. It's like nothing like I see it's there, but I have to calculate, is it there or not? I have to calculate so many things before I say to myself that what I see in that 10 miles away is not there, but it must be there because I can see it. So I have to make calculations for that.
I have no
But
idea what you're talking about.
it's not enough only seeing that 10 miles away thing. It's not enough.
What are you talking about? I'm genuinely curious.
Because I don't see curvature anywhere I go. This is my problem. And every time I say to people, they tell me, "Oh yeah, you have to calculate this, you have to calculate that." It's not enough.
Where do you live? I'm just asking, is it a mountainous region? Because where I live, there's mountains all around me.
On this beautiful earth, yes.
Yeah, but to the west of me, to the west and the south, there's mountains not 3 miles away, right? I have to go like 3 or 4 miles before I'm going pretty steeply uphill. And to the north and east of me, there's a San Francisco Bay, which is a big flat piece of water. Well, I'll take that back. It's a big curved piece of water. I know. Fuck me. and then slightly beyond that, there's another ridge of mountains. So everywhere I go, there's mountains surrounding me. Where would I see flat? Like, that's what I'm asking you. Where do you see flat? I don't see flat anywhere. I see big mountains and valleys everywhere I go.
Yeah, but
In
every time I look through the sea or the ocean, it's like always flat. I saw things that I shouldn't be able to see with my own eyes, not.
Well, I would say your understanding of what you should be able to see according to what we're saying it is are incorrect. You misunderstood what we said. You took half of what we said and says I shouldn't be able to see this far. And you ignored the other half, which says, okay, this is why that light's hitting your eye.
Because I'm a short guy, and when I'm on the beach, I don't have very big advantage like the tall guy next to me, so I can see less than him. But I still can see more than I should see on the globe. This is the thing.
No, you're not. You're seeing exactly what you should see on the globe if you understood what we actually said. Because no glober, well, I say no glober who knows what he's talking about would ever say that calculation, the 1.2 radical, whatever the hell it is, I don't even know, don't remember it myself, is the last water you should ever be able to see. No, that'd be stupid.
You can see around the corner. I know you have this perfect eyes that you can see around the corner.
No, we can see around corners all the time. We can see it with mirrors, or we can do it with other refractive elements. We could see around the corner with a prism.
Not with your own real eyes. You have to use devices, right? But I can see with my eyes more.
But if the atmosphere serves as that refractive device,
this is your problem. You always have to bring something in. My experience, seeing it a straight line of sight is not enough. You have to bring something in to this to tell me that what I see is wrong. It's not there. But I see it.
I mean, there's an example. Imagine a fish underwater behind a rock.
Start your think with imagine. Why should I imagine? I'm just standing on the
Sorry, can I
because
ask you a quick question?
because the
Don't
world's
go to the
big and you want to
imagination thing.
understand it.
No, we already know where you're going with that. We already know. Let me ask you a quick question.
Where
'Cause I want
am
to
I
know where you
going with
stand on
it?
this.
Where am I going with it?
You're going to talk about refraction, yada yada yada.
Okay. And could you
Okay,
see?
so
Could you see a fish behind a rock in the water?
yeah, with refraction and two media, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, quick question to you now. Is it possible in your paradigm to see the geometric edge of the Earth on the surface of the Earth?
In my paradigm, you can't see the geometric anything. Geometry is an abstract concept. That whole geometric thing is something you guys introduced into the language of this discussion. It has no
Hold on,
place
let me
here.
just answer. Let me just ask it a more simple way. So,
Okay.
a sphere has an edge to it, right?
A sphere has an edge to it, yes.
All right. And if you're standing on the sphere, you can see the edge, right? As it curves away from you.
If you're standing, you can see a last bit of water.
Yeah. So that last bit of water, is it possible to see that last bit of water?
It's not the edge. It's not always the edge. Those are different locations. The last bit of water you can see could be further than the edge.
So let me ask this a slightly different way. Is it possible in your paradigm to see the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth? Yes or no?
To see the curvature from the surface of the Earth, it depends. I would say yes. I would say I see it all the time. There's lots of people, even on my side of this thing, who disagree with me and don't think I'm using the language correctly. But I would say I see it when I watch. Just like I'm going to back up a second. I mentioned it earlier today. I think that I do some woodworking, and you get a board, you get a 9-foot board, and you can't look at the board and see it's curving, right? You always have to look down the board. And you have to sight down the board. And so what I do, when I look down that board is if I can't see the edge of the board, from where I'm at the start of the board, I infer that's curved, even if I can't see it by looking straight down at the board. And that's what I do with the water. I'm looking down the water and I see things dropping off that I know should be there, like ships, and I just assume that's because the water's curved like those boards are curved. And as I mentioned maybe yesterday, I've seen this happen on big hills, where I watch a car go over the very large hill. It's a very gradual curve, and I can't really see the curve, so to speak, because seeing a curve is kind of a lighting thing, right? You have to see some kind of changes in light to say, okay, this part is facing much more at me, and I can see it moving away. If that curve is gradual, the lighting changes will be almost insignificant. And so you can't rely on that part of your vision. You have to rely on inferences. Like this thing is, the half of the car's gone. I don't assume that half of the car just like split in half and disappeared and it's sitting on the road. So that's my best answer to your question.
Yeah, I observe the same phenomena, same optical phenomena, but I don't
Yes.
believe that that's the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, why not?
Because no one's ever measured it to be curved directly.
Yeah, because we don't have infinitely strong and infinitely stiff materials.
Wait, we don't have what? Start over slowly?
Yeah, I mentioned this yesterday, and I thought it went over decently well. So, with regard to that edge you were talking about, right? If we could develop a walkway, for example, and put it like the boom of a crane, and so we could, attach it to the beach, and put a foundation in so this thing's not tipping over, and we could make this thing 10 miles long, and it's just this walkway that is only attached on one end. It's hanging on the other, and we can lower it and raise it as necessary. Now, if we can put the walkway on the beach at 6 feet above sea level and lower it down till it goes out and literally hits physical water, and then we walked out there and we took a measurement of how far it is away, where it hits the water will always be what you call the geometrical horizon. Refraction won't change that because we now have a physically straight object. We know it's straight because it's infinitely strong, infinitely rigid, and we can
I
walk
think
it.
you're well, dude. You're
Yes.
doing this in a way that doesn't make sense. Like when I was talking
Why
about
not?
direct, well, you're talking about over water, and water
Yeah.
is great. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any water involved, but when I was talking about doing a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth with a straight edge, I was talking about like over land with a straight edge on the top, and then right beneath that, second rail, that would be the arc segment measurement beneath it. So you can walk next to it, not on top of it, walk next to it, and with your eyes watch the two deviate.
But how do we figure out that one of those things is straight and the other one's curving?
That seems to be your problem, not mine. I'm not the one who's saying it's not straight. You're the one saying it's not straight when it's straight. That's you and your insanity. That's
It's
you, not me.
it's your example. I don't want it.
Yeah, but I'm not the one claiming the Earth's a ball. You're the one claiming the Earth is a sphere. So it relies. So the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate it's curved via direct measurement. And if you can't if you can't reliably make a straight edge, that's your fault. That's on you, dude. That's not on me. The
No, I
burden
don't
of
need
proof
to
is on
prove.
you.
No.
The
Okay,
burden of
fine.
proof is on you.
No, that's if I needed to prove it to you, which I don't.
Yeah, well, it's because you're kind of worthless in that sense.
No, I can prove it to anybody who wants to understand. I can't prove it to anybody who doesn't want to understand.
Yeah, you can't actually prove it though.
I can prove it to everybody who wants to understand. And to the extent where they can go about and show it to someone else. And then when I watch, I'll go, yeah, that's what I said. And we can all agree. And then when we look at the measurements that they get, we all understand why they're getting those measurements.
You mean imagine what they told you, and you gonna make us imagine as well to agree in your imaginations?
Yeah,
But not reality.
you didn't get very far in mathematics, did you? We do these things all the time in math.
Just to make one assisting point, if you don't want to understand, then it'll be hard for him to prove that to you, especially if your standard of evidence, which something Wong has already said earlier, is something that's going to be irrational, something that I'm not even sure could be completed on a globe, and certainly a case of one-proof fallacy.
Yeah. It seems to me you create that
proof that he knows that he won't get it today.
Exactly.
Because,
exactly.
That means he can keep believing flat Earth.
Yeah. It seems to me you came up with that proof
there
because you
should
know
be
it can't be done.
You would have thought after a couple of
Acknowledging it,
thousand
technically.
years that there would have been a measurement after a couple of thousand years, yeah? But still we don't have one.
But we do. Reciprocal zenith angles are measurements.
Scott, can I ask you something? Do you live with your experience, or do you live with measurements and calculations?
Do I live with what?
Experience or calculations and mathematics?
Oh, both. Of course.
Your reality is mathematics or experience?
Both. They're not exclusive.
You are born on an island where you don't know any mathematics, so your experience is a reality or it's not reality?
Well, if I'm on an island by myself, then yeah, what kind of resources do I have at my disposal? Am I just eating coconuts for the rest of my life? In that case, I don't need mathematics. Yeah, you're right.
You do if you want to count it. You do if you want to keep the coconuts and ration the coconuts. You're going to use
Okay, yes, that's true. Yes, but if I want to build a jet plane, I need mathematics and I need my imagination.
Okay. Imagination, always imagination.
Yeah,
man.
You know, in order to design a wing, you got to be able to conceptualize fluid dynamics. You got to conceptualize laminar flow over the wing and pressure differentials created by the faster velocity of over the top of the wing than the bottom of the wing. It's really, really hard to show these things. You have to imagine these things.
Yeah, I can see
planes fly.
The birds flying in front of me every day, millions of times, and better than the aeroplanes. What are you
No,
talking
they do not
about?
fly better than the airplanes. Not even close.
What? The birds, they fly much, much better than the aeroplanes, man. What are you talking about?
You ever seen a bird pull 9 Gs?
Man, I'm not talking about 9Gs. The things that they do, the airplanes they cannot do. Come on.
I've never seen a
No, it's
bird.
just the birds are nimble and the planes can fly fast. This is a stupid conversation. Let's move on.
I agree. It's a stupid conversation. Sorry, I should not have went down that path. My bad. But I was just using an example of things that when we want this world to work, the computer that you're using right now, it's either a cell phone, that was a product of someone's imagination. Then they materialized it based on years of studies. Someone, knew a bit of quantum mechanics in order to do some about the tunneling that happens in these very, very close microchips. I don't even understand that stuff. But someone had to do a lot of math. I know people did electrical engineering, and they showed me some of their math. It's like, I can't even do that math. And I went pretty damn far.
I can't even do that.
I went pretty far in math, and this stuff is way beyond me.
That's funny. Even I can't do that one.
Does math always reflect reality in every case?
I can't think of a place where it doesn't. I think there's some abstract math which is just mathematics.
So hold on. If I write down on a piece of paper 10 apples plus 10 apples equals 20 apples, the math checks out on paper. But just because I wrote that on paper and it says that somewhere on paper, and the math checks out, does that demonstrate that I have 20 apples?
No, of course not.
All right. So when you calculate the curvature of the Earth, does your calculation demonstrate the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, when it was done off measurements taken of the Earth directly. Yeah.
Which ones?
They're reciprocal zenith angles.
Still on this math always representing reality thing. I don't think it always does.
How about 2 plus 2 equals 5?
Well, what's 0 times 5?
0 times 5 is 0.
Awesome. So what's 0? And I've got, let's say, I can now replace 5 with 5 cows. What happens if I times 0 by 5 cows? Do I lose the cows? Or do they still exist?
Yeah, they disappear. on paper.
Yeah, they disappear on paper.
So just on paper then. But the cows are still there, even though I've tried to...
Well, you can't times cows in reality, though.
I bet you can.
Yeah, you can. You get.
I guess when you
times 5
reproduce,
cows
yeah.
equals 10 cows. What do you mean?
Yeah, but they don't just magically appear because you wrote on a piece of
No,
paper.
you're talking about multiplying cows. Yeah, you put 2 cows together and you come up with a calf.
Well, as long as it's a male and a female, yeah. Yeah, male and female, you're good there.
Fucking zero voodoo in here.
We're talking about reality. You're talking about paper. Okay, this is the problem with you, Scott. Okay.
Okay. Boy, quick on the mute of hands.
I think it's the difference between if mathematics is describing something or if it's being used in application for something else. So if you were going to say that this conversation about a cow was in the context of how many cows do I owe you today? Maybe some application that would be useful. But if you were trying to just describe things with mathematics, you might fall into situations where it doesn't describe anything in reality.
Curvature. Yeah? Or am I wrong? Isn't that what we're trying to describe with maths?
Yes, it's used to describe, obviously.
Yeah,
sometimes
so
correctly.
does the description of curvature based on a radius with no measurements actually at all, does that describe reality or does that give you a calculation of curvature that should be there?
Well, I'm going to say that because people start off with the idea that, okay, like, here's a set of observations we've made. We think it could be a globe, right? And they say, well, if it's a globe, we should be able to find out its radius doing this, that, and the other. And then, so far it's just a number. It doesn't really do anything for us. Then we apply that number. And we can do things like send things into space, right? And then, voila, you've got your reality.
Hello, guys.
Still don't have my real curve, though.
Yeah, you guys leave us no way to demonstrate to you, at least no way that you'll accept. Because I can give an example. Yeah, I know. I know. But
excuse me.
I used. Okay, you're excused. What's up?
Thank you. Just a quick question to my flat Earth friends in here. Like,
Hey,
is it
Murray.
like, hey guys, is it like I'm talking with an delusional man up there? I asked him to come and challenge you face to face, yeah, by like actually saying that he's here to challenge the flat Earth, right? And he said like he doesn't want to escalate the stuff, and he doesn't want to be disrespectful, right? What I asked him is just like to say, hi, I'm here to challenge the flat earth ideology. Is it
No one's
is
going
it
to be
that
rude to
escalating?
him.
Is that
No.
escalating anything with you?
No.
Yeah, this guy, by the way, is called Moonshine up there. And this guy, man, is like so funny.
Oh, he's in the chat?
Not here, sadly. He's up. I challenged him many times. He actually he wanted to come here without me speaking anything, right? Not like even introducing him or being in touch in any way with you. So he will come in here, like sit like for some time, and then like softly talk you up, in like talk with you, right, about the flat Earth. He was so afraid of me introducing like him to you that hey, this guy is here to challenge the flat Earth.
So what are you saying? If we see him in here, don't call him out?
Yeah, well, those guys accuse you of like muting them for no reason and like for saying like smart or like intelligent stuff. I said no, guys. I said no. Like I know those guys for many years now, and what you are like basically talking about is not true.
Yeah. We can be rude, but not always. Depends what. Depends how you. What's that, mate?
We definitely can be rude, but not
Yeah, I
always.
know.
But definitely can be. Yeah.
You want me
Yeah,
to see
don't
if I
worry.
can go up? Hey, Cole Murray.
I'm
You want
familiar
me to
with
go up? You want me to go up there with you and see
Moonshine.
if we can drag him down here?
Yeah, if anyone like, especially of the mods, he will like put it like on his like face, like.
No, I'm not a
it will
mod.
be
I'm a
easy.
globe earther, and so I guess
I
I'm
know.
on his side. Let's see if I can drag him down.
I hope also another moderator to come and validate me as well, that he's allowed to say I'm here to challenge you or whatever.
Scott doing flat Earth outreach. Good lad.
Okay, let's see. Thank you.
Well, I want someone else to do the conversation for. I'm exhausted.
Actually, he's here. Listen, he's here. Moonshine is here.
There he is, Moonshine. Oh, yeah, we've spoken to him before, yeah.
Yeah.
The South African guy.
Yeah, he's the guy who says that a straight line could be a circle, and he wants to lecture everybody about geometry.
Yeah.
So just like you hear it, Moonshine, if
So
you
this
say
guy
I'm here to
came
challenge,
in-
listen.
Okay,
If you say I'm here to challenge the flat Earth ideology, it's not escalating anything with my flat Earth friends in here.
Okay, so I guess you guys have heard this guy mention me a minute ago. So I mean, look,
I think we've spoken to you before,
everybody here knows me by now. I'm not the kind of person to come here and like challenge people's points of view. Like, I think everyone's heard me before. I'm more of a fence sitter on the subject. But like, I think everybody would agree with me that I've come here and I've challenged different points of view over time. Like,
No, I disagree, Moonshine. You destroy flat Earth. You don't just challenge it.
Man. Oh my!
I would never say that.
Oh my!
Actually, wait. 1 second, guys. Like Moonshine said to me, like many guys, like many people said to him, like he destroyed flat Earth. Now I understand what happened. Globe Jesus. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, the Globies said he destroyed it, but I can't remember any of his arguments. So if you can refresh the arguments, Moonshine, that'd be great.
Yeah, I don't even know what they said that about, because I mean, I have so many various. I just talk about the subject at hand always, and I don't really, that's the thing. I don't really necessarily support the things I say. Like I just try to like make a good argument, you know.
That's how you make arguments that you don't necessarily support.
That sounds
I
really
just want to try
chaotic to do that. It's like the Joker, where he's like, "I just do things," you know.
Well, to see if it works, you know.
Oh, so can you tell us one that you do support? And then we can avoid the ones that you don't support. And then
Man, that you know what's happened in my head over the years is like I've gotten this kind of point of view that both points of views are just like different ways of looking at it, and that's kind of the one that I support. It's just like we can see it as round or flat. You know?
But do we see it as round or flat?
It depends on whether you look at the NASA picture or the map. You know.
So for it's a 100% of the Earth's population, they see the Earth that they live on as flat. Yeah.
When we're on it, absolutely, I feel that way. But there's also this freakish thing that happens when something disappears on the horizon. But that could also be a mirage. Like, I mean, air bends up.
Yeah.
So what's interesting is when boats disappear, they disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah,
They
well,
don't
why would you
disappear
expect them
with the
to
horizon.
disappear from the top up? Top down.
Well, no, what I
Sorry.
mean
Why
is,
would you expect that?
sorry, I mean they disappear above the horizon. This thing happens, like they start disappearing above the horizon.
They disappear above the horizon.
Yeah, I can find a photo of it if you'd like.
You mean like what's the one where that looks like they're floating on like nothing? You talking about that?
No, like where you can only see the top half of the boat, but you can still see the whole horizon, like it, and the horizon is where the bottom should be. But I think that that's the thing, like how much of it is mirage and how much of it is water disturbance and how much of it is curvature. I don't know. I don't know how much is accounted by for. It could be zero curvature and 100% the other things, or the other way around.
Did you post something in the chat?
I'm trying to find it. Trying to find a good picture. I also know that water goes concave sometimes. Like a lot of pools of water are concave.
Well, yeah, they
Oh,
talk
here.
about rivers and stuff doing that too with the edges, like wide rivers.
And
They
that's something
slightly
they never.
raise up at the sides.
So here's a picture of what I'm talking about. It does that sort of thing. It's like the boat's flying above the ocean sort of thing.
Is that a Fata Morgana? Is that what it's called?
I don't know. I think maybe. Or, yeah. I don't know.
But you could safely say that it's not the curvature of the Earth, yeah.
I would say that is an example of where it doesn't seem to be. No, that part of the
It's
disappearance.
just an optical illusion.
And the
Because look,
thing is, the
look to the
aperture means
left and
that.
the right of it. You know, you should
So
see.
how the aperture works, right? If the boat is further away, that would take away the whole boat.
That to me looks just like fog.
Could be. It is interesting how fog also can create the same illusion. And steam and vapor and